Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 106, Chapter 100. Enjoy. Unknown POV. The light flickers on, revealing a large room painted in white. A lone desk sits in the center of the room, and behind it, a woman is sitting. Her name is Amanda Waller, also known as the Wall. Without any expression on her cold, emotionless face, she stared at her laptop with intense concentration, slowly scrolling down. On her screen, files about Black Bolt can be seen. Files with detailed information about him, about the hero known as Black Bolt, about his powers, about his feats, and much, much more. From Waller's point of view, Black Bolt is a clear threat to her plans, a plague, an unacceptable variable, and because of that, she was determined to not rest until he's been neutralized. Be that as it may, Waller wasn't dumb by any means of the word. She knew this task wasn't going to be easy. After all, Black Bolt had the League on his corner, but unlike the League, she was willing to do whatever it takes to achieve her goals. "Don't you think you are giving this child too much attention?" Aladdin, one of Waller's agents, asked. "This child, as you call him, has the potential to disrupt my plans," Waller answered without taking her eyes off the screen. "I am not going to give him the chance." A smirk appeared on Aladdin's face. "And how do you plan on doing that? The League is not going to just stand by and watch while you kidnap one of their own." Waller finally looked away from the laptop and turned her attention towards Aladdin. "The League and their relation to him are irrelevant," she said plainly. "What matters is that Black Bolt will be dealt with, one way or another." Aladdin chuckled, looking behind her with a bright smile. "I see. Well then, I'll leave you to it, boss." With that, he turned around and left the room, leaving Waller alone with her thoughts and a whiskey glass. However, those thoughts were quickly interrupted by a sudden beeping noise coming from her laptop. Waller's eyes widened in surprise as she saw the files on her PC disappear one by one. Seeing this, Waller immediately realized what was happening. Someone had hacked into her system and was currently deleting her files on Black Bolt, which meant that she had to act fast if she wanted to keep her information. In her mind, Waller thought the following. Whoever was doing this was going to pay a hefty price. "Don't move," a dark deep voice said, freezing Waller in place. "Batman," Waller said in a cold voice. "What are you doing here?" "I'm the one asking the questions here," Batman answered as he stepped out of the shadows. "You've been snooping around Black Bolt and his activities for weeks now, and I want to know why." Waller stayed silent for a few moments before she finally decided to answer. "You seem to be under the misconception that you hold power over me. So allow me to clear that misconception for you, Batman. The only reason you still breathe is that the government considers you a valuable asset. The moment you stop being an asset is the moment you stop breathing, so be a good boy and leave." Batman didn't say anything, he just stood there, staring at her with his piercing eyes. Waller met his gaze without flinching. "Care to bet on that?" Batman asked, taking a step forward. "I suggest you leave, Batman," Waller said in a calm yet defiant tone of voice, "before things get messy." Batman didn't move, his glare on her only intensifying. "I'm not going anywhere until we have a talk." "And what will you do if I don't talk?" Waller said, leaning forward with a smile. "Kill me. Please, if you had the balls to do that, you would have killed the Joker a long time ago, so it can't be that. So tell me, Batman, what's that you have that makes you think you can order me around?" Batman's eyes narrowed. "You're not the only one here with access to vital information, Waller," he said in a low voice. "I know a lot of things that, if revealed to the right individuals, would leave you powerless." Waller leaned back in her chair and chuckled. "And what exactly is that you know?" she asked mockingly, her hand reaching for her whiskey as she looked at Batman with a cocky smile. "File X 10/25*R, Batman answered plainly. "Word of advice, you should really work on getting better passwords." At this, Waller's amusement quickly faded away, replaced by a look of irritation and anger. "You dare? That file is none of your business," she snapped, glaring at Batman. "When it endangers the lives of innocent people, the lives of my people, it becomes my business, Waller," Batman retorted, leaning forward, his face inches away from Waller's face. "So, here's the deal. You will stay out of our way, and I won't release the file. Are we clear? Or do I need to explain it again?" Waller stared at him for a few moments before she finally answered. "Fine," she said through gritted teeth, "but know that this isn't over, Batman." "Oh, it is very much over," Batman said in a cold voice as he straightened up and turned around to leave. "You will stay out of our way, or you will lose everything. From this point forward, is your call." And with that, the lights of the room flickered for a moment, and just like he had come, he was gone without a trace, leaving Waller alone in her office, seething with anger. "You won't hold me back forever, Batman," Waller said to the empty room, her voice filled with venom. "I will get what I want, one way or another." With that, Amanda Waller leaned back in her chair and took a sip of her whiskey, her mind already working on how to deal with her situation. One way or another, Batman would regret this choice, that much Waller vowed. Chapter 107, Chapter 101. Enjoy. David Lance POV. 2 days after Mr. Twister's attack, Mghan bursted into my room after a few euphoric rapid knocks, spinning the door open with a radiant grin that, by human criteria, appeared abnormally big, inviting me to participate in a team bonding activity. A camping trip. Seeing nothing bad with the offer, I accepted, much to Raven's dismay, because now she had to go, and well, she wasn't particularly happy with the idea of socializing more than absolutely necessary. As for me, well, I loved the outdoors almost as much as I loved being alone reading a book. That very morning, we set off out of the cave in one of the League vehicles, driving towards our camping destination. It took a few hours, but eventually, we arrived at the place where we started setting up camp, pitching tents, and building the fire. As the day wore on, we settled around the bonfire, with Mghan and Aqualad sitting a few feet away from it, unlike the rest. There, we started to talk about random things, each one of us opening a bit more to the team as the night grew dark. I, for one, shared to an extent how my heroic journey had begun, telling them without much detail how much my powers had affected me and how I had worked to get past that one day at a time. Needless to say, telling my story, even if it was a heavily revised one, was strange. After all, only Raven, Robin, and the League knew with detail how much I had struggled to come to peace about who I was. But, I knew that this was something they needed to hear some more than others, even if it wasn't the entire story. I knew that by talking about that dark period of my life to them, I would give them something they lacked. I would give them perspective, the perspective to realize many things on their own accord. At some point during the night, after I had talked about my past, Mghan started to sing a song from her home planet before joining me in the sharing talk by telling us some of her past without going into much detail. I guess what pushed me to come was my uncle. Mghan smiled fondly, her eyes growing soft. Hearing his tales of heroism every time he came to visit was breathtaking. So, one day I decided to come without telling him, so I snuck on his future ship, who in the end bonded with me, and came here, and well, the rest is history. I smiled under my mask. I suppose, in a way. My story is like yours, Aqualad noted, his eyes on the bonfire. Before I was a hero, I was a soldier, and for a time, that's all I was. I fought the enemy at the orders of my king, following his commands without question. One day, however, I was transferred to the Conservatory of Sorcery in Poseidonis. What's that? Raven asked, the sorcery part getting her attention. At this, Aqualad smiled, his filling with fondness as he looked down at his hands. The Conservatory of Sorcery is the most prestigious academy in all of Atlantis, led by Queen Mara herself. As the name suggested, it is a place for students who are interested in studying sorcery and other subjects. At this, Kid Flash rolled his eyes, something that went unnoticed by everyone but me. Aqualad smiled. I had some of my best days there. I can imagine, I replied, getting a nod from Aqualad, something that surprised me because no one had translated for me, meaning that Aqualad had understood what I had said without any help. I have started to learn sign language. It is a disrespect to you and others that can communicate with their voice not to have this skill, Aqualad replied, reading my expression of shock. I smiled, that was very thoughtful of him. Well, you are picking it up fast. I have had plenty of help, Aqualad replied, giving Mghan a smile. So, how did you go from an academy student to a hero, I asked, turning the conversation back to the subject. Well, one day like any other. Ocean Master attacked Atlantis, causing our king to battle with him head-on. During this fight, our king was defeated, so seeing this, I rushed to save my king without hesitation with the aid of a friend. The two of us attacked Ocean Master with all our might. Though in the end, we proved to be no match for him, so we were easily defeated. However, our intervention allowed our king enough time to recover, resulting in the defeat of Ocean Master, Aqualad replied, continuing with his story. After Ocean Master's defeat, our king, grateful for our help, offered the both of us the opportunity to become his protégés, his sidekicks in his journey of justice throughout the world. My friend rejected the invitation, while I jumped at the chance, finding the life of a hero one worth living, so, from that day forward, I became Aqualad. That's quite a tale, I said, getting a smile from Aqualad. It is, Aqualad nodded, his eyes fixed on me. I have one question, if you don't mind me asking. I paused, giving him a pondering look before nodding, feeling a bit curious about what question he had for me. You said that at first, you became a hero because you had no other choice, right? Aqualad asked, to which I nodded in response. What changed that? What made you pick this path? Those I love, I replied, my expression softening as I thought of my sister. There are a few people that mean the world to me, and in order to protect them, I must be strong. Aqualad nodded in understanding, something that was shared by the others around the campfire as well. I became a hero because of him, Raven said, cutting through the silence that my answer had created. You could say he saved me, and well, that inspired me in ways I didn't think possible. Aqualad smiled. My king always says that the biggest quality of a hero is their ability to inspire others to hope, to change, to make the world better. He's not wrong, Robin chimed in, a faint smile coming across his face. I wouldn't be the hero I am today if it wasn't for Batman. Same goes for me, Kid Flash said. The Flash inspired me to help, to be more than I was. Aqualad nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. It is truly amazing what one person can do. I couldn't help but agree, after all, if it wasn't for my sister, I would have never found the courage and reason to become a hero. I suppose, Superboy said, his eyes fixed on the bonfire. What about you, Superboy? Did Superman inspire you? Mgan asked, her question making the young Kryptonian tense. In a way, Superboy replied, his eyes growing dark as he paused, trying to find the right words to continue. There isn't a day where I don't think about destroying Superman. Everyone was frozen in shock, except for me and Raven. We were aware of this situation in great detail, so the revelation didn't surprise us at all. What? Kid Flash was the first one to speak, his voice cutting through the silence like a knife. Superboy nodded, his eyes growing dark as he continued. I was created by Cadmus to replace Superman should he perish, or to destroy him should he turn from the light. As soon as Superboy spoke, I examined his body language from head to toe to discern whether the word he said held any additional significance for him beyond what it signified in his sentence. Thankfully, based on how he carried himself, it seemed that the word was nothing more than a figure of speech to him. I also admire him, Superboy continued, taking a deep breath. So, you could say I have a conflict of emotions about him. I apologize beforehand if I'm out of place, but have you considered the possibility of Cadmus having installed psychic triggers on you? Raven said, making Superboy freeze in place as he considered the possibility. If they made you to destroy him, chances are they wanted a way to control you. A great move by Raven. By bringing this fact to his attention, Superboy will now question a lot of things and will dread the prospect of Raven's words being true, which will eventually lead him to the conclusion that the only way he can be sure his mind is his own is to allow someone else inside it. I had never considered that, Superboy said, his eyes growing distant as he considered Raven's words. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Raven. Just making an educated observation based on what I know, Raven replied calmly. I could be wrong, but I could also be right. We can talk about that on a later date, I said, cutting the conversation from growing in that direction as I turned to Superboy. What made you want to be a hero, then? Superboy turned to me, his eyes meeting mine as he spoke. I want to make a difference, just like Superman has. I nodded, understanding his sentiment. An honorable reason to pursue this path, Aqualad said, his voice soft. I'm sure that in time, we will all make a difference. Superboy looked down, a faint smile on his face. I hope so. 2 days after the camping trip, we were summoned by Batman to the central room to take on our first mission. Unlike the rest of the team, I had already been made aware of this by him a few hours prior, so this summon was more of a notification thing for the rest of the team to know. The mission was on Santa Prisca. Isla Santa Prisca, Batman began, as the holographic computer behind him showed images of the island as he spoke. This place is the primary source of a dangerous and illegal neosteroid. A strength-enhancing drug sold under the street name Venom. Infrared heat signatures indicate their factory is still operating at full capacity. However, all shipments of Venom have been inexplicably cut off. That's where this team comes in. We're going to break into their facility and find out what's going on, Kid Flash said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I, on the other hand, was not as enthusiastic as Kid Flash. Based on my knowledge, the island was ruled by Bane, who acted as a brutal dictator who enjoyed nothing more than torturing his enemies and allies if he felt like it. Bane on itself wasn't a problem. I was confident I could take him on easily. The problem was whatever had cut the shipments, as whoever had done it, was clearly stronger than Bane. My biggest concern was that whoever was behind this was clearly an unknown, and unknowns were a factor I didn't like at all because they left little room for optimal preparation. You can count on us, I said after a few moments. Already planning ahead in order to deal with any scenario that could pop up. Good, Batman said with a short nod. I have full faith in you all. With that, the meeting was adjourned, and we all went our separate ways to prepare for the mission. Chapter 108, Chapter 102. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Soon after Batman gave us the mission, we embarked on Miss Martian's ship to Santa Prisca in order to figure out what was going on there. On the way, I gave the team a few directives to follow in order to optimize our performance. I also asked Miss Martian to establish a telepathic connection between all of us so that we could communicate more effectively. Within a few minutes or so after our departure from the base, we arrived at the island, where we equipped our camouflage equipment, leaving the ship in the middle of a safe location in stealth mode. As I exited the ship, the first thing that struck me was the eerie silence. There were no birds chirping, not even the sound of insects. It was almost as if the place was dead. Taking that into account, I gave the team a nod as we proceeded cautiously, letting them know that we might be walking into a trap. "Do you guys hear that?" Superboy asked as he came to a halt, looking to his right. I shook my head. As good as my hearing was, Superboy's hearing was better. Super hearing. "Very well then, Kid Flash, switch to infrared and see if we are being followed. Robin, try to see if you can catch any radio signals around." They both nodded. "There's an armed squad a few hundred meters away down south," Kid Flash said, using his goggles to locate the enemy. "There's another squad coming in the opposite direction," Superboy added as he squinted his eyes ahead. "They'll meet each other before they meet us." "There are a few radio signals around, all encrypted," Robin chimed in. "I can't fully connect to them, but based on what I see, I think it is safe to assume there's more than one group in here. The question is, are they allies? Unlikely. Bane wasn't a villain to think too much out of his comfort zone, at least in this iteration of him. Here was a villain, but above all, a drug lord. And if there was something all drug lords hated, was their cash flow stopping, so the chances of Bane stopping all shipments were highly improbable, especially considering that a freeze of this level would hurt his professional reputation. Suddenly, as I dwelled on that thought, we heard the sound of gunfire and explosions starting in the distance. "What do we do?" Miss Martian asked. "We figure out what happened here," I replied, turning to Superboy and Aqualad, who were both behind me. "Superboy, Aqualad, you two are coming with me. Robin, Kid Flash, you two scan the area for any other groups approaching the place. Don't stray too far from the group, your priority is not to be noticed, so keep a low profile. Raven, Miss Martian, you two will provide Kid Flash and Robin with aerial support." The team nodded, and so, we parted ways, each one having their task to complete. Without a word, Superboy, Aqualad, and I made our way toward the gunfire rushing through the dark forest as silently as possible. As we got closer, we could see the two groups fighting and shooting at each other. With a simple glance, I recognized one of the groups as part of Bane's men, the other group took a few extra seconds to recognize, but part of their uniform gave their identity away. The Cult of Cobra. A pseudo-religious criminal organization that is to blame for some of the worst terrorist acts of the decade. Its members, called Cobra cultists, worship their leader Cobra as a living god. Normally, their cultists wear deep red robes with hoods with attached fang imitating masks hiding their faces. "It seems Bane is having a war with the Cult of Cobra," I said, already coming to a few conclusions, and possible reasons as to why the cult was attacking Bane. "Why would the cult attack Santa Prisca? It's unlike them to things like this," Aqualad said as he analyzed the situation. "When in doubt, pick one or all of the following: money, power, or revenge," I replied, my eyes fixed on the scene ahead. If the cult's actions prior to this are anything to go by, this must be a struggle for power. But why now? "Why not sooner?" Superboy asked. "My guess is that they've been planning this for a while, and were waiting for the right opportunity," I replied. Then again, the date and reason behind this move were quite possibly minor factors when dealing with the logic of a villain with a god complex, like Cobra was. "So, what's the plan?" Superboy asked. "We need to stop them," I replied, reaching for my belt to pull a few explosive knives out of it. "We need more information before proceeding with our mission, and if we allow this war to continue, we will get none. Dead men tell no tales." Both Superboy and Aqualad nodded. "Superboy, you take care of cultists," I said before turning to Aqualad. "Aqualad, you're with me." And with that, we rushed into the fray, jumping out of the darkness of the forest, efficiently taking down both groups one by one. The two groups had been so focused on each other that they had barely noticed us as we moved through them like a hot knife through butter, allowing us to take down more than half of their numbers before they realized what was happening. "Shoot them!" Bane roared, aiming at me with an assault rifle. It seems he didn't have his precious drug to enhance himself, meaning that this would be easy. Weaving through the shower of bullets, I threw a knife at Bane's rifle, exploding his weapon before he could take another shot, the explosion causing him to crash against a tree behind him. Giving him no time to recover, I rushed toward him, grabbing his arm as he tried to attack me, slamming him face first into the tree before kneeing him in the back right down the middle. At this, he doubled over in pain, and I used that opportunity to hit him over the head with the hilt of one of my knives, knocking him unconscious. With Bane out of the picture, I turned around to check on my teammates, only to see that Superboy and Aqualad had already incapacitated the rest of the soldiers. "Tie them up," I instructed, taking a deep breath as I turned my gaze back to Bane. "Everyone, regroup at our location as soon as possible." With Bane captured, there was no need to scout for other sources of information. After all, if there was someone that knew about what was happening in Santa Prisca, that was Bane. Chapter 109, Chapter 103. Enjoy. David Lance POV. After having taken down Bane and the Cobra troops, we regrouped and waited a few minutes for Bane to wake up in order to interrogate him. However, it soon became clear after Bane had woken up that he was not going to give us any information easily. Instead, Bane offered us an alliance, saying that the enemy of his enemy was his friend and that with his aid, we could enter the factory easily because he had a secret entrance. Seeing this, I turned to Miss Martian, giving her the green light to read his mind in order to pry the information out of him by any means necessary. However, she quickly realized that reading his mind wasn't going to be as easy as it looked by any means. He's mentally reciting football scores. In Spanish. This could take a while. So, Ninos. What do you say? Bane asked with a cocky smile adorning his face. Allow me, Raven said, her voice low and cold, as she drew near to Bane, darkness surrounding her like a cloak slowly expanding out of her, her eyes glowing white, promising a world of pain. With each step, I could feel the atmosphere growing colder, a fact that Bane was slowly becoming aware of. Let's have a talk, shall we? With that said, Raven engulfed Bane in her darkness alongside her, creating a small dome around them that covered a small area in order to have a one-on-one with Bane. Should we worry? Miss Martian asked, looking at the dome with an unsure look. I shook my head. After all, it was Bane the one who had to worry, not us. After a few moments inside the dome, Raven emerged from the darkness, her eyes returning to their normal black color as the darkness around her dissipated. I have what we need, she said simply before turning to Bane, who was now shaking in fear. El demonio. Bane said, his voice trembling. Raven, at this, didn't answer, instead making her way toward me. Cobra took over the factory and is apparently working on a secret project that requires large quantities of venom. That's all he knows about the why. What did you do to him? Aqualad asked, eyeing Bane as he trembled on the floor. I had a heart-to-heart with him, Raven replied, her voice as cold as ice. We don't do this kind of thing, we don't traumatize villains. Kid Flash interjected in clear disgust over Raven's methods. Raven, at this, turned to him, her eyes narrowing. What we don't do is let innocent people die because we're too squeamish about getting our hands dirty. That's the thing. We are heroes, we don't get our hands dirty. Kid Flash said, clearly not backing down from his stand. Says the boy who's never had to make a difficult decision in his life, Raven retorted calmly, unfazed by Kid Flash's attitude. Batman made very clear the do's and don'ts of interrogation, and believe me, I didn't do anything he wouldn't have done. You can ask Wonder Boy. You don't know anything about me. Kid Flash said, advancing toward her menacingly, clearly taking offense to her first comment. I stepped in then, putting a hand on his chest to stop him. Kid, she's right, Robin interjected calmly. I have seen Batman interrogate villains to the point we have to provide them with clean clothes before the police arrives. Kid Flash, at this, backed down, but the look on his face made it clear that this was far from over. I guess it was to be expected. I mean, out of all the heroes, the Flash was the friendliest one when dealing with his enemies, so it was only natural that Kid Flash of all would adopt his practices and beliefs. We will have time to discuss this later, Aqualad said, giving Kid Flash a look before turning to Raven and then me. For now, we need to finish the mission. I nodded, turning to Raven. Did you get where his secret entrance was? Raven nodded before turning to the group. He has a secret entrance connected to one of the mines of the island a few miles away from here, she said before turning back to me. I nodded before addressing the group. Very well, here's the plan. We'll split up into 2 teams, Team 1 will take Cobra and his goons and apprehend them, while Team 2 will infiltrate the factory to figure out what they are planning, using Team A's distraction as a cover. I guess I'm Team Infiltration, right? Robin asked, and I nodded. And Kid Flash, I added, giving Kid Flash a look. So, the rest with you? Raven asked calmly. I nodded. Except for you, you are going solo. Your mission will be to destroy all their means of escape, one by one. By cutting up their ways of escape, we would erase multiple scenarios, allowing us more freedom to act and react to their advances without having to worry about their escape during battle. This would also maximize our chances of stopping whatever they were trying to distribute from escaping the place. Moments after planning, we moved to the secret entrance Bane had, finding that it was blocked by a large boulder that covered the entrance, one that Superboy punched out of the way with ease, opening the path that led down a mining path leading into the factory. For this, we brought Bane with us because the door at the end of the mining tunnel, the one leading into the Venom factory, required his biometrics to open, according to what Bane had shared with Raven during their one-on-one. Following the path, we soon reached the door leading to the factory. Open it, Raven ordered, to which Bane immediately complied, putting his finger where he had to in order to open the door. His purpose completed, Raven tied Bane with the use of her magic, before portaling him into the forest. Miss Martian, connect us, I said, asking her to once again make a telepathic link with us so that we could communicate without having to rely on the radio or our voice, which would only give our position away. Okay, Miss Martian said a moment before linking us all together once again. With that done, I pushed the door open slowly. The door in question opened with a hiss, revealing a dimly lit area of the factory filled with massive pipes that ran around the place. Looking around the place, I noticed the room had no sign of anyone around besides, which meant that our targets were either busy elsewhere or that they were expecting us. "We need to be careful," I said as we all stepped into the factory, being extra careful not to make any noise that would give away our position. "Here's where we part ways, so remember to play your roles as safely as possible." At this, everyone nodded before parting ways, leaving me with Superboy, Aqualad, and Miss Martian to continue with our part of the plan, going deeper and deeper into the factory until Superboy heard a sound in the distance. Following Superboy's hearing, we walked into a different section of the factory, finding Cobra and his men. "There's a helicopter coming," Raven said through the telepathic link. "Wait until they disembark it and enter the factory," I replied before I turned to the team and motioned for everyone to get ready for combat. "We are outnumbered," Aqualad stated, to which I nodded. "I am aware," I nodded, eyeing the enemies ahead. Most of them were nothing out of the ordinary. The ones we had to worry about were few, those being Mammoth, Cobra, and whoever was coming to meet with Cobra. "You three can move ahead but wait for my signal. As for me, I will flank our targets." With that said, I ran towards the opposite side of the room, using the shadows to hide my presence while the others moved ahead doing the same. With everyone in position, we waited in the shadows for whoever had recently arrived to make their appearance before making our move. A minute or so later, the one we had been waiting for arrived. "Sportsmaster." "Sportsmaster is the buyer," Aqualad said in shock. "Highly unlikely," I replied. "He's a mercenary, a gun for hire. He doesn't have the capital to front this operation. But whoever hired him does." "That's right," Robin said. "The question is, who hired him?" "The light, if I had to take a guess." "That we will find out," I said, giving Sportsmaster a look. The way I saw it, I had two options, reporting to Batman and letting this be, or stop it before it becomes a problem. I choose the latter of the two. "Team A, you have the room to proceed. And Superboy, the big one is all yours. Team B, make sure to collect as much information as possible." Raven cut their wings. "Good," Superboy replied, leaping out from behind one of the pillars, surprising Mammoth as he came down on him with a two-handed strike that sent him flying back. Seeing this, Cobra ordered his men to attack, showering the team in bullets as I moved through the shadows of the factory into a better position to strike Sportsmaster and Cobra down as efficiently as possible. As I moved behind them, I noticed Sportsmaster following Miss Martian's movements with ease, his head tracing her movements even though she was camouflaged. "Miss Martian, be careful, Sportsmaster is about to attack you," I warned her so that she would be ready for whatever he was about to throw her way. "Okay," Miss Martian replied, taking some distance between her and Sportsmaster. With that done, I reached for my belt and pulled a knife, waiting for him to make his move before making mine, which would soon come, because the moment he realized Miss Martian was moving away from him, he reached behind him, trying to grab a javelin from his equipment to hurl at her. Already knowing what he was about to do, I hurled a few knives at him, two of them hitting him in each hand, forcing him to drop the javelin and the suitcase with whatever Cobra had given him as he turned around only to see me coming down on him with a flying kick that sent him crashing into the ground. "More children," Cobra said in an emotionless tone that somehow managed to convey his condescending disappointment. Ignoring his comments, I threw a hard punch at him. However, he deviated my fist mid-swing to the side. "A god shouldn't have to fight the likes of you," Cobra replied before throwing a kick my way, one that I caught with one hand, getting a hold of his leg in a strong grip before I took a step forward, pulling his leg toward me, breaking his balance as I began to deliver a series of quick punches and kicks that came to an end as Sportsmaster hurled a discus at me that I had to dodge by jumping out of the way, releasing Cobra. "You got the jump on me, kid." "That will never happen again," Sportsmaster said with a confident yet annoyed tone as he cracked his knuckles. "Raven, Kid Flash, if you are done with your tasks, regroup with us immediately," I said, my eyes fixed on Cobra and Sportsmaster. "Now, let's see what you have, kid," Sportsmaster said, hurling a javelin at me, that I exploded before it could reach me by throwing a knife at it. Not bad. But not good enough. Taking a deep breath, I rushed to them, dodging Sportsmaster's projectiles, forcing him and Cobra into hand-to-hand combat against me. At first, Sportsmaster and Cobra dodged my attacks for a brief moment by reading my moves carefully. That, however, became harder and harder for them as I started to press my advance on them more and more, forcing them into a corner. "The League of Assassins trained you?" Sportsmaster asked, mostly to himself. Well, this makes things a bit more complicated than I thought. Cutting his monologue short, I dashed toward him, ducking under his attack as I sent a rising uppercut into his stomach that made him bend over in pain before I kneed him in the face, sending him flying back a few feet, giving him no time to recover. I moved forward, stabbing him in the leg with an anesthetic, before jumping back to avoid his counterattack. "My respects, kid, but now, you are dead," Sportsmaster said before injecting something into his leg. "Possibly something to counter my anesthetic. Or at least, that would be the case if I wasn't on the clock." At this, he chuckled, throwing a smoke bomb at the ground. Knowing very well that he was planning to escape, I leaped into the smoke, throwing a smoke-diffusing bomb, only to find he was already gone as the smoke cleared. "Sportmaster is on the run." Keep an eye out, I said, ducking under Cobra's attack, who had taken the chance to try and strike me. Dodging a few attempts to strike me, I grabbed Cobra's arm mid-swing before yanking him forward with great strength, head-butting into the ground and breaking his nose. Then, before he could recover, I kicked him on the jaw, knocking him out cold. Cobra down, I turned my attention to the suitcase I had made Sportsmaster drop at the beginning of our confrontation, pleasantly finding it still there on the ground. Cobra down, I announced through the link as I approached Cobra to tie him down. Chapter 110, Chapter 104. Enjoy. David Lance POV. After having taken down Bane and Cobra, the team and I returned to the base, where Batman was waiting for us. First, upon our arrival, he congratulated the team for the results we had provided, then after the congratulations were done, he turned to me, with a scolding look. The mission was to observe and report, not to engage the enemy. He said in a gruff tone that bordered growling, his eyes staring into mine. While I understand the reasoning behind your actions, you endangered the team by not following the orders I gave you. Your approach to the situation was too passive, I replied, staring back at him, refusing to back down. If I had just followed your orders, Cobra and his associates would have succeeded in their mission. They did, regardless of your intervention, didn't they? Batman asked, taking a step forward, his eyes narrowing. Sportsmaster escaped with a vial from the suitcase, as per your report. So, what did your disobedience accomplish? I stopped Sportsmaster from getting away with the suitcase, I answered. And I captured Bane, who is now on his way to Arkham Asylum. Your actions, while calculated, put the entire team at risk, and that is unacceptable, Batman said, his voice getting harder. I put you on this team to lead, but even a leader must know when to obey. Hear me well, Black Bolt, I cannot, will not, have team members who do not follow orders, no matter how noble their intentions are. Do you understand? I do, I nodded, taking one step forward. But as the leader of this team, I must inform you that when I see it fit, I will disobey your orders. I see, Batman said, his eyes narrowing. Get off our back, Superboy said, staring at Batman. We did what we had to, deal with it. This is not with you, Superboy, Batman said, his eyes never leaving mine. Do not interfere. Or what? Superboy asked, taking a step forward. That's enough, Superboy, I said before Superboy could say anything else. While I understand your frustration, this is not the time or place. As the leader, this is my burden to bear. Superboy glared at Batman but didn't say anything else, instead crossing his arms and turning away. I must apologize, Batman, but I too stand behind Black Bolt's actions, Aqualad said, taking one step forward. He led the team efficiently and managed to outplay the enemy with his moves, Robin chimed in, also taking a step forward. He kept us safe, Miss Martian said, joining the others. He was keeping track of us at all times. He even saved me from Sportsmaster's attack, by realizing he had noticed me, and alerting me of that before Sportsmaster could attack me. He got the job done, Raven said calmly. Batman stared at us for a long moment before a smile crept up his face for the briefest of moments. I see. In that case, good job, team. While I'm not pleased your leader disobeyed clear given orders, you all stood by him and his decisions, and that's commendable. You're dismissed. Do you have a few minutes so that I can give you my full report? I asked, looking at Batman. Follow me, Batman said, his eyes narrowing slightly. I nodded and followed him as he turned and walked away into one of the Zeta tubes. The rest of the team watched us for a moment as we entered the tubes before dispersing to their own areas, each one wearing a different level of concern, save for Raven and Kid Flash. A few moments later, inside the Batcave's debriefing room, we each took a seat, reviewing some files before Batman turned to me. I apologize for not telling you about my little outburst. But I had to make it believable. I didn't believe it, and by proxy, Raven didn't either, I replied, looking around the room, taking in every little detail. The room is brightly lit, but it does little to chase away the darkness that seems to permeate every corner of the cave, maybe that was an intentional design. The table in front of me is cluttered with files and papers from various different cases. I know you well enough to know what actually pisses you off. Excuse my language. So, I knew you were doing that for another reason. And what reason is that? Batman asked, his eyebrow raised in curiosity. To test the team's loyalty to me, I answered plainly. You wanted to see if they would stand by me even if you didn't approve of my actions. Batman nodded in understanding before leaning back in his chair and steepling his fingers. Yes, that was part of it. But I also wanted to see how you would react under pressure. I cocked my head to the side in confusion. What do you mean? You're the leader of this team and the only one qualified for this task at the moment. However, you're still new to the role, Batman explained. I wanted to see how you would handle a difficult situation, and you did well. Granted, you saw through my test, but be that as it may, you still performed beyond my expectations. Word of advice, don't test Richard like that, I replied, giving Batman a look. As smart and talented as he is, he's still a kid deep down, and you are his father, for better or for worse. Hidden tasks, tests, or purposes behind actions will only mess with his head and, in time, will push him away from you. I will take your words into consideration, Batman said, his voice softening slightly. The light was behind this, I said, changing the subject as I pointed to the suitcase I had taken from Sportsmaster. Yes, Batman said with a nod, his face hardening as he looked at the suitcase. I had my suspicions, but seeing as Cobra and Sportsmaster were there, it's all but confirmed. Based on what I could gather from Cobra's men as I tied them up, they were making some kind of bioweapon, I replied, taking a deep breath as I leaned forward. The suitcase is full of whatever they were trying to make. Sadly, I couldn't stop Sportsmaster from escaping with one of the vials. I honestly didn't even see him open the suitcase, but it seems he did at some point. Batman nodded, his face thoughtful as he considered my words. Before we proceed, we need to analyze the contents within the suitcase. I assume the Batcave has something to complete such a task, I replied, glancing around the room. Your assumption would be correct, Batman replied as he stood up, leading the way out of the room, suitcase at hand, as I followed him to what I assumed was called the Bat Lab or something similar. Within a moment or two, we arrived at a large room filled with all sorts of gadgets and machines that I couldn't even begin to understand, as most seemed custom-made. Besides that, there were various monitors set up around the room, each one displaying different readouts or images. In the center of the room was a large table with what appeared to be a microscope and some other tools of the same theme. Batman walked over to the table, gesturing for me to join him. This is the lab. How do you explain all of these tools to whoever makes them? I asked, making some conversation as I looked around the room, taking everything in. Most of these tools are my own design, Batman explained as he set the suitcase down on the table and began to open it. As for how I get them here. Lots of money, connections, and planning. I see, I replied, nodding in understanding as I watched Batman pull out some vials from the suitcase and place them on what appeared to be a blood analyzer if one went by design alone. This should take a few moments or so, Batman said as he began to input some data into the machine. Nodding, I crossed my arms and waited patiently as the machine began to do its work, my mind wandering as I tried to see if I could remember anything that could unfold the mystery of these vials, anything from my canon memories. Within a few minutes or so of Batman working, the machine beeped, catching my attention as I walked over to Batman. So, what does it say? Inconclusive, Batman said as he read the data on the screen. It contains venom, but that's not all there is within this. The other part will take days, maybe more, to decipher without a sample of the other ingredient. I paused, giving the readings a look, finding some of them very similar. Check my database, I think we already have a sample of the other ingredient. If I was correct, and I didn't want to be, the other ingredient was the Blockbuster vial. Some of the readings matched perfectly with the readings I had gotten from analyzing Project Blockbuster in the Arrow Cave. Interesting, Batman said after a few moments, looking up at me. The data you have about Project Blockbuster fits perfectly with what we have. That's what I was afraid of, I sighed, running a hand through my hair. This pretty much confirms the Light's involvement. I mean, how else would have Cobra and Sportsmaster gotten their hands on the Blockbuster formula? Agreed, Batman said, his face grim as he looked at the data on the screen. Based on the data you collected from Cadmus, Project Blockbuster is designed to increase the power of ordinary people through a combination of genetic research and some crystals who happen to have all their data redacted from every single file. When ingested, the serum is supposed to vastly increase the muscle mass of the user, creating a thick hide underneath the skin, causing the original skin and facial features to slough off. Add venom to that, and the result is Mammoth, I replied, my mind quickly putting two and two together as to why Mammoth looked how he looked. The Light is planning to create an army of super soldiers, Batman said, his voice grim as he looked at me. If they are able to mass-produce this serum, the consequences will be dire. I nodded. We need to stop them. You might have to leave the team earlier than I would have wanted, Batman said as he looked at me, his eyes heavy. Wouldn't now be too soon, I replied, remembering our talk some time ago about using Deathstrokes and his liking to me to infiltrate the Light. I don't think we have a choice, Batman said as he looked at the data on the screen. The sooner we can get our hands on more information about them, the better. I nodded, taking a deep breath. And how do you plan we do this? I mean, there are a lot of factors at play. We need to make this as believable as possible, and not only that, we still have to create a valid reason as to why I won't use my powers when playing for the bad guys. Martian Manhunter will help us with your talking situation, Batman said as he looked at me. As for how to deal with your powers in order to create a valid reason for you not to use them, well, for that, I have a few ideas in mind. And what will be my motive for becoming a villain? I asked, taking a deep breath. Dinah and Oliver won't believe it if I just turn bad all of a sudden. Batman was silent for a few moments. The Joker incident. I froze at that. He actually wanted to use that event for this. I mean, it made sense, and it would work if we played it correctly, but it would scar Robin and everyone involved by magnitudes we can't even comprehend. Mental deterioration is common to survivors of the Joker venom, Batman said, his voice heavy. If we play our cards right and expose you to the venom a second time, we can orchestrate your falling down. I'm fucking glad Batman is not a villain. I see, and then when you realize I have gone bad, you will find a cure or permanent nullifier for my powers, I replied, connecting the dots of Batman's plan. I suppose that's where the device Martian Manhunter is having made for me enters the equation, right? With me trying to kill you all with a scream, only to find out I have no powers, and my voice is doing nothing. Except it won't be my voice, but the sound the device Martian Manhunter is giving me makes, right? Batman nodded. More or less. Raven will know something is wrong, I sighed, looking at the floor. I won't be able to fool her. She will read my emotions and immediately grasp something is off about my villain act. In that case, she can know, but the rest of the team and others can't, Batman said as he looked at me. If we are going to do this, we need to make it convincing. I hate you, I sighed, giving him a short nod. But I understand why I need to do this. I'm sorry, I really am. If I could have any other way, if there was any other path to take, I would not be asking this of you, Batman said, his voice sincere. But, you know as well as I do that we are fighting a losing war right now. I nodded, understanding his words all too well. This mission wasn't optional, because as long as the light existed, my sister, Raven, Oliver, and everyone else would be at risk, and if the only way to keep them safe from this risk was by sacrificing my own sanity and mental well-being, I would do it. Without hesitation. I know. Chapter 111, Chapter 105. Enjoy. The next is a twist to what all of you think. So please chill those angry tits. It's something your corn-kneading minds haven't figured out. Unlikely alliances will be forged, perspectives will change, and a lot of shit will happen in the arc. Like plot-wise, this next arc sets a lot of the points for the ending. Not like the ending is near, but this coming arc will create a line of reference more clear as to what direction things will take. David Lance POV. As the days went by without missions, I continued training the team, helping them improve in their shortcomings to the best of my ability. During this time, my mind was clouded with the thoughts of my future mission and what that entailed. I knew this had to be done. But that didn't make it any easier. Infiltrating the light, playing the role of a villain, training under Deathstroke. It was all so daunting, so terrifying, and so uncertain that I didn't know what to think, but I had to remain strong for my friends and family. Because I knew that if the light wasn't stopped, those I cared about would never be safe. All right, that's it, Raven said, walking toward me after we had finished the team's latest training session. You've been off in your own head a lot lately. What's going on? I hesitated for a moment before responding with a sigh. Can we talk in my room? Raven nodded and followed me silently as we made our way to my room. Once we were inside with the door shut and a soundproof spell in place, I let out a sigh and sat down on the edge of my bed. Speak, Raven prompted. I took a deep breath. Well, I have a mission. What kind of mission? Raven asked, her brow furrowed in concern as she sat down next to me. As you know, the light is a problem, one that we can't face as we are now, I replied, my eyes focused on the floor as I signed. So, seeing as we have no information about them besides the bare bones, well, I have to go undercover, in order to take them down from the inside. Raven froze for a moment before she slowly turned to look at me, her eyes wide in horror. You can't be serious. I heaved a tired sigh and gave her an apologetic smile. Right now, there's basically no other way. No, Raven shook her head in denial, there has to be another way. You can't just go and play the villain. They are preparing for war, Raven, the light is making weapons, clones, and God knows what else, I replied, my signs breaking slightly thanks to a shudder as the reality of the situation sunk in. And if we don't stop them, Dinah will be in danger, Oliver, you, and I can't let that happen. Raven was quiet for a long moment until, all of a sudden, one of my pillows exploded under her magic, losing control for a brief second. Fine, she hissed, her voice laced with anger, if there's no other choice, I'm coming with you. I shook my head in response. No. What do you mean by no? Raven demanded in hurtful disbelief and anger. You can't go undercover without backup. It's too dangerous, Raven, I signed with a shake of my head, I can't put you in that kind of danger. And what about you? Raven asked heatedly, her eyes glowing white as she pushed to the back of my room against a wall with her magic, sealing all of my movements. Do I really look helpless? Do I look like I need protecting? Finding myself immobile, I was taken aback by the force Raven was using to subdue me. Right now, for better or for worse, I was at her mercy. Heck, even blinking seemed out of the window with the amount of pressure she was putting on me. You can't speak, can't you? Raven said in a low tone as she floated toward me ever so slowly. I shut your mouth tight with my magic, then how about sign language? Can you sign? I think this is the first time I have seen Raven truly angry, and it wasn't a pretty sight, to say the least. Raven, seeing I couldn't reply, scoffed, releasing the hold she had of my hands. Go on, talk. No, you don't look helpless, Ray, I replied as I met her glare with a soft smile on my face, noticing that at any time she could restrain my hands again if she so wanted. You're the strongest person I know. But that doesn't mean I'm going to put you in danger if I can help it. Raven's eyes softened at my words. You are not the only one that gets to care, you know, she said quietly as she floated back to the bed, releasing me from her hold. I care about you too, David. Ray, I signed, walking to her side. I know I might not be the most emotional person in the world, but I still feel, Raven said softly as she looked away from me. And I don't want to see you get hurt. I know, that's the same reason I don't want you to come with me, I replied as I gently took her hand in mine, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Raven was quiet for a long moment, simply holding my hand. I won't let you go alone, David. Call me selfish, but I refuse to let you go on this mission alone. Batman won't let you, I pointed out with a raised eyebrow. Raven scoffed in response. Let him try and stop me. I hesitated for a moment before I slowly nodded my head in defeat. I won't talk you out of this, am I? No, Raven said with a shake of her head, going back to her usual monotone, you're not. I guess we could play into Constantine's fear of you being evil, I suggested with a smirk, knowing full well that Constantine still thought Raven was evil, him, and Giovanni Zatara. I honestly don't care about that, as long as I can be there with you, Raven replied as she slapped the back of my head. Someone has to make sure you don't die out there. Imagine the trouble I would go into to find another friend like you. Do you have any idea how hard it is to find tolerable people? A few moments later, after my talk with Raven, I contacted Batman to tell him about Raven's decision, to which he replied with a text saying that he wanted to meet with us in the Batcave as soon as possible. Seeing no point in delaying that meeting, we made our way to the Batcave, using the Zeta Tube to portal to Gotham. Black Bolt told you about the mission, Batman said as soon as we arrived, not even bothering to look up from his computer screen. He did, Raven replied calmly. Then you know why you can't go, Batman replied, finally turning to look at us. With or without your approval, I'm going, Raven said in a tone that left no room for argument. Batman sighed in response, pinching the bridge of his nose. You're not thinking this through, Raven. It's too dangerous. But beyond that, it is too unbelievable. Two heroes deflecting at the same time is highly improbable. Then make it probable, Raven replied. You're the world's greatest detective, figure it out. Batman was quiet for a long moment. You are letting your feelings cloud your judgment. At this, Raven took a step forward. You are talking about feelings to me. Since the day I was born, I have had to control my feelings completely because if I ever lose control, bad things happen, terrible things. You might have years of experience above me when it comes to being a hero, but when it comes to self-control, you are the one behind. Am I? Batman asked, his tone heavy. You are good, Batman, but even the greatest can't hide their emotions, Raven replied calmly. I can feel your emotions, everything you have bottled up. It's faint, very faint. If I don't focus, if I don't really focus, I can't feel it, but if I do, like I'm doing now, I can feel it deep within you, your anger, your sadness, your guilt, and something dark you try to repress. Batman said nothing, simply staring at Raven. Raven sighed. I understand better than anyone the importance of self-control. I know what it's like to have to bottle everything up. So, is my decision an emotional one? Perhaps to some extent, but your decisions when it comes to David are the same, aren't they? Is she insinuating the fact Batman is probably training me to fill his shoes? I mean, I know that I won't ever take that job, but I know Batman sees in me the best possible candidate to pass not the title of the Batman, but what he represents. What are you insinuating? Batman said in a low voice. I'm not insinuating anything, Raven replied calmly. I'm stating the truth. You trained David more than anyone else, more than your sidekick, because you want him to inherit your role in this world. I can feel it, you can't stomach the idea of Robin becoming you, so you decided to pick someone else to avoid that. I was right, she's insinuating that. You are overstepping your boundaries, Raven, Batman said in a dangerous voice as he narrowed his eyes on her. Am I wrong, though? Raven asked calmly in response. Can you say with confidence that you haven't thought of this? Not even once. That you have never entertained the idea. Batman was silent for a long moment, his jaw clenched. I entertain many things, terrible things, that, however, doesn't mean I act on them. Feelings and thoughts don't equate to actions. That doesn't answer the question, doesn't it? Raven replied, arms crossed. This is getting out of hand, I interjected, getting between the two to get their attention. Batman's eyes flickered to me for a fraction of a second before he sighed and turned back to Raven. She's not entirely wrong. Out of everyone I have ever met, you are the only that could fill my role when my time to retire comes. Be that as it may, I didn't train you because of that, nor will I force you to take my role or anyone for that matter. I have faith that in time, what I represent won't be needed, at least not to the extent I represent it. Look, I honestly don't care if you were grooming me to fill your role or not because ultimately, it would have been my choice to take the role or not, I said, turning my attention to Raven. As for you, Raven, I appreciate you protecting me, but like you, I can protect myself from anyone. I already suspected Batman wanted me to do that to some extent, and I was okay with that because, more than not, we think alike, and I appreciated the training. It seems you might have misheard me, Batman interjected. While I admit I have thought of this, like many of my thoughts, I wouldn't have acted on it. I was simply stating that she was right about you being the perfect candidate if I ever wanted to do that. I apologize. It seems that to some extent, I let my emotions guide my actions right now, Raven said, taking a deep breath. You won't take no for an answer, won't you? Batman asked, giving her a hard stare as she changed the subject back to the original point. I won't, Raven replied firmly. I'll see what I can do, Batman replied after a long silence, his voice heavy. However, if fitting you in the plans, proves to be impossible, you will stay out of this mission, whether you like it or not. Raven said nothing, giving him a stare that said, we'll see. Chapter 112, Chapter 106. Enjoy. David Lance POV. The days drifted by without there being any major occurrences. Beyond Raven and her talk with Batman a few days ago, nothing else had happened, at least nothing worth mentioning or thinking about it. Of course, this remark of uneventfulness was exclusively from my side, as things from the perspective of my team members were not in such luck of mundanity. This was especially true for Superboy. Without missions to keep him occupied, his mind had started to wander to a dark corner, at least when it came to Superman and his non-existent relationship with him. It didn't help that Superman was all but avoiding the poor kid like a plague or something perhaps worse, giving Superboy more than a few conflicted feelings. To make matters worse, a few days ago, Superboy and Superman had a little encounter in Metropolis, so to speak, where he tried to connect with Superman by aiding his city, only to be rejected like a piece of trash. This encounter took a heavy toll on Superboy, who, after this, was now lashing out more at everyone, behaving in a totally irrational manner more than not. This toll became all the more apparent to everyone when my sister came to train us, resulting in Superboy all but ignoring her. So, in view of this, I decided to talk with him or try to, at the very least. Superboy, I signed to him, can we talk for a moment? He turned to look at me with an expression that could only be described as irritated, but regardless he followed me to a more private spot, which in my book was a win, all things considered. What do you want? Superboy asked impatiently, his arms crossed. I took a deep breath before answering him. I wanted to talk to you about what happened with Superman and also what's been happening lately with you. Superboy's eyes narrowed at my words. What about it? There's nothing to talk about. I frowned at his words. Superboy, I know that you're upset about what happened, but you need to understand that Superman is not perfect and that is not your fault that he doesn't want to talk with you. I don't need your pity, Superboy spat out, his eyes flashing in anger. I'm not pitying you, I replied, taking a deep breath once again. I know you want to connect with him, and in time, you will. But right now, you have to understand that he feels violated, and in a very human way, your presence reminds him of that. Superboy was silent for a few moments, his eyes displaying anger, sadness, and a few other emotions I couldn't quite understand before he finally spoke. I just don't get why he hates me so much. I shook my head. It's not that he hates you. He's just struggling to deal with the idea of having a clone. But I didn't do anything wrong, Superboy said, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't ask to be created, I just was. He can't blame me for that. I nodded. I know that, and you know that, but it doesn't change how he feels. Just give him some time to process to understand that you are not to blame for whatever he feels. Superboy was quiet for a few moments before he finally nodded his head in understanding, albeit reluctantly. I just wanted to know more about myself, about my powers. I just thought that if I showed him I wasn't bad that he would help me understand what I am, or maybe help me understand my limits if the first one was too much. Even without Raven's power, I could feel the pain in his words to the point I kind of wanted to punch Superman, even though I understood him. I placed a hand on Superboy's shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze in a comforting manner. I know. Just remember, Superman is not like the media portrays him to be. He's just as flawed as you, and me, and any other person around. He feels fear, love, hate, and more. And right now, he's afraid, but he doesn't understand why, which is why he avoids you. Do you really think he will get over this? Superboy asked, his voice filled with hope. I smiled at him. I do. After my talk with Superboy, Batman contacted the team to tell us we had a mission. The mission was that we had to escort 2-star lab vans during their journey as they moved Amazo to a different location. I could already tell from the get-go this was going to end badly for us, one way or another. Honestly, at times I really didn't like Batman. I had told him that Android was best if it was destroyed, but did he listen? No. Mission at hand, we moved out of the base, making our way to the Litchfield County, where the STARS lab vans were waiting for us to start their journey. From there, we started our mission by shadowing the vans from different angles, making sure to cover every possible angle in order to better react to any attacks. Team, keep your heads up. I'm 80% sure we will have some troubles along the way, I said through the telepathic Miss Martian had set, making sure everyone was on the same page. That's a very negative way of thinking, Miss Martian replied, her tone showing a bit of concern for what she considered to be a pessimistic outlook. But I'll make sure to be alert, just in case your hunch is correct. We fought Amazo before, and it was not an easy task, Raven replied, her voice as emotionless as ever. In this case, being pessimistic is the same as being realistic. I agree, Aqualad said, joining in the conversation. It is better to be safe. No precaution is ever unnecessary when facing the enemy. You fought Amazo before. So how did you guys beat him? Robin asked, making me smile. A month ago, he couldn't even look at me in the eyes. Now, he was even asking questions. Amazo prioritizes defense over offense, leaving him vulnerable between power switches. He also takes a few seconds between switches, leaving him wide open for attacks, I replied, recalling the strategy we used to defeat Amazo the first time. As we continued to talk about Amazo and our encounter with the android a few months ago, something moved around us behind the cover of a cornfield. Team, we have company, so get ready, I warned the team as I pressed the pedal on my bike to reach the van in order to get on top of it. As I did this, a swarm of monkey drones appeared from out of the cornfield, flying toward the vans. Already on top of the van by this point, I quickly moved to intercept them as they tried to push me off the van. Raven, Miss Martian, use your telekinetic abilities to destroy as many drones as you can from afar, I said, doing my best to hold on as the drones attacked me. Superboy, Kid Flash, and Aqualad, defend the other van. Robin, you are with me. I hate monkeys, Superboy replied in a low growl as he moved to intercept the drones on the other van. With the team moving, I changed my focus to the drones, breaking them with ease with a hit or two. However, the moment I broke one drone, two more would appear, taking its place, making this fight a seemingly endless cycle. If things continued this way, there was no doubt that I would be overwhelmed by the sheer numbers the drones had over us. There are too many of them, Robin cried as he jumped into the van, kicking a few drones off my plate. I know, I replied, punching through a drone as I kicked another one into the van, destroying it, only for one of the drones to laser me in the face, doing no damage, but blinding me for a few seconds, giving a few of the drones enough time to push me off the van. I'm tired of this, Raven muttered, catching me before I could collide with the ground before putting me back on the van. I agree, I replied, seeing as the drones were using their lasers to make a hole in the side of the van to access Amazo. Without wasting time, I darted toward the drones, destroying them one by one in a matter of seconds before hurling some explosive knives at a few that were flying toward the van. This last act, on my part, seemed to have had some effect because the drones started to fly away. They are leaving, Aqualad said in surprise, watching as the drones flew away. It's not over yet, I said, feeling something was off. As if proving my point, the drones changed their trajectory and started to fly ahead of us, stopping right in front of the vans before darting forward at full speed, exploding in the tires of the van upon collision before any of us could react. This, in turn, made the vans lose control and fly into the air before crashing down into the cornfields at high speed. Before that happened, however, I jumped off the van, landing on the road, where I rolled on the street, before coming to a full stop. Raven, Miss Martian, stop them. Kid Flash, the drivers. The drones had played us with that move, forcing us off the vans. Be that as it may, it was still not too late to stop Amazo from coming back online, and I would be damned if I let that happen. The last thing I wanted, ever, was to fight that robotic menace again. Chapter 113, Chapter 107. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Without wasting time, I rushed to the vans that were a few hundred meters away, catching a glimpse of the robots taking the containers that held Amazo in parts. Raven portal. At my command, Raven opened a portal in front of me, one that connected with the path the droids were taking to make their getaway. Leaping out of the portal, I punched two robots out of the way as I positioned myself to the right, making sure to not have anything in front of me but the droids. There, I took a step forward and whispered. Enough. My whisper, carrying the destructive force one would expect, destroyed the droids that held the container, leaving nothing behind but a damaged container falling to the ground. Holy crap, Kid Flash muttered through the telepathic link, seeing the destruction my voice had caused. You can marvel at my power later. Stop the other container, I ordered as I sprinted toward the damaged container I had just avoided from getting away. Taking a deep breath, I reached the container with one hand before ripping it open to see the upper part of Amazo inside. Knowing Batman would never destroy this weapon and that whoever was after Amazo would not stop going after the android either, I grabbed the upper part of Amazo with one hand before tossing it high into the air, as I looked up and said, "Goodbye." In turn, releasing a powerful sonic scream that caused the upper part of Amazo to explode in midair into nothing. "I did what had to be done," I replied coldly. I told Batman that leaving Amazo be would only bring problems in the long run, but he didn't listen, so it was only fair that I didn't listen to some of his orders right now, like keeping Amazo in one piece if possible. "Good riddance," Raven said, approving of my choice. "We should have done that the moment we defeated the android the first time. The League was asking for problems when it allowed that thing to remain." "Black Bolt. What are you doing?" "Our mission was to protect the android, not to destroy it," Kid Flash exclaimed. I nodded, turning my attention to the droids that remained, who now seemed to be at a loss. Turning their collective heads toward me, before they spoke in one voice that echoed through the empty road. "You will pay for this, Black Bolt. Mark my words." "He won't," Raven said, appearing behind the droids before crushing them with her magic. As for the other drones, they escaped before Raven could get to them, taking flight into the horizon without a clear destination. "So that's your voice," Superboy said, walking toward me, his eyes locked in the destruction my first whisper had done to the road and cornfield, leaving nothing but desolated dirt for miles into the distance. I looked at him and nodded. "If that's a whisper, what can a scream do?" Superboy asked, mostly to himself, possibly picturing me in a whole new light now. Whether that light was good or bad was yet to be seen. Later in the Batcave, I waited in silence with Alfred for Batman to arrive. The room we were waiting in was small and cramped, with a single table and 2 chairs. The walls were lined with shelves, each stacked with boxes and files. The only source of light came from a bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. "Cookies, Master Bolt," Alfred offered, putting some cookies on the table. I smiled, grabbing one, before I sat back in my chair, hands clasped in front of me, while Alfred simply stood at my side. Within a moment or two, the door of the room opened, and Batman entered the room. His cape billowed behind him as he strode to the table and took a seat opposite me. His eyes were cold and hard as he looked at me, and I could feel the weight of his scrutiny bearing down on me, as well as his clear dislike of my recent actions during the mission. Calm and collected, I waited for him to speak first, knowing very well that whatever he was going to say wasn't going to be good by any means. "You destroyed Amazo," Batman said, his voice as hard as his eyes. "I had to," I replied calmly. "You know very well that Amazo is a threat that we should have destroyed a long time ago. I told you so, didn't I?" "You did. But, now I ask you, did you consider the effects this action will have later on? What if whoever made Amazo makes another one now, one stronger, better, and harder to put down than the last?" Batman asked, his voice laced with anger. "Or did you not even bother to think about that before you decided to take matters into your own hands and destroy him?" "I did think about it," I replied coolly. "And I came to the conclusion that if whoever made Amazo could make more, he wouldn't have bothered to send simple drones after this one. He would have sent an army of Amazos, or maybe just one." "That's a supposition of possible events at best," Batman replied in a low tone. "Maybe, but it has a better ground than your theory about a stronger Amazo so far. We both know Amazo's creator is dead, just as we also know that replicating Amazo is nearly impossible," I replied, grabbing another cookie from the tray Alfred had brought a few moments prior. Batman was silent for a moment before he spoke again. "I understand your reasoning. But that doesn't excuse your actions. You should have followed the orders you were given or, at the very least, consulted me first before taking such drastic measures." I nodded in agreement. "You're right, maybe I should have. But sadly, it wasn't within my options to follow that path. I mean, it was just a matter of time before the droids succeed in their mission. As you like to say, sometimes you have to make decisions in the heat of the moment, and that's what I did." Batman, at this, said nothing, simply gazing at me. "Besides, if I didn't stop Amazo from coming back online, I would have put the team at risk, and as their leader, it is my ambition and objective to avoid putting them at unnecessary risks," I continued, knowing very well that while the team's safety had been one of the reasons behind my actions, it hadn't been the main one. I had my personal chips on the entire thing. A long silence followed my words, during which Batman simply stared at me. Finally, after a moment, he broke the silence by sighing as he rubbed his temples with his fingers. "It's like looking at a mirror from the past, Master Wayne," Alfred chuckled, giving Batman and me a fond look filled with nostalgia. Batman, trying his best to ignore Alfred's comment, spoke. "I can't say I agree with your actions. But the fact that you put the team's safety over the mission is admirable." I nodded. "You are dismissed," Batman said, his voice tired, like that of a father being done with an argument. At this, I stood up from my chair and, with a last look at Batman, left the room. Chapter 114, COVID-19. Corn is sick. Like yesterday I was fine, a bit of a sore throat, and today I woke up feeling like I'm about to die. I can't move. Literally moving one finger is pure and absolute pain for me. For those wondering what happened to me today, well, this happened. Corn will take today to rest, and maybe try and write a bit on my phone later today. I'm throwing up. Food tastes like shit. I have chills like 90% of the time. And have a massive headache. Before anyone asks, yes, I'm vaccinated, but COVID still decided to try and ice guy my ass. I won't let him do that. In the meantime, take this note as a Q&A. The question with most likes by the end of the day will be answered, so let's see what you guys want to know. Chapter 115, Update. Updates will return in 3 days. September 28, 2022. I have recovered, for the most part. I still cough, and find myself without much breath if I exert, but other than that I'm okay. So updates return this 28th, Chapter 116, Chapter 108. In this arc, David will scream for the first time in his life, and fight for survival, while growing and learning about himself. He will develop his powers more than ever, and learn things he never thought possible. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I keep my eyes trained on Aqualad as we circle each other in the training room. Our steps are heavy and purposeful, echoing off the tiles as we position ourselves for an attack. I know he'll come at me with everything he's got, that was the purpose of this, and I'm ready. Taking a step forward, he lashes out with a stream of water, but I easily duck under it and come up behind him. Reforming the water he had just used, he tried to spin around and hit me with a water whip, but by the time he turned, I'm already gone. Where dash, Aqualad muttered under his breath, cutting his words short as I landed a kick on the back of his head, pushing him to the ground. Grunting in pain, he stands up almost immediately. I have underestimated your speed. I smiled. It wasn't so much he had underestimated my speed. It was more like he had overestimated his ability to cover for his blind spots, because that's what happened just now. I moved under his blind spot, giving the impression I was moving faster than expected. I won't repeat that mistake, Aqualad said, getting back into a fighting stance. Before late, Aqualad moves his hands forward as a pair of water beams come at me fast. Darting forward, I easily weave through the beams, closing the distance between us. Seeing me in front of him, Aqualad forms a water hammer and tries to strike me. However, I parry the attack with ease, headbutting the Atlantean a few steps back. Recovering quickly, he takes 2 steps forward before whirling around, lashing in every direction with a water whip in an attempt to disorient me. Seeing his attack come, I calmly jumped over the attack, hurling in the process a few stunning knives at him. The knives having fulfilling their purpose, blind Aqualad momentarily giving all the time I needed to force this battle into a close-quarters stage, or so I thought, because as I neared the Atlantean, thinking he had been blind, he turned in my direction, firing a water beam. He had tricked me into a false sense of security. I'm so proud. Forcing my body down, I duck under his attack in just a sliver of time before slamming my fist into his stomach. He doubles over in pain, and I take the opportunity to sweep his legs out from under him. He hits the ground hard. I give up, Aqualad said, breathing heavily. Smiling, I reach for his hand and help him up. You did well today. Especially that last attack. I thought if I lowered my guard on purpose after one of your attacks, that you would lower yours, Aqualad replied with a faint smile across his face. I nodded. It was a good strategy, and it almost worked. The only reason his plan hadn't worked was the timing behind his execution. It would have worked if you had waited a bit more before making your move. You took your chance too quickly, allowing me time to react properly. I only managed to dodge because I had time to understand what happened. Next time, don't give me time to understand what happened. I will, Aqualad said with a nod. You both did great. Ngan cheered as she walked into the training circle with a big smile on her face. Thanks, I smiled, giving Raven, who was in the back of the room levitating, a playful wink, in turn making her roll her eyes at me. Ah, I love you too, my adorable emo. Come on, let's get some lunch, Ngan beamed, linking her arm through mine without much of a warning. Well, I'm not hungry. But, I am not against some food. So, why not? I could go for a few burgers, Superboy said, walking behind us as we made our way to the common area. So, who will pick the food up this time? Kid Flash asked, joining us. You know who, Raven replied, giving the speedster a look. Again. Kid Flash asked with an exaggerated groan. Why does it always have to be me? He muttered under his breath. You're the fastest, Ngan giggled, her grip on my arm tightening a little as we walked. I wonder what's up with her and my arm today. But she can make portals. Kid Flash exclaimed, gesturing towards Raven in an overly dramatic manner. I can, Raven replied with a calm expression that said, I don't give a fuck, heck my fucks don't give a fuck about fuck, hell, I have an empty farm of fucks, so deal with it. But that doesn't mean I want to go through the hassle. Dude, you know the deal. Democracy and all, Robin said with a shrug as he walked beside Kid Flash. Ugh, fine, Kid Flash said with an exaggerated sigh as he came to a stop in front of us. So, what will you guys want? 15 bacon cheeseburgers, lettuce and tomato on all of them, 10 sodas, and 12 large fries, Superboy said without hesitation. No sauce on the burgers. I'll have a salad and 2 Cokes, Raven said, her voice deadpan as always. Ooh, can I have some sushi? Mgan asked, her grip on my arm loosening a little as she bounced up and down in place. Please. She begged, giving me puppy dog eyes. Not sure why she had to beg, considering we literally have an infinite amount of money to spend. Sure, I smiled, ruffling her hair a bit. Why are you begging him? I'm the one that has to run to a sushi restaurant. Kid Flash complained under his breath. You're the best. I have wanted to try sushi since I came to Earth, but the opportunity never presented itself. Mgan beamed at me before turning to Aqualad with a look of terrified shock on her face. No, it is not an insult to eat fish for me, or any other Atlantean for that matter, Aqualad replied immediately, almost as if reading her mind. I guess to some vegans in Atlantis, it would, but that's neither here nor there. Wow, you answered that fast and the best part. She didn't even have to ask the question, Robin commented with a smile on his face. I've been asked that a lot, Aqualad replied as a matter of fact. I would like 4 bacon cheeseburgers with onions, lettuce, and mustard. No drinks, I will get some water from the kitchen. I would like 10 hot dogs, with everything, extra onions on all of them. And, no drinks as well, I will get water or a soda from the kitchen, I said, giving Kid Flash an eye smile as he wrote everyone's order on a notepad. Unlike the rest of the team, save for Raven, I have one stomach only, so, a cheeseburger, with everything, large fries, and a Coke, Robin said, giving Kid Flash a small grin. Alright, that will take me 5 minutes if I got to the best place for each item, Kid Flash hummed. I will place the orders through my phone. That way, I will only have to pick them up one by one. 20 minutes later, after Kid Flash had left to pick up the orders, Artemis, Batman, and Green Arrow arrived, with Green Arrow presenting Artemis as his new protege and Batman introducing her as the newest member of the team. I had heard of her in her debut in Gotham City. Yet, I wasn't aware Green Arrow had contacted her. I mean, I knew Batman had because he was Batman, a very territorial hero, but not that Oliver had reached out to her. I guess I had been really disconnected from Star City and everything within. I sighed, giving Green Arrow a look, who in turn simply smiled. The Wallman is here with some food. Almost as if on cue, Kid Flash arrived with the food through the Zeta tube. Wallman, huh? What exactly are your powers? Good customer service. Artemis said with a playful grin. Ha. I like this girl. I do too, Raven muttered, a faint smile coming across her face for the faintest of moments. So. Who's this? Kid Flash asked, gesturing at Artemis in clear confusion. Artemis, your new teammate, Artemis replied with confidence. Kid Flash never heard of you, Kid Flash replied just in kind, making Artemis frown. She's my new protege, Green Arrow chimed in, giving the team an awkward smile. What happened to the old one? Kid Flash asked, frowning at Green Arrow. Recognized. Speedy B, 0-7. Well, for starters, he doesn't go by Speedy anymore. Call me Red Arrow. Roy, you look, Green Arrow said, taking a step forward as Batman and I shared a knowing look. Replaceable, Red Arrow replied in a cold tone. Buddy, you have no idea how true that is. Why are you even mad? You didn't want to be anyone's protege, Raven interjected, giving Red Arrow a plain look. Oh, I see, that's your power, isn't it? Hating everything. Ha. Artemis snorted under her breath. Can you even use that bow? Red Arrow scoffed, giving Artemis a condescending look. Yes, I can. Want to play moving target? Artemis replied with a smirk, taking a step forward. Don't pay attention to, whoever her name is, Kid Flash said, giving Red Arrow a smile. She's my niece, Green Arrow chimed in as if that would ease tensions. I smiled, giving him a look that said. Is she now? Green Arrow smiled tightly. There's no need for hostilities, she's not your replacement. We have always wanted you on the team, Aqualad began as he walked toward Red Arrow. We have no quota on archers. And if we did, you know who we picked, Kid Flash said, giving Red Arrow a smile. Whatever DoorDash, I'm here to stay, Artemis shot back, rolling her eyes as she walked closer to the rest of the team. Ha ha ha. DoorDash. Oh, God. She's a riot. I didn't come here to join your little clubhouse. I came here for a reason named Dr. Sorling Rocket, Red Arrow replied, turning to look at Batman. Nanorobotics genius and Claytronics expert at Royal University in Star City. Vanished 2 weeks ago, Robin said, using his wrist computer to get info on the doctor, abducted 2 weeks ago by the League of Shadows. I already rescued her, of course. Only one problem, the Shadows had already coerced her into creating a weapon. Doc calls it the Fog, comprised of millions of microscopic robots, Red Arrow continued, using the holographic display of the cave to show what he had about this. Nanotech infiltrators. Capable of disintegrating anything in their path. Concrete, steel, flesh, bone. But its true purpose isn't mere destruction. It's theft. The infiltrators eat and store raw data from any computer system and deliver the stolen intel to the Shadows, providing them access to weapons, strategic defense, cutting-edge science, and tech. Perfect for extortion, manipulation, power broking, Artemis hummed, index finger pressed upon her lips. Yup, sounds like the Shadows. Red Arrow said nothing, turning to Batman once again. The Shadows are after her. For the time being, she's safe. I stashed her at the high school's computer lab, so from here forward, it is your responsibility to stop the Shadows from getting her. Will you be joining us on this mission? Kid Flash asked, sounding hopeful. No. I'm done here, Red Arrow replied, walking out of the room into one of the Zeta tubes, leaving the base. Charming, Artemis said, breaking the silence after he had left. Chapter 117, Chapter 109. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Cloaked in darkness, I silently climbed a rear fire escape that led to the second floor of the school where Dr. Rocket was at, having left the rest of the team to take care of the front while Raven and I watched the back in order to keep the DR safe. Having reached the second floor, I flicked the lights of the hallway on, or at least tried to because no lights turned on. Upon further inspection, I noticed that the light bulbs of the hallway looked disconnected from where I was standing, a realization that made me frown, as it was almost too convenient. Deciding to confirm my suspicions, I checked one of the bulbs confirming that they had been, in fact, unscrewed just enough to not turn on. Team, we have company, I said through the telepathic link, giving the dark hallway a look. Any idea of how many? Raven asked, her voice cutting through the silence in my mind. No, so stay put. In case this is a distraction, I replied, plucking 2 knives out of my utility belt before walking towards the next area, keeping my guard up. I had barely taken a couple of steps into the next room when a flash of light appeared on my left side, blasting me out of the hallway through one of the windows. Turning my body around midair, I drew my grapnel gun from my belt and fired it in the direction of the hallway, the hook digging into the structure of one of the walls as it pulled me back in. Back in the hallway, I got into a defensive stance, looking around. Whatever that was, wasn't supposed to hurt me, just push me out of the building. Black Bolt, are you okay? Aqualad asked, worry laced in his tone. I am. I just confirmed someone is indeed within the building, so keep your eyes open, I replied, as the gleam of something flying toward me caught my attention just in time, giving me the time to duck under the projectile. A javelin. Sportsmaster. Good, I was afraid this was going to be easy, Sportsmaster said as he came into view. Sportsmaster is in the building. I will deal with him. Keep your positions, and remember our priority is to keep Dr. Rocket safe and stop the FOG, I informed the team, hoping that this would not make Artemis perform poorly. Understood, Aqualad replied. Very well, I will keep patrolling the back of the school. Call me if you need backup, Raven said, her tone depicting her trust in me dealing with this alone. Are you guys out of your mind? Artemis cried in clear shock. We need to help Black Bolt, leader or not, Sportsmaster is not someone you can underestimate. I already fought him once. He ran. So far, the score is on my corner, I replied before darting toward Sportsmaster. Chuckling under his hockey mask, Sportmaster plucked another javelin from his back before hurling it at my face. The javelin sliced through the air, gleaming under the moonlight as it made its way toward me. Using the armor of my wrists, I deflected the javelin before hurling a few knives at Sportsmaster, who deftly evaded the projectiles. Each one missing him by a few inches as he darted towards me. You did better in our first fight, kiddo, Sportsmaster said with a clear sneer, his tone and body language conveying nothing but arrogance and confidence. Finally, within striking distance, I sidestepped out of a kick he had thrown before throwing a hard punch at his jaw, putting my weight into it. The blow knocked the Sportsmaster's head to one side, and I followed that up with another strike to his face, cracking his mask into pieces. Very durable that mask. It took 2 hits to break. I guess you were warming up earlier, Sportsmaster said in a low tone, pulling a retractable saber from his waist, arming the thing in one snap of his arm. Raising the saber above his head, Sportsmaster swung it down at me. I jumped back, hurling a few explosive knives at him. While I was certain no sword could cut me, the events with the Joker had left a bad taste in my mouth, as it showed even the ordinary looking could not be what it seemed. Taking a few steps back, I threw a few smoke pellets to the ground as Sportsmaster swung his saber at me. Within a few moments, the entire area we were fighting at was covered in smoke, allowing me the momentary freedom to set a few things up. Kiddo, I grew up in smoke and shadows, Sportsmaster said seconds before a discus hit me square on the chest, pushing me out of the smoke, with Sportsmaster slowly walking out of the curtain of smoke, saber still at hand. I smiled under my mask, pressing a button on my belt, activating the little gift I had left behind for him. Without a warning, the saber flew out of Sportsmaster's hand into the wall, with Sportsmaster following the saber's suit soon enough, but not out of his own volition. It was all thanks to the magnet I had set a few moments earlier. Taking this chance, I hurled a tossing knife at him, only for him to dodge it by rolling on the ground immediately after he had released his equipment to the magnet. I can't even be mad at that one. But you're still dying tonight. One would think that being unable to reply would discourage villains from talking. Taking a deep breath, I took a step forward, getting ready for round 2, when all of a sudden, something struck Sportsmaster on the neck, a small dart. Fuck. Was all Sportsmaster managed to say before dropping to the ground. The team was still in their positions, so who had helped me? I'm sorry I had to interrupt your little dance with Lawrence over here, but honestly, you were a few steps away from winning anyhow. All I did was speed up the process, that voice. Deathstroke. I frowned, getting into position as Deathstroke walked into view, making no sound at all. Now, let's talk. Black Bolt, Deathstroke continued, stopping a few inches from Sportsmaster's unconscious body, before grabbing Sportsmaster with one hand and tossing him out of the window. Or should I call you David? Chapter 118, Chapter 110. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Don't move, David, the icy voice of Deathstroke whispered as he neared me. We need to talk. I froze, trying to process the fact he had discovered my identity, and by proxy that of my sister, and perhaps more. A dry chuckle escaped Deathstroke. Don't be so tense, if I wanted to hurt your sister I would have done so already. Then what did he want with me? Was he intending to use this knowledge to control me? I didn't come here to blackmail you, kid. On the contrary, I came here for business. Deathstroke said, his mask concealing his expressions. Business. I think you came to the wrong place for that, and to the wrong person at that, I replied, tensing every muscle in preparation for what felt like an imminent battle. Normally, I suppose that would be the case. But, you know the saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Deathstroke shifted his body to the windows. The light. Another dry chuckle escaped Deathstroke. I see you already know who I'm talking about. Bravo. I frowned as Deathstroke spoke. Something didn't make too much sense for me. Why was Deathstroke of all villains against the light? If anything, they represented more contracts for him. Was this perhaps a strategy to try and manipulate me into his side? No, while doable it didn't fit with Deathstroke's approach to things. The bat taught well, Deathstroke complimented. Never trust the word of another, it always ends in chaos. What do you want from me, Deathstroke? I asked. This was a valuable opportunity if I played my cards right. After all, Deathstroke worked with the light, and therefore anything I could get from him would prove to be useful. I thought I was being clear, Deathstroke replied. Perhaps you are not as quick as I gave you credit for. I frowned, drawing a knife from my belt as I took a step forward. At this, Deathstroke shifted to me. I want to take the light down. And I know, you are a direct channel to the bat. Why? I asked calmly, as I pressed a button in my belt in order to record this conversation. Excuse my skepticism, but they seem like the kind of people you would work for willingly for the right price. Deathstroke chuckled. Under normal circumstances that would be the case. But they made a terrible mistake. I tilted my head ever so slightly, wondering where he was going with this. They tried to enslave me, Deathstroke said, his voice low and cold, like a knife cutting through the skin of a man under the moonlight. The light tried to enslave him. But why would they do that? They had no need, they had more than enough money to pay Deathstroke's loyalty, so why the fuck would try to shackle him? You don't have to say anything right now, kid, just know this. I discovered your identity through them, as well many other names while I was snooping around, Deathstroke said, his gaze on me. This was bad, really fucking bad. This meant that the light had the upper hand the entire time, at least, if Deathstroke's words were to be trusted, in which case it meant they probably knew the secret identities of everyone in the league. Here, Deathstroke said, cutting through the silence as he tossed a small card at my feet. If you want to discuss this matter more freely, come to the address in that card, and bring the bat with you. I frowned, reaching for the card. By the time I picked it up, Deathstroke was already gone, leaving nothing but a sour taste in my mouth. If the light was this far ahead of us in the game, if they knew so much as Deathstroke was hinting, it meant things were worse than we could have possibly imagined. Black Bolt, what's happening? I can feel your emotions going haywire, Raven said through the telepathic link, breaking me out of my train of thought. I'm fine, I replied after a moment, trying to control my emotions, but failing to do so. I really couldn't push my emotions away. I was afraid beyond measure, and not because the light knew who I was, but because they knew who my sister was, and Oliver. I was afraid of what they could do with that knowledge, of what they could accomplish. What happened to Sportsmaster? Artemis asked in a tone that demanded answers. Right, of course. Sportsmaster had been here. I had honestly almost forgotten about him thanks to the truck Deathstroke had unloaded on me. Taking a deep breath, I walked to the window where Deathstroke had thrown Sportsmaster, looking down to find Sportsmaster already gone. He escaped, I said, my eyes fixed on the ground beyond the broken window. The other assassin also escaped, Aqualad replied. We were actually discussing about moving the doctor to a different location. But you didn't seem to hear us. They had been talking about that telepathically. And I hadn't heard. I guess Deathstroke's words really struck a nerve or two emotionally speaking for me to let my mental defenses go back up without knowing. You kind of disconnected for a bit, Gan said, clear concern lacing her tone. We wanted to move and see if you needed our help, but Raven said you were okay. That she could feel your emotions, and that unless she felt you were in danger we will maintain our positions until further notice. Yes, that is correct. Thank you for assuming control of the situation while I was away, I replied, grimacing about the fact that I had left the team alone without any notice. Why did you disconnect? Superboy asked. I have a naturally strong mind, so when out of focus, I have a hard time keeping my mind open, because it goes into defense mode, keeping intruders out, I replied, trying my best to answer and not answer his question. That, however, is neither here nor there. We have a mission to complete, so let's get on that. You guys said you talked about moving Dr. Rocket to a different location, didn't you? Any places in mind? A few, Robin replied. Why? Chapter 119, Chapter 111. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Knowing our location had been compromised, we moved Dr. Rocket to a cybercafe nearby. There, in order to mislead the assassins, they would continue to send after Dr. Rocket. We then divided into 3 groups. Group A would act as a distraction. That group consisted of me, Aqualad, and Miss Martian, who, in order to trick the assassins, would be shapeshifted into the shape of Dr. Rocket, acting as the bait. Group B consisted of Dr. Rocket, Raven, and Artemis. The 3 of them would be in a building nearby, around 3 blocks away from Group A's location. There, Dr. Rocket would be working on the virus to stop the FOG, while Raven and Artemis provided her protection. Group C was in charge of chasing the fog in order to slow it down to the best of their collective ability. The group consisted of Robin, Kid Flash, and Superboy, all of them having the necessary powers and skills to take on this role. I'll be outside the building, I said telepathically, getting a nod from Aqualad and Miss Martian in Dr. Rocket's guise. Do not leave the room, even if you hear a fight breaking out. I really didn't know what to think of the situation. What to do about the light, about everything, even killing them wasn't a real option for most of them. I mean, Vandal was immortal, and so was Clarion. I paused as the thought crossed my mind. Since when do I know Clarion was a part of the light? New memories, perhaps. But didn't they hurt when they came back? I sighed at this, rubbing my temples. A new fucking variable, now the memories could come back without me realizing they had. Fucking great, just fan-fucking-tasticular. Taking a deep breath, I pushed these thoughts away for the moment. I had to focus on the mission at hand. Besides, I had already gotten distracted enough today as it is. With that in mind, I continued walking around the perimeter of the building, scanning the area, until from shadows that lurked within the trees and vegetation around, a dart flies my way, calm, and without moving from where I was standing, I grabbed the dart out of the air in a fluid motion, before turning my gaze to the trees, finding myself face to face with the assassin known as Cheshire, who had apparently not come alone, being accompanied by 2 other assassins, Black Spider and Hook. Cheshire steps forward, the other 2 behind her following suit. A pleasure to meet you, Black Bolt, she purred, her voice soft and sharp like a poison in disguise. Do be a good boy and move out of the way. My employer wants Dr. Rocket to be eliminated, so make my job easier. Seeing me unmoving and unimpressed with her cocky demeanor, she drew a blade from her cloak and, with a sultry tone, said, Good, I don't like the easy way whatsoever. I'm a bad girl, and I like things the hard, rough way. Was it me, or was that overly sexual in some way? No, focus on the mission, don't read into the situation. She's not Harley. She's part of the light, part of them, part of those who want to hurt those I love. Like the view. It's the only thing you'll be catching tonight, Cheshire said in a suggestive tone. Unknown POV. Without another word, Cheshire attacked immediately, quickly dashing in front of her opponent, striking him violently with her blade on his arm as he moved it to block, but to her shock, her attack not only had no effect, but her blade had shattered. Dropping her blade, Cheshire threw a high kick to Black Bolt's face before jumping back, hiding the pain. It felt as if she had kicked a piece of metal. He felt unbreakable. His face not only had broken a toe on her foot, but it had also absorbed the shock of the blow without so much as a flinch. Attack him with everything you got, Cheshire ordered her 2 teammates, giving Black Bolt a look. Something in him had changed from one moment to the other. One moment he was flustered by her comments like she had intended, and the next, he was simply looking at her, like a member of the shadows looks at his target. Giving them no time to strategize, Black Bolt pushed forward, closing the distance between the two of them in the blink of an eye, his movements too fast for the average human eye to fully perceive. Thankfully for Cheshire, she wasn't average by any definition of the word, as therefore was able to see the punch coming at her just in time and was able to dodge it as she leaped into the sky, landing a few feet away. Without his target in place, Black Bolt's fist crashed into the ground with enough force to not only destroy the ground beneath him but to disfigure the cement around him in a sizable radius. Shocked by this, by his raw power, the assassins instinctively took a step back. "Are you sure you are a hero?" Cheshire questioned, taking a step back in order to gain more space between them, giving her the ability to dodge his attacks better. "That attack would have killed me." Black Bolt said nothing, staring at the ground, before turning to her. "I apologize. I let my emotions get out of control. I deeply thank you from the bottom of my heart that you dodged that," he signed, apologizing for what could have been her end, a messy end at that. Had she failed to react in time, even by a second, her face would have been splattered across the ground like minced meat. In fact, Cheshire was certain that had he tried to attack anyone but her at the moment, they would have died. "Don't beat yourself up. We all make mistakes, don't we?" Cheshire replied, taking another step back. "And that's what makes life exciting, isn't it?" Rushing forward, Black Spider threw a few red balls of sticky web at Black Bolt. "A couple of hot sticky web balls coming right at ya." "Fool," Cheshire muttered, deciding to aid Black Spider in his attempts by hurling several shurikens at Black Bolt, something that Hook imitated by launching his hook at him. Black Bolt remained in place, weaving through the projectiles with alarming ease until the onslaught came to a stop. There, he looked at them briefly before taking a step forward, looking at the spider. Then, in the blink of an eye, the distance between them closed. "This does not look good for little ol' me," Black Spider muttered, as with incredible speed, Black Bolt's right hand came flying toward his chin, knocking him out cold. Hook, seeing Black Bolt had his back turned, decided to take his shot, shooting his hook arm at the hero, who, without looking, caught it before it could connect. Alarmed, Hook tried to retrieve his hook using the mechanical system of his arm, but no matter how hard the machine pulled, the hook didn't leave Black Bolt's hand. "Cheshire, help!" Hook growled, pulling on the chains of his hook like a man trying to move a skyscraper out of place by pushing it with his hands. "This gig officially is not worth the trouble," Cheshire replied, throwing a few smoke pellets into the ground, vanishing out of sight as the smoke came. "I'm sorry, Hook, but this is a dog-eat-dog world. As for you, hero, let's have another date when time allows." "Cheshire, you bitch!" Hook cried, but he got no answer, only a pull on his arm as Black Bolt yanked him towards him with great force, where a punch awaited him, waiting to knock him out. Cheshire POV. Well, that was something. I was severely misinformed about Black Bolt and his capabilities. I was led to believe by the shadows that his abilities were just above peak human performance with a destructive voice capable of leveling cities. I almost died because of that lack of information. Not everything was bad, though. He was handsome at the very least and mysterious. I guess not speaking gives him that little touch of extra. Who would have thought I had such basic tastes? I never thought I would like the broody, dark, mysterious type of guy. I guess I like them with some baggage to carry. Him being mute does make him the perfect guy, one that can't talk. Hilarious. Did you kill the target? Ugh, and here comes the reason Artemis and I will probably need therapy for the rest of our lives. No, I didn't. Why? Dad asked, confused as to why I had failed. The same reason you failed to kill Black Bolt as you had said you would. Black Bolt won, in fact, he almost killed me, thank you for the warning, by the way, I replied, rolling my eyes at him under my mask. He didn't defeat me this time, someone helped him, and when I find who, they will pay, Dad hissed, his hands balling into fists before he turned his attention back to me. But back to your failure. What do you mean he almost killed you? I paused, giving him a look. Did he really not know about Black Bolt's power? In that case, Handsome wasn't lying, he actually lost control for a moment, but why? I don't recall having hurt or killed anyone he knows, or did I? No, nothing comes to mind, I haven't had many contracts in Star City, so it can't be that. Meaning it was something related to me, but not directly, that only leaves three choices, my dad, the shadows, or the light. He showed speed beyond what we thought possible he could reach. And strength, leagues above that as well. Had I not dodged that punch he threw at me, we would not be having his conversation, I said, taking a deep breath. I would find what triggered the little hero later. I see, Dad replied in a low tone as we walked to our extraction point. Chapter 120, Chapter 112. Enjoy. David Lance POV. As I walked into the Batcave, I saw Batman, in his usual place, sitting in front of his computer, reviewing some files. As I approached him, I noticed that the cave had undergone numerous renovations since I had last come, minor ones, but enough to be noticeable. Thank you for coming, Batman said, turning his chair around to face me. I looked at Batman for a moment before nodding. We have much to discuss. Batman nodded as a single word escaped his mouth. Yes. Before he had even summoned me here, I had informed him about the situation, meaning that he knew how damned we were if Deathstroke's words were to be trusted. And what will be our move? I prompted. Batman paused for a moment as if carefully considering his words before replying. While trusting Deathstroke is a folly, his words still carry some weight. If the light knows who we are, who everyone is, a lot of things change from our perspective. I assumed that much. If the light knew who we were and still hadn't made a move against us so far while our guards were down to eliminate us, then part of their whole motive, or what we suspected their motive to be, shifted a bit out of place. After all, killing Bruce Wayne would certainly be easier than killing Batman, and that same tone applied to everyone else in the League. Perhaps we are an essential part of their plans, I replied, frowning at the thought. It's possible, Batman replied, taking a deep breath. Without truly knowing their goal, knowing what role we play in this scheme of theirs is nearly impossible to deduce with what we have. I paused for a moment, thinking over what he had said. He was right, of course. After all, we knew nothing about the light, nothing at all, yet they knew everything about us. So, about Deathstroke's invitation, I said, giving Batman a look. Will we take it? Batman was silent for a moment before simply nodding. It is imperative we take any chances we get when it comes to the light. However, this could very well be a trap. If the light knows so much about us as Deathstroke hinted, then they could have easily concluded we are the only ones privy to their existence so far. Raven also knows about them, and yet Deathstroke is not inviting her to meet, I pointed out, taking a deep breath as I did. True, Batman replied, but Raven has a history with the League and how we initially reacted to her, possibly making her the weakest link in this chain of knowledge, at least in their eyes. I frowned at that. I see your point. This was really messed up. I didn't like this, fighting an enemy in the dark, knowing nothing about them, their plans, nothing. All of this made this entire mission exasperating. So, what do we do with Deathstroke's invitation? I asked once again. As things are, we don't have much of a choice, do we? Batman replied, rising from his chair. Be that as it may, we will approach this as if it were a trap. Unknown POV. In an undisclosed location, Deathstroke sat on a metal beam high above the ground, leaning back against another one, as he gazed into a window conveniently located in front of him, his right hand resting on his thigh, just above one of his holsters, as the other one held his phone as if waiting for something. As if on cue, his phone starts ringing. Slowly, he moves the phone up and grins as he sees the caller ID. Hello, Luthor, to what do I owe this pleasure? He answers the phone in a low, raspy voice. There are a few targets we want you to take out of the picture in Star City, permanently, Luthor replied from the other end of the phone. Just send me the list of names and the information about them, and it will be done, Deathstroke replied, his voice bordering a low growl. Already done, Luthor replied with a soft chuckle. If only Sportsmaster was as effective as you. Sadly, he chooses to be a walking advertisement for Olympic sports. If that was all, I have things to do, Deathstroke replied, still smiling as he continued to talk with Luthor. Of course, Slade, Luthor replied before hanging up. Deathstroke chuckled softly as he pocketed his phone before looking back at the window in front of him. I will enjoy killing each and every single one of them. And I won't be doing it alone. Deep down, Deathstroke wasn't sure if the Bat would take his invitation to talk, and honestly, he didn't care if he didn't. All he cared about was that he had sowed the seeds of fear in the heart of his future apprentice. Fear of losing everything you love. A man without nothing to lose is a man with an indomitable path. However, the moment that man gains something he holds dear, something he loves, he loses his true freedom and becomes a slave to his feelings. Deathstroke knew that very well. After all, even he was subjected to this curse. True freedom exists but is never within our grasp, at least not for most, for even before humans take their first breath into this world, they are chained by the love of someone, and as we live, those chains just keep increasing in numbers. Dinah Lance POV. I walked into my room, making my way to the closet to get some clothes before going into the shower, my mind being clouded by the fact I wanted to see David. It had been quite some time since I had seen my little brother, or rather, since I had spent quality time with him, and I couldn't help but miss him. I knew that he was busy with the team and his own life, but I couldn't help it. A part of me wanted to call him and check in or maybe just kidnap him from the base, but I wasn't sure if he would appreciate it or not. The last time I saw him, he seemed distant and preoccupied. I, of course, worried but kept my tongue in place, as I didn't want to intrude on his privacy. After all, if something was wrong, he would tell me, right? Oh God, I was being a fool. What in the hell is wrong with me? What teenager tells anything to those responsible for them? Calm down, Dinah, I muttered, taking a deep breath. I was just overreacting, or maybe was suffering from what some call the empty nest syndrome. Maybe I could just ask him directly. Anything was better than inaction. For a few moments, I continued thinking about how to approach my baby brother as I stood in front of my closet, staring at my clothes without really seeing them. I just didn't want him to think I was seeing something wrong in him if there wasn't. I didn't want to make things worse if they were getting better. However, it was my duty and privilege to worry, to care, to overthink shit, and I would continue to do so for the rest of my life. With a newfound resolve, I decided that the best course of action would be just to come out and ask him what was going on with him. No beating around the bush or any of that crap, just a simple and direct question. I nodded to myself, feeling better about my decision as I started picking out clothes for my shower. I would just take a quick one so I could get to the base sooner than later and maybe catch David before he went to bed, or started training. Yeah, right, like that was going to happen. The boy never seemed to sleep, he was always training, always working on something. Maybe I should recommend him that he takes up painting again. Chapter 121, Chapter 113. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I slowed the Batmobile down as I approached the address Deathstroke had written on the card he had given me, giving Batman a look before turning my attention ahead as we would arrive in mere moments. At my side, Batman was checking on some files, using the car's computer to review them as he prepared everything in case this invitation was a trap. Which was the main reason he had put me on driving duty. The place we were going was in the middle of the forest. A house, according to our satellites. Clearing my head, I continued driving around the forest, and after a minute or two of turns and twists, I arrived at the house, or at least what it used to be a house. The house in question was 3 stories tall, having most of its windows either boarded up or broken. The roof was old and sagging in places, which matched perfectly with the front door hanging off its hinges and the cracked, crumbling steps leading up to it. Surprisingly enough, despite its state of disrepair, the house was somehow still standing, albeit barely. Taking a deep breath, I got out of the car with Batman following suit. For a brief moment, we exchanged a look before we turned and approached the house cautiously. Within moments, we stepped through the doorway into what must have once been a living room. There was a fireplace along one wall, its mantel littered with cobwebs and dust. The furniture around was overturned and broken, and the floor was covered in debris, vegetation, and other things I quite couldn't name off the top of my head. Scanning the area for a brief moment, I turned to Batman and said, "No trap so far, so he has to be around here somewhere." Batman nodded, as all of a sudden, almost as if on cue, a sound coming from upstairs on the second floor of the house caught our attention. It sounded like someone was coming down the stairs. Instinctively, I tensed. Getting mentally and physically ready for anything. I had my doubts. But here you two are. That voice, Deathstroke. Enough prattle, Batman said in a cold voice, taking a step forward. You invite us here to talk. So talk. What do you want? I did, but first tell me. What do you know about the light? Deathstroke asked as he finally reached the end of the stairs. We know more than they would like us to know, Batman replied in a cryptic voice. And yet, you haven't taken them down. Deathstroke said, his voice laced with amusement. I frowned at this. Did you invite us here to waste our time? Batman growled, taking another step forward. Do not test my patience. You will not like the results. A dry chuckle escaped Deathstroke as he shook his hand dismissively. I invited you two here to talk business. As you probably know by now, the Light is a powerful organization with lots of connections. Normally this would be the perfect employer for me, however. They made a terrible mistake. As much as I didn't like Deathstroke, what the Light was doing with him was something no one deserved, not even him. One thing was to put someone in jail, and another was to enslave them to do your bidding. I refuse to be shackled like a dog. No matter how much they pay me to sugarcoat my situation, I will not be their slave. Deathstroke continued, his voice laced with venom. You want to make an alliance, Batman replied. Nothing ever escapes you, doesn't it? Deathstroke replied with a nod. As much as I want to, the Light is an enemy I can't take down by myself. Didn't you say during our first encounter that no one was out of your league? What happened with that? I interjected, my mask hiding the smirk I currently had. Deathstroke chuckled, a cold glint in his eye. I am confident in my skills, kid. Some might even go as far as to call me arrogant, and they could be right. However, arrogance and stupidity are not mutually exclusive. Well, that was an answer I didn't expect or see coming. As I was saying, the Light is an enemy I can't take down by myself, and that same case applies to you. So with that clear between us, let's talk business, shall we? Deathstroke said, his voice taking on a dark edge. Unknown POV. Inside a dimly lit room in an undisclosed location, Vandal Savage sat on a leather chair with golden strips from the Greek classical period, swirling the cold amber liquid in his glass. His eyes fixed on the monitors in front of him, which show a variety of different scenes. Suddenly a strange noise fills the room, like a faint scraping or as if something was being dragged across the floor. Unperturbed by this, Vandal turned around, seeing a red light open and expand, creating a red vortex. Clarion, I was waiting for you, Vandal greeted as Clarion stepped through the swirling vortex of red magic into the room. I was having some fun, Clarion replied with a smirk as he petted his familiar. Preparing to visit the old fat of Nabu at his tower. His familiar turned to Clarion and meowed. Old fart. He knows I meant old fart. Clarion replied in indignation. Perfect. This will work even better, Vandal said as he stood up from his chair, drink still in hand as he walked towards Clarion. Can you still make some adjustments to your plans? What do you need? Clarion asked with a wicked grin. I want you to aid me in showing Black Bolt the light, Vandal replied with a grin of his own. His powers are fun and everything. But he's a goody two-shoes, a party pooper even. Do you really think he will listen to my limited wisdom? Clarion replied, crossing his arms as his familiar meowed at him. I meant immeasurable wisdom. He knows that. No man changes with the wisdom of another, old friend, Vandal replied before taking a sip from his drink. For a man to change, to see the light, they need a new perspective. So, give him the perspective he needs to see the light. Clarion grinned wider as his eyes gleamed with chaotic mischief. I can do that. Yes, I can definitely do that. I can give him all the perspective he needs. Chapter 122, Chapter 114. Enjoy. David Lance POV. As I got ready for the day inside my room on the base, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to go terribly wrong. Since my meeting with Deathstroke, this was a thought that had been gnawing at me, a sense of foreboding that I couldn't quite explain because, somehow, I knew it wasn't related to Deathstroke himself. At first, I had tried to ignore it, to push it away, but it only seemed to grow stronger. Pushing those thoughts aside, for now, I opened the door of my room, and started to make my way down the hallway to the training area, my footsteps echoing dully in the emptiness. It was still early for today's training session, but I knew the others would be there. They were always there, saying that if the leader was training, that meant so should them. Even Wally seemed to agree with that sentiment. But that could have something to do with Raven and Gan. Finally reaching the door leading to the training area, I pushed the doors open and saw the team already waiting for me inside, as I had already guessed they would be. But there was something off about their demeanor today. They all seemed almost eager. For Superboy, Aqualad, and Gan, that was normal, sure, but for Raven, Kid Flash, and Robin, that wasn't the case. You guys seem excited, I signed, a smile under my mask as I walked toward them. Kid Flash was the first to respond. Well, you know, training and all. Gotta stay in shape. Kid Flash is being nice, well, that's unexpected. Artemis smirked, putting a hand on her hips. The team told me you usually wake up pretty early, but it is 8 a.m. in the morning. That barely counts as early, Bolty. I shrugged, not really minding her teasing. It was always in good fun with her. Should I be worried that even you seem eager, Raven? Raven shot me a look, and for a moment, I could have sworn I saw a hint of mischief in her eyes. Not at all. I just finally started to love how the cold floor of the training room feels against my face when we spar, so don't worry, there's nothing to worry about. I narrowed my eyes on her. They were planning something. But what? So, should we start with our training? I turned to see Gan looking at me with a beaming smile. Yeah, let's. I had no idea what they had in store for me, but I had a feeling I wouldn't like it. Maybe they wanted to prank me, or perhaps they had a surprise for me. Either way, I really didn't like not knowing. But, without the slightest of clues, there was nothing I could do to try and deduce their maybe evil machinations, especially if Raven was on their corner for this one. So, I had no other choice but to wait and see. But seeing Kid Flash was somehow in it, it couldn't be something I would like. Then again, knowing him as I did, I knew very well he would go against everything if it meant impressing one of the girls. In short, there was a big chance his simping side would overpower the side that didn't like me. Back to square one with this one. Can I spar against you first? Superboy asked, already walking towards the training circle with a determined look in his eyes. Pushing my thoughts aside for a moment, I nodded. Sure. I had barely entered the training circle and nodded to Superboy to begin when he instantly charged at me. Taking a quick step out of the way, I parried his first blow, punching him in the face, before blocking his next 2 blows, before attempting to counter his advances with an uppercut, which failed when Superboy jumped back. Not bad. Bracing in another defensive stance, I took a step forward, challenging him to come at me with a simple look. Grinning at this, Superboy charged at me, delivering a horizontal kick that I had to parry with my right hand, deviating the power flow of his attack to the opposite side, effectively throwing him off balance. Taking this opportunity, I pushed my advance, raining on him with a barrage of powerful fists and kicks, each set even stronger than the last. Having trouble recovering his ground, I noticed Superboy quickly becoming overwhelmed by the onslaught of incoming blows that, even under his attacks, never seemed to stop, Enough. Superboy roared in rage, but something was off about this. Deciding it was best to retreat until I determined what he was planning, I kicked Superboy back, jumping a few feet away from him. Superboy grinned, pulling a few smoke pellets out of his pocket. Round 2. With that said, he threw the pellets into the ground, the smoke slowly covering him completely until there was nothing to be seen around but smoke. I smiled. I see now. He pretended to be enraged earlier in order to confuse me, and then when that had succeeded, he used some smoke pellets to give himself the environmental advantage thanks to his infrared vision, which allows him to see my heat signal without a problem through the thick curtain of smoke. Before, I was happy with his performance. Now, I'm fucking proud. He might even win this spar, but let's not inflate his ego just yet. Now, I have to keep a defensive stance and wait for him to make a mistake. Without being able to see him, I'll have to rely on my other senses to dash. Without being able to complete that thought, I found myself ducking under a shiver, as immediately after, something flew where my head used to be. What the hell was that? Before I could question that strange feeling further, another shiver forced me to jump back, and like before, Superboy struck where I had been standing, shaking the ground of the training area ever so slightly. What was happening here? For the next few seconds, I continued moving around the smoke, dodging Superboy as the shivers continued to come one after the other. I had no idea what was happening, but I was somehow innately evading his attacks. The most shocking fact about this was that I felt like I wasn't the one doing it, at least not completely. It was more like my body was automatically moving out of the way to avoid Superboy's attack. Okay, that's fucking it. Superboy roared. Someone clear this smoke out. On it, Gan replied quickly, pushing the smoke away, revealing an angry and confused Superboy standing a few feet away from me. Did you lie to me? Superboy asked as he glared at me. Never, I replied. I already knew where this conversation was going to take us, and like him, I had no fucking clue why or how my body did what it did. What's going on? Aqualad asked, giving Superboy and then me a look. He kept dodging me, Superboy replied, crossing his arms. I made sure not to make a sound while approaching him, just like he taught me, so unless he has infrared vision and failed to communicate that, I don't see how he managed to dodge every attack I threw his way. I'll be completely honest with you. Once again, I felt another shiver, followed immediately by me jumping to the side, avoiding a magical blast coming from no other than Raven. Okay, I have to admit this is creepy. It feels like someone is yanking me out of the way, like a string puppet. Well, that's new, Raven commented calmly. Why did you attack me? I asked with a frown. I saw you dodging, and I wanted to test it out, Raven replied calmly. As I was saying, before Raven tried to kill me, I sighed as Raven muttered in the back that attack she threw my way would have, at best, thrown me to the ground. I am as clueless as the rest of you. I mean, I don't remember the original Black Bolt having Ultra Instinct or the Spider Sense. Chapter 123, Chapter 115. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I had no idea what was happening. All my life until now, I thought I had what I had, and that would remain, and now, all of a sudden, I have developed a new superpower. Just how much I didn't know about Black Bolt. And on that matter, was that power even connected to him in the first place? Or was I a mix of more than one hero when it came to powers? Hopefully not. The last thing I need is getting another power that will royally fuck me up. I have more than enough, with my voice being what nukes wish to be, for me to get another ridiculously destructive power. Aqualad, Caldera HM POV. Is he okay? Kid Flash asked. He's concerned about this new ability of his, Raven answered as Black Bolt continued to sit in total silence, tuning everyone out. Why? That power seemed exclusively beneficial, Kid Flash replied, tilting his head ever so slightly to the right as he looked at our leader, his eyes conveying how worried he was, and I couldn't blame him. I don't like agreeing with DoorDash over here, but he's right. That power seems to be exclusively beneficial, Artemis said as she crossed her arms, so what's the big deal? For a self-proclaimed genius, you are very dense sometimes, man, Robin sighed as he turned to face Kid Flash. One of his powers has the power to level countries like it's nothing. Now make the connections. What does that have to? Oh, I see, Kid Flash muttered, finally realizing what our leader was thinking. What if I get another power like that one? And now I feel dumb, Artemis muttered under her breath. Note to self, if you feel like agreeing with DoorDash, you are probably being dumb. Yep, Robin shot back with a grin. Enough, Raven said, her cold tone cutting through the hair like a knife. Our teammate is worried, and our jabbering won't help him. I nodded. Indeed. I'm fine, Black Bolt interjected as he stood up. Normally, our leader was someone very hard to read, but right now, it was very easy to see right through him. Don't worry about it. Bolt, I know you don't like talking with others about your problems or concerns. I mean, that much I have gathered so far, but please rely on us, we are your team, and that should mean something, Mgan said, her voice gentle and soothing as she placed a hand on his shoulder. Black Bolt sighed, and for a moment, I thought he was going to say something, to take Mgan's advice, but in the end, he just nodded and turned away, silently walking back to his room. I will talk to him, Raven said as she followed him. I'll go too, Mgan said, but Raven stopped her before she could even take a single step. No, I think it's best if I talk to him alone, Raven replied before continuing on her path to talk with our leader alone. David Lance POV. As I walked back to my room, my mind still trying to make some sense of what had happened. At least with what I knew, I could make an educated connection between this new power and the powers I already had. It had to come from Marvel. I mean, it didn't have to, but it would make the most sense if it did, with Black Bolt already being from Marvel. Now the question was, did Black Bolt have this power, or not? I mean, with comics as they are, that's always a possibility. In comics, universes keep getting reset, and the characters from those universes get or lose powers at the whims of the author at that time. I remembered an iteration of Superman that had to fly to a dead galaxy trillions of miles away just to sneeze because if he had sneezed close to Earth, the solar system would have gone bye-bye, or something like that, a feat of power that leaves the Superman of this Earth feeling like a human by comparison. So, for all I knew, there was a big possibility that an iteration of Black Bolt that had the spider sense, or whatever it was called for him. Blackson, nope, that felt wrong before even completing it. Bolt S, even worse. Danger sense. I like that one. Sometimes, less is more when it comes to names. Sighing, I turned around to grab a bottle of water from the vending machine in the middle of the hallway, only to see Raven walking toward me. Forgetting about the water, I turned around and quickened my pace, but the footsteps behind me kept pace with mine. Don't you dare. Suddenly, as I was about to press my pace even more, I felt my body freeze under the hold of Raven's magic. Caught with nowhere to hide, I felt as I was spun around by my captor, now finding myself face to face with Raven. Seeing my hands were not bound by her magic, I signed, giving her a beaming eye smile. Why hello there. Raven narrowed her eyes on me. Since when do you try to avoid me? Me. I would never. I just wanted to stretch my legs, you know, go for a little walk, that's all, I replied with an innocence that would rival that of a Disney princess. Sure, Raven said, not looking convinced in the slightest. Try again. I mentally cursed as I tried to come up with an answer that wouldn't incriminate myself. I was just thinking about tomorrow and how to improve the training session. You know, leader stuff. Raven stared at me for a few seconds, her face in a complete deadpan, before she finally sighed, shaking her head. You're a terrible liar. I would never, I replied, channeling my inner drama queen to appear utterly offended, and by that, I mean I was channeling my inner Oliver Queen. Normally, I would trust you to manage this as I have done before. However, this time your concern feels different, so I will intervene, Raven replied, keeping her eyes on mine. You have two options, you either talk with me about this, or I will put a curse on you that will make all fast food you touch disappear. And yes, that includes hot dogs. I gasped internally. You would never. There was no spell for such a thing, I mean, why would there be? Right. Try me, Raven replied, her eyes still boring into mine. Well, she finally did it as she promised she would when I blackmailed her with her reading choices some time ago. She said she would find a way to blackmail me like I had blackmailed her, and she did. Bravo to her, bravo in fucking deed. I recognize game when I see it, so you win, I will talk about this with you, but can you at least let me go? This is really uncomfortable. It felt really weird not being able to move at all. Raven stared at me for a few more seconds before finally releasing me from her hold. Very well. Chapter 124, Chapter 116. Enjoy. David Lance POV. As Raven entered the room behind me, I could feel the tension in the room rising. I knew before the conversation even started that this was going to be a difficult topic to swim around. Reaching my bed, I took a deep breath and sat. I could feel the weight of Raven's eyes on me as I stared at the floor pensively, trying to find the right words to express the fears that were swirling through my head. As I pondered in my thoughts, I heard the soft creak of the mattress as Raven sat down next to me. Take your time, Raven said calmly, placing a hand on my shoulder in a reassuring gesture. I smiled at her. I had known her for a long time, and there was no one I trusted more than her. I loved my sister, but I trusted Raven more without a question, I knew that. But even so, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness as I sat in my bed, trying to put words to my concerns. It had been some time since I felt like this. Since I discovered my powers, I think. Fudge it. I will not circle back to that dark corner again. I have no idea what powers I will develop, Ray, I sighed, giving Raven a smile. I thought what I had until. Well, until today was all there was, all there could be. I was content knowing I had tamed my powers, the threat they represented. But, now, well, who knows what powers I could develop, that uncertainty, well, scares me a bit. Raven was silent for a moment, digesting what I had said. Then she said that which was at the forefront of my mind. What if nothing wrong happens? Well, that would be fucking amazing, wouldn't it? I replied truthfully, giving her smile. Raven was quiet for a moment, then she spoke in a soft, comforting voice. No matter how much things change, some just stay the same, just like you, dork. Don't worry about what will or could be. Sometimes, we can't focus on that because we can't change it, so just live the moment and know that no matter what, I'll be with you every step of the way. You are getting poetic, I replied with a teasing smile, playfully pushing her shoulder. I blame, Leaves of Grass by Walt Whitman, Raven replied with a smile of her own. Kind of, weird, considering you blackmailed me into talking, and used your magic to stop me from running away though, I replied, grinning at her. I don't have the time or energy to build another friendship to this level, Raven replied with a small smirk. I can't lose you. Aw. You know too much, so it is either friendship or death, Raven said in a serious tone. Humph, well, that's funny. And eerily creepy. Yep, that's my Ray in a nutshell. Then I choose friendship. Good choice, Raven replied with an amused smile. Before I could reply, the shrill ring of my phone cut through the silence like a knife. Tentatively, I reached for my phone, half expecting to see some sort of emergency notification. Red Tornado summoning the team. Well, that's odd. Do you know what Tornado wants? Raven asked as she stood up, stretching her arms above her head. I shrugged. Nope, not a clue. But let's find out, I replied as I sent a quick text to the team to let them know we were on our way. In the mission room. As we walked into the mission room, we found Red Tornado standing in front of the holographic computer, his arms crossed over his chest. As always, he looked calm and collected. But there was a hint of something else in him that I had never seen before. This is Kent Nelson, Red Tornado said without preamble. A friend, he's 106 years old. He's been missing for 23 days. The Sorcerer Supreme, Aqualad muttered under his breath, making Kid Flash scoff. Like the Red Sorcerers and Priestesses of Mars. I would be honored to help on this, Mgan said with a smile. Same here. I love magic. Kid Flash said, which made everyone in the team collectively groan, with the exception of Mgan, and me, Mgan because she was too nice, and me because I didn't want to destroy the base. Kent could be in one of his walkabouts, but it is unwise to leave such matter uninvestigated, Red Tornado continued. I nodded. Any idea where to start? Take this, Red Tornado replied, giving me a golden key. It is the key to the Tower of Fate. I looked at the key for a moment before pocketing it. Then I turned to face the team. Okay, let's do this. At Miss Martian's ship. Moments later, in Miss Martian's ship, we flew toward the coordinates Red Tornado had given us. As we got closer, I could feel the stares the team was giving me. Is there anything you wish to talk about? I asked, giving the team a look. We were just wondering if everything was okay. Aqualad asked, his tone cautious. I nodded. As good as ever. Yeah, that's bullcrap, Artemis said, her eyes narrowing at me. And you know it. I smiled at her. While I appreciate your concern, it is unwanted. Do not worry about me, I am fine. Artemis said nothing, simply crossing her arms in indignation. Artemis is right, you know, Mgan said, her tone gentle. We are worried about you. I simply nodded at that, not wanting to argue with them. Besides, we were almost at our destination. And I had a feeling that this was going to be more difficult than any of us could imagine. Hopefully, Raven would be enough to deal with whatever the tower had in store for us. Besides, who knows, maybe this time I would be wrong, and this mission would be easy. Perhaps the man was just having a long nap. He was 106 years old. For goodness sake, the men had to take very long naps to keep that functioning. Chapter 125, Chapter 117. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Within moments we arrived at our destination to find an empty lot of land surrounded by buildings, yet, nothing where the Tower of Fate was supposed to be. What the dash? Kid Flash said as he looked around, clearly confused. This is the place, right? Miss Martian asked, giving me a questioning look. I nodded. These are the coordinates Red Tornado gave us. I'm positive. Considering the place we are looking for belongs to Dr. Fate, it's more than safe to assume that magic was keeping the entire building out of mortal bounds, and obviously, Red Tornado failed to mention that because why would he? Camouflage then. Adaptive micro-optoelectronics combined with phase shifting, maybe a bit of nanotechnology. Robin mused as he kneeled on the ground to inspect the grass closer. Use the key, Raven suggested as she floated a few feet off the ground in a Padmasana posture. Good point, I mean, Red Tornado had given us the key for something. Perhaps the key to finding the place, as redundant as it felt right now, was in, wait for it, the key he had given us. Inwardly smiling at my key joke, I grabbed the key from my belt and stepped forward, inserting the key into a random point in the middle of the air. As expected when dealing with magic, the key inserted into the empty air into what I can only describe as an invisible lock, and with a twist of the key and the click of a door, the tower appeared. A show of faith, Aqualad said with a small smirk as he looked at the newly appeared tower. Not gonna lie, I kind of wish I could learn magic. The sheer flexibility it has and its massive range of uses has always fascinated me. Sadly, I have no affinity for the art, as Raven herself confirmed a long time ago. Miss Martian, make a telepathic connection with the team. We're going in, I signed, turning to Miss Martian. On it. Miss Martian replied with a nod before establishing the connection. Raven, empower the connection with your magic, I added as an afterthought. I mean, we were looking for an old sorcerer, a very old one, who, according to Red Tornado, had been missing for quite a while. Chances were if the old man wasn't dead or enjoying some time alone that he had been kidnapped. And, whoever had kidnapped him, couldn't be a normal guy. After all, beware of an old man in a profession where men usually die young. Got it, Raven said calmly with a nod before using her magic to empower the connection. With that taken care of, I turned back to the tower and pushed the door open, entering the tower with the team following me close behind. Inside the tower. Once we were all inside the tower, the lights inside flickered to life, revealing a large room with no doors, windows, or any exits for that matter. Even the door we had just used to enter was gone. Guys, where's the door? Superboy asked as he looked around. It's no longer there. Magical constructs between magical gates between dimensions, Raven said as she looked around the room with a critical eye. This is advanced, even for me. In other words, we're stuck here, I summarized as I looked around the room. Before we could continue scrutinizing the room for a way out, a magical hologram of Dr. Kent Nelson appeared in front of us. Greetings. You have entered with a key, but the tower does not recognize you. The hologram said in a deep voice that echoed throughout the room. Okay. A magical construct inside a magical building has asked us a question, and if Raven has taught me anything, it is that more than not, the truth is always the right answer for these kinds of things. We are true believers here to find Dr. Fate, isn't that right, Miss MMMM? Kid Flash said as he looked over to Miss Martian in an overly flirtatious tone. I swear to God, Wally, if your stupidity doesn't kill me today, I will kill you, I facepalmed, as immediately after, the floor beneath us disappeared with a loud creak, leaving us to fall into a pool of lava. I second that motion, Raven replied, catching Miss Martian, Aqualad, and Kid Flash with her magic, while the rest of us hung to the rocks, Superboy being at the bottom. What did I do? Kid Flash complained as he looked up at Raven in disbelief. You lied, I deadpanned. Those were my favorite boots, Superboy growled, glaring at Wally, before turning his attention back to now naked feet. This Nelson guy better be worth it. I'm so hot, Miss Martian panted, barely hanging on to Raven's magic, that by the looks of it, seemed to be weakening with each passing second. Perhaps this trap had magical means to deal with magical beings like Raven. You certainly are, Kid Flash grinned. Oh my God. If you don't kill him, I will. Artemis growled, barely hanging on to the rocks. Hey. We are inches away from a sizzling death, so I'm entitled to speak my mind. Kid Flash protested. No, you are not now, not ever. In fact, if the world were fair, the mute one would be one, I growled, cutting him off. Raven, can you teleport us out of here? If that was a possibility, I would have done so already, Raven replied, her voice sounding strained. I've been trying to do that since a genius over there trapped us here by answering a magical question without thinking, but no matter what I do, the tower keeps finding a way to block or divert my magic. Is that why you look so tired? I asked. Not entirely. That would be the magical properties of this trap. Even with my magic, I can't block all of the heat from below, so, it's slowly getting to me, Raven explained, sweat running down her head. Right, any ideas, team? I asked, turning around. We could answer the question, Gen offered. Perhaps the tower didn't count Wally's answer, and if it did, then, maybe we have more chances. Worth a shot, Raven nodded. Red Tornado sent us. To see if Mr. Nelson and the helmet were safe. Gen called out. Right as Gen said that, the pool of lava beneath us closed with a marble floor that, upon landing on it, Aqualad and I noticed, was very cold to the touch. That was unnecessarily close for my liking. Agreed, Superboy said as he stood up. I would have been fine, but, yeah. Weird moment to flex, but okay, buddy. Don't worry, Galicious, now everything is gonna be a-okay, Wally said as Raven dropped Gen and him on the floor. Enough. Artemis yelled as she tackled him to the wall. What? I was just trying to make her feel better. Wally protested, crossing his arms. Guys, there's no need for violence. Mgan said weakly. There is when he doesn't know when to shut up, Superboy growled, glaring daggers at Kid Flash. Your little impress Mgan at all costs game nearly got us all barbecued. Artemis growled, to which Superboy coughed. Almost everyone. What? When did this become my fault? Wally protested, taking a step forward. When you lied to that magical construct and called yourself a true believer, Raven replied calmly. But by all means, keep digging that hole, I might even feel bad and offer you a shovel. I said might, though, so don't get your hopes too high. Chapter 126, Chapter 118. Enjoy. David Lance POV. As Artemis scolded Kid Flash for his behavior, I focused on inspecting the ground beneath us. The floor was hard and cool beneath my knees, and from between the cracks on the ground that formed on the floor, the unmistakable stark aroma of the wind of winter tickled my nose. Taking the cold air in, I ran my fingers over the floor for a few moments, finding a groove that would release what appeared to be a secret door. Giving Aqualad a look, who was the only one helping me find a way out, I tugged, and the door swung open with a soft creak blasting me with a cold blast of wind, revealing behind the secret door beneath the floor a tundra of white snow and desolation. From lava to ice, Aqualad said as he looked at the view behind the door. I nodded, noticing the team had gone silent with their discussion about Wally. At the door, snowflakes danced in the stream of light that poured through the opening as the howling of the storm behind it all pushed around. Taking a deep breath, I leaned forward to peer into the new room. It was difficult to make out any details, especially considering the cause of such a place, but it appeared to be some sort of pocket dimension hosting an ice storm. Options were presented in my mind as I tried to figure out our next course of action. The current room had no escape, and the tundra didn't seem to have an end. Both paths were or at least seemed like dead ends in their own way. Meaning I had to take a leap of faith again by following the tower's machinations. Hopefully, the tower will see we are not threats to Kent. There's no other path. Let's go, I said as I stepped into the tundra, followed by the team. Without a clear path, we walked through the icy tundra aimlessly, Artemis fighting with Wally and the fact his actions had almost killed us while everyone ignored them. While it was true I wanted nothing more than to scold Wally when this was over, we had other priorities in place. Suddenly as I was about to ask Raven to skin the place again, a cane appeared in the middle of the tundra. It was floating eerily in the air as if it had been placed there deliberately. Noticing this, we all stopped in our tracks, staring at the mysterious object. It was clear that this was no mere coincidence. Perhaps Kent was sending us a message. Raven, I asked, turning to face her. There's a lot of magic in that cane. It feels safe, though, Raven said after a moment of silence. I nodded in understanding as I reached for the cane, only for Raven to shout in alarm. Without questioning why she was alarmed, I jumped back. However, even though I had reacted as soon as she had made her dismay clear, I could feel a vortex of energy pulling me in every direction, yet to none at the same time as a red whirl of darkness enveloped me whole. The last thing I saw was the look of horror on my friends' faces as they watched me being swallowed whole, as Raven glowed positively, trying to save me from whatever this was before everything went black for a moment. We finally met, an unfamiliar voice said as I regained my bearings. Clarion, the witch. The Lord of Chaos. I tried to get up to avoid direct confrontation with him, knowing I had nothing in my arsenal to deal with him, but my body wouldn't respond, no matter how much I willed it to. It was as if my body had been frozen in time by magic. The only thing I could move was my eyes, which darted around the room wildly, trying to take in my surroundings for a way to escape. Rejoice. You're in my presence now. You should feel honored. Not many people get summoned by me, Clarion said, his voice sickeningly sweet as he circled around me like a vulture. I tried to follow his movements with my eyes, but it was difficult to keep up. He seemed to be teleporting around the room randomly. Clarion. Kent has escaped. I heard someone shout. What? Clarion said, his voice suddenly laced with anger as he teleported to the person who had spoken. I couldn't see who it was, but from the sound of their voice, it was clear that they were terrified of Clarion. If I had to take a guess, I would say it was Abracadabra. His accent and speech pattern matched what I knew of the guy. You imbecile. I'll deal with you later. For now, find Kent and capture him. Clarion shouted before turning his attention back to me. Now then, where were we? He said with a sickeningly twisted smile on his face. Oh yes, perspective. I was about to give you perspective. Perspective? What the hell was he talking about? And why did I feel that whatever it was, I would not like it, not even one bit? Azarath Metrian Zinthos, Raven roared, snapping out of my train of thought as Raven's astral form appeared behind Clarion, blasting him head-on. That's adorable, Clarion snorted, blocking her attack with one hand, swatting Raven's astral body aside as if it was a mere fly. Sad, but adorable. As Clarion mocked Raven, I realized the hold he had on me was gone as I was able to move, so, without delay, I jumped back, muttering. "Begone. Be silent, will you?" Clarion said, waving my attack away with a dismissive flick of his hand. I looked at Raven, and without words, we both came to an understanding. Clarion wasn't an enemy we could face alone as we were right now. We needed to regroup, lest we wanted to play his sick games any longer. "Azarath Metrian Zinthos," Raven said, opening 2 portals, one for her and one for me. "Don't worry, Bolty, we will continue our talk soon," Clarion chuckled, not even bothering to stop our escape. Chapter 127, Chapter 119. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I jumped through the portal Raven had opened, landing on the other side, an elevator. "Hello there," Kent greeted, a friendly smile on his face. I blinked, looking around, trying to find Raven, but besides Kent and myself, there was no one else around. "If you are looking for your friend," Kent continued as if he could read my mind. "She is on her way up but through another path." I nodded, still trying to wrap my head around how easy Clarion had dealt with us a few moments ago. As I pondered over that, the elevator dinged, and the doors opened, revealing another room full of stairs that led to nowhere. I'm honestly starting to hate magic. "Bolt." Raven's voice called out, snapping me out of my thoughts. I turned to see her running towards me, a relieved look on her face. "I'm glad you're okay." "Barely," I nodded before noticing the rest of the team was also there. "Sorry, I must have worried everyone." "You did," Artemis said, coming to stand next to me. "What happened?" Robin asked, his eyes narrowed in concern. "Clarion," I replied, that being all the answer Robin needed to freeze in place. "Bolt, are you sure you're okay?" Miss Martian asked worriedly as Superboy crossed his arms behind her, letting out a breath of relief. From what I could see, it looked like he was worried about me. I nodded. "While the reunion is touching," Kent interrupted, tapping his cane on the ground to get our attention. "But, I'm afraid we don't have much time." "What do you mean?" Wally asked. "He means me," Clarion's voice came from above us, answering Wally's question. "Unfortunately, he's right," Kent sighed, looking up at Clarion. "Now, where's the helmet, old man?" Clarion demanded, his eyes narrowed in anger as he looked at Kent. "I'm afraid I don't quite remember, you know, part of being old," Kent said calmly before tapping the ground with his cane again, creating a portal behind him. "Follow me." Kent walked through the portal, vanishing from sight. "Come on." Robin called out, running towards the portal. "No, no, no." Clarion called out, flying towards the portal as we made our way to it, but Raven was already ahead of him, shooting a beam of magic at the ground in front of Clarion, halting him for just the right amount of time, allowing us to escape him. "Running around won't defeat him or work for much longer," Raven said, giving Kent a stern look as the portal closed. "I know," Kent nodded, his face solemn. "But, it will give me enough time to collect the helmet." "Mgan," I signed, getting her attention. "Make a connection again." Mgan nodded before making a mental connection with everyone. "Done." Someone asks Kent if he knows any weakness of Clarion. If anyone knew how to deal with that overpowered menace, it was Kent. He had fought the obnoxious Chaos Lord longer than all of us have been alive. Well, Dr. Fate had, but that's basically the same thing, hopefully. "No need to ask." "The young lady connected me as well," Kent replied before tapping his cane on the ground twice. "As for how to deal with Clarion, well, we can't, only Dr. Fate can. We can slow Clarion down, but only Dr. Fate can truly fight him. It's official, I hate magic now. Without Nabu, our best shot would be to destroy Clarion's familiar, but that would only stop him momentarily, though to be fair, there's no permanent fix for a Chaos Lord. Nabu simply lasts longer, I suppose," Kent explained as he continued to tap his cane on the ground. "What's with the tapping?" Superboy asked, giving Kent a look. "It helps me concentrate," Kent replied distractedly, still tapping his cane. "It also helps me trick Clarion. Each tap changes our general surroundings, allowing us to move without being intercepted by Clarion. I might be old, but I still have a few tricks under my sleeve, and in the Tower of Fate, I can be of help." "So, where's the helmet of whatever?" Wally asked, taking a step forward. "Ignore him, we all do," Artemis sighed, elbowing Wally in the side. "Ow. What was that for?" Wally yelped, rubbing his side. "Haha, young love," Kent smiled, his eyes twinkling mischievously. "We're not Dash. I mean, she's not Dash." "Ugh," both Wally and Artemis stammered mentally, their faces red. "As for where's the helmet, well, we are getting close, which means we must decide now who will wear it. Otherwise, our venture will be in vain," Kent said, his face growing serious as he looked at each one of us. "I'll do it," Raven replied, stepping forward. "While your arcane capabilities are quite possibly the highest I have ever seen in my long, long life, your affinity to the dark arts and chaos itself will only weaken Nabu. I believe it would be best if someone else were to don the helmet," Kent said, giving Raven a smile. I'll do it then, I offered, stepping forward. Hopefully, my lack of magical abilities would be enough for Nabu to release me. Maybe. You do have a certain aura of the arcane around you, but it is not one of affinity, I wonder, Kent mused before tapping his cane on the ground. Wait, I have an arcane aura. Since when? At this, I looked at Raven, who looked back at me just as confused. Why don't you wear it? Wally asked, tilting his head. Kent broke into a coughing/laughing fit before waving him off. While that would certainly solve our dilemma, I'm too old for that. The helmet taxes one's body, and I'm not as spry as I used to be. If I put it on right now, I would die before I could do something about Clarion. No, it must be one of you, youngsters. So, can I do it? I asked, looking at Kent. Well, to be entirely honest, anyone can. Whether Nabu can use their body to the fullest potential or not is the real question, Kent replied, looking at each one of us. What do you mean? Superboy asked, his brow furrowed. Well, Nabu uses his arcane powers, alongside the arcane powers of his host, to increase his power and efficiency. If one of these two parts doesn't fit in that, well, he comes up short, so to speak, Kent explained. So, you're saying that it's up to whoever has the most compatible arcane abilities with Nabu? Aqualad asked, his brow furrowed in thought. Yes, that would be the most logical conclusion, Kent replied with a nod, tapping his cane on the ground once again. And who is that? Aqualad asked, looking at each one of us. Right now. You, Kent replied with a sigh. Which is why I'm not offering you the helmet. When Nabu finds an ideal host, well, he likes to make that host a permanent arrangement. Then I'll do it, Aqualad said with a nod. I shook my head. The hell you will. Didn't you hear him? If he likes the host, that's it, you're gone, forever locked inside the helmet. Aqualad's face softened. I am aware, but this is important. We need Dr. Fate if we're going to beat Clarion. I don't want to sacrifice myself, but I will if I must. Not gonna let that happen. Sorry to cut the moment short, but we have arrived, Kent said as the ground before us opened up, revealing a staircase leading sideways. What's with all these sideways stairs? Superboy muttered as we all began to follow Kent down the staircase. It's an arcane thing, Kent replied with a wave of his hand. The less sense it makes, the better. That sounds like a you thing. I do magic, and I like my things to be organized. This place is a headache, Raven said, her voice laced with annoyance. I'm sure it is, my dear, Kent said with a chuckle as we arrived at the top of the tower. Wait, what? How the fudge did we end at the top of the tower? Now, time to call that old helmet back, Kent said as he began to chant in a language I didn't understand. Suddenly, the air around us began to distort, and a yellow mist appeared before us, revealing the helmet of Dr. Fate. Even Hollywood has better special effects, Kid Flash said, rolling his eyes. How can someone so young be so headstrong? Kent asked, shaking his head. Before anyone else could reply, a red portal appeared behind the helmet as Clarion's laughter echoed through the tower. I see you have found the helmet. How unfortunate for you, Clarion said, his voice dripping with amusement as he and his companion Abracadabra stepped through the portal as it closed. Abracadabra. Make yourself useful. Time to meet Nabu, I guess. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward and reached for the helmet. However, as soon as my fingers brushed the metal, I was blasted back by an invisible force. What the? I see, Kent muttered. Interesting, Clarion said, his voice laced with amusement. It seems the old fart doesn't want you as his host, after all. Well, that makes things simpler for me. Give me that. Maybe there's a button somewhere. Wally said, grabbing the helmet and inspecting it closely before Aqualad took it from his hands. Goodbye, my friends. It was an honor fighting by your side, Aqualad said, his voice sad as he placed the helmet on his head. The moment the helmet touched Aqualad's skin, his body was engulfed in yellow light, and Dr. Fate was reborn anew. Chapter 128, Chapter 120. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Which boy? You have failed. You sought the power of the helmet, and it now has a new host, ready to deliver order. The voice of Calder and Nabu echoed as the battle between order and chaos broke out in a clash of magic that shook the tower itself. Fail. Don't think so. You old fart. Clarion shouted back as he teleported around the area, evading attacks and striking back with his own. Electrifying. Abracadabra shouted, aiming his wand at Dr. Fate, only for the Lord of Order to ignore him, opening a portal under him as he continued fighting Clarion. As for the rest of us, we stood there feeling powerless as we watched the two most powerful magic users in the world fight. It was like watching a tornado and an earthquake clash, two forces of nature beyond our current reach to stop. I had faith that Dr. Fate would win. What now troubled me was whether he would let Calder go or not. After all, Calder was a perfect host, Kent had said so himself, so the possibility of losing Calder to Naba was terrifying, which is why I had tried to put the helmet myself, to avoid forcing anyone else to make that sacrifice. Yet, the helmet had rejected me violently, might I add. Is there anything we can do to aid Dr. Fate? I asked, looking to Kent for some kind of answer. Nabu prefers to work alone, Kent said with a solemn expression. We can only hope that he prevails. I frowned, balling my hands into fists. I hated this feeling. I hated feeling helpless, especially when people's lives were on the line when my friends were in danger. Why did Nabu reject me? I asked, giving Kent a look. I tried to touch the helmet, and it threw me across the room. You said anyone could put it on, yet, he rejected me like the plague. Kent sighed, his hold on his cane tightening so much that his knuckles turned white as he looked at Dr. Fate and Clarion fight in front of him. I do not know, kid. Perhaps it has something to do with the magical aura I felt around you, but unless Nabu himself answers, I don't know. Party pooper. Clarion cried out as he was blasted backwards by a powerful bolt of magic. This isn't fun anymore. Your entertainment is not my concern. Destroying you is, Dr. Fate retorted as he prepared another attack, his voice echoing through the area. Taking a deep breath, I turned to the team before directing my attention to Kent. Any idea where is Abracadabra? Clarion had summoned him, but as soon as he had, Dr. Fate had sent him somewhere. Kent shook his head. I can check to see if he's still in the tower, but other than that, I'm afraid I can't help. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. It's worth a shot. Look for him and let me know. Kent nodded, tapping his cane against the ground before vanishing in a puff of smoke. He's still here, Raven said calmly, her eyes closed as she concentrated. But I can't tell where. The magic of the tower and the fight in front of us is blinding my senses. Before I could reply to that, the echo of a cane tapping into the ground was heard as Kent appeared in front of us once again with a puff of smoke. I found him. Can you take us to him? I asked. If Abracadabra was the only one we could deal with him, we would deal then. I can, Kent said with a nod, tapping his cane on the ground as a portal opened up. I will keep the portal open for convenience's sake. Just step back through it when you're ready dealing with that clown. I nodded, taking a deep breath as I turned to the team. Let's go. Raven, you stay here and provide Mr. Nelson with protection should he need it. Understood, Raven nodded. And with that, we stepped through the portal and back into the tower, finding the future stage magician at the other end of the room Kent had opened a portal to. Well, Abracadabra said with a smirk as he saw us, if it isn't the Justice League's B team. To what do I owe this unexpected visit? Ignoring him, I turned to the team. Mgan, immobilize him with your telekinesis. Robin, Artemis provide long-range support. Wally, Superboy, distract him as much as possible, be as loud and flashy as possible, and I will deal the decisive blow. The team nodded, getting into position as I darted forward, Superboy and Wally running past me to complete their part of the plan. You lot won't be enough to defeat me, Abracadabra said with a chuckle, aiming his wand at us before a lightning bolt shot towards Wally. Thankfully, Abracadabra was apparently very stupid because he had aimed a fast-moving attack at the fastest member of our formation, and therefore, Wally had managed to get out of the way without problems, the bolt hitting one of the walls behind him instead and causing it to explode. Continuing with our strategy, I pushed hard as Artemis and Robin showered Abracadabra with arrows and batarangs, keeping him on the move. Hey! Phony! Wally cried out as he dashed in circles around Abracadabra. Use your magic to stop me. Distracting me won't save you, boy, Abracadabra said with a scoff, aiming his wand at Wally again. And who will save you? Superboy growled as he leaped towards Abracadabra, slamming his fists on the ground as the magician jumped back to avoid what would have been certain death if he hadn't moved. Electrify! Abracadabra exclaimed as he pointed his wand at Superboy. I smiled, grabbing him by the back of the neck before slamming him to the ground, where I tossed him, making sure he was unconscious before I stood up and dusted myself off. It always works with villains that have an ego. Make them talk, make them focus on a few, and they forget about one or two people. Tied him up, I said, giving Wally a look. But first, be sure to check him for gadgets thoroughly. In fact, help him with that, Mgan. Futuristic technology can be tricky. Okay, Wally said with a nod as he zipped over to Abracadabra, Mgan flying to his side to aid him. Within a few moments of thorough searching, they had found and confiscated a few gadgets, including what appeared to be a teleportation device. Let's go then, I nodded, Superboy carrying Abracadabra as we stepped back through the portal and into the fight between Dr. Fate and Clarion. This battle is pointless, you cannot persevere. Dr. Fate proclaimed as he blasted Clarion into the ground with his magic. No, you cannot persevere. Clarion hissed as he blasted Dr. Fate with a beam of magic, causing the Lord of Order to stumble back. You've grown weak, old man. You're not the hero you used to be. I will not prolong this any longer, Dr. Fate said as he gathered his magic, you better than anyone should know that it is difficult for a Lord of Order or Chaos to maintain a presence on the physical plane without an anchor. I am bound to the helmet, and you are bound to that beast you call a cat. One is easier to break than the other. Clarion took a step back, his face morphing into one of horror and rage. No. You cannot. You would dare to attack a defenseless kitty. I can, and I will, Dr. Fate said as he unleashed his magic. After all, we both know that thing is anything but defenseless. Clarion growled, meeting Dr. Fate's attack with one of his own. I won't let you spoil my fun. Not again. You've caused more than enough destruction and chaos, and it ends here. Dr. Fate exclaimed as he pushed Clarion back, the spell slowly reaching Clarion's familiar, who was now meowing in concern. I know. I know. I'm trying. Clarion said with a low growl before blasting Dr. Fate's attack into the side with a burst of magic. This won't be the last time you hear of me. You. Bully. Killjoy. Geezer. Begone. Dr. Fate exclaimed as he blasted at Clarion with a beam of magic that the Lord of Chaos dodged by portaling out of the way to his familiar side. Oh well, I had my fun, Clarion said with a nonchalant shrug as he petted his familiar. Until later, Bolty. And with that said, he teleported away, his eyes never leaving me as he disappeared out of sight. I sighed, turning to Dr. Fate as he floated towards us. Nabu, old friend, don't you think it is time to release the boy? Kent said, looking at Fate with a raised eyebrow. He is a perfect candidate to wear the helmet, Dr. Fate said, his voice once again calm and collected. However, he's untrained to his fullest potential in the mystic arts and unwilling to stay as Dr. Fate. Well, can you blame him? Kent chuckled, shaking his head. I mean, the last thing anyone wants is to be stuck in one's head, unable to do anything. Be that as it may, today is proof chaos is stronger than ever and that this world needs Dr. Fate. So, I have tasked this boy to find me a host, as you have proved to be inadequate doing so, Kent Nelson, Dr. Fate said as he removed the helmet. Harsh as always, Kent chuckled. I smiled, pulling Calder into a hug. For a moment there, I thought Dr. Fate would keep him forever. Welcome back, Superboy said, giving Calder a smile. You had us scared for a moment there, Artemis grinned, putting a hand on Calder's shoulder. I'm just glad you're okay, Mgan said, hugging Calder from the other side. I'm fine, I promise, Calder chuckled, ruffling Mgan's hair playfully. Though I must say, that was quite an experience. Breaking the hug, I turned to Raven before turning back to Calder, asking him. Any idea why I was rejected? Calder paused for a moment before replying. He didn't specify, but he mentioned something about the mark of destiny or something along those lines. He didn't say anything more on the subject after that. The mark of destiny, well, that answers nothing. Chapter 129, Chapter 121. Enjoy. David Lance POV. The mission had been a success, at least to a certain degree, and with Kent safe and sound in the Tower of Fate, it was time to go back to the base. By the time we arrived at the base, the sun had barely risen above the horizon. The air inside the ship was thick and filled with tension. Sure, we had won, but it didn't feel like a victory. We had all felt powerless, without an ounce of control, and the feeling wasn't welcomed at all. The truth was, as much as it pained us to admit it, that we had been massively underprepared for the challenges we had faced today. Raven walked toward me with a serious look on her face, placing a hand on my right shoulder. We need to talk. I nodded and followed her into my quarters. What's on your mind, Ray? Raven paused, looking at the wall behind me for a moment before she replied. We barely made it out of there today. I nodded. That's a pretty accurate way to describe our mission today. Raven ran a hand through her hair as she sighed. If Kent hadn't been there, if he hadn't intervened when he did. Her words trailed off, but I knew what she was trying to say. If Kent hadn't been there, we would have all died. I frowned before taking a seat on my bed, inviting Raven to do the same. We were lucky, there's no denying that. Clarion was clearly out of our league. Raven nodded, taking my invitation to sit. He was toying with us. I sighed, giving Raven a look before leaning back against my pillows. Like cats, play with mice. Raven paused for a moment, her violet blue eyes staring into mine. He could have killed you, and I would have been powerless to stop him. But we survived, and that's all that matters right now, isn't it? I replied, my emotions welling up inside of me as I remembered my encounter with Clarion. Raven let out a shaky breath, her hands trembling slightly. I know we did, but it was far too close for my comfort. I smiled, playfully pushing her shoulder. See, I knew you love me. Raven smiled for a brief moment before returning to her usual mask of indifference, the worry still present in her eyes. Love is a strong word, more like. I tolerate you, barely. I rolled my eyes at her response. So, now what? Raven sighed, her eyes fixed on the floor. We can't count on luck next time. I nodded. Luck, while good, and a part of all, was a very unreliable factor for all parts, one that no one should trust on, unless they can affect probability itself, which wasn't the case for any of us. Any idea where to start? I mean, you are a magic expert. Raven turned to look at me, her eyes narrowed in thought. I talked with Mr. Nelson for a bit before we left the tower, and he offered me some guidance and books to help me, and I accepted his offer. I blinked, a bit surprised by her answer. It wasn't like Raven to accept help, at least when it came to magic. Does that mean you will learn order magic? Raven nodded. My magical affinities do not align with the school of order, which makes this project all the more difficult, but affinities can be trained and, in time, develop beyond original limitations. It's just harder that way. I'm sure Kent will prove to be an excellent teacher. I mean, age and wisdom do go by hand more often than not, right? I smiled, happy to see Raven having someone to help her with her magic studies. Raven turned to look at me, her expression unreadable. Now, all that's left is you. I frowned, not understanding what she meant. What do you mean? Raven stood up, her arms crossed. Clarion was interested in you, very interested. We all heard his last words before he teleported away. I was trying to forget that, at least for today. I remember vividly. Raven sighed, her shoulders slumping ever so slightly. We can't really stop him if he comes for you, not as we are. But, I have a suggestion that might help you against him. I'm all ears, I replied, eager to hear anything that could help me against Clarion. Raven paused for a moment as if debating whether or not to continue. The mark of Asteria. Asteria, that name sounds familiar. Isn't Asteria a Greek goddess? Raven nodded. Asteria is the Titan goddess of nocturnal oracles and falling stars. She was also considered by many as the protector of young children during the lone starry nights. And getting her mark will help me in which way exactly? I asked, still not fully understanding where this was going. Raven nodded slowly. It won't protect you completely, but the mark of Asteria is said to give its bearer the power to see things that others can't or won't, as well as a natural resistance to many schools of magic, like chaos. I have read enough about the Greek gods to know that owing them a favor is never a good thing, I replied, not too keen on the idea of making deals with deities. It's not a deal with the gods. It's a spell Asteria left behind, one that found its way to Azarath, Raven explained, her voice gentle. Well, that makes me feel a little bit better. All right then, if you think getting the mark will help me, I trust you. Raven smiled for the briefest of moments. I will start preparing the things we need for the spell. Hopefully, the mark will be enough to help. I smiled before a frown came to my face. If the mark is as beneficial as you proclaim, wouldn't it be better for everyone on the team to get it? Raven nodded. It would, but the ingredients required for the spell are exceedingly rare, most of them can't no longer be found anymore. I have most of them, and it's only because I saved them from Azarath. I never thought I would use them, and for the most part, they were nothing but nostalgic trinkets I had collecting dust in my room. Our encounter with Clarion reminded me of them. Unfortunately for the rest of the team, I barely have enough for one mark. I sighed. I see. Don't leave the base. The preparations won't take long, Raven replied before leaving my room through a portal. I stood outside of Raven's door, as she had called me, telling me the spell was almost ready. Taking a deep breath, I hesitated in front of the door for a moment before finally deciding to go inside. Inside, the room was dark, and the only light came from a few candles that were burning on the nightstands. In the center of the room was a small table, and Raven was sitting in front of it with her eyes closed. I'm almost finished, Raven said quietly as she gestured for me to come closer. Sit. It looked like I was about to sell my soul to the devil. Taking a deep breath, I approached the table warily, taking a seat as she had told me to do. Without opening her eyes, Raven reached out to take my hand. Her touch was hot, burning, like fire, ready to scorch my skin off. Don't move, Raven said, and before I could wonder too much what would happen next, she began to chant in a language I didn't recognize. For a few moments, this chant continued until I started to feel a strange energy flowing from her hand to mine, like a snake making its way up my arm. As this continued, the candle flames grew taller and wilder, casting eerie shadows on the walls as the hair on my arm stood up. Suddenly, Raven opened her eyes to reveal them glowing, a white, blinding glow that expanded from her face to mine until there was nothing but white, and I felt as if my body was being consumed by a raging fire. It is done, Raven said as the light began to fade, leaving a burning sensation on my arm. Looking down at my arm, I saw a black symbol there, one that looked vaguely like a star. So this is the mark, I asked as I traced the lines of the mark with my finger. It is, Raven replied with a short nod. I don't feel any different, I commented as I looked back up at her. It may take some time for the effects to be noticeable, Raven replied calmly. Besides, most of the effects are passive in nature, like the one I hope it will help you against Clarion. Hopefully, it will. If not, at the very least, I got some protection against other magical entities, I replied, giving the mark another look. That, and I also got a cool tattoo, so, even losing, I win with this. Raven rolled her eyes at me. You should rest. I smiled, giving her a small nod. I was quite tired from everything, and taking a nap felt like a wonderful idea right now. Chapter 130, Chapter 122. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Seeing as nothing was happening, at least nothing that required my attention, I decided to visit my sister to spend some time with her. It had been too long since I had seen her properly. Too long since I had talked to her. David. Dinah greeted me as soon as I stepped into the manor. I was about to make a trip to the base, give you a scolding for not calling your poor, old sister. How have you been? I've been good. You know, work and stuff, I lied with a smile. Yeah, I know how that is, Dinah replied sympathetically. Where's Oliver? I asked. Working. Something about a shareholders' meeting, Dinah replied before gesturing for me to follow her to the living room, where we took a seat opposite each other. Remember I told you before that I can see behind your lies? Well, let me ask you this question again. How have you been, really? Dinah asked, giving me a look. I hesitated for a moment, not sure how to answer the question without destroying my plans with Batman. Dinah, I'm fine. Stressed? Sure, but nothing too big, I promise you. Dinah sighed, shaking her head. I don't believe you, but I'll let it go for now. Trust me to deal with this, I replied, placing my hand on hers. I do, I always do, Dinah said with a smile before her expression turned serious. But please, don't ever forget that if you ever need to talk about anything, don't hesitate to come to me, all right? I'm always here for you, no matter what. I nodded in response. So, any plans for today? Besides spending time with my adorable little brother? Dinah asked, a playful smile appearing on her face. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at her. Yeah, besides that, dork. Nothing besides that, Dinah replied, grinning from ear to ear. So, what do you want to do? I'm all ears. I don't know, I replied with a shrug. What do you want to do? Dinah said, tapping her chin in thought. We could go bowling. Bowling. Not a bad idea, I haven't done that in a while. Count me in. After bowling, eating an unholy amount of hot dogs, and watching an old movie at a trailer park, I decided to stay a bit longer in order to help my sister with her patrol of the city. Thankfully, there weren't any criminals on the run or that required our attention, which allowed us to talk during the patrol without a care. Eventually, the patrol came to an end, and it was time for me to go back to the base, so with a hug, I said my goodbyes, promising to visit her more. As I neared the Zeta tube to get back to the base, I noticed the sun had long since set, casting an eerie glow over the city. Smiling, I continued walking until I saw the space in front of me warped and moved. Taking a step back, I felt my entire body tense, as in a burst of red, a figure emerged. Clarion. I told you we would continue our talk, Clarion said, a sick, demented smile on his face. I took another step back, my hand reaching for the SOS beacon signal on my utility belt. Don't be a party pooper. This party is only for the three of us, Clarion said, waving his hand dismissively as a wave of red crashed into me, breaking upon contact. Magical warding. Interesting, but not enough to stop me. All that pesky Mark will do is make this trip more painful for you. I took another step back as Clarion stepped closer, a ball of red energy forming in his hand. I frowned, hurling a few explosive knives at him. I had already called the team and anyone else, and now all I had to do was buy some time. Clarion chuckled as the knives detonated harmlessly around him, the red energy in his hand growing larger until his familiar meowed at him. What? Right, perspective, I knew that. Yes, I did, no, I did not forget. He knows I didn't forget, right Bolty? Taking his debate with the cat, I darted toward the opposite direction of him at full speed, knowing that a fight with him would only be a waste of time, as I had no way of dealing with him, not on my own. Clarion chuckled once again, snapping his fingers as a small red energy sphere appeared in front of me, stopping me in my tracks. Oh no, you don't, we're not done here yet. The sphere disappeared as quickly as it came, and I was sent flying into a nearby alleyway, where I hit a wall hard. Without wasting time, I pushed myself up, noticing Clarion slowly walking toward me with an amused look on his face. Now, ready to receive some perspective? I glared at him, my mind racing for a way to get out of this. I had to buy some time for the others to arrive, but how? It was a retroviral question, Clarion cackled with glee as a red portal appeared in front of him. However, before he could continue, his familiar meowed at him. Rhetorical, he knows I meant rhetorical. I took the opportunity to hurl a few knives at the familiar, only for Clarion to vanish in a puff of red fire, leaving the red portal in place as he reappeared behind me. "Enjoy the trip," Clarion said with a grin close to my ear as he pushed me into the portal with a snap of his fingers, creating a small, red-looking explosion that pushed me straight to the portal, his demented laughter echoing around me as I felt myself entering the portal. "See you later, Bolty." For what it felt like hours, I plummeted through the darkness that had been waiting for me behind the portal, feeling weightless, until suddenly, I collided against something with great force. The impact was so forceful that the breath was knocked out of me. For a moment, I lay there in shock, gasping for air, trying to process what had happened as the darkness started to dissipate. Taking a deep breath, I got to my feet and looked around, realizing that I appeared to be in some kind of forest. There was no sign of civilization anywhere. No roads, no buildings, no people. Just trees as far as the eye could see. Just where had Clarion sent me? Finding myself alone, I tried to call Raven with my belt, but for some reason, it wasn't working. It was almost as if I was calling a number that didn't exist. Frowning, I then tried to call out for help using my second communicator, but like before, there was no response. It was as if I had been cut off from the rest of the world. With no way to ask for help, I started to walk in what I hoped was the right direction, hoping to find a town or something in order to contact the team. Rachel Roth, Raven POV. I had been meditating when I sensed it. A sudden change in the arcane energy around me. It was like the air had turned to ice, or as if the world had turned upside down. One moment I was surrounded by the familiar hum of magic, and the next, I felt something shatter, something disconnect. The mark of Asteria. "David," I muttered. I knew, with a sinking feeling in my gut, that something was very wrong. Something had happened to David. Without wasting time, I tried to reach out to him with my mind, with my magic, but there was nothing. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. I summoned my communicator, finding an SOS message from him. However, the message appeared delayed, by unnatural means. Technomancy. Clarion. The name crossed my mind like a curse. Kent, he will know what to do, I muttered, before teleporting to the Tower of Fate to meet with him. He would help me. Chapter 131, Chapter 123. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Aimlessly, I walked through the forest Clarion had left me in for hours, growing ever so desperate to find some sign of civilization as time went by. Eventually, my aimless exploration paid off as I found myself face to face with a path leading out of the forest. It was a dirt road, barely more than a path, but by the way it was shaped, it was easy to tell that it was a way out. Smiling, I quickened my pace, eager to escape the forestal prison that encased me. But as I walked, I couldn't help feeling a sense of unease growing larger and larger as the seconds passed. Keeping my pace, I shook off the feeling and continued running down the path until I found myself face to face with an empty highway, a sign standing in front of me. I stopped, giving the sign a look. Washington, D.C., 300 miles away. Washington, D.C. Had Clarion really just teleported me to a random forest close to Washington, D.C.? So much effort for that. It felt off. Taking a deep breath, I shook my head, trying to clear my mind as I started to walk toward Washington, D.C. However, with each step, a cold breathing taking chill ran down my spine until I was forced to come to a full stop. My newest superpower was going crazy, haywire, telling me to go in the opposite direction. I guess it would be best to listen, but unless I see the threat, I won't know how to plan and react accordingly. Reminding myself of Batman's words, I walked back into the forest, deciding to run a few miles inside the forest before putting on a civilian attire to continue my path. As I walked back into the forest and started running, the unease remained, but it was now calm compared to before, like a whisper instead of a shout in my ear. Eventually, after half an hour of running through the forest non-stop and covering quite some mileage, I exited the forest back into the highway, this time looking like a normal guy, a hitchhiker even. Washington, D.C., 125 miles away. Taking a deep breath, I started walking down the highway, the hot sun beating down on my skin, as I kept a thumb up in order to try and get a ride. Thankfully, it didn't take long before a car stopped in front of me, and an old man leaned out the window of an old truck, a Ford F-250, from 1978. "Where are you headed?" Pulling out a notepad, I raised my hand to him before writing my answer. "I'm heading to Washington. I apologize for the note, the downsides of being mute." The old man nodded his head before motioning for me to get in. "Not a problem, son. I'm heading that way myself." "Smart thinking, having a notepad with you." I nodded my head in response before getting into the truck, the old man keeping up a single-sided conversation as we drove down the highway. I guess he was just happy about having someone to listen to him. As time went by, the conversation went from personal anecdotes the old man wanted to share to a topic that caught my attention, and not in a good way, not at all. "I still can't believe what happened in Metropolis, you know. I had friends there," the old man said, his voice trembling slightly. It's just not right, all those people dead. And for what? What happened in Metropolis? Was that the reason I didn't receive any backup for my SOS calls, or why no one seemed to get them in the first place? That Joker, the old man said, shaking his head. I really hope he's rotting in hell right about now. The Joker. Metropolis. Lots of dead people. It can't be. Right. I turned to the old man, my mind racing a million miles a minute as I tried to process everything. Then, after a moment or two, I pulled out my phone, and using the text-to-speech function, I asked one simple question. What about the nuclear radiation? The old man sighed, shaking his head. No idea, son. They say it might take years, decades even before the city is livable again, and it's not because of the radiation. My heart sank into my stomach as the old man's words sunk in. I was in the world of injustice. This wasn't my Earth, my reality. As the realization hit me, my heart started racing, and my breathing became erratic. I was in a world where the Joker had nuked Metropolis, destroying the city and robbing Superman of everything. I was in a world where Superman had gone mad with grief. Are you okay, son? The old man asked, looking at me with concern. You don't look so good. I nodded, trying to clear my mind as I took a few deep breaths. The old man looked at me for a few more moments before sighing and shaking his head. Young people nowadays. He muttered before turning his attention back to the road. I sat in silence for the rest of the ride. I knew, with every cell of my being, this would probably be the last moment of peace I had, for a storm was brewing for me right ahead. Batman, Injustice, POV. I looked out the window, arms crossed. The wind was howling outside, and the trees were swaying. In the distance, I could see lightning and hear the thunder crashing as a storm started to brew in the city. Batsy. Harley greeted, entering the room. I turned to face her. Harley, I need you to investigate something for me. Harley cocked her head to the side, biting her lower lip before asking. What is it? I handed her a paper with coordinates. I received an SOS call near Washington, D.C. What really got my attention was that whoever sent this call was using an old line, one I don't use anymore because of the regime. Harley took the coordinates from me. Sure thing, Batsy. Is whoever I'm supposed to bonk still here, or do I have to go commando super serious and stuff? Unlikely. Whoever sent the signal turned the tracking off, I replied, wondering who this unknown was. I knew it wasn't the regime. However, that didn't mean whoever this unknown wasn't an enemy. Well, I'll see what I can find. Harley said with a salute before leaving the room. Chapter 132, Chapter 124. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I arrived at Washington, D.C. quickly, thanking the old man for the ride as I exited his car, my mind overwhelmed by the developments so far. Everywhere I looked, there were propaganda posters for the regime, urging people, demanding them to support their new leader, Superman. It was unnerving to see such propaganda on display, especially given what I knew about this world, about the oppression and violence Superman had brought. Taking a deep breath, I walked around the city, taking in the sights and sounds, as I tried to figure out what to do next, feeling more and more uneasy with each step. The people around in the streets seemed brainwashed, like they were living in a different world entirely. Perhaps I was simply looking too much into things. Right now my priority was to find a place to hide. Fortunately, in every city there are all sorts of places to hide, to set camp. Small nooks and crannies that most people never even notice, let alone think to check. Thanks to Batman and my training, I knew this very well, as I've had to find such places before, many times in order to do my duty. However, this time was different. This time, I wasn't just looking for a criminal running from the authorities or from a hero. This time, it was me, who was looking to hide from everyone. I had no one here, no allies, no friends, no family, no Raven. I was for the first time in my life, truly and absolutely alone. I couldn't trust anyone. Not here. Not knowing what I knew about this universe. If I wanted to survive, I had to play my every move carefully, or I would inevitably end on the wrong side of things. I sighed, rubbing my temples as I continued walking down the street, thinking. The base I required needed to be in a populated area. To make tracking harder, it also needed to be close to various ways of escape. After a few hours of searching, I found a place nearby, a homeless shelter, a shed that had been abandoned by its owner a few years ago. I entered the shed quickly, setting up a small setup for research that consisted of a laptop, a printer, and some other office items I had acquired in a local shop in less than a legal manner. The laptop was connected to the internet in the homeless shelter, that was in turn connected to the internet of the city. For now, this was all I needed. A computer to do some basic research, and a place to sleep. The shed would serve for now. Before moving, or doing anything, I first had to figure out where in the timeline I was. I guess it was a good thing I remembered Injustice more than I remembered my own world, otherwise this would be rather problematic in terms of intel. Taking a deep breath, I turned the laptop on, and started working. Raven, Rachel Roth POV. I teleported to the Tower of Fate, where I was greeted by Kent, who had been waiting for me. "Come in, we have much to do," Kent said, his voice carrying a dark tone. I entered the tower, a sense of dread still invading my heart and mind. "Clarion, he did something too." I paused, the words refusing to come out. "I am aware," Kent replied, his voice softened a bit. "But we do not have time to grieve now, we must act, after all, I'm sure he's alive." I looked down, trying to control my emotions, before nodding. Kent was right, now wasn't the time to grieve, David was still alive, I knew it, he had to, he wouldn't die, he wouldn't. "What can we do?" I asked, steeling myself for what was to come. "First we need to figure out what Clarion exactly did, and move from there," Kent replied with a sigh. "Don't worry, young lady, we will find him. Wherever he is, he won't be alone for long." I nodded, feeling my resolve harden. David was out there, and I would find him. No matter what it took. Unknown POV. In the meantime, in an undisclosed location, a man known as John Constantine was sitting in a bar, drinking whiskey. He was waiting for someone, or something. "You're late," Constantine said as a man with black hair and a dark suit entered the bar, sitting down in front of him. "I had things to take care of," the man replied nonchalantly. Constantine took a sip of his drink before asking. "So, what did you find out?" The man shrugged. "You know that's not how things work." Constantine frowned. "You bloody bastard, will you help me or not?" The man nodded, a chuckle escaping his lips. "For now, if anything, because the kid interests me." Constantine sighed, before downing the rest of his drink. "You do that, and I'll owe you a favor. With this one you would owe me like 20, but don't worry, I won't charge you for this one," the man winked as he stood up, leaving the bar without another word. Constantine watched him go before sighing, and ordering another drink. "Fucking Lucifer, I swear." "I heard that." "And you wish." Unknown POV. Back at the Tower of Fate, Kent and Rachel were going through some old books, trying to find any information on what Clarion had done. "Anything?" Rachel asked, her voice tired. Kent shook his head tiredly. "No, nothing so far." Rachel sighed, her eyes red from lack of sleep. She had been looking through books for almost a day now, with no results. "What are we going to do? We can't just keep looking through these books forever." Just then, something caught Kent's eye. He reached for a book that was slightly different from the rest, hiding inside the Library of Fate. It was old, and dusty, and it looked like it hadn't been touched in years. He started flipping through the pages, his eyes widening as he read the words within the book. "I think I found something." Rachel perked up at that, moving to sit next to Kent. "What is it?" Kent shook his head. "I'm not sure, but it might be important." He handed her the book, before leaning back in his chair, lost in thought. Rachel started reading the book, her brow furrowed in concentration. After a few minutes, she looked up at Kent with a confused expression. "A Book of Gates." Kent nodded. Chapter 133, Chapter 125. Enjoy. David Lance POV. For weeks, I researched about everything I could without moving too much from my temporary base, keeping my radius of operation small and easy to control. During this time, I had also discovered I was being tracked, even though I had been extra careful not to leave any traces of my existence behind, meaning whoever was tracking me was using whatever I had left behind during my arrival. I thought for a while about my options and the best way to get rid of my pursuer. Eventually coming to the conclusion that doing nothing would be the best course of action, seeing as my pursuer clearly had no idea who I truly was, inaction was the best path. Back on the subject of my research, I had managed to discover a bit more about my situation, timeline-wise, after connecting a few dots here and there. Sadly, I wasn't entirely sure of when I was, but I had narrowed it down to somewhere within the second year of Injustice and the third, seeing as events such as Superman outing Batman by revealing his identity to the world through social media, and the death of Oliver had already come to pass. I sighed. Superman was in control. Batman was on the run. The world was in total chaos. And I was in the middle of it all, lost, and without any idea what to do. Maybe I should focus on finding a magical solution to my predicament. I mean, magic had brought me into this situation, perhaps it could take me out of it as well. But that was a task for another day. Unfortunately, for now, I needed to focus on more pressing matters. Namely, how to stay alive and not get caught in between this war. I had seen enough during my research to confirm a few alarming facts, like the fact the Superman of this world was leagues above the Superman of my world in every aspect. He was stronger, faster, and more resilient. I was well out of my depth, and I knew it. I mean, just to name a feat, this Superman had been able to have a full conversation with the Flash while both of them were fighting an alien, and all of that happened before a single second could even come to pass. This was one of the reasons my primary goal right now was to lay low, at least until I could get my hands on some 5U93R pills. A Kryptonian nanotech drug created by the regime to enhance the strength and durability of non-superpowered troops serving the regime. When taken, the pill increases the tensile strength of bone and tissue structures by a factor of several thousand%, giving an average human, superhuman strength and durability. The effects of the 5U93R pill are almost instantaneous, taking a few seconds to take effect after swallowing. The strength and durability levels acquired through this pill are, according to some raw data I had collected during my investigation, comparable to that of superhumans like Superman and Lobo. However, according to my research, these pills were not exactly easy to acquire. In fact, they were extremely hard to come by right now, so my chances of getting my hands on them anytime soon were slim to none, at least if I didn't take any risks. I mean, I knew where to find some of these pills. However, the where wasn't exactly a safe place, or easy to reach for that matter, as Superman and his troops were in control of such places, keeping a close eye to them because of his never-ending war with Batman. I sighed, deciding to take a nap before continuing with my research. Maybe some rest would give me a clearer head to think about my options and what to do next. Taking a deep breath, I lay down on my sleeping bag, resting my tired head on the pillow and closing my eyes, letting sleep take over me. Hopefully, when I wake up, I'll know what to do. Harley Quinn POV. I giggled as I skipped through the streets of Washington, D.C., feeling more carefree than I had in months. It felt good to let loose and just have some fun for once, especially after everything that had happened recently. I mean, sure, the world was a total mess right now, what with Superman in charge and all, but that didn't mean I couldn't enjoy myself every once in a while. Besides, who knows? Maybe things would get better soon. I mean, they couldn't get any worse, right? Maybe I shouldn't be thinking that. I mean, I'm tickling the nuts of bad luck right there. Oh well. Where was I? Right. I was tracking a mysterious individual that had been avoiding me for weeks. Isn't that fun? Voice in my head. Yes, it is Harley. But keep your focus, you're getting sidetracked again, like always. Okay, geez, don't worry. I'm totally focused. Scout's honor. Anyways, like I was saying, this enigmatic individual had been avoiding me for weeks, but even though he, or she, was good, I had a feeling I was finally closing in on them, and once I did, kapow. I can wait to capture my target. Batsy will be so proud of me when I finish this assignment. I mean, sure, Batsy is not exactly the most talkative person out there, but that doesn't mean he doesn't appreciate my efforts. Or at least that's what I like to believe. Harley, the voice inside your head talking, one of them at least, just letting you know that 1, you are getting sidetracked, and 2, you're still skipping and laughing like a maniac in the middle of a busy street, and people are starting to stare. They are. Oops. Gotta go. I quickly ducked into an alleyway, pressing my back against the wall and peeking out to see if anyone was following me. Thanks, crazy voices. I giggled to myself before quickly darting out of the alleyway and making my way toward the sewage. I would take a nap there and then start my search again when it was nighttime. After all, that's when my target would be the most active. Chapter 134, Chapter 126. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I continued researching about the events happening in the world, now adopting a new strategy to shake my pursuer off. My strategy was simple, changing my base once every 2 weeks, leaving crumbs for the pursuer that would lead him or her to nowhere. When I wasn't gathering data about almost anything, my efforts were directed to finding an accessible shipment of 5U93R, and while my efforts had not been in vain, as I had been able to locate multiple ships over the weeks, none of them were within my reach. At least not if I wanted to keep my life. Because of this, I had considered multiple times contacting the Batman of this world. However, I knew that if I did that, if I approached Batman, I would be pulled into this war, putting a target on my head. I truly didn't want that. Perhaps I was being a coward, I sure felt like one at times, but the truth was, that if I wanted to stay alive long enough to find a way home, to see my family again, my friends, I needed to stay out of this conflict. I sighed. I was getting tired. Tired of running from place to place to avoid detection. Tired of being alone. I never thought it would be possible for me to hate someone more than the Joker, but here I was, hating Clarion with every fiber of my being. If it wasn't for him, I would be home right now. But no, he had to come and ruin everything, he had to come and give me perspective. Now that I think about it, perspective about what? I never questioned the why behind all of this, I mean, I did, but never beyond a surface level. Why did Clarion go out of his way to send me to this universe? Why here, of all places? And what did he mean by perspective? My powers are destructive, sure, but nothing Clarion can't handle with his magic. Besides, if the light really wanted me out of the picture, Clarion would have killed me instead of sending me to a different universe altogether. This wasn't them getting rid of me. This was them giving me perspective. All of this, it was the light trying to show me something this world can show me. The question now is, what? I sighed. It would be far easier to figure out their motives if I could remember everything about them. Before I could continue giving my situation more thought, the alarm I had set up close to my base went off, alerting me on my computer that someone was approaching. I carefully and quietly rose from my seat, making sure not to make a sound, walking to the computer to see the cameras I had installed, trying to get a look at the person who had triggered the alarm. Harley Quinn. So she was my pursuer all along. I guess it makes sense now. I mean, who else would be so relentless in their efforts to find me? I shook my head, putting my laptop in its bag. That didn't matter now. What mattered was that she had finally found me, and I needed to move before she reached my base, which, based on the alarm she set off, means I have between 2 to 3 minutes. Taking a deep breath, I quickly but carefully placed all my belongings in my bag before making my way to the nearest window and jumping out. Once outside, I started running, not looking back until I was a good distance away. "What's the rush, Toots?" Harley called out, her voice carrying through the alleyway I was currently in. "Ah, come on now, is that any way to treat your #1 fan?" How did she catch up with me so fast? Knowing there was no point in running, especially if she had access to 5U93R, I turned around, coming to a full stop, finding Harley Quinn leaning against a wall as she chewed bubble gum, a smirk on her face. Taking my phone out, I played a pre-recorded message. "I don't want any trouble, okay?" The message played out as I held my hands up in surrender, taking the brief moment my hands were going up to hurl a few explosives above her with a timer of 30 seconds to detonate. Harley tilted her head to the side. "No trouble." "Ah, that's too bad." She then reached into her jacket and pulled out a gun, aiming it at me. "I was really hoping to have some fun with you before I killed you." "A gun. Good. I'm being underestimated." Bang, Harley giggled, pressing the trigger only to show her gun was nothing but a prop that once the trigger was pressed, a flag saying bang would appear. As Harley giggled, the explosives went off, and I took the opportunity to lunge forward, using my speed and momentum to knock her to the ground as I quickly disarmed her. "What the dash?" Harley exclaimed, trying to get back up, only for me to grab her and slam her against the wall, holding her there as I activated my taser with enough voltage to knock her out. For a few moments, her body trembled as the electrical current coursed through her before she finally went limp, unconscious. It seems the Harley of this world is as empty-headed as the one from mine. Retracting my taser, I released my grip on her, letting her body slump to the ground as I breathed a sigh of relief. Harley out cold, I began to search her weapons and other items as I tied her down, looking for items like 5U93R, finding a few under one of the pockets on her rear as I finished tying her up. I inspected the pill up close, and it matched every picture of the pill I had found during my research. Good, now I just have to leave Harley in a place the regime can't find her and leave this. Before I could complete that thought, I was sent flying through the air, my body going through several walls of concrete before I hit the ground hard, pain coursing through my body as I tried to get up. However, my body was in a state of shock. The amount of damage I had received kept me in place as my body refused to obey me. In fact, I was barely conscious as I was right now. "Naughty, naughty, touching poor Harley," Harley chastised me. "But how? She was out cold a few moments ago." Though I will admit, I liked that electric shock, Harley giggled as she approached me. Made my toes curl for a bit. I grit my teeth, blood dripping into the ground as I tried to get up, only for Harley to step on my back, grinding her heel into my spine. "Oh no, you don't," Harley cooed, pressing her heel down on my back hard. "You're not going anywhere." I tried to move, tried to get away from her, but it was pointless. The pain was too much, and my body refused to obey me. Not only that, but she was clearly displaying super strength leagues beyond mine. Now, where were we? Harley asked, leaning down close to my ear. "The pill, I took one from her. I just need to take it. If I moved, Harley would attack me again, and another attack of that magnitude I knew I couldn't take. I had but one option, copying her and striking when her guard was down, and seeing she was obviously on 5U93R, then I had no need to hold back. Without delay, I dropped to the ground completely, pretending to be unconscious, just as Batman had taught me. "Oh, you're no fun," Harley pouted as she prodded my side with her bat. Before turning my body around with her foot. I inwardly smiled before muttering, "Surprise." The blast sent Harley flying into the air, giving me enough time to take the 5U93R I had taken from her. "That tickled," Harley said, a small amount of awe in her voice. "I can see why Batsy wants you so bad. Wait, does he even know about your voice?" She paused for a few moments, pondering over her own question before she started laughing hysterically. I pushed myself off the ground, and with each passing moment, I could feel the drug I had taken coursing through my veins almost. It was an intoxicating feeling, one that made me feel invincible. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, and the world around me seemed to take on a new clarity. Every sound, every thought, every breath was amplified. Hell, even the colors were brighter and more vivid. Even the pain from a few moments ago seemed almost gone, leaving nothing but total exhilaration and a sense of power I had never felt before, nor I ever thought it possible to exist. Cracking my neck, I turned my attention to Harley. It was time for round 3. Chapter 135, Chapter 127. Enjoy. David Lance POV. As Harley walked toward me, I stood in place, feeling how my entire body had become stronger. My every muscle had thickened without increasing size beyond what I thought was possible. The increase in power was unfathomable. Giggling, Harley attacked first, using her bat to hit the ground, creating a cloud of rising dust and debris as the ground around us shattered into 1,000 pieces under her attack. Taking advantage of this, Harley swung her bat at me, taking full advantage of her superhuman strength, but before her bat could reach me, I jumped back, avoiding the strike. The dodge caught Harley completely unprepared. "So you took the pill, naughty boy." I cracked my neck once again. This amount of power would take a few moments to get used to. I would use Harley to do just that. Grinning, Harley pushed forward, raining on me with a barrage of attacks. However, as much as she attacked, each swing of her bat would hit nothing but the air, creating powerful shock waves that would break anything too close to her swings. She continued her assault while I simply remained in place, dodging all of her attacks, letting my danger sense guide me as I weaved under her onslaught. Even my danger sense was more effective now. No, that wasn't it. It was that now I had enough strength to react accordingly, and Harley's attacks lacked any skill beyond an overwhelming desire to hurt me, which in the end made dodging her attacks easier. "Stop dodging," Harley complained as another one of her swings hit nothing. Obliging her request, I grabbed Harley by the hair and smashed her head into the ground, testing my new strength. Normally, I would be worried about doing such things, but the situation here was different. I knew Harley's body was beyond resilient right now, thanks to the pill, meaning I could experiment more than ever. That's my bad. I'll admit it, I asked for something and didn't specify. Harley giggled as she stood up, her face bleeding, as she offered a sadistic laugh. After a brief moment of silence, we charged into one another, exchanging blows in a flurry of hits that seemed to have no end. For the common onlooker, Harley was managing to hit me. However, all of her possible hits would end up being parried or redirected before I landed a hit on her, creating a one-sided chain of attacks, one that rained on Harley without mercy. "This is starting to feel a bit unfair," Harley giggled, blood coming out of her nose and mouth, running down her face in an image of crimson gore. Without another word, Harley pushed forward, our hands interlocking, as we started to push against one another. "If I can't beat you with my duper martial skills, then I will overwhelm you with raw strength toots." Pushing with all of her might, Harley's face began to sweat in the strain, all while I remained in place, bearing a stoic expression, easily keeping up her effort. Realizing she was making no progress, Harley decided to throw a kick to my side. However, before her kick could land on my ribs, I raised my knee, countering her attack and throwing her off balance. Her attempt failing, Harley found herself sinking deeper into the ground as I pushed her down, taking advantage of the fact she had lost balance. Once she was on her knees, I released her hands, and before she could process what was happening, my right foot connected with her face, blasting her out of sight with a powerful shock wave that destroyed the area around us even more. Taking a deep breath, I lowered my body before leaping after her, my fist clenched as I aimed for her falling body. Harley, seeing this, crossed her arms in an X shape before my punch could land on her, blocking the attack. However, the force behind my blow was enough to break through her guard and send her flying back again, this time into a nearby building. I followed after her with ease, my vision focused on her crashing body as I leaped through the air. Before Harley could get back on her feet, I landed in front of her, my right hand tightly clenching her throat as I lifted her off the ground with one hand before slamming her back first into the ground. The impact created a large crater on the ground, where Harley lay on her back as I towered over her. "This isn't fair, you know. The pills are supposed to get everyone to the same level," Harley said as she struggled to get up, her face contorted in pain. Ignoring her complaints, I kicked her in the stomach as she struggled to rise up, causing her to curl up in pain as she vomited blood. I frowned in concern. I needed to end this now, or I would end up killing her. Perhaps not holding back wasn't the best course of action. Like her, I had assumed the pill would leave me on her level, but it appears I am somehow stronger than her. Taking a step forward, I prepared to deliver the finishing blow, but before I could, Harley managed to get back on her feet, a feral look in her eyes. "You think you've won? You haven't seen anything yet." Harley screamed as she charged at me, her fists flying. Parrying her attacks, one by one, until I delivered a right hook to her gut followed by a powerful uppercut that blasted her through the air, where she landed on the ground unconscious. I breathed a sigh of relief, thankful the fight was over, as I walked over to her in order to check her pulse. She was still alive, a few fractures here and there from what I could see from a simple glance, but nothing concerning. The fight had taken a lot out of her, I could see that much. I would need to treat her wounds before she woke up, or she would be in for a world of hurt. Perhaps I could take this chance to interrogate her. I would need to search her again, this time more thoroughly, to avoid being tricked again. Chapter 136, Chapter 128. Enjoy. David Lance POV. After searching for weapons and other items, I carried Harley's unconscious body to a hidden location, where I started to inspect her for damage to know what I needed to treat first. She had a few bruises, but they weren't severe. I decided to start with the more concerning issue, her stomach. The hit I had delivered had caused enough damage to collapse blood vessels within her, causing her to vomit blood, meaning she probably had some internal trauma. Taking a deep breath, I gently placed her down on the ground and inspected her abdomen carefully, which was swollen and discolored. She definitely had a few broken bones there. The worst part was, I wasn't sure I could treat her wounds without the proper medical supplies. Perhaps I could rob a hospital to get what I needed. I wasn't sure if that was the best idea, considering the regime could catch me, but this might be my only option to stabilize Harley. After all, internal damage is always tricky. I sighed, turning to look at Harley. I guess I'm robbing a hospital. In the meantime, I needed to keep her comfortable and warm, so I grabbed my blanket and sleeping bag from my backpack, arranging Harley inside, before covering her with my jacket up to her neck. There, I injected her with a sleeping agent to help with the pain and to keep her unconscious while I was gone. The last thing I wanted was for her to try and escape while I still wasn't sure how to deal with this world and its inhabitants. Taking a deep breath, I opened my phone, connecting to the local lines, and searched for a hospital, the closest one being only a few blocks away. Memorizing the address, I closed the search and tapped into the regime database, and looked up for any alarms. My battle with Harley had been less than subtle, meaning that it was more than likely that the authorities were on high alert in the area, in which case meant that I needed to be extra careful when moving. Though seeing I had fought Harley, of all people, who was brazenly against the regime, I could probably manipulate them into thinking I was on their side if I was caught, that is. Taking a deep breath, I continued my search, finding several alerts for a dangerous individual in the area, along with a description that fit me to a T and a few dozen alerts to be on the lookout for Harley Quinn, alerts that prioritized mine. Well, that complicates things. I guess our battle must have been caught by a hidden camera, which I suppose was how Harley found me. With the situation as it is, it would be safer to avoid being seen in public, but Harley still needs medical attention. Besides, seeing as there were no mentions of any hospitals being on lockdown, my plan was still very feasible, just harder to complete. As I was about to close my phone, a new alert caught my eye. A curfew had been announced for the entire city, effective immediately. Well, that just makes things more difficult. I sighed, pocketing my phone as I stood up and stretched, preparing myself for what was to come. This was going to be a mission impossible, but without the plot armor Tom Cruise has in all the movies. I was going to need to be very careful if I wanted to come out of this alive. I swear to God, even in a different universe, Harley finds a way to make my day harder than it has to be. Oh well, time to get to work. As I made my way to the hospital, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched, which, considering the circumstances, wasn't entirely unwarranted. The streets were eerily empty for a Saturday night, all thanks to the curfew that had been set in place. To avoid being noticed, I changed my clothes to something simpler, blander, in order to keep my identity hidden. The cameras had seen me with my mask and hero suit. Right now, if things went in my favor, I would appear like a normal guy, walking on the street on his way home to follow the curfew. Taking a deep breath, I made my way to the hospital, ducking into an alleyway as I pulled out my phone, where I connected to the local cameras. The entire city was crawling with armed guards, both in the outer areas and in the inner areas, and the cameras showed they would reach my area within 5 minutes, making this heist of mine next to impossible, but not impossible. For a moment, I considered my options very carefully. Getting inside the hospital and getting my supplies was the easy part. The hard part would be to get away without being seen, especially since the entire city was on high alert. I could always try and find another way back into the base, maybe the sewage system, though that could damage the supplies, meaning all of this would be a waste of time. All in all, my options were thin, very thin, especially considering how well guarded the streets will be in a few moments. If I failed, I would be captured and, depending on multiple factors, tortured for information. Sure, I could try to lie my way out of trouble. I had the Harley fight on my corner, but honestly, I didn't know how much I could lie, considering the regime has the lasso of Hestia on their corner. Taking a deep breath, I hacked into the cameras in the nearby area, creating a loop on the path I was going to take as I made my way out of the alleyway and towards the hospital's back entrance, where I stayed in the shadows, waiting for my moment to move. I had to confirm the coast was clear before moving in. Once I confirmed the coast was clear, I slipped inside the hospital through the maintenance door, being grateful for the darkness that shrouded the place. It seems everyone had left the moment the curfew was set in place. Silently, I made my way through the halls, going to the medical supply room, which, according to the map I had found before coming here, it was on the 3rd floor, close to the maternity ward. A weird place to put their supplies if you ask me. Following the map, I moved swiftly and silently through the hospital, eventually reaching the medical supply room. There, I reached for the door and quickly pulled it open, slipping inside. My eyes darted around the room, taking in the rows of supplies, before I grabbed what I needed, stuffing items into my bag, before quickly moving back towards the door. I had to move quickly, the sooner I was out of here, the better. In the hallway, I reached for my phone and accessed the cameras again, making sure the coast was still clear before making my way towards the back entrance again. Moving quickly but carefully, I made my way back to the maintenance door, slipping outside just as the regime forces were reaching the place. Taking a deep breath, I ducked into the shadows again, waiting for them to pass, to make an opening before making my move, which depending on how good these soldiers were, it could take hours, maybe more. Thankfully though, the soldiers were relatively clueless, and so, I slipped out of the alleyway during one of their mistakes and made my way towards the base, being extra careful to avoid any patrols or cameras on the way. It was a long and tedious process, but eventually, I made it back to the base without incident. I approached Harley, who was still sleeping in place, just as I had left her. Now all I had to do was treat her wounds and wait for her to wake up. After that, I would interrogate her for any information she could provide before setting her free. Taking a deep breath, I opened my backpack and pulled out the supplies I had acquired from the hospital before getting to work on treating her wounds. As I worked, I came to the realization that treating her would be a lengthy procedure, especially setting her bones into place. Luckily for her, I had all the medical training required to treat such wounds. As the hours went by, and I continued working, Harley started to stir awake. Which was, honest to God, was very surprising. I mean, the amount of anesthesia she had was many times what her petite frame should be able to handle. Where am I? Harley asked groggily before her eyes widened in realization as she took in her surroundings. Oh shucks, I lost, didn't I? I rolled my eyes at her as I continued treating her wounds. Harley was quiet for a few moments, seeing what I was doing, my hands covered in her blood as I continued treating her. So, you're not a bad guy, huh? I shook my head as I continued working. I was nothing but a guy in the middle of a war he should have no place in. Harley chuckled softly before wincing in pain. Well, I'll be damned. Looks like I owe you one, though you are the one that put me in this situation in the first place, so, even. I shrugged as I finished up with setting her bones before starting on the stitches. You don't talk much, do you? Harley asked, trying to make conversation. Ain't she smart? Oh, is it because your voice does explodey thingy? Harley asked, suddenly excited. That is so cool. I bet that would come in handy during bang bang bangity bang time, or sex for those in the audience that didn't understand. I arched an eyebrow at her as I continued working, not really sure how to respond to that. Harley must have taken my silence as a yes because she started talking about all the things she could do with my power and how it would help her reach orgasm during sex. Without much effort, I tuned her out as I focus on my work, making sure to do a good job so she heals quickly and without complication. Eventually, I finished treating her most critical wounds, sewing up the gashes, and setting all her other broken bones in place before wrapping everything up tightly. So, am I gonna live, Doc? Harley asked with a grin, trying to lighten the mood. I nodded, giving her a few painkillers for the pain. Not that I'm not grateful, but that dose won't do, Harley said, wincing in pain as she looked at the dose of morphine I was injecting into her. I've got a higher tolerance to the thing than most. Well, that was true, she did wake up mid-procedure. Taking a deep breath, I pulled out a second dose, injecting it into her. That's better, Harley said, her eyes starting to droop from the pain medication. See you in a bit, handsome. I sighed, why must the universe hate me? Chapter 137, Chapter 129. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I sat beside Harley a few meters away from her to avoid any surprises as she slept, the morphine keeping her in a deep painless slumber after the surgery I had performed to set her bones back in place to facilitate their optimal healing. Talking about healing, Harley's healing factor was doing wonders as the hours passed. As minor as this healing factor was, it was pushing her to recover beyond what it should be possible for a simple human. Even then, I couldn't help but notice how pale she looked, how fragile, how small. I knew for a fact she had taken worse beatings, some by the Joker himself, meaning she had to be strong to have survived what she had. I also knew that pity shouldn't be the first I felt when I laid my eyes on her. She was a dangerous criminal, or it was a confusing situation. All I knew is that at this moment, she looked so vulnerable, so normal, that it was shocking, unsettling even. I yawned softly, my eyes fixed on the window as a patrol of regime soldiers passed by, their lights shining in the glass of the window for a few moments before everything went black. Taking a deep breath, I turned to Harley, my mind racing with questions that I needed answers to. Hopefully, she would offer some insight into this entire situation, the key word being, hopefully. I honestly didn't know if Harley would be able to answer most of my questions, or any for that matter. I had no idea what to do, honestly. I don't have the slightest clue of how to escape this situation, how to fix it all. I could survive, but for how long? I could stall until the regime is destroyed, but would that happen? After all, in the games, there were some endings where the regime wins, and Superman enslaves everyone. What's the matter, Toots? Harley muttered groggily, breaking the silence in the room. You looked like you needed a hug. Want one? I looked at her for a few moments before shaking my head. Once again, she surprises me. I didn't expect her to wake up so soon. It's been no less than 10 hours since I put her to sleep, and here she was, ready to annoy me some more. Meanie, Harley said with a small chuckle as she winced in pain. But seriously, if you need someone to talk to, Dr. Harleen Quinzel is at your service. I stared at her for a few moments before sighing softly. Was I actually considering talking with her about my problems right now? Don't worry about me telling a thing, doctor-patient confidentiality, and all that, Harley said with a wink as she tried to sit up before wincing in pain and lying back down. I guess I might as well. It's not like I have anything better to do. Also, I could be very vague about everything, and who knows, maybe, just maybe, she could offer some help. Sign language. Harley smiled at me. I do no sign language. I might be crazy, but I'm a nice crazy person, so go ahead and talk. I rolled my eyes at her. Why Batman sent you after me? Harley frowned, crossing her arms over her chest. That's not how a session works. But if you must know, he got your SOS call. I see, it makes sense now. By getting an SOS signal to a probably old and unused channel of communication, Batman and his trademark paranoia went into overdrive, which ended up with him sending Harley after me, resulting in our fight. I checked your body for trackers, and I found a few that I destroyed upon finding, 2 on your clothes, 2 on your body, and 1 on your hair. My question is the following: are there any other trackers you're hiding in your person on your belongings? I asked, my eyes narrowed at her. Harley snorted. If I knew, I would so totally tell ya, but honestly, I don't know. I've been with Bats for so long that I've lost count of how many trackers he's put on me. Here between us, I'm pretty sure that's Batsy's kink. That's not totally inaccurate. I sighed, giving a look to the window before turning back to Harley. Will you continue to hunt me down after you recover? Harley shook her head with a beaming smile. Nah, I was just doing this because we didn't know if you were a bad guy, but you saved me, so I owe you one. Then again, you were the one that put me on the operating table, so, Nah, I won't hunt you. What do you know about the regime? I asked her, curious to know if she had any insider information that could be useful. Only that Superdumb is super stupid, and I wish with all my heart to every flying star that his Kryptonian balls get crushed by a kryptonite maze. Harley said with a roll of her eyes. He's all high and mighty, sitting on his throne of lies, but as the days go by, he's making a lot of enemies. Not just Batsy is fighting against him, others have joined to stop this nightmare, and who can blame them? I mean, people that don't take kindly to dictatorship. I guess this confirms what I already knew. Harley doesn't like Superman, and honestly, seeing how the Superman of this world is, I can't blame her at all. Is that truly all you know? I asked her again. Honestly, there's not much to tell. Most of the so-called superheroes joined the Kryptonian Roach of Superman, leaving Batsy with a very small group of allies to try and combat him, Harley said with a heavy sigh. I joined Batsy somewhat recently. We might have our differences, but at least I know where I stand with him. No useful information. She was either avoiding giving too much info, or she honestly knew nothing useful I could use. Enough about me. As your appointed DR, I insist we talk about you and your problems, Harley said, her eyes staring into mine. Well, here goes nothing. I'm just a man, trying to get home, I replied with a heavy sigh. And where's home? Harley asked me curiously. Isn't that the billion-dollar question? Where's home? I don't know, I replied with a wink. If I ever figure it out, you'll be the first one to know. How does that sound? Harley smiled, a sad smile filled with empathy. That sounds like the kind of answer someone gives when they know they're never going home. Her words struck me like a ton of bricks because she had voiced the thoughts I was pretending to ignore, the voice that kept whispering to my ear that I would never find a way home, that this hell was now my home. Well, that's enough for one session. You need to go back to sleep, you're still quite injured, I replied, pulling a few medicines from my backpack that were sure to knock her out for another 10 hours at the very least. It's not healthy to avoid your demons, believe me, I would know, I'm an expert in the subject. Harley's eyes started to droop as the medicine took effect, and just as fast as she had woken up, she slumped against the pillows, fast asleep. I stared at her for a few minutes before turning away, my heart heavy with sadness. Would I actually find a way out of this hell? And what would happen if I didn't? I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts of the overtiredness that was making my train of thought one less than optimistic. How long it had been since I had last slept? 12 days. At this point, I was running on coffee and adrenaline. I really needed to sleep, to clear my head. But before that, I would tie Harley up so that she can't move even if she wakes up before me. Then I would rest. Maybe rest would clear my head, my thoughts, and hopefully a bit of my pessimism. Rachel Roth/Raven, Earth 16/POV. It had been 2 days since David had disappeared, 2 days of no sleep. 2 days of continuous research of every magical book I could get my hands on alongside Mr. Kent. According to him, we were making some progress, but it was still not enough. It would never be enough until we brought David back home. I had failed him, I had promised him I would protect him, that I would be at his side if Clarion ever came for him, and when push came to shove, I hadn't been there to save him, to help him, to fight by his side. The team still didn't know about his disappearance. Only Mr. Kent, Batman, and I knew. At least to my knowledge, I had no idea if Batman had told anyone after I had informed him about the situation, and to be entirely honest, I didn't care. My only concern was finding a way to bring David back. Young lady, you should rest. Your friend would wholly disapprove of this self-destructive behavior, Mr. Kent said to me as he walked into the room, a stack of books in his arms. I glared at him. He isn't here to disapprove of my behavior, isn't he? Mr. Kent sighed and placed the books down on the desk he was sitting at. I understand your determination, your need to save him, believe I do, but if you don't take care of yourself, you won't be any good to anyone, let alone David. I wanted to argue with him, but I knew he was right. I was running on empty, both physically and magically, and if I didn't rest soon, I would literally collapse from exhaustion. Fine, I said as I stood up from my chair and stretched my stiff muscles. I'll go take a nap. I will be back in an hour. Mr. Kent sighed. Rest well. I will continue the research in the meantime. I nodded before making my way to the room Kent had set up for me, my body feeling heavier with every step I took. Once inside the room, I closed the door behind me before I collapsed onto my bed. 1 hour. And I would return to the books. 1 hour. That's all I needed. Chapter 138, Chapter 130. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I woke up to the sun shining through the window. Stretching, I turned to look at Harley Quinn, who was still sleeping just where I had left her last night. It seemed the medicines I had given her were still in effect as she was sound asleep. Taking a deep breath, I walked to her and leaned over to check her temperature, and much to my relief, she was within the normal range. Taking my phone out, I connected to the regime's servers in order to see if the curfew they had set was still in effect, and sadly, it still was, meaning the streets were still probably full of armed soldiers. Soldiers looking for Harley and me. I sighed. I honestly had no idea what to do now. Morning toots. I turned around to see Harley awake and smiling at me. It was good to see her looking better after the beating she had taken, even if the smile didn't quite reach her eyes. How do you feel? I asked, leaning against a wall. I feel like taking over the world. Harley said, sitting up. But Super Duper Dumb already did that, so, meh. That's good. Can you move freely? Or would the wound slow you down? I asked, giving Harley a look. Bah, don't worry about little ol' me, I'll be fine, Harley said with a giggle as she got out of my sleeping bag. Just need to find a mallet or a bat, and I'll be A-okay. That's a very optimistic outlook, especially considering the streets are full of soldiers, all of which have access to 5U93R. I am confident in my skills, but even then, even if the soldiers don't know how to fight at all, thousands of superpowered beings were more than enough to overwhelm anyone. So, how fucked are we? Harley asked, reading my expression. There's a curfew in place, thanks to our battle, I replied as I stared out of the window. And the regime has put a bounty on our heads. Harley whistled. Well, that's no fun. Understatement of the century. So, what do you suggest we do now? Harley asked, crossing her arms. Honestly, no idea, I replied. Harley Quinn tooted. That's not very helpful, you know. I shrugged in response. What else was I supposed to say? That we were screwed. That the regime would eventually catch us and kill us. Flashback, training with Master Kirigi. I turned to look at Master Kirigi as he entered the training room, making no sound as usual. Good morning, Master Kirigi, I bowed, showing respect to my teacher, or sensei, as he would often remind me to address him. Good morning, Gakusei, Master Kirigi replied as he walked to the center of the room. Have you completed your warm-ups for today? I nodded. Yes, sensei. Very well, Kirigi said as he turned to face me. What is doubt to you? I paused, thinking about the question. Master Kirigi often asked me questions that made me think, and this was no different. Doubt is nothing but the lack of confidence, sensei. Kirigi nodded, his expression unreadable. Correct. And what is confidence? Confidence is belief in oneself, I replied. And why is doubt dangerous? Kirigi asked. I thought about it for a moment. Doubt is dangerous because it can lead to indecision, and indecision can lead to death. Excellent, Kirigi said with a nod. You have learned well, Kakusei. At least the theory of things, that is. I frowned. You are one of the most talented, if not the most talented student I have ever had under my teaching, Kirigi said, his voice cutting through the air like a knife. However, out of all my students, your doubt is the biggest one I have ever seen. I looked down. You allow your fears to control you, you learn, but you fear using knowledge, you train, but you fear failing, you advance, but you fear what you left behind, Kirigi said, his voice softening slightly. I suppose it's only natural. This is, after all, human nature. You are not the only one with these fears, Kakusei. But you must learn to overcome them. I nodded. I understand overcoming one's fears is not an easy task. Unfortunately, we all must face our demons sooner or later, no matter who we are. You can't silence them for long, Kirigi said, taking a seat on the floor with his legs crossed. You won't do this now or tomorrow. We face our burdens in our own time, so when that time comes, do not yield. I nodded once again. Remember, wisdom comes from experience, and experience comes from making mistakes, Kirigi said. So, do not be afraid to make mistakes, Kakusei. It is the only way you will learn and grow. What if those mistakes could bring irreparable damage? I asked, looking at him. You can't live your life shackled to what-ifs, Kirigi replied with a serious expression. Don't think of losing before the battle even begins. Consider only victory. Make defeat an impossibility in your mind. I understand, Sensei, I nodded. David Lance POV. I had forgotten about that. I was allowing my fears to make my defeat an unavoidable outcome. I was letting the situation around me cloud my thoughts by welcoming despair into my heart. But, as Sensei once said, adversity is an opportunity for change, and change I must, if I want to prevail to overcome this and any challenge ahead of me. I must consider only victory. Making defeat an impossibility in my mind. Harley, do you know how to reach Batman? I turned to Harley. Oh, sure thing, Puddin'. Harley said with a flirtatious wink. But what's in it for me? I took a deep breath. Your life. I mean, if we stay here is only a matter of time before the regime finds us. You need to work on your sweet talk, Harley said with a deadpan before her eyes started to sparkle in pure mischievous wonder. I will help you find the bat, only if you go on a date with me. Take it or leave it, handsome. This was going to be harder than I thought. Why? I asked, turning to look at her once again. I understood why the other Harley liked me. I had beaten her half to death, but why did this? Oh, I get it now. Well, fuck me. Oh, you know, Harley said, shrugging nonchalantly. I kinda like you. And what if I don't want to go on a date with you? I asked. Harley's face turned into a pout as she crossed her arms in front of her chest. Then I guess we better start digging our graves. I sighed. This demented girl was going to be the death of me. Fine, I relented. One date. Harley's face brightened up immediately as she clapped her hands in glee. Yay. I feel I made a terrible mistake already. Chapter 139, Chapter 131. Enjoy. David Lance POV. With the help of the information Harley had given me about the city and the regime's own information about the lockdown, I devised a plan to escape the city. It only required two things: irresponsible regime soldiers, some fake IDs, and some disguises. Thankfully, with some research, I found them all. Turning our escape situation from an impossibility to a reality. Now all that was left was the timing of it all. So, when are we leaving? Harley asked as she chewed some bubble gum, looking up at me from where she was sprawled out on the floor of our hiding place. I sighed, as soon as possible. But what's the rush? Harley countered, popping her gum. Was she really asking that? Taking a deep breath, I shook my head, not wanting to get into a logical debate with her of all people. The sooner we get out of here, the better. Fine, we'll do it your way, Harley said with a roll of her eyes. Later that night, after I had mapped out the soldiers' patrol paths, I found what I had been looking for. A few weaknesses in their formation, weak links we could exploit to escape, be it by their laziness, inexperience, or lack of good planning. Now, all that was left was to put my plan into motion. I looked over at Harley, who was sound asleep, her head pillowed on her arms. Taking a deep breath, I poked her awake. Harley, it's time to go. 5 more minutes, Harley grumbled in response but slowly sat up, rubbing her eyes sleepily. Are you ready? I asked her as she stretched her arms above her head with a yawn. Harley grinned, jumping to her feet. Always ready for some mayhem. Nodding at her enthusiasm, I put my plan into motion. Giving Harley her new set of clothes and ID as I changed clothes in a corner of the room. So, what's the plan? Harley asked as she pulled on her new disguise. Soldiers 78 to 87 are about to reach our general location, so we'll wait for them to pass and then follow their path. I have studied their movements on the public surveillance thoroughly, and I have noticed there are some major gaps in their patrol, which we can exploit to make our escape, I explained. And that's the ID for? Harley asked, looking at the ID. In case we are stopped and questioned, I said as I finished putting on my own disguise. The IDs were a last resort kind of thing. As first offenders of low-class crimes were not heavily punished, the IDs would serve to allow us some leniency in the case of capture. Got it, Harley said with a nod as she put on a pair of large sunglasses, hiding her bright blue eyes. With our disguises on, we waited for a few minutes until the soldiers' patrol passed. Then we carefully followed their path, staying close to the shadows and out of sight as much as it was humanly possible. The tailing lasted a tense few long minutes, but in the end, our patience paid up as we made it to the first recurrent gap in their patrol without incident. Now it was all a matter of walking a few miles north, and we would be out of the city in no time. Let's get out of here, I signed, giving Harley a look. Harley nodded, winking at me. An hour later, as we walked away from the city, I couldn't help but look back at the place and feel a sense of relief washing over me. We had made it out alive and in one piece. Harley grinned at me, her eyes shining brightly under the moonlight. That was a heck of an escape. Now, it's your turn, I turned to her. Where is Batman? As I asked Harley this, I caught a glimpse of a movement in the shadows behind Harley, a few meters away from her, a movement that somehow felt familiar. It's Batman, isn't it? Following my gaze, Harley turned around before a smile appeared on her face as she spoke, her voice laced with amusement. Oh, look who decided to show up. Just as I had called it, I watched Batman emerging from the darkness, his cape billowing in the night breeze. I have been following you since you left the base. I wanted to confirm a few things. That's Batman, all right. Geez, I would have loved your help when Handsome here was kicking my butt, Harley said, crossing her arms in front of her chest as she glared at Batman. His fighting style mostly relied on defense and parries, showing a clear aversion to most lethal solutions. Batman replied matter-of-factly, his eyes on me on the last part. However, the fact he wasn't used to the pill aggravated the situation beyond his control, leading to your now-solved situation. Harley narrowed her eyes on Batman. Yeah, whatever you say. Now, Batman looked at me, his expression unreadable as he neared me. Who are you? I took a step forward, looking directly into his eyes. You sent a reckless lunatic after me. You don't get to ask the questions. Rule number 1 of Batman, never trust anyone, not even him. Batman's eyes narrowed as he looked at me. I see, he said after a few tense seconds, his voice laced with begrudging acceptance. Don't be too hard on him, Batsy, Harley said as she came to stand by my side, her arms still crossed in front of her chest. He did risk his life to save me from the damage he caused. But it's like they say, the intention it's what it counts. Batman's gaze shifted from me to Harley. Very well. So, can we go now? Harley asked, bouncing on her heels as she looked at Batman expectantly. Yes, Batman replied with a nod, his eyes piercing into mine. Can he come? Harley gestured towards me. I do not trust him, Batman replied, his tone final. Come on, Batsy, he saved my life. Harley protested. No. Batman's reply was resolute. Harley huffed, glaring at him. Are you really gonna reject a possible ally? We are not in a situation to be picky. Batman was silent for a few seconds as he looked at Harley, his expression thoughtful. Finally, he sighed and spoke. It seems you are quite ardent about bringing him, he said as he turned his eyes to me. Very well, you can come with us. But step out of line once, and you will regret it. Are we clear? Crystal, I replied, not at all intimidated by his unspoken threat. Chapter 140, Chapter 132. Enjoy. David Lance POV. After encountering Batman waiting for us outside the city, he took us to his base, where he gave the room that not only was completely under surveillance but was the hardest to escape from in case of an emergency, allowing him to put a leash on my every movement without putting a leash. If only he knew the location of my room would not do a thing, all I needed to do was utter a word, and the place would fall down like a house of cards. Hey Handsome, long time no see. Harley exclaimed as she entered my room, throwing her arms around my neck in a playful manner, making sure her body pressed firmly against mine. It's been 2 hours since we arrived, Harley, I deadpanned, gently pushing her away from me. Ah, come on Handsome, lighten up. Harley pouted, sitting on my lap and wriggling around. I am trying to set up my room to make my stay more comfortable, can you please remove your presence from the premises, I said as I removed her from my lap and stood up. God damn it. Even with the training I had to endure with my Harley back in my universe, this was hard, I was a man. Yeah, no, Harley said with a wink, I think I'll stay here for a while. After all, you owe me a date, Pudding. I raised an eyebrow at her in confusion. A date. That was only if she helped me contact Batman, a deal that became null the moment Batman revealed himself to have been following her from afar. You didn't help me contact Batman, therefore, our deal is no longer valid, I stated. Oh, but that's where you're wrong. Harley said with a mischievous giggle. Batsy is right outside the door. Before I could react, the doors to my room burst open and Batman barged in. You wanted to talk? I blinked, giving Batman a confused look. Batman, reading the situation, realized I hadn't called him, and turned to Harley. Don't waste my time. Oh, lighten up, Batsy. Harley said as she skipped to the door, closing it on him. There, you talked, I helped you talk with him, now, we go on that date. I pinched the bridge of my nose. This was going to be a long day. Every time we talk, I get a headache. Harley giggled, as she leaned forward in an alluring manner. Don't worry, I'll give you something for that headache later. But only if you behave. I deadpanned. I might as well get this over with. Fine, I replied with a sigh. Yay. Harley cheered as she hugged me tightly. Let's go have some fun. The date Harley had planned consisted for the most part of us playing in the arcade she herself had built within the Insurgents' base, followed by some movies in the movie room she had also built. All in all, it was a lot milder than I imagined it would be, considering my past experiences with her. Well, not her, but a version of her. The point is, I actually enjoyed myself a bit. See? You had fun. Harley said as we walked back to my room. Told you I could show you a good time. Yes, it was enjoyable, I admitted. Ah, see, mere handsome. Harley said as she threw her arms around me in a tight hug. Gimme some love. I sighed, hugging her for a bit before breaking the hug. Let's watch another movie in my room. Harley smiled as she leaned to whisper something into my ear. I have all the pirated movies in my room. I don't want Batsy to add piracy to my list of crimes. I feel I'm being tricked into a lioness's den. But I am kind of curious to see where this is leading. Fine, I relented. Yay. Harley cheered as she skipped ahead of me. I'll make some popcorn. I sighed, following her into her room. Once inside, Harley immediately started setting up the movie while I looked around her room. Harley's room was a lot different than I had envisioned it. It was tidy. The walls were full of movie posters, and there were various pieces of art and knickknacks around the room. It wasn't what I expected from her, but in a way, I suppose it did suit her personality well. What do you think? Harley asked as she finished setting up the movie. Do you like my room? It's not what I expected, I replied honestly. Oh. And what did you expect? Harley asked as she popped the popcorn and brought it over to the couch, a messy room full of junk. Something like that, I replied. Harley giggled as she sat down next to me on the couch. Nope. I'm not a messy person. I like things to be neat and tidy. I raised an eyebrow at her in confusion. What? Harley asked, is it so hard to believe that I can be neat and tidy? No, it's just, I don't know, it doesn't seem like something you would care about, I replied. Oh. And why is that? Harley asked. You just don't seem like the type of person who would care about such things, I replied. Harley giggled. I'm not as one-dimensional as you think I am. I shrugged. Maybe. Anyways, Harley said as she snuggled up against me, let's watch the movie. Well, I'll be damned, it seems I wasn't tricked into anything other than a snuggle, which, again, considering the character, is a rather mild abuse of personal space. Experience speaks for itself. As the movie we were watching went on, Harley paused the film, saying she needed to go to the bathroom. I took the opportunity to inspect her room a bit more while she was gone, walking around, looking at some of the posters on her walls, and noticing that most of them were made by her if the signature at the bottom was anything to go by. So, ready for that headache cure? Harley said in a sultry voice. I turned around to see what she meant, only to find her body lacking any form of clothing, her breasts inches away from my face. I could feel the heat emanating from her body, the scent of her perfume, just as I could feel my heart racing as I stared at her naked body, lost in the moment. I could see her pulse racing in her neck and her chest heaving with anticipation. I could see wetness glistening in the light as droplets of excitement fell into the ground. I could see her erect clit pulsing as she writhed in expectation. A part of me knew that I should simply walk out, but another part of me wanted to reach out and touch her, to feel the softness of her skin. Harley must have sensed my thoughts because she took a step closer, pressing her breasts against my face, halting my breath. Her nipples were hard and swollen, begging for attention. Before I even knew it, I caved to my desires by taking one into my mouth and teasing it with my tongue. I could have just walked away. I could have done many things. But tonight, I chose to simply be. I needed a night with no rules. I deserved a night of recklessness. I was at the age of that, wasn't I? Chapter 141, Chapter 133. Enjoy. Today is my birthday. And you might be wondering, what do I want for a birthday present? Well, Stones, vote for me, vote like I'm a sexy streamer with unnaturally big personality. That and your best cat memes on this line. David Lance POV. I had fucked with Harley. Not once. Not twice. Not thrice. But 11 times in a single night. I hadn't planned it. I had seen it coming, sure, but for the first time, I hadn't been prepared for it, so it just sort of happened. One moment, we were watching a movie side by side on our so-called date, and suddenly she was there in front of me with that mischievous grin on her face. This time, I just couldn't help myself. I caved. And I'm ashamed to admit, but I don't regret it. It was an electric development. With each touch, sound, and feeling, a shock of pleasure would run through my body, igniting every nerve I had. Harley's lips were soft and full, and her skin was warm, and to make her even more irresistible, she tasted like strawberries and cream. It was a memorable experience, one that probably shouldn't happen, but I was glad it had. Now, I had to deal with the consequences. If I knew Batman as well as I thought I did, it was safe to assume he had my DNA by now, thanks to Harley. Harley Quinn POV. I skipped on my feet towards Batsy's office with a to-go cup of coffee in my hand and a smile on my face. Harley had scored Baby E, and completed her mission at the same time. Aren't I just swell? Harley, Batman said as he looked up from his computer screen, giving me a tired look. You look worse than usual, I said as I sat down on the edge of his desk, swinging my legs a little. Tough night. Did you get the sample? Batman asked, completely ignoring my question. Of course I did, I said, handing him a vial with the sample I always deliver. A strand of hair would have sufficed, Batman said as he took the vial from me. But where's the fun in that? I asked, pouting a little. Besides, you have your methods, I have mine. Do you even know how old he is? Batman asked, looking at me with a raised eyebrow. Old enough to kick my ass, old enough to tap it, I replied with a shrug, jumping off the desk. Besides, with all the stuff I have done, this might as well be considered shoplifting at best. Have you figured out anything useful about him? Batman asked, getting back to business. Boring. Not yet, I lied. Sorry Batsy, doctor-patient confidentiality. I might be crazy, but I still have some principles. But I'm still working on it. I need results, Harley, Batman said, his voice taking on a harder edge. We don't know who he is or what his goals are, he could be a threat. I know, I rolled my eyes, waving my hand dismissively as I did. I'll let you know as soon as I find out anything. And with that, I was out the door, leaving a very frustrated Batman behind. Then again, when isn't he frustrated? He always is, Harley. Thanks, voice inside my head. David Lance POV. As Batman worked on whatever sample of DNA Harley had acquired for him, I decided to explore the base a little more to try and find anything that could give me some useful information about the regime and the insurgents. The first thing I noticed was that the base was very clean and well organized, yet it paled in comparison to any other base I had seen Batman having. The base only had the absolutely necessary and nothing more. No pictures, no personal effects, not even a plant. Be that as it may, the systems running in the cave looked almost foreign to me, as if they were alien in nature. The machines and gadgets lying around the cave were also unfamiliar to me, which made me think that maybe the Injustice world had better technology than my own world. I continued inspecting the base until the sound of footsteps caught my attention. Someone was coming. Turning around, I saw a figure looming in the hallway, illuminated by the faint glow of the lights around. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at the woman before me. I hadn't seen her, my version of her, in a while, not since that fateful night, not since Clarion had sent me here. The one standing in front of me was no other than my sister or a version of her. She looked different from the Dinah I knew, from my sister. She looked tired and wearier. But no matter how different she felt, there was no mistaking those bright blue eyes. This world had done nothing to dull the essence of who she truly was, but it had left clear scars deep within her. But as shocking as it was seeing my sister, the version of her in this accursed world, nothing could compare to the mind-blowing shock as I stared at the baby in her arms. As she neared, step by step, I could feel my entire body tense as I fought the urge to hug her. It would be so easy to just hug her, even if she wasn't my Dinah. That was all I wanted. To hug her, to ask about the infant in her arms. To hear her voice and the love it would normally carry when speaking to me. But no matter how much I wanted to move, flee maybe, but before I knew it, she was already in front of me, looking at me with those tired blue eyes. That even though they were tired, they still managed to hold a look of determination, a look that said she would fight tooth and nail for the people she cared about. Who are you? Dinah asked, her voice laced with caution. I was about to answer when I felt something tugging at my heart, and before I knew it, words were already coming out. DAV. Black Bolt. That's my name. I had almost given her my name, her mere presence alone was shattering my walls like thin ice. New to the insurgents, I suppose, Dinah said, her voice taking on a harder edge as she stared at me. Where did you come from? I was about to answer when I saw the baby in her arms squirming, and my sister's grip on him tightened ever so slightly. I could see the love in her eyes as she stared at the infant, and it was here when my suspicions were confirmed. That baby. It was hers. In this world, she was a mother. Did that mean I was an uncle? My heart tightened at the thought as I stared at the baby in her arms. This child was the product of love, an innocent soul destined to exist in a world filled with pain and misery, a fate that he didn't deserve at all. He deserved a chance to live, to be happy, to be free. But without even giving him a chance, all of that was taken away from him the moment he was born into this world. I came from Washington, I answered finally, grateful that my hands didn't waver. And I'm here to help. Dinah looked at me for a moment. Never seen a baby. I shook my head, going with the flow. No. He's beautiful, isn't he? Dinah asked, her voice softening as she stared at the baby in her arms with a love that promised to be everlasting, unyielding, unstoppable. I nodded. He was. Dinah smiled at me. Wanna hold him? As those words left her mouth, my heart started pounding in my chest, threatening to explode as I stared at the baby. He looked so small, so fragile. A part of her, a part of Oliver, a part of two of the people I loved the most. He wasn't really theirs. Not from my world. But at the same time, it felt like it was theirs. How utterly complicated it was to love, knowing you were loving something that didn't belong to you. Dinah smiled, handing the baby to me without waiting for my answer. His name is Connor. My heart skipped a few beats as I took him in my arms, holding him close as I felt his warmth. Internally I was panicking. One wrong move and I would hurt him, right? As I continued to look at the baby, I felt a lump form in my throat. Canary, Batman's voice rang out, causing me to jump slightly. I turned to see him standing there, looking at me with an expression that was unreadable. Is everything all right? Dinah nodded. Just meeting the new guy. Batman's eyes flickered to Connor for a moment before turning to Dinah. I see. Dinah smiled at him, giving him a small shrug before she turned her attention back to me. Can you take care of Connor for a bit? I need to talk with Batman. It won't be for long. Take care of him. I stared at her in disbelief as my heart started pounding in my chest. I didn't know how to take care of a baby. I had no training, food, toys, or diapers. But even if I did, I should be a complete stranger. Why was she trusting me? As my mind exploded in a fit of panic, Dinah walked away, leaving me there with the baby. Batman, Injustice POV. As we entered my office, I turned to Dinah, giving her a look. What was that about? Dinah sighed, pausing for a bit before answering my question. I don't know how to explain it, but it just felt right. He kind of reminds me of Dad. Big eyes unable to hide the truth. I frowned, so she was allowing a possible threat to interact with her baby because of a hunch. I didn't like the idea of leaving Connor with a complete stranger, no matter how trustworthy their eyes appeared to be. I understand your concerns, Dinah continued as if reading my mind, but I really don't think he's a threat. More than not, Dinah was never wrong when it came to these things. Perhaps this unknown was a possible ally, or at the very least, someone we could use to our advantage. Very well, I relented. Besides, look at him, Dinah said, her voice softening as she gazed at Black Bolt in the cameras, holding the baby. His entire body language surprised me. He was ready to protect Connor at any given moment, a baby he had just met, and yet he was ready to shield him with his life if necessary. I narrowed my eyes. Something here wasn't right, and I just couldn't put my finger on it. The way he looked at Dinah. The way he looks at Connor. He's displaying clear emotional attachment. But why? He just met them. Have you ever seen him in your life? I asked, my voice coming out harsher than I intended. Dinah frowned at me, her eyes narrowing. No, never. Are you sure? I pressed. Dinah sighed. Pretty sure. If they truly didn't know each other prior to today, then the answer to all of my questions lay in his emotional attachment to Dinah. Perhaps the tests I was running on his DNA would yield the answers I was looking for. Chapter 142, Chapter 134. Enjoy. Unknown POV, Planet OA. Hal Jordan stands before the Guardians, pleadingly trying to make them see sense, his sense. In his heart, he knows that what Superman is doing is right, that he's only trying to protect the planet. But the Guardians don't see it that way. All they see is a man who has toppled governments and created super beings to make an army. They see a man who is out of control, a tyrant, and they're not going to stand by and let him rule the planet. Hal knows that he's fighting a losing battle, but he can't just give up. He has to try, even if it means facing the Guardians' wrath. He allowed grief, anger, and fear to control him, one of the Guardians stated without missing a beat. He became that which he swore to fight against. Earth is better now. Hal Jordan replied, but it was falling on deaf ears. Superman made the planet a better place. Under his rule, crime is almost gone, starvation is disappearing, villains are no longer a thing, he's making a perfect world, a utopia. A utopia born out of fear, it's like a house of cards, unstable to the very base, and not a real house, another Guardian replied. Your attachment to Superman and the planet has made you blind, Hal Jordan. Be that as it may, your blindness will not change our judgment. Superman is a threat, one we cannot allow. The Green Lanterns will stop him, and that is final. You are the ones who are blind. Hal Jordan shouted in frustration, staring at the Guardians as his eyes slowly fixed on the horizon as he noticed every single Green Lantern returning to OA. They were all coming to OA, and Hal knew why. The Guardians were about to start a war. Taking a deep breath, Hal felt a lump form in his throat. He had failed Superman. He hadn't managed to stop the Guardians, he hadn't managed to convince them that what the regime was doing was for the better. As Hal processed this, Kilowog appeared, slowly walking towards Hal. His eyes staring at Hal as his brow is furrowed in a seemingly permanent scowl. He moves with the deliberateness of a warrior who knows his own strength and has no need to hurry. I am to bring a squad to Earth, and then we are to bring Superman to OA to face justice, Kilowog states in a monotone voice, his eyes not leaving Hal's. Hal freezes in place, shock running through his body. Do you think I will just lay down and allow you to attack my planet? Don't be stupid, Jordan, Kilowog replied, his voice void of emotion. You know as well as I do that you can't stop all of us. You're just one man. We are the Green Lantern Corps. At this, Hal comes to the realization he's surrounded by several Green Lanterns, all of their power rings glowing, ready to fight. He's outnumbered and outmatched. But that never stopped him before. Hal was nothing if not stubborn. So gathering all of his willpower, Hal sent out a massive blast of energy around him, pushing out several Green Lanterns in the process before he took off to space at full speed, trying to get to Earth. He had to warn Superman, the regime needed to prepare. However, before Hal can escape OA, the Guardians put up a shield around the planet, effortlessly trapping Hal on OA as the rest of the Corp apprehends him, overwhelming him in a matter of seconds. Hal had failed. Hal Jordan POV. I stared into the wall of my cell. The cold, hard concrete steel being all I had to keep me company. The Guardians had taken my ring, and as the seconds passed, they were moving their troops against Superman, the entire Corp. I had failed. I had sworn to protect Earth and its people. And yet here I was, locked up on OA while the rest of the Green Lantern Corp went to war with my home planet. There had to be something I could do, some way to escape. As I tried to come up with an escape plan, the door of my cell opened, revealing John Stewart standing on the other side. He stared at me for a few short moments before he spoke in a rough voice. Here, take it. You're gonna need it. Before I could question what he meant by that, John tossed me my power ring. The ring immediately started to glow as its power enveloped me once more. I'm with you and Superman, John said, his eyes hard. Capturing you was an act. An act. I snorted. You stood there as they beat me unconscious. I'm a very convincing actor, John replied with a hint of humor. I suppose, I smiled before turning my eyes to the horizon. Let's go, we have a lot of ground to cover. Earth needs us. And with that, John and I took off into the stars, heading towards Earth to warn Superman of the decision the Guardians had come to take. David Lance POV. The days went by without much happening. Besides me fighting the urge to hug Dinah every time I saw her, things were mostly okay. Batman seemed to trust me more, but with him, that never meant a thing. After all, if you trust nobody, no one can betray you, and that was the unspoken motto of Batman. Harley and I kept having our dates. I had already made that mistake once. A few more times would not hurt anyone. Little Connor seemed to have taken a liking for me really fast. He was a good baby, almost never cried, he had Oliver's smile and Dinah's eyes. It was truly a sight to see. Other than that, I was still looking for a way out of this universe. As I continued sitting on my bed, lost in thought, a satellite image suddenly appeared on my computer screen from one of the alerts I had set. In the image, there was Superman standing tall and proud in his blue suit and red cape. And arrayed before him, there were at least a dozen Green Lanterns. This didn't bode well. I know Superman destroyed the Green Lanterns in Injustice, but I didn't know how. Those comics were one of the few I never got to read. I had to tell Batman. Though knowing him, he probably already knew and was planning around the situation. As if on cue, my computer dinged, alerting me of an incoming message. The message was from Batman himself, summoning me to the meeting room. Taking a deep breath, I quickly saved the image to my computer before making my way out of my room, quickly reaching the meeting room, where Dinah was sitting on a chair, holding Connor. On the opposite corner, there was Batman, his eyes fixed on the computer screen in front of him. Batman turned to look at me, his eyes cold and emotionless. "You said you weren't our enemy." I nodded. "Then prove it," Batman said as he tossed me a file. I caught it mid-air and quickly scanned through its contents. It was a plan to take down Superman, a strategy that included me in the equation. "This is your chance to earn my trust," Batman continued bluntly. "And this is our chance to end this once and for all." I gave the file another quick scan. There was no way he had made this plan the moment Green Lanterns had arrived, meaning he had successfully anticipated the Green Lanterns opposing Superman months before it happened. I originally wanted no part in this war. Not if I could help it. I just couldn't risk my life without going back home. But now, I couldn't walk away. This Dinah might not be my Dinah, just as Connor might not be my nephew, but that didn't really matter to me. Not anymore. "I will do my best," I nodded, giving Dinah and Connor a brief look as I turned around. "The things I do for love. You have one day to prepare. We must be ready for when the rest of the lanterns come," Batman said as I walked out of the room. Chapter 143, Chapter 135. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I went back to my room to study Batman's strategy and my role in it. It seemed like Batman had not only predicted that the Green Lanterns would intervene at some point or another, but that they would most likely fail in their first attempt to stop Superman because, like all others, they would underestimate him. And he was right. Pride was the bane of all downfalls. A curse, a blight of stupidity that made most people think that they were invulnerable, unmatched, making them bling, leading to the path of their downfall. But that was neither here nor there. What mattered right now was whether or not I could play the role I had been given. Much to my surprise, Batman had altered his plans beyond my wildest conjectures. After all, he didn't trust me, so I expected to play a minor part in his plan. However, I was wrong. From a strategic point of view, I was the key to this entire plan, the linchpin that everything rested on. This level of trust coming from him was unanticipated, to say the least, meaning that he was either desperate enough to blindly trust a stranger, or that he had figured out something about me that made him change his perspective of me. Then again, I guess there was always option C, which left me as the odd one out of the crew. Meaning I was the expendable one, the one that he was willing to sacrifice in order to complete the mission. I mulled over these possibilities as I analyzed everything that I knew about the current situation. The more I thought about it, the more I went over the plan, the more I realized that there was a high chance that I would die in this upcoming battle, Kryptonian pills or not. The thought should have flagged a response out of me, anger, concern, or perhaps fear. It should have made me second-guess my decision to help Batman and the insurgents, but it didn't. If anything, it had only solidified my resolve. Because even if I was truly expendable in Batman's eyes, I had already made up my mind a few days ago that I would do whatever I could to stop Superman, no matter the cost. Be that as it may, I didn't intend on dying, not unless as of old age. Raven would kill me if I died without coming back. I smiled, giving the file another look. To think I would meet two Batmans in a lifetime, both so alike, yet so different from one another. The Batman of my world would never sacrifice me as a pawn, but then again, he wasn't in this Batman situation. War changes a man. Though, now that I think about it, his plans with the light were eerily similar in nature to the ones this Batman had given me, as in I was in both plans an essential part of their success but a part that would be in incredible danger. I guess the real difference here is that the Batman I know is one I consider a friend, a mentor. While this Batman is nothing but a stranger who I owe nothing to and who owes me nothing, quite a paradoxical conundrum. Taking a deep breath, I continued reading the plan. Batman wanted me to fight the regime alongside Dinah, flanking their troops as the Green Lantern's corps faced them head-on, taking most of their attention. However, Batman was no fool. He knew very well that our flanking would eventually get Superman's attention because of Dinah, who Superman wanted to capture in order to find and kill Batman. In this plan, Dinah was the shining beacon. I was the sword. And the Green Lanterns were the shield. I was to battle Superman once he came for Dinah. Batman was truly a bastard, now that I think about it. There is no doubt in my heart that he knows I have feelings for Dinah. He might think they are romantic in nature, or perhaps he already figured out they are of a familiar character. Whatever the case may be, it's painfully evident he's using Dinah to ensure I play my part correctly. After all, abandoning my post would mean leaving Dinah to face Superman alone, or in layman's terms, would leave her to face her death. Batman was simply leaving me with no escape here. He had seen his cards, and he was playing them all, cornering me into action. I wasn't angry though. I didn't like him, nor I saw myself liking him anytime soon, but I could understand why Batman had come to the conclusion he needed to use an emotional pull to reach his goal. After all, the man was nothing if not a pragmatist. One willing to do whatever it takes to win, no matter how ruthless or underhanded it may be. Be that as it may, it infuriated me he was being so unbelievably idiotic. Sure, whatever his current idea of me was, and how he applied said idea to pull my strings into action was correct, but what if it wasn't? What if he made an error of judgment when profiling me? He was risking Dinah on unknowns, and that angered me beyond comprehension. I didn't care this Dinah wasn't my sister, it was still her in a way, and I just couldn't stop caring. I sighed, closing the file, as I turned to my computer to check the satellite data I had stored of the fight between Superman and the Green Lantern Special Team. By now, the battle should have ended with Superman as the winner, but I wanted to see how it had played out. If I was to face him and succeed in the process, I wanted to gather as much intel as I could before jumping into the most dangerous battle of my life. Taking a deep breath, I pressed the play button and started watching how their battle had unfolded. Superman, the Guardians want to talk to you in OA, Kilowog said as Superman hovered in front of him. Behind Superman, Shazam and Hawkgirl stood, acting as bodyguards, I suppose. On another note, were they really asking Superman to surrender? I mean, has that ever worked on anyone before? Cyborg, Superman said, ignoring Kilowog as he touched his ear, probably activating a communicator, his eyes never leaving the Green Lanterns in front of him. For a second or two after Superman had spoken, nothing happened, leaving nothing but what appeared to be a standoff between the two groups. However, even from my computer, I could tell there was an eerie feeling in the air. Moments later, that feeling was vindicated as a massive beam of red light blasted the entire area. The light was so bright that it felt like looking into the sun, burning through everything in its path. The attack created an explosion so powerful that it destroyed miles of terrain around its center, leaving nothing but charred remains. Superman had attacked them with a space-to-ground laser, a powerful one at that. But as powerful as this attack had been, when the smoke cleared out, the Green Lanterns stood, seemingly unharmed. It was honestly impressive. I had my doubts the Green Lanterns of my universe could take that hit and survive to tell the tale, but I wasn't sure as I had never seen them in action, other than some files Batman had, and well, nothing worth mentioning there. So be it, Kilowog spat as he looked up at Superman before he and his team blasted off towards Superman, all of them creating light constructs to fight the Kryptonian tyrant. However, no matter how much they tried to hit Superman, he just kept on dodging. Until eventually, he spoke. This is stupid, Superman scoffed, effortlessly locking Kilowog in a headlock. You can't touch me with a thought-based weapon, I move faster than thought. Kilowog grinned in response. Then it's a good thing we already thought of that. Before I could wonder what Kilowog had meant by that, Superman reeled back in pain, releasing Kilowog as he fell to the ground. Above him, the smallest Green Lantern stood, arms on his sides, as he stared down at him. At first, I thought my eyes were deceiving me, but without a doubt, what appeared on my screen was a flying squirrel, a Green Lantern squirrel. At least 3 times bigger than an Earth squirrel, but a squirrel still. You move and think faster than most, Kryptonian, the squirrel spoke in a deep, menacing voice, once again kicking me out of the loop. The squirrel sounded like fucking Madara from the English dub. I honestly did not expect that. Unfortunately for you, I happen to think faster than you. Fast enough to stop the synapses in your brain with my power ring. Meaning you lost the moment we arrived. It's always the same with you all-powerful types. You're used to big things coming at you so much that you don't consider the small things. Sure. I'm small. But I can also think very small and very fast. On the ground, Superman could only glare at the tiny creature with burning hatred, his body frozen in pain as he tried in vain to fight back. CHP, can you keep Superman's brain out of action until they get back to OA? Kilowog asked, looking as his other companions carried Shazam and Hawkgirl with light constructs, showing they had been quickly subdued soon after Superman had fallen to the ground. So the squirrel's name is CHP. Not to worry, Kilowog, I can easily keep the Kryptonian out of commission on our trip back. In fact, I will even promise not to permanently damage his brain, CHP replied, his voice carrying unyielding confidence, when all of a sudden, his head is pierced by a yellow blade construct, killing him to the horror of his fellow lanterns. His murderer is quickly revealed to be Sinestro. We can't have that, now, can we? Sinestro said with a small smile on his face. I sighed. Turning the PC off, it was obvious what the outcome would be now. What's worse is that I learned nearly nothing about Superman. The battle had ended in a matter of moments, 2 times, leaving nothing to learn besides the fact that overconfidence is the downfall most face. Chapter 144, Chapter 136. Enjoy. David Lance POV. The days passed without any events or signs of any coming. The time frame Batman had given me to learn about the plan being a clear exaggeration or not, better to be prepared before something happens way before it happens than to not be prepared at all. By now, I had fully memorized every step of the plan, even the parts one didn't have to play or help with. But I had done all that days ago. Right now, I was training. To better increase my odds against Superman. I had to take 5 U-93R in order to level the playing field to acceptable terms. However, I was still inexperienced when it came to using the power boost these pills brought. I needed to feel fully comfortable with said power boost in order to use the power efficiently. And to do that, I was training. Besides that, I was thinking of a way to deal with Superman's flight ability. Because even if the 5U-93R pill leveled the field from a purely physical point of view, it would do nothing if Superman decided to make the fight an airborne one. Then again, if everything played out well, just like Batman was planning, there would be no need to make countermeasures for his flying ability. Be that as it may, I was a fierce believer in the saying that says that no plan ever survives contact with the enemy. It is how one reacts to the unexpected that decides if one succeeds. Black Bolt, Batman's voice snapped me out of my train of thought. Wiping the sweat off my forehead, I turned around to face the Dark Knight, giving him a nod to continue with whatever he wanted to say. "How's the training going?" Batman asked, looking around the area I was using for training. "Good enough," I replied. So far, I had gotten used to the boost of strength the pill gave, but I was still struggling with the massive increase in speed, both physically and mentally. Though, to be fair, the mental part was coming along well, all things considered, maybe because those things usually come naturally. I'm still adapting to the increase in speed, so I've been running all day, basically. Good, Batman nodded before falling into silence, his body tensing a bit in lingering pain from the wound Superman had left on his back the last time they faced each other. For a few moments, I waited for him to continue, but when it became clear that he had nothing else to say, I decided to ask a question that had been bugging me for some time now. "In your plan, it's clear you want to capture Superman. Instead of killing him, why show mercy?" I had expected Batman to give me one of his usually cryptic replies, but instead, he answered my question with a simple and straightforward answer. "Because if we kill him, we're no better than him." I paused for a second, contemplating his words. Don't think of my question as an intent to actually try and kill Superman, but I went through some of your files. And in most of the encounters you had against the regime, you have lost allies. And I thought, at a certain point, who's the one really killing them? Batman glared at me, his jaw clenched in anger. "You hacked into my computers. And now accuse me of killing my allies," he growled. I stared back at him, unfazed by his display of anger. "I can't really judge or accuse you of anything, nor am I interested in doing so. I don't know what you've been through. I don't know the weight you are carrying every day, so I can't fully comprehend most of your actions. But that's neither here nor there. My question was, when is taking a life better than sacrificing one? Your curiosity over morality and philosophy doesn't give you the right to pry into the insurgency files." Batman snapped, taking a step towards me in anger. I smiled at him, a calm, empty smile. "Don't talk about morality with me. You're the one using one of your friends to manipulate me, well, two, if you count Harley collecting DNA samples for you every night." Batman's anger turned into a look of surprise at my words before he went back to his usual mask of control. "You are an unknown. A threat. And until proven otherwise, I will continue to treat you as such, therefore, information is key." I shrugged. "Feel free to keep investigating all you want. I won't hurt you or anyone if I can help it, but I also don't crave your approval. I will simply do what I must because that's who I am." Batman remained silent for a few moments before he replied. "Think whatever you want. But know that if you ever overstep your boundaries again, I will not hesitate to take you down." I met his gaze, my eyes hard. "Instead of making new enemies, how about you take down the ones you already have?" Batman's eyes narrowed at my words before he turned around and started walking away, his cape flowing behind him in the wind. I watched him until he disappeared from sight before I turned back to my training. 2 days after my talk with Batman in the training room, Batman summoned everyone to the base early in the morning, even members of the insurgency I had yet to meet, like Satara and Catwoman. Once everyone had gathered, he informed us that the time had come and that this would be the last chance the insurgency would ever have to stop Superman. He also advised us to take the little time we had before everything started to say our goodbyes, to family, to friends, to partners, to their children, their wives, and their husbands. Well, ain't that a pessimistic way to look at things? Harley said, crossing her arms over her chest before she let out a giggle. That's Batsy for ya. Anywho, goodbye, Bolt. I turned to Harley, giving her a look that said, really? What? I was just doing what Batsy said. Now that I'm a hero, I must act in an overly serious manner, Harley replied, imitating Batman's voice. I brood, in the darkness, because the day is too bright to brood, but even then, I brood in a dark room. At times like this, I wish I could let out a hyena-like cackle because that joke was top-notch. Well, I'm off to, for the time to come. Good luck saying all of your goodbyes, I signed before turning around and walking toward my room. However, before I could take more than 2 steps, Harley stopped me. You could do that, very fun and all, or I could make you some company, Harley said with a wink. I considered her offer for a few seconds. Even after all the training I put myself through, surviving was still not a guarantee. I might as well enjoy what could be my last moments while having some fun. All right then, Harley Quinn, I replied with a nod before leading the way to my room. Harley happily bouncing and skipping behind me. A few hours later. A few hours of fun later, the time had finally come. Well, not only the time had come, but enough about jokes. Having done what we all set out to do after Batman summoned us early in the morning, we all gathered in the main room of the base, fully equipped and ready for battle. Batman walked up to the center of the room, his eyes scanned over everyone before he started to speak. This is it. The final battle against Superman. We all know what's at stake here. We can't fail. I cracked my neck from side to side. I have no doubt that each and every one of you will give it your all out there, Batman continued, giving everyone a look. Now let's go stop the regime, once and for all. With that said, Batman led the way out of the base, with all of us following close behind. As we exited the base, breaking into groups as per the plan, as I walked onto the surface, I couldn't help but notice how the sky was darker than usual, almost as if it was preparing for a storm. Are you ready for this? Dinah asked as we walked away from the others to reach our method of transportation. I looked at her and, with a heavy heart, nodded. Well, one of us had to because I'm not, Dinah said with a nervous laugh before she opened the door to the vehicle, a truck. Once we were both in and buckled, Dinah started the car. I guess that's part of being a mom, maybe. I nodded. I heard someone say that the moment you have a kid, your life is no longer yours. It belongs to someone else as well. Dinah chuckled. Oh, ain't that the truth? With nothing more to say, Dinah started driving. The drive was a silent one. Not much to talk about when you are about to risk it all, literally. In our own way, we both knew that this could be the last time we saw each other alive, and that made the situation all the more bittersweet. I would ensure she survived. The destiny of this world didn't have the right to leave Connor alone in this accursed world. Sister or not, I vow to ensure her return. Chapter 145, Chapter 137. Enjoy. David Lance POV. As Dinah drove to our destination, where one Batwing would be waiting for us, I hacked into the satellite site to see what was happening up there. On display on my computer screen, I saw battle unfold in a violent crash of lights, the Green Lantern Corps versus the Yellow Lantern Corps, who were aiding Superman. The Green Lanterns had even brought a planet to fight, a whole planet. As the seconds went by, I could see the battle stretching up thinner and thinner. It was clear that Superman and the Yellow Lanterns wanted to break the Green Lanterns' formation by bringing them into the Earth, where they would be forced to hold back in order not to hurt any humans. They knew that most Green Lanterns would not fight back if that meant hurting others, even if the one hurting the innocent wasn't directly them. The situation wasn't looking all that well so far. We have arrived, Dinah said as she parked the car. I nodded, jumping out of the car as I followed Dinah to the Batwing. The time had come to face Superman. Even with all this preparation, I still felt my heart heavy and a lump forming in my throat with each step I took as I approached the Batwing. Quickly enough, we both got into the jet and took off. Our destination now was Superman. Which, according to satellite data, would take us less than a minute to reach. Unknown POV, on Earth. Hal Jordan had always prided himself on being a man without fear. But in the face of uncertainty and defeat, even the bravest men can falter. When Sinestro offered him a yellow ring as he was about to plummet to his death, Hal didn't hesitate to put it on. Now. The man that once fought Sinestro now stood by his side as his ally, facing the one he used to admire, Ganthet, and the one he used to call his friend, Guy Gardner. Such a disappointment, Ganthet said after giving Hal a brief look that ended up over Sinestro. You two were both terrible mistakes. With that said, the old Guardian turned around to face Guy, telling him. It's time to leave, Guy, there is someone more important than these two. There is no one more important than me. Sinestro screamed at Ganthet as he and a few of his Yellow Lanterns rushed at Ganthet. Barely acknowledging Sinestro, Ganthet turned around, and with a dismissive flick of his hand, he disintegrated all of the Yellow Lanterns in front of him with a powerful blast of willpower, leaving only Sinestro and Hal, both barely standing. You are a speck in history, Sinestro, and so are you, Hal, Ganthet said calmly as he began to walk away. The universe will forget you two ever existed. You two are not worth any more of my time. With that said, Ganthet blasted into space with Guy at unforeseeable speeds, leaving behind Sinestro and Hal without anything to say. They knew Ganthet was simply too strong for them to stop. Then, before they could process what had happened, a massive beam of willpower blasted Superman back into Earth from space with enormous strength and power of which Superman had never seen before, illuminating the sky with a green powerful hue. Followed by Superman's seemingly unconscious body free-falling into the planet. David Lance POV. As we neared our destination, the entire sky was suddenly painted in a green hue that lasted a whole second, revealing soon after the body of Superman falling from the sky, his body limp showing he was seemingly unconscious. Dinah, seeing this, quickly reacted and, at full speed, flew towards Superman's falling body, blasting at him with the Batwing's missiles, taking advantage of this opportunity that had presented itself. But all this did was wake Superman from his short-lived slumber as he turned around to face the Batwing. Thanks to the pill that I had taken the moment I had gotten into the Batwing, I could see from afar that Superman's eyes were turning red as he glared ahead, meaning he was about to destroy the Batwing with a blast of his heat vision. Seeing this, I quickly grabbed Dinah before jumping out of the Batwing as Superman fired his heat vision at the Batwing, destroying it instantly with a powerful explosion, with said explosion sending both Dinah and I plummeting out of control. Taking my hand, Dinah moved her body around, stabilizing our fall before activating her jetpack glider, flying the both of us towards Superman, who by some miracle was somehow unaware of us approaching him. Maybe whoever had attacked him in space had left him stunned. Focusing on the battle, I swung off Dinah's arm, catapulting myself towards Superman, grabbing him by the suit, where I proceeded to speak right up his face. Enough. In an instant, Superman was blasted into the earth at a blinding speed as my power destroyed almost the entire desert ground we had been flying over, leaving everything as far as the eye could see in a scorched and blackened state, with Superman lying in the middle of it all. It was almost as if the sun had descended from the sky and incinerated everything in its path. From that distance, my attack should have done some significant lasting damage to Superman. No matter how strong he was, the inside of his ears were bound to be several times weaker than the rest of his body, regardless of how tough everything else is. Be that as it may, I would not lower my guard. Not for a single moment. Superman, Kal-El, Injustice POV. As I pushed myself back to my feet, the world around me was nothing but a blur of light and sound. I could barely make out the two figures of those who had attacked me as they fell into the ground. Angered beyond measure, I tried to move, but with each step, I found myself struggling to not fall. As if walking was now a Herculean feat, it was as if the very air around me was pressing down on me. The pain in my ears was unbearable, unlike anything I had ever experienced. It felt as though his head was being split open, first Ganthet and then that mysterious man. If Ganthet hadn't attacked me, I would have dodged that attack, killing that pest before he could understand the gravity of his mistake. And even if I hadn't been able to dodge it for any reason, the attack would have done considerably less damage. I needed time to recover. A few moments without interruption would do, giving the sunlight enough time to heal my wounds. Sinestro, Injustice POV. One moment the green light of Ganthet's willpower had struck Superman down back to Earth, when all of a sudden, the Earth trembled under a new attack that blasted Superman into the ground, devastating the entire desert without measure. The attack had destroyed everything in its path, leaving behind only destruction. As strong as the Kryptonian was, I had my doubts he could take many of those hits before perishing. If I wanted my revenge against the Guardians, I would need to lend him a hand. Be that as it may, I would not risk my neck against an unknown with such destructive power without some recon. I would let my newest Yellow Lantern do that for me. Once he had the threat occupied, I would come in and save the Kryptonian, gaining his favor. Hal, Superman needs our help, I stated, giving Hal a look of feigned concern. You need to help him. In the meantime, I will try to keep Ganthet occupied. Nodding, Hal Jordan took off into the air, flying towards Superman's location at full speed. I smiled as I watched him go. Good. If I played my cards right, Hal Jordan could become the perfect tool. He was a fool, but a powerful one, that much I could admit. All I needed to secure this opportunity was to move a few pieces here and there, and I would ensure that he remained, well, yellow. Chapter 146, Chapter 138. Enjoy. David Lance POV. As I landed on the ground creating a crater upon landing, a flash of light shining a yellow hue in the distance caught my attention, and it seemed like it was approaching our location, and it was doing so very fast. There was no doubt in my mind that whoever was approaching was Yellow Lantern. Inwardly cursing. Taking a tenth of a second to think, I dissected the situation as fast as I could. If I fought the Yellow Lantern, there was a big chance Superman would recover during that time. If I ignored the Yellow Lantern and went towards Superman instead to try and finish the job, then Dinah would have to face the Yellow Lantern by herself. And then, there was option C, letting Dinah deal with the weakened Superman while I dealt with the Yellow Lantern. The kryptonite bullet in her possession that Batman gave her should be more than enough to deal with Superman in the state he was in. No matter what I picked, Dinah would be in danger, regardless of my intervention. I had to pick the best possible choice. And that was leaving her to deal with Superman, as much as the idea sickened me. Because as much as I wanted to deal with Superman myself in order to ensure Dinah stayed safe, I knew that fighting a Yellow Lantern in possibly perfect condition would be harder for her. Besides, she was already flying toward him, and she had no kryptonite for a Yellow Lantern. Having taken my decision, I pressed hard on my feet and charged at full speed at the Yellow Lantern, who, as I approached, revealed himself to be no other than Hal Jordan. The latter, having seen me come, had already been in a defensive stance, creating a protective yellow ball around him, which allowed him a sliver of time to block my first attack, the ball cracking a bit under my fist. Pushing my advance, I struck the yellow construct defending Hal 2 times before it shattered, much to Hal's surprise. However, before I could deliver a clean hit, Hal had already created another defensive construct, blocking my attacks. Giving no openings, I continued the assault, whispering at Hal. Leave. The whisper weakened his construct, enabling me to shatter it in the following hit. Taking this opportunity, I threw a hard punch at his jaw, putting all of my weight and strength into it. The blow knocked Hal's head to one side as I pummeled him into the ground, giving him no rest. I followed that up with a right, a left, and an elbow to the face before kicking him into the air, where I once again whispered, blasting him into the air. I knew I could probably win battle a whole lot faster if I just spoke at him instead of whispering, but if the attack I had thrown at Superman was anything to go by, there was no guarantee the planet would stand more than one of those. And this didn't mean that if I spoke, the planet would blow up, but that the damage I would do by permanently altering the tectonic plates of the Earth with my power could start a few natural disasters in a domino-like chain, like massive earthquakes, tsunamis, stuff like that. I will not allow you to attack my planet. Hal screamed in anger, bleeding from his nose and mouth as he created another construct, this one in the shape of a large hammer, before he immediately started to attack me with it. Following my heightened senses and the tingling of my danger sense, I easily weaved through his assault before quickly closing the distance between us, delivering a kick to the stomach that sent him flying backward, where I followed up with a left hook that broke his jaw, ending the chain of attacks with another whisper. But Hal didn't give up and pushed through the pain, blasting at me with a massive beam carrying the full might of the power of fear before slamming one of his constructs on my face, drawing blood. Dodging his next attack, I grabbed his construct before pulling him towards me and punching him in the face with all my strength, which caused a few of his teeth to fly out of his mouth. Then, grabbing him by the arm, I took a step forward and slammed him into the ground, creating a crater. Seeing there was still some fight in him as his ring was beginning to glow, I stomped down hard on his power ring hand, feeling his bones crunch under my boot. He screamed out in pain, but I didn't let up. I just kept stomping until the yellow glow of the ring stopped, and Hal fell unconscious. I knew I had been a bit too cruel with him. Just as I also knew he would heal, given time, thanks to the power ring. Time to help Dinah. This fight lasted 1 minute in real time. Dinah lands POV. As Black Bolt intercepted the upcoming threat, I pushed forward towards Superman with my glider, with the latter struggling to not fall down, and honestly, it was surprising he was even standing to begin with. After all, Black Bolt's attack had been immensely devastating. You won't take me down, Superman said through gritted teeth, his eyes glowing red as unleashed a powerful heat vision attack in my general direction that I managed to dodge easily because his equilibrium was so out of whack he couldn't aim. Taking my chance, I took my gun out and shot at him with the kryptonite bullet Batman had given me, which immediately dropped Superman on the ground as soon as it pierced his skin. Then, I rushed at him, delivering a solid kick, putting him on his back. I could feel the victory swelling up inside of me as I approached him. After everything you've done, Bruce still asked for mercy for you. Superman, Kal-El, Injustice POV. As I lay on the ground, unable to move thanks to my injuries and the kryptonite enhancing them, I couldn't help but be in total disbelief. Never in a million years did I think that I would find myself in this situation. How could this have happened? Just moments ago, I was certain of my victory. Now, I was lying on the ground, surrounded by nothing. After everything you've done, Bruce still asked for mercy for you. Mercy. He dares to talk about mercy. Killing the Joker would have been merciful. All of these villains, we allowed them to remain, to kill, to terrorize, for what? Where was his mercy when the people of his city kept dying under the schemes of the Joker? This world didn't need the heroes we used to be. This world needed heroes capable of inflicting fear and terror in the heart of those seeking to disturb the peace. I will be that. If you ask me, you don't deserve his mercy, Dinah continued as she approached me. When all of a sudden, I saw a yellow power ring flying toward me. At first, I was confused but immediately realized this was my chance to turn the situation around, so I extended my hand as the ring slipped onto my finger before a message played out. Plus, Kal-El of the planet Krypton. You have the ability to instill great fear. You belong to the Yellow Lantern Corps, plus. No. Dinah screamed as I pulled the kryptonite bullet out of my chest with my body before standing up, the pain no longer registering to me as I towered over her. You should have just killed me when you had the chance, I said in a dark and twisted voice. Then without wasting a moment, I fired a blast of heat vision right through her chest, now being able to aim thanks to the ring. As she collapsed to the ground, I clenched my fist as the power ring changed my attire to one of golden glow. I might have failed in Plan A, but Plan B was a success, Dinah muttered, flooding coming out of her mouth as she pointed at her eyes. I broadcasted all of this to the entire world. Special contact lenses. Everything I saw, the world saw, everyone saw the real you. I gritted my teeth in anger. If they wanted a monster, I would give them one. David Lance POV. By the time I reached Dinah's general location, a flash of yellow light had disappeared into the sky, with the point of origin being where Dinah should be. Seeing that, worry erupted in my chest as my heart sank. Pushing forward at full speed, I found myself face to face with an image I had never wanted to see, the image of Dinah's dying, bleeding body on the ground with 2 holes in her chest. I rushed to her side. Having a meltdown. No, no, no. This couldn't be happening. Not Dinah. Hi, Bolt, Dinah muttered, coughing up blood as she tried to give me a smile. Hang on, Dinah. I'll get you some help, I signed, my hands trembling as I tried to pick her up, only for her to stop me. No, it's too late for that, Dinah said with a sad smile as she slowly reached up to touch my face. You really look like my father. Did I ever mention that before? I shook my head, trying and failing to hold back the tears as I frantically signed, don't talk. Just hold on. I will fix this, and you'll be okay. I just needed to stop the bleeding, and everything would improve from there. I knew it. I knew it. Don't let Connor get into this war, and tell him I loved him with all my heart, Dinah said as her hand fell from my face as her body went limp. I stood in silence for what felt like forever as I just stared at Dinah's lifeless body with a feeling of emptiness in my heart, trying to tell myself this wasn't my Dinah in an attempt to soften the blow. Then, I let out a silent but sorrowful cry into the sky, without a care of who my powers destroyed in the process, the clouds breaking as I collapsed to my knees, clutching Dinah's body close to mine in grief. He had done this. He had brought this world to complete chaos. He had killed her. He had killed her. He would pay for what he did, I would make sure of it. I would kill him for what he did. I didn't care anymore. No matter the price. No matter the sacrifice. I wanted to kill him. As I lay on the ground, Dinah's dead body by my side and my heart consumed by rage and grief. A red flash of light came into view, a red power ring appeared. It hovered in the air for a moment before a message played out. // David Lance of the planet #%. You have great rage in your heart. You belong to the Red Lantern Corps, // This was my chance to make him pay. Extending my right hand, I waited for a moment before the ring slipped onto my finger. Then a feeling unlike anything I had ever felt before, invaded my entire body. A searing, white-hot pain that seemed to pierce through my very soul. I could barely think, let alone move. All I could do was lie there in agony as the ring continued whatever it was doing. Every breath felt like 1,000 knives stabbing into my chest. Wave after wave of unending pain. I don't know how long it had lasted so far or how long it would last this pain, and the thing was, I didn't care as long as it helped me destroy Superman. Chapter 147, Chapter 139. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I knew as the ring changed my body to a mass of seething anger and hatred that I would never be the same. I knew in my short moments of clarity, of reflection, that I was probably making a mistake by taking this power without a second thought. I tried to keep my rage caged, I really did, but I just couldn't control it. And as the power came to bear within me alongside the unbearable pain, I found myself caring less and less about such thoughts, about such a fragile morality of ideas. Rage was intoxicating. A curse that numbs all sensations, leaving a monster that wants no escape from its situation. But even in pain, both physical and emotional, I stood still, not daring to utter a word. I would not sully Dinah's body by my pathetic laments of weakness, I would instead honor her with the corpse of her murderer. So, in her honor, I remained in place, taking my punishment as the crimson shine of everlasting rage continued to consume me, melting my heart into nothing, replacing my blood and heart with a flow of scarlet hatred, finalizing my transformation. I looked up at the sky. The battle was still raging on. I stared at the sky for a moment before raising my fists above my head as a sickly red aura appeared around me, covering the ground with red. The crimson aura extended at least a few hundred meters in every direction, getting the attention of a few above me. Without wasting another second, I blasted out into space, ignoring everyone as I took flight directly to Superman, who was dealing with what appeared to be a dwarf, no. A guardian of the universe. No matter. A Red Lantern. Ganthet muttered. Who are you supposed to be? Superman asked, his clothes yellow as he emanated the power of fear. Your end. A powerful force ripped through space, shattering anything in its way, green lanterns, yellow lanterns, and the very fabric of space as well, blasting Superman back in surprise. He had forgotten about me already. I would make him remember. You are letting your anger control you, Ganthet said, trying to reason with me. His life is mine to take. I won't be denied of my vengeance, I replied, using my power ring to reply at the Guardian. Leave, or blow yourself up. Either way, I don't care. With that said, I blasted towards Superman, who had landed on Pluto. "I remember you," Superman said, getting up from the ground as I reached Pluto. "Even with all of this power, your voice still hurts. Be that as it may, with the power I wield now, you won't be able to defeat me. Enough prattle." I roared at him, destroying Pluto in a single strike, as Superman flew out of the planet, escaping my voice. Seeing this, I blasted toward him at full speed, reaching him in a fraction of a moment, where I tried to strike him with all my strength using my right fist. Superman, however, took a step back, easily dodging my attack. Growling, I turned as quickly as I could, trying to deliver a kick to his face. However, once again, Superman slipped under my attack, this time blasting me with a beam of yellow that sent me to Jupiter in an instant. "I meant to kill you with that attack," Superman noted as he flew over me. "That attack would have killed Ganthet. This shows how much of a treat you really are." "Shut it." I screamed or tried to because before I could even open my mouth, I was pushed back with intense strength, catching a violent right hook on my face, followed by a knee to the stomach, a kick to the chin, a blow on his head, and a new kick, each and every single strike chained instantly one after the other. I was losing. I refused to lose. Not to him. I don't care what I have to give. As long as he dies. Suddenly, as if waking up from a trance, I pushed forward through a newfound power, headbutting Superman as I grabbed him by the wrists, where I proceeded to deliver several knee blows at the Kryptonian. Superman, Kal-El, Injustice POV. When was the last time I had felt such pain? The answer to that was twice today. Both at his hands. With this power I had now, I should be unstoppable, a god amongst gods. Doomsday, even Darkseid, would pose no threats to me as I was right now, but somehow, with each strike this kid delivered, I found myself breathless. How could this be? I had the fear of an entire planet on my side, above the powers I had been bestowed at birth. How could the fear of billions struggle against the anger of one man? Die. He screamed, right at my face as he had already done once. Immediately after, I was thrown around space so hard that by the time I had come to a stop, I had crossed halfway through the Milky Way. I had to kill him before he actually became more powerful than me. David Lance POV. I would show Superman a strength that just can't be defied. He would hear my roar and know I am alive and that his life is mine to take. I would stop at nothing, I would show him that my rage was invincible. That as long as my hatred burned bright in my heart, nothing was beyond my control. Ring battery at 95%. 103%. 104%. 120%. Come Kal-El. I'm not done tearing you apart. I roared, destroying a few stars and planets around me. I could feel my body boil, I could feel the hatred coursing through my veins, and the pleasure it was giving me to fight the object of such emotions. I will avenge you, Dinah. Soon. Soon. Just wait, sister. I will send him to hell in your name. Ring battery at 157%. Chapter 148, Chapter 140. Enjoy. Unknown POV. Black Bolt roared into the empty space, the power of his ring increasing as he readied himself for battle, as Superman flew toward him. "This fight has gone long enough," the Kryptonian said, his arms crossed. "I won't humor your little tantrum any longer." Black Bolt gritted his teeth in ever-blinding rage, feeling the power of his ring pulsing through him, ready to tear Superman apart. Without a word, the Kryptonian rushed at David through the emptiness of space, rearing back for his first strike, but in a stunning move, Black Bolt turned his body slightly and managed to grab the Kryptonian's wrist. With the power of the yellow ring Superman now held, such a thing should have been pointless, especially because of the sources of power backing their individual rings, the fear of billions for Superman, and the anger of a single man for Black Bolt. Superman knew this, and so he knew he should have been able to free himself with a simple flick because, unlike the first few moments of his battle with Black Bolt, he was using more power. However, when the Kryptonian tried to free himself, it didn't go as he'd imagined. He felt more resistance than he would imagine possible, as the two struggled in place. Suddenly, Black Bolt's grip on Superman's wrist loosened as with his other hand, he created a sword of shining red, a blade of pure rage. Pushing himself backward, the Kryptonian avoided the first swipe. The crimson blade sliced into the empty space, cutting a moon that was a million miles behind Superman. Seeing the object of his hate had dodged, Black Bolt chased after him, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. There, Black Bolt swung his crimson construct back and forth, slashing and swiping, with each strike growing in strength and speed. Though surprised, Superman was able to dodge each swipe. However, the Kryptonian was noticing each swipe was getting closer to hit home, and it would be only a matter of time before he wouldn't be able to dodge anymore. His enemy was growing stronger. Too strong. Dodging one last time, Superman launched a powerful beam of pure fear at Black Bolt, the close range making it 10 times more effective. Seeing this, Black Bolt only had time to cross his arms in front of him defensively, using the power of his ring to shield himself as the blast struck him. The blast was so powerful that its detonation shrouded the entire upper side of the galaxy in a shine of yellow, destroying several uninhabited planets. However, amidst the cosmic debris, Black Bolt stood, barely scratched, as he stared into Superman in pure hatred. For the Kryptonian, this didn't make any sense. None of this made any sense. He knew he had the power to destroy this threat that stood in front of him, but as hard as he tried, his enemy remained, determined to waste his time. As Superman pondered in silence, Black Bolt rushed at him, ready to end him. However, much to his dislike, the Kryptonian ducked just in time to avoid the fatal blow before kicking him away. Enough. Black Bolt roared, blasting Superman away as he readied himself to shoot a beam of concentrated rage at the Kryptonian. Superman, realizing this, did the same. Then, as the two stared into each other, they released their attacks, the two beams of red and yellow meeting in the center of the two with a mighty rumble, each struggling to overcome the other. Suddenly, the ball of conflicting energy at the epicenter expanded and detonated, hurling both of them in opposite directions. If this continues, I will lose, Superman admitted under his breath as Black Bolt rushed at him, his power continuously growing under his rage. Superman had wanted to end this battle without using too much power from his ring. Otherwise, he wasn't sure he would be able to defeat all of the Green Lantern's corps. But if he continued fighting like he was, he knew it was a matter of time before the rage of that man completely overpowered the fear of his ring. Ganthet had required minimal effort from him, but this guy. He was pushing more and more into a corner. Taking a deep breath, Superman aimed at Black Bolt with his ring, releasing a beam of fear so powerful that it caused the entire area around them to ripple and distort, pushing Black Bolt a few million miles away from him, only stopping after his body crashed into an empty planet 10 times the size of Jupiter. However, the Kryptonian knew this would not be enough, nor did it have to be enough. All Superman wanted for the moment was to slow him down a bit in order to finish him. As talented as he was still getting used to the ring, and gathering the power he needed to destroy his enemy would take him a few seconds. Come, and tear me apart, as you promised, Superman taunted as he began to charge the power he needed. Stunned by the attack, Black Bolt lay in the center of the planet he had landed, his body still smoking from the blast he had received, as the words of Superman reached him. Breaking out of his stunned state, Black Bolt exploded with anger as he launched himself toward the Kryptonian, his power growing more and more through his rage that seemed to have no end. Taking a deep breath, Superman started bringing out all the energy he could from his ring, as a very blinding light seemed to emerge from his body, dazzling the entire galaxy, as he increased his energy output without stopping, to the point the space around the Kryptonian started to twist under his own power, creating an artificial point of gravity. In short, the energy Superman was generating was so unmeasurable that his mass had increased. Finally done gathering all of his power, Superman aimed at Black Bolt with his ring hand as multiple balls of yellow energy appeared, coalescing into a single giant blast, a wide beam of energy that flew toward Black Bolt at the speed of light. Realizing too late what Superman had done, Black Bolt was hit by the Kryptonian's attack, the massive beam of energy pushing him without stopping out of the galaxy as he screamed in pain. Kal. L. It was the last word Black Bolt uttered before being completely engulfed by Superman's attack, carrying him into the unknown. That should have taken care of him, Superman gasped out as he fell to his knees in the void of space, completely exhausted from the amount of energy he had used. His body was trembling from the aftershock, and his eyesight was getting blurrier by the second. In all honesty, he wasn't sure if he had won or not. All he knew was that he had used way too much power and that there was no way that raging monster would be back at him anytime soon. I have to go back to Earth, Superman said, forcing his body to fly back to Earth. He was tired, very tired, but he would have time to rest after he took care of Ganthet. Chapter 149, Chapter 141. Enjoy. Atrocitus, Injustice POV. A new Red Lantern had risen in Sector 2814, one that somehow had been able to retain his cognitive abilities despite the ring's purpose to suppress all thought, leaving only anger, for I was to give them back their thought, should they prove worthy of such a gift. This wasn't the only surprise this new lantern had brought to light. His power was without parallel, his rage and his desire for vengeance had turned him into a killing machine void of rationality, emotion, morality, or remorse. Never in my long life had I seen such power, such rage. I couldn't help but wonder what exactly had fueled such a monster to be born. Be that as it may, even with all that overwhelming power that coursed through him like blood, all that burning rage, that crimson desire for justified vengeance that fueled his ever-growing power, he had lost. But even in defeat, his thirst for combat and desire for death and destruction against the one who wronged him was unyielding. Which is why I had come to retrieve him instead of killing him. This had been a difficult decision, mostly because of his ability to somehow resist the ring's forceful indoctrination, which makes all Red Lanterns succumb to the rage and hatred in their hearts until it is all that they know, an all-consuming need for revenge and destruction, in turn taking over their minds, making them mindless beasts. He, however, had overpowered the ring's indoctrination. At first, I wanted to kill him, for he represented a threat. But, while the threat he represented was true, his power was without peer. So, I decided to use him, to make him one of my fiercest warriors, the instrument of my vengeance against those who had wronged me. He seemed stable, Mortha said as my newest lantern lay inside a stasis pod. Mortha was the closest doctor I had been able to find around Sector 2574. He would heal faster if you allowed me to take him out of the stasis. I glared at the doctor, my eyes burning red. He is not to be taken out of the stasis until I say so. Yes, as you wish, Lord Atrocitus. Mortha trembled before me, his fear palpable in the air. You are dismissed. I waved my hand dismissively, and Mortha bowed before scurrying away. I then turned my attention back to the stasis pod, looking at the wounded men in front of me. While I understood the doctor's concerns about his patient, taking him out of the stasis pod could prove to be a terrible mistake, for I still had no way to contain him should he rebel against him. For that reason, I needed him out of commission as long as possible. Mortha POV. A few hours after Lord Atrocitus had left the patient's room, I entered to continue treating the patient alongside my assistants. His pulse is getting better, I said, smiling as I checked the charts, comparing his vitals from 2 hours ago to now. This was the first time I was treating a human, but based on the data Lord Atrocitus had given me, the readings I was getting were pretty normal. Now time to check his neural activity. Suddenly, as I moved to the computer, the stasis pod shattered with a loud crack as a hand burst out, catching me by the throat, forcing a single terrified grunt of pain and a gasp of fear from my young assistants. For a few silent moments, I hung, imprisoned by the powerful grip of the one I had saved, as red glowing eyes stared at me. Who are you? The patient growled, his voice deep and guttural. Though the voice didn't seem to come from his mouth, for it remained close as each word came. I gasped for air, trying to speak, but the grip on my throat was too tight. I could feel my vision blurring as I started to lose consciousness. However, just as I was about to black out, the grip on my throat released, and I crumpled to the floor, gasping for air. I am Morthu, a doctor currently in service of Lord Atrocitus. I managed to choke out, my voice raspy and weak. Atrocitus. The patient questioned with a growl, his brow furrowed in confusion for a moment before realization hit him. I see. He then turned his attention to my assistants, who were still cowering in fear, and he approached them slowly, a predatory grin on his face. Please, I begged, they've done nothing wrong. The patient stopped and looked at me for a moment before shock and realization crossed his features. What am I doing? You awoke, Atrocitus said from the doorway, his eyes narrowed in anger at me as he looked at the patient. I have no interest in joining your crusade, the patient said, his voice cold and detached. I only want revenge against Superman. And I can help you with that, Atrocitus replied, his voice equally as cold. But first, you must learn how to control your power. Glaring at Lord Atrocitus, the patient balled his hands into fists as a crimson-red aura appeared around him, cutting our breath. Do I look like I need your help? I could rip you apart before you could even process what happened. I don't doubt that, Atrocitus said with a calm growl. But if you can't control your power, then you'll never be able to defeat Superman. You lost because the overwhelming amount of rage you were producing started to take a toll on you. And you can help me? The patient asked, his voice dripping with venom. How generous of you. Cry me a river, I know who you are, and while your reasons to hate the Guardians are just, you are not. Then, by all means, leave and die at the hands of the one that broke you, Atrocitus replied with a shrug. But if you stay, I can help you harness your power and direct it towards defeating Superman. The patient glared at Atrocitus for a few moments before finally sighing in resignation. Fine, I will take you on that offer, but if you try, even for a second, to manipulate me, I will eliminate you on the spot. Am I clear? I expect nothing less, Atrocitus grinned in response, seemingly pleased by the patient's threat. Chapter 150, Chapter 142. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I can't escape this hell. No matter how many times I tried. My grief had sealed me in a prison of rage, a labyrinth without escape. I knew that the ring was empowering my darkest emotions and numbing everything else to the point of non-existence. And while I had tried to fight this cage of crimson, I had willingly accepted, at least since I was defeated by Superman, my attempts had been in vain because, on a fundamental level, I wanted this power, the rage I felt, the hatred, was addicting beyond comprehension. The funny thing was that I didn't feel good. Addictions are supposed to feel good. That's how they hook you, but this didn't feel good, not even a single bit. I mourned Dinah in a perpetual state of rage and hatred. I had no positive thoughts or calming ones, just rage, pure rage. That was all I had, alongside a bit of logic that I had somehow managed to retain through this evolution of sorts. Suffering, hate, and rage were the only emotions I could feel. And somehow, I was addicted to them. Pain without love. Rage, I couldn't get enough. I was becoming a monster. Little by little, I could feel it. I had almost killed the ones that had saved my life just because I could. I remember seeing their faces, their dread, and I remember enjoying it. I had only stopped because the doctor had managed to somehow reach me. The worst part was that, beyond regret, I felt annoyed he had interrupted me. Are you ready to start your training, recruit? Atrocitus' voice suddenly boomed around me, shattering any and all thoughts I had been entertaining before his interruption. I glared at him, clenching my fist so hard that my knuckles turned white. I knew his game, he thought me a fool, but I knew he was planning to use me for his own benefits, to complete his vengeance. I refused to be used. However, I could see the benefit of learning whatever he has to teach, so while eradicating him from the face of the universe would have been my first choice, I had begrudgingly decided to learn under him. Remember our deal, Atrocitus, I replied, using my ring to speak. Atrocitus chuckled a deep and guttural sound. I remember our deal very well. Though we have yet to discuss what do I gain from this arrangement. You get to keep your life, I replied coldly, my power ring glowing red as it transmitted the message. Atrocitus' smile widened. If your attempt at my life will be as poor as the one you did on Superman, I like my chances. Red aura bursting to life around me, I took a step forward, glaring at him in blinding rage. I wanted to eliminate him. I wanted to tear him limb from limb and watch him bleed out, but by some miracle, I resisted the urge. Don't push your luck, Atrocitus, don't bet on my control, I replied, the voice my ring was playing dripping with venom. With each breath I take, I feel my rage grow, and while I try to keep it caged, I can't control it. I can feel my wrath scratching on the walls of my psyche like a wild animal demanding to be released, so unless you have a death wish, behave. It was hard to keep it together. I wanted to lash out, to hurt him. I wanted to make him untold pain, unmeasurable anguish. I wanted him to feel the way I felt. But I couldn't give in, I wouldn't give in. I was better than that, stronger than that. Or at least I used to be. The ring, in a way, was corrupting me, making me into something I never wanted to be. But what other choice did I have? Only with it, I would be able to fight Superman, meaning my only choice was to fight tooth and nail for every ounce of control. I suppose your words carry some weight, Atrocitus conceded with a growl. So, for now, I will play by your rules. However, know that, should your rage ever wane down, should your hatred become weak, I will be there to reclaim what is rightfully mine. An empty threat, the weapon of choice of those who are powerless to change their situation. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. I don't care what you tell yourself, but stop wasting my time, I growled through the ring. You might feel your rage is without equal, that only you feel the way you feel, Atrocitus replied, walking around me. But you are wrong. There are many who wear the red, many who have been consumed by hatred. You are not alone. We all share the pain that is to wear this ring. Is this going somewhere? I asked, my patience wearing thin. Yes, Atrocitus said with a smile. Everyone in the Red Lanterns has lost everything. Our rage burns bright because our reason to love was taken from us. It thrills me to hear you speak about philosophy instead of training me, it thrills me. I glared at him, my ring glowing red. You are unbearable, Atrocitus said, his face contorting in anger. The point I was trying to make is that while you feel the way we feel, you are a special case. Because you still have a reason to love. I narrowed my eyes in confusion. Where was he going with this? Could it be that he had learned something about me through the ring's link? No, it couldn't be. I was certain his control over my ring was very limited, only allowing him to locate me. Other than that, I was in control or as much in control as I could possibly be. I might not be able to subjugate you, not yet, Atrocitus continued. But I have more than enough power to sense a few things. I bared my teeth at him as my ring glowed brightly. Care to elaborate? Because it feels like you've been shopping around where you shouldn't have. Don't make a big deal out of nothing. I didn't read your mind, Atrocitus said dismissively. Butcher knows I tried, though, but your mind is annoyingly well protected. You have mental blocks I doubt anyone can penetrate. Then elaborate on what you meant, in a concise manner, I growled through the ring, my patience at an end. Every power ring, no matter the color, grants the user the ability to perceive a vast array of emotions in the emotional spectrum, Atrocitus replied. When you were unconscious receiving medical care after I saved you, I was able to feel something within you, something faint, very faint, but peculiar enough that it contrasted with the rage in your soul. Love. I see. I had lost a lot in this world. But at the same time, in a way, things remained the same for me. My sister, my Dinah, was still alive. Raven was still alive. Oliver was still alive. Hopefully, they were still alive. So I was right, Atrocitus said as he stared into me. Meanwhile, I remained frozen in place, trying to make sense of the new feeling that had invaded me for a brief moment, hope. I had felt hope for the briefest of moments. Disgusting, Atrocitus said as he walked toward me. Within you, there should be no room for hope, only rage. Having had enough of Atrocitus, I darted forward and grabbed him by the throat before slamming into the ground with enough power to force some blood out of him in a cough. Go on, keep wasting my time, and we'll see how it ends. Atrocitus grinned in rage and something else I couldn't quite read. That's it. That's all you should feel, rage. Hate. Nothing more. Hope is long forgotten for us. I tightened my grip on his throat, momentarily severing his ability to talk. He struggled, using both hands to grab mine, but no matter how much he tried and how much power he used, my hand wouldn't budge. Let me remind you of our agreement. You teach me what you know about the ring and how to use it, and I let you live, I said through the ring as I loomed over him before releasing him of my grip. Touching his throat gingerly, Atrocitus glared at me in a mix of rage and amusement as he coughed a few times. Very well, let's get started then. BDG, POV, Elpis Planet. In a sea of rage and despair, I felt one ray of hope shine bright for the briefest of moments. Not enough to be a bringer of hope, but enough to receive salvation and release. You felt that? Brody Walker said calmly yet with a hint of excitement as he stared at me from his meditative position. I nodded, still trying to comprehend what I had just experienced. Yeah, for a second there, I felt something more than crimson red within the heart of a red lantern. No matter the situation, hope never dies. It remains strong through all adversity, Brody mused as he leaned back, a sad expression dawning on his face. I can't help but feel sad about that poor soul, to be trapped in a state of perpetual torment. I can't imagine a worse fate. I agreed with him. But now that we know of him, we must help him. Brody nodded sagely. Yes, we must. The question is, how? I sighed. Unlike the other corps, our numbers were not as plentiful, which made taking tasks a difficult decision as, more than not, we didn't have the numbers to assist those who needed it. I know our numbers are tight, as per usual, but I can't in good conscience let this be. I will take on this mission alone if that's what it takes. You won't be alone in this, dear friend, I will accompany you. Elpis can survive a few days without us, though to be sure, I will call back one of our friends to fill in for us, Brody said with confidence as he stood up. For now, though, we must rest. We have a long journey ahead of us, and we need to be prepared. I nodded. Chapter 151, Chapter 143. Enjoy. Kent Nelson POV, Injustice. Moments after Canary's death. As I neared Dinah's body, the life gone from her eyes, I could feel two immeasurable energies clashing against one another beyond the reach of this world. Rage and fear, clashing against one another in a battle that threatened to consume everything. Even from down here, their battle echoed untold destruction. That kid, I muttered as I stared into the sky. He's going to destroy everything. This rage, it wasn't normal. It went beyond anything I'd ever felt before, it was all-consuming, all-encompassing. It was suffocating to feel. No matter how much he felt he had lost, his rage shouldn't have been like this, something wasn't right. I focused my senses on him and felt a faint shade of magic, something dark and corrupting, seeping into his soul. What is that? I whispered, giving Dinah's body a look. She had been the catalyst for this, her death had sent him over the edge, and now a dark, mysterious power was corrupting him. It felt old, very old, and it was incredibly powerful. I had to find out what was corrupting him and how to stop it before it consumed him entirely. He was already teetering on the brink of insanity, and if this power took hold of him completely, there would be no coming back from it. But first, I had to save Dinah while I still had the time. You will not, Nabu screamed inside my head. I grit my teeth and pushed forward. I have been a loyal follower of your cause since my wife died, but I'm afraid today I will defy fate, old friend. You cannot defy fate. She was destined to die, and you can't alter that. We are order. And what you are about to do, is a desecration to the balance of life and death. Is chaos. Don't mistake things, old friend, you are order. I'm just a human, and we are as chaotic as can be, I replied as I reached Dinah's body. There I sat before taking a deep breath, where I started drawing a few magic sigils in the air then, as I had completed the sigils, a powerful surge of energy coursed through my body before blasting Dinah's body, claiming back her soul by setting her in golden flames of resurrection, the flames of life. Rachel Roth, Raven, POV. Young Justice. No matter how much I researched in the Tower of Fate, how much I experimented by myself, no matter what I did, my goal would remain just out of reach. I had read every book on transdimensional travel, I had tried every summoning spell I could find or make, but no matter what I did, the result would be the same, David would remain trapped in whatever dark corner of the cosmos he had been sent to. At this point, it felt like I was just flailing in the dark, grasping at straws. Raven, Miss Martian entered the room. I hadn't noticed her. I guess I can't be bothered to feel others' emotions when my own are so heavy. What are you doing here? I asked, not bothering to look at her. The others wanted me to check up on you, Miss Martian said hesitantly. You've been in here for over a month. I'm fine, you can go, I replied, my voice cold. Raven, you're not, Miss Martian said as she came closer. You need to eat, you need to sleep. You can't keep going like this. Do I need to remind you that I'm no longer a member of the team? I replied, finally turning to look at her. It matters to us because we care about you, you're still our friend, Miss Martian said pleadingly. Please, just come out and talk to us, we're worried about you. I have little time to waste as it is, and none of that time includes talking to any of you, I replied before turning back to my work. You're not the only one that misses him, you know. Miss Martian said, hurt evident in her voice. I'll be back in a week to check on you. We're not going to give up on you, Bolt wouldn't like that, would he? I stayed silent as Miss Martian left the room, her words bouncing around in my head. I wasn't the only one that missed him. I knew that. But nobody missed him like I did. We were each other's anchors, we were the only ones that truly understood each other. And now he was gone, taken from me by the very thing I had sworn to protect him from. I failed him, and I would never forgive myself for it. They only knew the version of him that he had learned to play, they only knew the mask, not the one behind it. But I knew him, all of him. I had seen him at his weakest, his darkest, just as he had seen me, the one beneath the facade. I'm sorry, David, I whispered into the empty room, a tear rolling down my cheek. I'm sorry I couldn't save you when it mattered, but just wait, I will get you out of there in no time, I promise. Superboy POV. Young Justice POV. I stared into the sky, waiting for Mgan to come back from her weekly visit to Raven. Hopefully, this time it would bear better results. It had been a while since Bolt had disappeared, and there hasn't been a day since where I don't think about him. I missed him. Perhaps Mgan was right, and he was my best friend. I wouldn't know. I wasn't the best with all that mushy stuff, but then again, I guess that was why we got along so well. He was always straightforward with me, he understood me without me having to explain, he wasn't afraid of me, in fact, the bastard challenged me on my bullshit. I miss our spars. Taking a deep breath, I heard a set of footsteps approaching from behind. I turned to see Mgan walking towards me, a sad look on her face. How did it go? I asked, already knowing the answer. No better than last time, Mgan replied with a downcast expression. She's still consumed on saving Bolt no matter the cost. She barely touched the food I brought her last week. What about water? I asked, concerned. She drinks it, but not as much as she should, Mgan replied. I'm worried about her. We all are, I said, running a hand through my hair in frustration. I hated this, I hated problems I couldn't punch away. But what can we do? She's not going to listen to us. Bolt would know what to do, Mgan said quietly. He would, I replied as I walked with Mgan back to her ship. Batman POV. Young Justice. I stared at the file in front of me, and it was yet another dead end. I had been searching for any lead that could help me reach David's whereabouts, but magical or not, all leads led to the same dead end, it was as if he had vanished into thin air. But I would not give up. I knew he was alive. Giovanni had suggested more than once that he could very well be dead, as he had dealt with Clarion of all villains, one known for his extreme cruelty. However, I refused to humor such an option. Anything. Dinah's voice snapped me back into the room. Closing the file I had open on my PC, I turned to see her and Oliver walking toward me as Alfred closed the door behind them, both of them with hopeful expressions. I shook my head in reply, their faces falling in disappointment. Constantine is working with a contact of his to bring David back, I said, trying to reassure them. He has been doing that for weeks. Oliver exclaimed. We can't just sit here and do nothing. I know, I replied. But, unfortunately, we have to trust John, he knows what he's doing. Trust John? Oliver exclaimed. Have you seen the guy? He reeks of cheap booze and disappointment. Constantine's contacts in the magical world are vast, immensely vast, and while at times he has been more than unreliable, he always delivers when it truly matters, I replied, a part of me wondering if I was saying this to them, or to convince myself Constantine would actually come through this time. Oliver, I know you miss him, Dinah said, placing a hand on his arm to calm him down. And while I don't like it, Constantine is our best hope right now. I know, Oliver said, sighing in frustration as he ran a hand through his hair. It's just. I feel so helpless. We all do, I said, understanding his frustration. John Constantine, POV. Young Justice. I stared at the lousy bartender as she wiped down the bar, trying to ignore the fact that my drink hadn't been served yet, or that Lucifer hadn't come as he had promised he would. For bloody sake, I had been waiting for hours, and so far, it had been a giant waste of time. Constantine, what a surprise, the cocky and unmistakable voice of Lucifer got my attention as he walked towards my table, a smirk on his face. Surprise? Are you daft? You set this meeting, I exclaimed, standing up from my chair. Where the bloody hell have you been? Feisty as always, Lucifer said, holding his hands up in a placating manner. I was busy entertaining two lovely twins. I glared at him. You promised to help a long time ago. Last time I checked, the devil's word was something you could trust, so what happened? Lucifer chuckled as the bartender brought him a drink. I promised I would help, and help I will. Or should I say I already did? I paused at this, staring at him. What do you mean? Lucifer grinned, winking at me. Well, you asked for help bringing him back. So, I said a few events that will ensure a certain goth lady brings him back, eventually. That wasn't the deal, I replied, slamming my fist on my table. Lucifer smiled at me. You said, and I quote, help me bring him back. You never say how. Honestly, you should know by now I enjoy playing you. Besides, the kid is fine, mostly, going through a rage stage, but who hasn't? I know you don't like me, I sighed, my eyes growing tired. But don't take it on the kid. Lucifer's smirk softened a bit as he took a sip of his drink. I don't know what impression of me you have, Constantine, but I don't torture innocents. I stared at him for a long moment. I know this sounds stupid, but is someone bigger than you pulling the strings? You mean him? Ha. I wish. That would make this little deal of ours more enticing, but no, Lucifer snorted, putting his drink back on the table. He can't be bothered to help anyone, it's all part of his big plan, mysterious ways my ass, blah blah. Alright then why the fuck, don't you open a portal and bring the kid back here? I nearly shouted. His destiny is bigger than you could possibly imagine, Constantine, Lucifer sighed, his fingers tapping on the table, one after the other. I checked with Destiny just to be sure, and well, to make the story short, the kid is writing his own chapters. If I bring him back now, I would be doing what I hate the most, taking his free will, rewriting his chapters by my own hand. Instead, I decided to aid what was already destined to happen faster. The kid was doing fucking what? That's impossible, Lucifer, I replied, my mind still processing what he had said. He's immortal, only the endless and... Lucifer interrupted me. Only the endless, to an extent, and primordial beings can alter their own destiny, I know. That's what makes this kid fascinating. Can you tell me at least what destiny awaits the kid? I asked, trying to get more information. But, friend. That would spoil the audience, Lucifer winked before taking another sip of his drink. Chapter 152, Chapter 144. Enjoy. David Lance POV. In a matter of days, I had mastered everything Atrocitus had to teach and more. Yet, I felt no closer to controlling my rage at all. No matter what I did, I felt my rage deep within, beneath my skin, scratching at my head like a wild animal, struggling for control. Perhaps there was no controlling what I was going through. There was also the chance that Atrocitus was simply withholding what I needed from him, but I highly doubted that to be the case. I had talked with Atrocitus a few times, and I had made sure he was being honest each time in the only way he knew. I have taught you all I know, Atrocitus growled, blood coming out of his mouth as his body was pressed into the ground by my foot. It seems you have, I replied, using the ring. Now that I had learned everything I could from the pathetic excuse of a leader the Red Lantern Corps had, it was time for round 2 with Superman. And as it was, I could hardly wait. Hiss. Hearing the hiss, I turned around to see Dexter floating a few inches away from me. What do you want? Dexter yowled in response, which only served to further my annoyance. You have the ring, cat, so use it to talk before I rip it out of your tail, I said, baring my teeth. I find who hurt Dexter. I revenge. I good kitty. Good kitty help you, you help good kitty. Dexter said in broken sentences. I scoffed, pressing my foot on Atrocitus hard to make the point clearer. I need no help. Dexter useful. Dexter help you. Help you get Superman. Then you help Dexter. The cat said, his tail twitching in anticipation. I stared at the cat for a moment. What do you think you're doing, Dexter? Atrocitus shouted, seemingly not happy with Dexter's offer. So Atrocitus doesn't like the idea of Dexter coming with me. What an interesting development. Grinning at Atrocitus' response, I took my foot off of his chest as I walked over to Dexter. Very well, cat, you help me, and I'll help you. I like that. Deal, Dexter said, holding out his paw. I stared at the paw for a moment before shaking it. I didn't need the cat's help, not at all, but seeing it bothered Atrocitus, well, it made taking the cat with me worth it. What can I say? I didn't like Atrocitus. Though, to be fair, right now, I don't like anyone. Very well, Atrocitus growled, getting up from the ground. You made your choice, Dexter, don't come to regret it later. Dexter simply ignored Atrocitus as he floated next to me, his tail swishing back and forth. Are you done throwing out empty threats? I asked, not really caring for Atrocitus' bravado. Let's go, Dex. Before I get the urge to rip him apart. With that said, I turned around, not sparing Atrocitus a second glance as I blasted out of the planet with Dexter on my side, ready to eliminate Superman. I had permitted the Kryptonian to live more than he should have. It was time I avenged Dinah, once and for all. And I guess the cat would be there to see it all. BDG POV. Injustice. Even from afar, in the middle of the cosmos, I could feel the one I had promised to help flying in our direction, making his way to Sector 2814 at full speed. Taking a deep breath, I turned to Brody, who, by the looks on his face, had also felt this. He will reach us in an hour or two if he keeps that pace. Brody nodded, his face dawning in contemplation. Any idea of how to approach this? I shook my head, not really knowing. I am not sure. No matter how we approached this, I had a feeling this was going to be a delicate situation, that much was certain. Rage is a terrible emotion, one that doesn't want to let go no matter what, one that is always looking for reasons to remain, creating a shroud of darkness around a poor soul. Hope was the beacon to that darkness. Hope was a powerful emotion. One that inspires us to do the impossible and helps us carry on during difficult times. I propose we initiate with a talk, Brody said after a while, his voice breaking the silence. Letting him know we only seek to help. I nodded, agreeing with him. That would be the best course of action, I think. But keep in mind that those in rage often strike those that wish them the best. I had no doubts that the power of hope would help this suffering soul, but that didn't make me a fool. After all, no beast is more savage than a man when possessed with power answerable to his rage. Anger is an acid that can do more harm to the vessel in which it is stored than to anything on which it is poured, Brody replied with a calm nod. I'm fully aware of the risks behind such a task, do not worry. Batman POV. Injustice. Once again, I had failed. Once again, I had lost more allies. When would this nightmare end? I had thought, naively, that by using a kryptonite bullet to incapacitate Superman, I would be able to put a stop to his tyrannical reign. But it was all for naught. I had failed to account for the Yellow Lantern rings, one of which had given Clark the power to simply take the bullet away, allowing him to kill Dinah. I had failed her. I had failed all of them. Again. Batman. An echoing scream through the base, followed by the symbol of fate, appeared in front of me, creating a magical gate. Dr. Fate, what's the meaning of this? I asked, not really in the mood to deal with Nabu's antics. Do you have any idea of what you have done? Dr. Fate boomed, his voice full of anger. I narrowed my eyes at him, trying to think where he was going with this. Unfortunately, the lack of information prior to his sudden visit had me in a blank. In your foolishness, you have set in motion a chain of events that could possibly lead to the end of all things. Dr. Fate exclaimed, staring right into my eyes. I furrowed my brows in confusion. Explain. Black Bolt has, unbeknownst to him, in his grief and anger, allowed a monster far beyond your mortal comprehension to take hold of him, Dr. Fate continued, his voice heavy with worry. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine as realization hit me. In my careful planning, I had anticipated multiple outcomes, but none like this. Black Bolt was supposed to be our secret weapon against Superman. His power and genetic relationship with Dinah were key components to ensure optimal results, but if fate was right, in my lack of foresight, I had unwittingly unleashed a horror upon the world that could potentially bring about its end. You knew? Dr. Fate asked, his voice low and dangerous. I remained silent. Black Bolt's DNA had been a challenge to read. In fact, it was downright impossible. However, through Dinah's DNA, I had found the key to understanding his own DNA, at least just enough to draw a few solid conclusions. I see, and yet you still used him as a pawn in your war without telling either of them, Dr. Fate accused me, his voice dripping with venom. If Dinah had known he was her brother, she wouldn't have allowed him to come with her, but he would have come anyway, making the mission an impossibility to accomplish, I replied. I wonder if you can still look at yourself in the mirror, Dr. Fate mused before vanishing in a swirl of yellow light. With him gone, I was left alone with my thoughts, which were not pleasant ones. I had once again failed, and like that fateful time in Metropolis, I had put the world at risk. Chapter 153, Chapter 145. Enjoy. David Lance POV. As I flew across the empty space with Dexter reaching Sector 2814, two figures shining in a soft hue of blue appeared on the horizon. The figure on the left was tall as a tree, and he looked like a king of some Traguta, or the DC version of it, with broad shoulders and a thick neck that sloped down to his chest, wearing nothing but blue. The other figure was small, and it looked like an anthropomorphic squirrel. His face had a slight smile around the mouth, but it seemed almost forced, and his eyes were wide open as if he expected something bad to happen at any moment. And judging by the way he held himself, he did indeed expect something bad to come out of nowhere. Like his friend, he was also wearing only blue lanterns. What do you two want? I asked them, my ring glowing more and more. Hello stranger, I know that this might sound strange to you, but we come here because we seek to help you, the small one replied, taking a deep breath as he did so. I scoffed as Dexstar began to angrily yowl at them, his own ring shining brighter. I have no need for your help, now move, or be moved. Dexstar hissed in agreement, the fur of his tail going up as he readied himself for battle, which he seemed to be expecting eagerly. There's no need for that, the blue man said, holding his hands up apologetically. We truly mean you no harm. I knew why they were here to try and take the Red Lantern ring from my hand, but I would not allow that. I needed this power to kill Superman, and kill him I would, even if that was the last thing I did. Without the ring, I lacked the power to end him. I needed the ring. I know what you want, and you can't have it, I growled menacingly, clenching my ring hand. Superman will die by my hand, and no one will stop me. The ring is corrupting you, the small one said, moving forward. It's not too late to turn back, you don't have to do this. Not while your wrath consumes you. Move. I snarled through the ring, baring my teeth. The tall man sighed as the squirrel looked at him as if seeking an answer of some kind. Eventually, the tall alien shook his head, and the small one reluctantly stepped back. You hate Superman, right? The squirrel asked, his eyes softening slightly as he looked at me. Then why are you following his steps? You dare. I snarled as the aura of my ring grew exponentially larger in a single moment, to the point their blue hue was no more, for even they looked to be wearing red in the face of my fury. You're behaving just like he did when he lost everything, the squirrel pointed out. He was angry, and in his anger, in his overwhelming grief, he forgot everything that used to be important for him. Keep talking, and I will rip that furry head of yours right off you. I snarled through the ring, my fists clenching so hard that blood was coming out of them. The squirrel remained in place, looking at me as he continued. You're not a bad person, I can see that, even through all that rage, you keep yourself from hurting us, even though you want to a lot. So, before you go ahead and kill Superman, think about your actions. What would your loved ones say if they saw what you've done? And would that hurt them deeply? Don't presume to know anything about me. How can you expect me not to kill this piece of shit who killed my sister? How can you expect me not to kill him after he robbed Connor of having a mother? I need to avenge her death. I replied, my wrath growing larger and larger, begging me to destroy them. The squirrel smiled softly as he looked down. And what about Connor? Doesn't he need you? Connor, I had left him alone. How could I do that? Inside David's head. Within David, unbeknownst to him, a voice whispered to his ear, pushing his rage higher and higher, feeding the hate within his heart. Rage is all you need, is all we need. Connor. I muttered as the squirrel stared at me in confusion. This is wartime, this is our time. You will show the one who took everything from you what it means to truly suffer. He deserves this. You know that. This is justice. True justice. Superman deserves to die, I snarled, glaring at the squirrel. Kid, something is not right, the tall alien interjected. They want to stop you. They want to stop a just cause. Don't let them. Show them that we won't be denied. Crush them and feed the fire that is raging inside you, and use that fire to eliminate your enemy. Show them strength that just can't be defied. I don't think you fully understood your positions. When I give an order, your only course of action is to obey. In a fit of rage, I blasted toward them before they could react, grabbing them both by their heads before smashing their heads into the ground of a planet nearby. However, even after such an attack, both lanterns managed to stand, their faces bleeding heavily. Let the beast inside you be woken. You know you need this power, without it, you would die. And in this world, only the strong will survive. So don't hold back, and don't show mercy to those that oppose you. Heed the call of confrontation, and tear everyone in your way. Kid, something is playing with your head, the squirrel said, barely keeping himself on his two paws. This power isn't only your rage, something is feeding your ring power and your heart corruption. You two prattle long enough. I snarled, using my ring to crush them back into the ground with devastating force. This time, they didn't stand up, their bodies remaining deep within the crust of the planet, so far inside that, I couldn't see a thing. Let's go, Dexstar. Chapter 154, Chapter 146. Enjoy. David Lance POV. After dealing with the blue lanterns that had dared to try and stop me, I continued flying across space using my red lantern ring to fly at full speed. At my side, there was Dexstar, the red lantern cat and unlikely companion I had accepted just to piss off Atrocitus. At the speed I was going, I was certain I would reach Earth's solar system within a minute or two. From there on, my sole mission was to eliminate Superman, to kill him, to torture him to his last breath. Be that as it may, I wasn't so blind to my rage that I was stupid, not entirely, at least. I knew that I would have to fight the entire regime to get to him, a most difficult task if I considered my target. As I pondered about the regime's forces and the dilemma they represented, I continued flying, watching the stars as I flew by them, just now realizing I had never seen them this close before in my life. Perhaps I would have enjoyed this show had the situation been any different, but right now, even in their beauty, they were nothing more than annoying obstacles. The only thing keeping me calm and collected right now was knowing that soon enough, I'd be able to tear Superman limb from limb. That simple thought made me unbelievably happy. Knowing that he would soon suffer was intoxicating beyond belief. But that brought me back to my original concern. How would I deal with the regime as a whole? Superman alone would be simple enough, I had no doubts my rage would tear through him easily enough, but fighting him and the entire regime alone, well, that was another matter altogether. Perhaps the best course of action would be to take the regime's champions one by one. It would not only serve to make my job easier, but it would torment Superman, seeing his pathetic empire crumble to dust without having the power to stop it. That would work. Even in rage, I was still able to see there was more than one way to approach things. Dexter, there has been a slight change of plans, I said, coming to a stop as I was about to enter Earth's solar system. In order to better achieve our goals, I have decided it's best if we take a more careful approach to this. Dexter hissed at me as if saying, "That was not what we agreed on." I rolled my eyes at him. Maybe it had been a mistake to bring the fur ball with me, I could always kick his tail back to Atrocitus, but that would beat the point of bringing him, which was to piss off Atrocitus. I am aware that wasn't what we agreed on, Cat. And believe me, this is not a decision I take with pleasure, but unfortunately, there's a chance that fighting the entire regime would backfire on us, resulting in our execution, which means no revenge for me and, by proxy, no revenge for you. Dexter yowled, not liking that outcome at all. So, to avoid that, I have decided to eliminate our obstacles, one by one, I replied, clenching my hands as my ring glowed. Leaving Superman for last. After that, the Earth will be ours to search for the one who wronged you. At this, Dexter purred happily at my side, his rage and excitement growing stronger. I'm glad you approve of my plan, I rolled my eyes once again as I focused on the new problem at hand, reaching Earth undetected. No matter how I approached this peculiar task, I had no doubt that I would be detected. The regime had multiple satellites and other tools to monitor their borders. Then again, sometimes what is there to stop someone can be used to help that very same person if you think well enough. If their space monitoring system was my problem, why not make it an advantage by using a distraction? If memory serves me right, Superman should have already killed Darkseid's kid, meaning the Conqueror had quite the score to settle with the Kryptonian, just as I had. I could use that to my advantage, making an alliance of interest with the new god out of our mutual hate for the Kryptonian. Looking at my ring, I asked through my mind. Where is Apocalypse? Immediately without wasting a single second, the ring answered my call, giving me the coordinates to Apocalypse. All right, Dexter, I turned to face the cat, my eyes telling him I would take no complaints. Let's go to Apocalypse. Dexter didn't make a sound, dutifully following me as I blasted toward Apocalypse. I wasn't happy about the fact that I would have to wait a bit longer to kill Superman, but if by doing this, I would ensure his demise as an unavoidable fact, then I could wait a bit longer. After all, the best things in life are worth the wait, and killing him would make each second worth it. Dr. Fate POV. Injustice. Inside my tower, I sat in the air inside my library as the ancient books of magic within the library floated around me in a circular manner, illuminating the room with a soft light. The books were written by many different magicians from across history and other worlds, with some of them being centuries old. Each book carrying spells with power beyond belief. But would any of them be enough to stop the entity Black Bolt had allowed into his heart? I doubt it. Even from afar, beyond the reach of our stars, I could feel the entity growing stronger every moment. The power I felt grasping at his mind was dark, tainted. A darkness so absolute that no light could exist within it. It reeked of death, decay, corruption, and despair. In my most dire visions, it seemed like the soul of madness itself. There was nothing but evil in its presence. No love or kindness existed there. Only destruction for all things living, an implacable hatred, and a thirst for knowledge greater than any god ever knew. And Bolt had made a contract with this entity, without knowing. My only comfort right now was that until Bolt completed the contract, the entity would be merely the shadow whispering in his mind, giving him power, barely able to manifest even a tenth of its power. But once the contract was complete, once the entity had done its part, it would be time for Bolt to pay the price. Which I had no doubt would result in the entity gaining access to our realm. The idea chilled me down to my core. For if that monster gained entry into our world, we would be destroyed, and there would be nothing we could do to stop it. I had to find a way to break the link between the two before Bolt finished what he had set out to do. If seeing me die was the breaking point, wouldn't seeing me alive help? Dinah asked. For a moment I had forgotten she was here. I had already given her a new life, in a new reality. But, in my fear I had brought her back to the tower as a last resort to stop Bolt. Had Nabu tried to stop me, I would have had, but apparently, just like me, he knew how big this threat was, so much so that he was playing blind with my dealings in chaos. We don't know how far gone he is, Dinah, I replied. It might not work. She smiled sadly at that. Then you better think of something, because brother or not, we have to break him free from whatever hold this thing has on him. I nodded slowly. If we are lucky, Trigon's hold might not be as strong as we think. One could only hope that was the case. Chapter 155, Chapter 147. Enjoy. If we reach top 3, I'll post more. More. Marie. David Lance POV. I flew across space, making my way to Apocalypse at a fast pace. Reaching the planet's surface in less than half an hour, a feat not all too difficult when you had access to a lantern ring. Taking a deep breath, I descended into the planet, slowing down as I approached Darkseid's stronghold. Surprisingly, not one had attacked me yet. And considering Darkseid's reputation, I expected more than a few casualties before I could even talk with the man himself. He was either expecting me or was simply curious as to why 2 red lanterns would come to Apocalypse. Clearing my head, I focused on the task as my destination came into view. At the door of the stronghold, there stood 3 figures, 3 females, 2 of which I didn't recognize, and the last one being Granny Goodness, each one of them armed to the teeth with multiple weapons. Not that it mattered to me, if push came to shove, I would deal with them accordingly. Oh dear, Granny Goodness said with a sadistic grin, bringing one of her hands to her heart. Granny doesn't remember having visits scheduled for today. I came seeking Darkseid for a business proposition, I replied, using the ring to communicate my words as I tried to ignore the urge I had to rip her apart, limb from limb. Oh my, what do my old ears hear? I can't believe it. Such disrespect. Granny Goodness gasped in feigned shock. Addressing the god of evil by his name. TSK TSK TSK, naughty, naughty, it seems you need some discipline, the kind only a granny can provide. Dexter, who had been quiet until now, yowled at her, taking insult to her words. Do your worst then, old bitch, I told her with an evil smile, my ring glowing red in anticipation. Barda, be a dear and welcome our guest, Granny Goodness ordered, and without another word, Barda shot forward, sword at hand, aiming for my head. Seeing this, I stepped back, letting out a smile as Dex jumped on her, scratching the shit out of her, knocking her to the ground before blasting her back with a beam from his ring as he let out a feral hiss. If you seek death, vermin, I will happily deliver. For Darkseid. With a loud battle cry, Barda got up quickly, firing red beams at Dex and me from the tip of her melee weapon, while Granny Goodness walked toward me slowly, clapping her hands together softly. What a shame, Granny Goodness said, a single tear rolling down her cheek. To see children be so unruly, it truly breaks Granny's heart. But don't worry, in time, Granny will fix you, Granny always does. Okay. I had enough of this bullcrap. Moving faster than Granny Goodness could react, I closed the distance between us, hitting her right in the face with a devastatingly powerful punch, causing her to rocket back into the stronghold behind them hard, smashing through the thick walls of Darkseid's home. Kneel, I ordered at the 2 remaining enemies, using my ring to force them into their knees. From the broken walls of the stronghold, Granny Goodness came out walking, clapping her hands in approval as she came into view. Brilliant. Her face was bleeding heavily, with blood running out of her nose and ears. Granny is proud, sweetie, such power, such cruelty. That has to be rewarded. I have to admit, you caught Granny by surprise. Who would have thought at first glance that you were such a tough cookie? She was still alive, impressive. I had meant to kill her with that first and last attack. Perhaps there was more than her annoying personality behind her. Out of respect for surviving my attack, I will make the same offer again, I said, my ring glowing as it spoke for me. Where's Darkseid? I come with a business proposition. Oh dear, you break Granny's heart, Granny Goodness cried, bringing both hands up to her heart. But don't you worry. Like I said before, Granny will fix you right away. Fix me? Laughable. Oh well, if the old hag wanted to die, I would oblige her request. In fact, I would be doing the universe a big favor by wiping her off the face of creation. My good deed of the week, God knows I'm behind on those. Enough, Darkseid ordered from a far-off area of the stronghold, making Granny bow and obey his order without a question or hesitation in her eyes. What does a red lantern seek in Apocalypse? As Darkseid flew slowly towards me in a standing position, arms behind his back, I took his image into mind, taking note of his massive size, skin as black as night, red eyes as crimson as my ring, and dark blue armor covering him in the most vital points. I won't repeat myself, Darkseid said, coming to a stop a few feet away from me. I came here with a business proposition, I replied. Darkseid remained silent for a very brief moment as he looked at me with an unreadable expression as if seeing something inside me I couldn't. Eventually, after a moment or two, he responded. And what could you possibly have that Darkseid can't get otherwise? Perhaps I should rephrase my proposition better. I came here to make an alliance between the two of us, an alliance to kill Superman, I replied. Darkseid let out a soft laugh, but it wasn't out of amusement at my words. It was a cold, calculated, and dangerous laugh. I see, so you seek to eliminate the Kryptonian. That is indeed quite ambitious. I know you have a score to settle with him, and so do I continued, my ring glowing brighter. For a moment, Darkseid remained silent before all sense of hostility disappeared from the air. Or at least most of it. Barda, prepare a room for our guests, Darkseid ordered without even glancing over at Barda, who nodded while she kept her eyes on me. Then, with his eyes on me, Darkseid smiled ever so slightly. Come, we have much to discuss. Chapter 156, Chapter 148. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Darkseid guided me through the long, empty halls of his castle in total silence until, finally, we stopped outside of one of many doors along the way. The door was black and massive, easily towering over a two-story building. On top of that, it almost looked like the door was made from skulls and cybernetics going through them. The door opened as soon as he approached it, revealing the room beyond to be empty of any furniture save for the table in the middle of the room and several chairs around it. As we entered the room, the doors closed behind us as Darkseid continued walking, taking a seat, the one that looked more like a throne than a normal chair. He sat down calmly, crossing his arms in front of him. Now then, Darkseid began with a slow exhale. Tell me why you want to ally yourself with me. As I said before, I have a score to settle with the Kryptonian, just as you. Meaning that at least for the moment, our interests in regards to Superman align, I replied through the ring as I inspected the room carefully, looking for any signs of traps or similar. After all, the fact we shared a common enemy didn't imply he would play nice. Keeping my eyes on Darkseid, I continued scanning, but no matter where I looked, I couldn't detect anything out of place beside the very unsettling decoration. But why come to Darkseid? Darkseid stared at me without moving an inch, his red eyes piercing into mine with laser-like intensity as if waiting for something. Was he really asking that question? Wasn't the answer obvious? He had access to technology beyond human understanding, far more powerful than what the regime possessed. With just that, it wasn't hard to imagine that such technology could help make things easier for me when the time to eliminate Superman came. On top of that, he had armies at his disposal, valuable assets I could use to separate the regime's champions from their leader, making it easier to take care of them. Your resources, I replied after a moment of careful consideration, deciding it was best to be straightforward with him. Darkseid remained stoic as his crimson eyes glinted something akin to interest. My resources are vast. But why would I waste them on you? I wouldn't call it a waste, more like an investment, I replied through a growl. Darkseid narrowed his gaze slightly before he nodded. An interesting point of view. But one that means nothing to me. I almost defeated him the last time we fought, and at that time, I was nothing more than a wild animal. I continued, clenching my ring hand as the memories of my fight with Superman came to mind, the mere recollection of them feeding my wrath like gasoline to fire. Since then, I have learned how to use the power of this ring more effectively. Be that as it may, I don't think I can deal with the entire regime on my own. Which is why I have come to you, Darkseid. Darkseid crossed his arms as he watched me with an unreadable expression, leaning forward on the table. How to use a weapon and how to control one are two different matters. You might know how to use the ring now but lack control of it. As long as the Kryptonian dies, do you really care if I'm in control? I asked, pushing back the burning desire to leap at him. He was testing my patience. Careful, it almost sounds like you care about me. Imagine what that would do to your reputation. Do not forget yourself, child. Don't mistake for a second my hospitality to be a sign of weakness, Darkseid said with his voice becoming deeper than normal. If I am to invest in this mission of yours, I need to ensure the resources are not wasted by a lack of judgment. And your lack of control is a clear liability, a weakness. Are you calling me weak, Darkseid? I replied, my ring using a cold, low tone as I struggled to keep myself together. Weakness is more than physical affliction. More than not, it implies a failure of character, which is exactly your case, Darkseid replied as he uncrossed his arms, placing them on the armrests of his throne chair. Even now, you struggle to keep your head in one place. I can feel your rage, beckoning you to attack me like a dumb animal. It's rather disappointing. My blood boiled at those words, and without noticing, I clenched my fists as I pushed back against my instincts. Then what is the purpose of your hospitality, Darkseid? Darkseid looked at me for a moment before speaking. I have yet to determine that. Well, if you won't help me, I will be taking my leave, I said, grinding my teeth under my closed mouth. Darkseid simply stared at me with that same unreadable expression. Don't presume to know the decisions of Darkseid, child. I never said I would not assist you. What? Then why in the fuck is he wasting my time? Well, it certainly felt like you were implying it, I replied, glaring at him. What you feel or not is inconsequential. What matters is that my interest is piqued, Darkseid replied, paying my glare no mind as he gestured to his side. There, a wall slid up from the ground, as a figure cloaked in shadows and robes appeared. Desaad, show our guest to his room. Desaad nodded respectfully before walking towards me. As he neared me, I noticed right away he looked like a burned corpse, a zombie perhaps. No wonder he used robes and shadows to hide himself, the bastard is puke-inducing. I have no time to waste, I said, narrowing my eyes at Darkseid. You do if you want my resources, Darkseid replied calmly, meeting my gaze. I expect an answer by tomorrow, I replied through my rage, deciding to give the Conqueror at least a day to fully decide whether or not he wanted to assist me. You dare to make demands? Desaad cried out in anger, raising a hand above his head, ready to attack me, only to be stopped by a simple glance from Darkseid. My apologies, my lord. I like your spirit, but try that again, and things won't end well for you, Darkseid said as he stared right at me. Then he turned to Desaad. As for you. Out of nowhere, Desaad started convulsing on the ground, screaming in pain. The pain will help you remember your position. If you survive the punishment, that is. No wonder Desaad looks the way he does. Good riddance if you ask me. Hopefully, he'll die. Though now that I think about it, Darkseid might just have saved his life, if he survives his punishment, that is. Because had the Conqueror not intervened when he did, the bastard would have died before he could have regretted his choice, as I would have ripped his decomposing head right off his neck before blasting his body into ashes. Barda, take our guest to his room, Darkseid ordered, as from the same wall Desaad had come from, Barda walked in. Your wish is my command, Lord Darkseid, Barda bowed in Darkseid's direction before she approached me with her hands behind her back. Follow me, I will guide you to your room. Your beast awaits for you there. Enjoy your accommodations, Darkseid said as I followed Barda out of the room. One day. That was all I was going to give him. One day to give me an answer before leaving. Chapter 157, Chapter 149. Enjoy. David Lance POV. After Barda guided me to my room, the next day came faster than I thought it would, especially considering that I hadn't slept a single second for multiple reasons. 1. The ring didn't allow me to do things like sleeping, all my time was spent awake, imaging Superman's death, and 2. I was staying at Darkseid's, who, even though I wanted to make an alliance with, I didn't trust him at all. Only a fool would trust Darkseid. Luckily for me, as soon as the morning came, Darkseid called upon me to continue with yesterday's discussion. So without wasting time, I made my way to the room I had been summoned to, following Barda, my guide along the way, to see whether or not I had really wasted my time coming to this hellhole of a planet. As we reached the place, Barda entered first before beckoning me inside after she closed the doors behind us. The room appeared to be a throne room of some kind, where Darkseid conducted his business. The place was lined on both sides by black stone walls, which were adorned with multiple bodies frozen in a state of perpetual agony. At the back of the room, there were some fountains that, instead of water, spilled blood. Do you like my collection? Darkseid asked from his throne as he leaned forward with his arms crossed over his chest, watching me walk towards him. Art is subjective, I replied as I looked around at all those people stuck in a perpetual state of suffering, being nothing more than another decoration for him. Everyone is here for a reason, Darkseid said as he pointed to the victims trapped within his walls. They are a reminder for everyone who walks into this room about what happens when someone decides to stand up to me. I raised an eyebrow at that but didn't say anything. This one was the King of Aspera, Darkseid said, pointing at one of the bodies next to him, causing it to shudder out of its frozen state violently before its face melted off with a painful scream, revealing a body with no eyes, nose, ears, only teeth, and some bone. Is there a point to this conversation? I asked him, growing tired of him wasting my time. I believe I've made my position clear already, Darkseid responded coldly. My resources will be put at your disposal once I determine your usefulness. And I believe I made my time frame for such judgment clear as well, I replied, as coldly as him. Darkseid glared at me through his crimson eyes, wearing his usual unreadable expression, then, he gestured towards a door on his right with his finger. I have a test for you. Pass it, and my resources will be at your disposal. Fail, and you'll find that the doors will be locked forevermore on you. It's that simple. That is very vague, I replied, looking at the door. If I gave you the answers, it wouldn't be a test, Darkseid replied indifferently. A test. Well, this is most interesting and strange. I expected many things from Darkseid, but not a challenge. Very well, I nodded, cracking my neck side to side. I will complete whatever test you have in store for me. But that's it, I do the test, and you help me. Of course, Darkseid simply replied as he leaned back in his seat. If you pass, that is. I walked over to the door without hesitation. As soon as I placed my hand on it, I was teleported to a different place, a different planet, thanks to a mother box. This world was completely covered by a sea of dark clouds that spread out across an endless horizon before reaching into space like a giant ocean of death. In fact, everything about the land beneath those black waves was grim and lifeless. So you are the one Darkseid promised to send, said an eerie voice, catching me by surprise. Ready for battle, I turned around to see a tall figure standing a few meters away from me, wearing a black set of armor with golden edges, his face hidden behind a helmet, making it impossible to see who it was behind it all. Whoever he was, he carried himself with such grace it could only be described as perfect. Each move, each breath, it was flawless. I looked at him, wondering what my test was exactly. As he started walking towards me slowly, he moved like the shadows themselves were under his control, and yet at the same time, they appeared to follow him of their own will. Did Darkseid happen to tell you what I was supposed to do here? Escape, the stranger said as he stopped right in front of me. Escape. And here I thought I would get a challenge. I don't escape things, I replied confidently, eager to tear this stranger apart. I destroy them. Is that so? He replied calmly while staring directly into my eyes. Done with talking, I moved to attack the strange man only to realize that even though I had the power to reach the speed of light, I wasn't moving even close to that speed. It was as if my power had been weakened somehow. Missing my attack as the men moved out of sight, I felt something touch my face before slamming into a mountain. Fuck this. If this bastard had a way to weaken my ring, I would simply decimate the entire planet alongside him. Would you look at that? You still haven't destroyed me, the bastard spoke from behind me, his voice filled with sarcasm. I had it with this guy. Go to hell, fucker. I screamed right into the ground. However, instead of exploding the planet, as I should have had with a scream, I simply created a big crater. A result smaller than a whisper would have created. But, how? Trying to destroy the planet so soon? Are you really having that hard of a time keeping up with an old lady? The stranger chuckled at my attempt. That bastard, wait, what? Old lady. What have you done to me? Tell me before I rip you apart. I growled, my eyes shining red as my rage increased. I sealed part of your powers, the old bitch replied, slowly walking towards me. The bonds of Yuga Khan. You should have around 1/50th of your full power as you are now, maybe less. I will enjoy tearing you to shreds. I shouted, using my voice, aiming directly at her. This time, however, she didn't dodge, she remained in place, taking my weakened attack as if I was throwing her a toy, completely unmoved by it. You already know that won't work, the old bitch, with the voice of a man, chuckled as she walked towards me. I won't have my revenge thwarted by a fucking stranger. I won't. I fucking won't. I will kill her no matter what. To kill me, you would first have to land a hit, child, the old woman said with a sigh. Such bloodthirst, it's almost shocking. Though I suppose it is not entirely your fault. Not with that thing clouding your head. Enough prattle, bitch. I roared, dashing at her. My name is Wyaska, child, and you will address me as such. Chapter 158, Chapter 150. Enjoy. David Lance POV. No matter what I tried, my attacks would never reach Wyaska. No matter how much rage I had, she always remained just out of reach, always one step ahead of me, taunting me. Getting tired already? Wyaska asked from behind me, using the same mocking tone she had been using since this battle started. When will you learn that leaping at the enemy blindly doesn't work? I will tear you apart. I replied as I dashed towards her, slamming myself against a mountain. You've been saying that for quite a while, and yet here I am, in one piece, Wyaska replied calmly as if my attempts to kill her meant nothing to her. She was treating me like a child, a mere annoyance that didn't demand any effort on her part. She wasn't even fighting back anymore, she was just dodging me. Everything about her pissed me off. Roaring in frustration, I punched the ground below with all my might, frustration coursing through me. You know, this test could be easier for you if you were willing to listen, Wyaska said as she walked toward me. You won't be able to defeat me, not like an animal, at least. So, let's talk, shall we? I paused momentarily before replying coldly. No. I refused to accept her help. Not after she had humiliated me so much. No, she would die, no matter how much time it took me. I would rip her condescending face off her head and bask on her corpse. At my response, Wyaska simply sighed. Fine by me then. Then, before I could react, she stepped forward, placing both hands at the sides of my head, making me freeze as she pressed them directly against my forehead. I guess I can always do this without your consent. I screamed in pain as a new sensation entered my being, overwhelming my every sense beyond reasoning as darkness swirled around us wildly until there was nothing around me but a void of pain, revealing a figure of red standing in front of me. A red demon with horns and 4 eyes, a demon I knew. Trigon. What? I muttered, and just like that, the darkness and the void disappeared, bringing me back to Wyaska. So, are you willing to listen now? Wyaska asked, releasing me from her hold. I promise you'll regret refusing to listen to me, even if you fail this test. I looked at her, not knowing what to think. Trigon. What was Trigon doing inside my mind? Had Raven betrayed me? What am I even thinking? Raven would never betray me, not my Raven. I knew her, and I trusted her with my life, so why was I even considering the possibility of her betraying me? You see it now, don't you? Wyaska commented, bringing my attention to her. That thing is controlling you. Partially at least. Do you want to be under its control, or do you want to be free? I took a step towards Wyaska before stopping. She said she could help me, all I had to do was ask. No, this was a trick, she was playing me. Just like she has been playing me since I arrived here, I can't trust her, What? No. Something isn't right. My mind, I can't even think straight, something. I can't focus, I keep going back to the same point over and over again. I can't focus, I growled, my head spinning as I tried to focus on what I had seen, on what Wyaska was offering. Of course, you can't. Why would that parasite let you focus? Imagine you make an intelligent choice. He can't have that, Wyaska replied calmly, making me angry all over again. But she was right. After all. Why would Trigon keep me in a state of rageful ignorance of everything but my main focus? The answer was simple, because otherwise, I would know if someone was using me like a puppet, dancing around their own interests. There was also the possibility that Wyaska was playing me. But seeing she could have killed me anytime during our long fight, if you can't call our fight a fight, I was willing to bet killing me wasn't her goal. You said you could help me, then do it. I replied through a growl, shattering the earth beneath me as my voice pushed through the air. Impressive, Wyaska complimented, her tone laced with a hint of surprise. You managed to regain some of your senses incredibly quickly. Normally, once a mind is that far gone, they don't come back that easily. Good to know, I gritted out as anger bubbled up within me with each word that left her mouth. Wyaska chuckled softly before she finally started to walk towards me once again, the ground shaking with each of her steps. This will hurt a lot. So, be sure to get control on the first try. With a gentle touch from Wyaska's hand, I was once again engulfed in darkness and pain until I found myself in a strange place. It was an empty plane lit by an eerie red light, having nothing but dirt and bones to fill the place. Then, before I could react, my body froze into place. Caught you, a deep voice thundered inside my skull, seeming to come from everywhere around me. Trigon, I suppose, I replied, trying to escape whatever bound me in place. It felt strange, not like Raven's hold, or Clarion's, more like physical in essence. You know of me, that makes things easier, the demon chuckled in amusement. I know what you want, and I can give it to you. Your mind has struggled to keep me out since the moment I decided to aid you, but now you know. You know who I am. And the power I possess. There's no need for Darkseid. For anything. Just give yourself to me, and I will see the Kryptonian dies a most painful death. I want to kill him, but I won't whore my soul to you to get that result, so let me be. I replied in a shout. Trigon, at this, chuckled, his laugh booming across my mind as he appeared in front of me, towering above me like a man in front of an ant. I have already gotten access to your mind, child. We made a contract. You can't escape me, whether you like it or not, I am here to stay. How does Raven do it? How can she keep this monster at bay, and could I even do it without magic? Unless. Magic wasn't a part of my particular case. Taking a deep breath, I focused on my red lantern ring, of how it felt to have it, its power, the rage boosting my every move, until suddenly a red shine appeared in my hand, shattering to pieces the hold that kept me in place. Bravo, Trigon clapped, grinning at my display. Unfortunately, that won't help you against me at all. I really don't understand why would you try to fight me, the Kryptonian deserves to die, and I can grant you the power to do so. He could. I knew that. He was unimaginably powerful. A being that transcended everything I knew, a god beyond my reach. However, just because I knew that was the case, I couldn't help but wonder why hadn't he given me the power I needed to kill Superman already? Or the power to defeat Wyaska? That question had two answers. 1, he didn't want to help me at all. Or 2, he couldn't give me any kind of power and was instead simply powering my emotions, which in turn would give me more power through the ring. You have no access to your magic, don't you? I asked, staring at him. Trigon froze for a moment before his confident posture turned into one of rage. You wish to see my power, child, so be it. With a roar, Trigon swung his hand, releasing a torrential wave of fire at me, burning through everything around the place. The fire rushed through my skin faster than I could react, scorching my every cell to ashes, bringing me pain beyond comprehension. However, as painful as this was, it wasn't real. I could see that. I had experienced something like this before in my training with Martian Manhunter. I smiled, realizing I was right. That hurt. Or at least I imagined it hurt. The mind can be a confusing place, am I right? Trigon remained silent, staring at me before breaking into a fit of laughter, one that seemed to come from a place of rage and amusement. You're right, child. I can't use my magic, not with you, at least. You are warded with a powerful spell, one that is connected to the life of another, one that feels familiar yet distant. Be that as it may, without me, your power will vanish, for it is my fury that powers the ring. Not yours. Perhaps, but unfortunately for you, there are more ways to kill a Kryptonian, thousands of ways, I replied, feeling a sense of relief I hadn't felt in a while. I guess it was part of being inside my mind that I no longer felt nothing but blind rage. It was refreshing, even if my rage was justified. It doesn't matter, really. It's only a matter of time before your mind breaks to my control, and then, you will serve as all should, Trigon replied, looking down at me. I looked at him, and remembering Raven's words and Martian Manhunter's teachings, I changed my mindscape to one better suited to host my unwanted guest. A prison. My mind, my rules, bitch, I replied, with me now being the one that towered over Trigon in the cage I had formed around him. Trigon laughed. You think you can keep me here? You lack the magical component to make this a lasting solution. I smiled back at him. And you lack the magical component to make you a threat. At the end of the day, things even out. Trigon laughed once again. Boy, the nightmare has just begun. The mind is a feeble thing. To win control you'll need to do much more than this. Let's see what you have in store. Someone that's gonna be a vital part of his development, from this point to the end. Chapter 159, Chapter 151. Enjoy. David Lance POV, Nightmare. With a gasp for air, I opened my eyes, finding myself to be lost in the woods, having no idea how I got there. In fact, I barely remembered anything beyond my day with Dinah. Taking a deep breath, I looked at the sky, and it was dark. Staring at the black sky, I took a moment to gather my bearings, remembering that I was looking for a small shack that was located in the woods. Though this felt somewhat off. Like I was missing something. But I couldn't remember what exactly. Perhaps it wasn't important if I couldn't remember it, right? Shaking my head, I started moving toward the shack, taking in my surroundings. There were no signs of human life. The forest seemed to stretch out forever, and it was so dark that I could barely see anything beyond my nose, which made me feel uneasy. It didn't seem like I could walk around much longer without stumbling upon something. Pushing through my discomfort, I continued walking, trying my best not to stumble with anything until I began to hear something right ahead. Unsure of what to do, I decided to get a closer look, following the sound. Once I reached a near enough place, I could see a small house at the end of the path. Inside the house, there was a light flickering, as well as the sound of people talking. I could tell from the sound of their voices that they were arguing with one another, but I couldn't make out any words. It was then that I saw a shadow standing behind them. A tall looming figure, leaning over their shoulders, watching me. My heart began to race as I started to panic, taking a few steps back. Wait. I should be helping them. As the shadow stood watching me from afar, I snapped out of my trance, finding the shadow was no more. Perhaps it had all been nothing but a figment of my imagination. I really couldn't tell. I wonder what Dinah would say. Why did it take me so long to remember her name? Something here wasn't right, but what? I could grasp a coherent thought. Everything felt foggy, like walking underwater. I wanted to turn back, but where? It was almost as if something was keeping me rooted to the spot. As I stood there, frozen in place, I heard the sound of laughter coming from inside the house as the arguing disappeared. It was a deep, guttural laugh that sent shivers down my spine. It sounded like someone familiar, someone that I felt I should know. The laughter echoed through the woods, and as the seconds passed, it seemed to be getting closer and closer to me. I wanted to run, to prepare for the fight, but no matter how much I willed my body to move, my feet felt glued to the ground. I was trapped, like a deer in headlights. And then, the laughter stopped as a colossal figure appeared, towering over me with ease. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't human. His red skin seemed to almost glow in the darkness, and his long white hair flowed down his back like a river of blood. He had antlers that protruded from his head, sharp pointy ears, four red eyes that burned with an unearthly hunger, and hoofed feet that clicked against the ground as he approached. I tried to move, but the more the beast approached, the more it felt like my body was no longer my own. So, in desperation, I could feel the fear welling inside me, threatening to consume me whole. The demon stopped a few feet away from me, tilting his head as he looked down at me with those eerie red eyes. And then, he spoke in a voice that sounded like nails on a chalkboard. "I've been looking for you." Before I could even ponder what he meant by that, his hand shot out as he grabbed me by the throat, hoisting me up into the air with frightening ease. His grip tightened as a cruel smile appeared on his face. I gasped for air, trying to struggle against his grip, but the more I struggled, the more his grip tightened. No one escapes Trigon. Trigon. I knew that name. I remember it well. Like a wave of shock, understanding came to me. This demon, this creature that stood before me, I knew who it was, and by remembering that, I knew who I was, at least enough to understand this was nothing but a nightmare. A nightmare of his own creation. And with that realization, I found the strength to fight back. Angry, I lifted my hand, placing it against his forehead, and with all the power I could muster, I pushed back. Trigon's eyes widened in surprise as he was sent flying backward, smashing through the wall of the house as he went. He crashed into the ground with a thud but quickly got back to his feet. A nightmare. Very clever, I said, wiping some blood off my nose. Memory doesn't work well in dreams. You almost got me there for a second. We'll see about that, Trigon said, charging at me with inhuman speed. I quickly dodged to the side, but he was already on me, swinging his fist at me. I ducked under his punch and then countered with an uppercut of my own that sent him flying backward once more. You do realize the moment the dreamer realizes what's going on, control is no longer within your grasp, right? I asked, taunting him. Though I knew that wasn't entirely the case. When it came to the control of a mindscape, it was a battle of the minds, a struggle between the host and the parasite. Especially since the parasite had taken so much control already. I don't need control, Trigon said, getting back to his feet. Not right now, I just need to tire you, your mind, and eventually, you will give in. It's a matter of time, and believe me, that's resource, I have plenty to spend. Chapter 160, Chapter 152. Enjoy. David Lance POV. He charged at me again, a feral grin on his face. I sidestepped his charge and then grabbed him by the horns, using all my strength to lift him off his feet and slam him into the ground. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, but Trigon quickly got back up, unfazed by the attack. I knew none of this mattered. It was a dream. A mental battle. One that would not end until I found a way out, and if my suspicions were right, that way out was linked to whatever knowledge I had forgotten. Like why Trigon was after me, to begin with, all I remembered was going bowling with Dinah, and that's it. Nothing more than that. But I remembered enough to know I was missing some key components. I needed to remember. The question was how. Nothing, when it came to the wonders of the mind, was ever easy. But nothing was impossible to solve. Remember what Batman taught you, analyze the situation, find a persistent value, break that constant down to understandable parameters, and see the truth as it is. I was missing some memories, which was easy to conclude, thanks to the big gaping hole in my thoughts and knowledge about my current situation. 2. I was fighting a mental representation of Trigon, who appeared to be quite adamant about keeping me trapped in this nightmare. 3. Seeing as I was in a dream, it meant reality, and the laws that govern didn't necessarily apply here unless one of us wanted that. In short, it was all a game of illusions of who had the strongest mind and the best playing field. I had the best playing field, seeing it was my mind we were trapped in. However, I doubted I had the strongest mind of the two. Trigon was older than I could imagine, the celestial conqueror, the embodiment of true demonic power, a being that was far beyond time, so it was safe to assume his long life had honed an indomitable mind. You won't be able to defeat me, no matter how many times you try. You always snap back at the same time, but you always lose in the end. Do you have any idea how many times we have done this already? Trigon growled with a hungry smile as he charged at me again. Once again, I sidestepped his charge and then quickly turned around, delivering a powerful kick to his chest that sent him flying backward. How many times have we done this? He was either trying to make me lose focus, or his words were true. I was stuck in a loop with him within my mind, one where my nightmare would restart at a certain point once the conditions for such rest were met, wiping my memories of the last run, creating an endless cycle. If that was the case, there was only one logical conclusion. In each run, I would try the same approach, resulting in the same results. To avoid that, I had to do something out of the ordinary. But what? I had no guarantee I hadn't thought of this before already. After all, if this was a loop, it was safe to assume I had come to this conclusion more than once. That was if Trigon had opened his mouth more than once. Loops were complicated, especially if you didn't retain any information after each run. But there was a chance, albeit a small one, that I could break out if I did something out of the blue, something that even I didn't expect, something so out of my character that even Trigon will be caught off guard. It was a long shot, but it was all I had. The question now was, what could I do that would be so out of character for me? Based on Trigon's words so far, if they were to be trusted, we have already fought multiple times through the loops, meaning our clashes with a constant variable in each run, regardless of how each run started. I doubted giving up would break the loop, so seeing that wasn't an option I was willing to take, it left one path, avoiding the conflict. But how? I was in a dream, a lucid one, which meant I should have control over the dreamscape. However, I didn't seem to have much control over it. The scene was the same, a dark forest, the stage Trigon had set for my nightmare, which meant that so far, he had more control over the dream than I did. This was, however, my mind, so if I could find a way to change the scene, to take us out of the dark forest, it was possible that Trigon's grip on the dream would loosen, allowing me to gain some control over the loops. The problem was finding a way to do that. Taking a deep breath, I tried thinking of a different place, a happy memory, anything that would take us out of this dark forest, but every time I tried, nothing changed. I simply remained in the same place, clashing with Trigon in what seemed to be a stalemate. It was almost as if this forest was part of my subconscious mind. I guess it was time to change my approach. If I can't will us out of the forest, it was time to move us out of this stage physically. So we are stuck in a loop, kind of sad, considering you're a celestial being, and I'm just a mortal, I taunted him, looking down at him with a smirk. Having trouble breaking my will. There was a reason I was taunting him. To make sure he would follow me without hesitation. Trigon let out a low growl as he pushed himself off the ground, his eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. You're stalling, he accused me. Am I? I replied with an innocent smile. You're the one that hasn't been able to land a single hit so far. I mean, sure, this is a mental battle, but still, I kind of pity you. You will regret those words, Trigon snarled, launching himself at me. Good, that didn't seem like the response of someone that has already seen that interaction through a loop. He was either a very good actor, or I was making a new path. Either way, I had a good feeling about this development. Chapter 161, Chapter 153. Enjoy. David Lance POV. As I ran through the forest, I continued taunting Trigon to ensure he would follow me. With each charge on his part, I would dodge, sidestepping him effortlessly, causing him to stumble forward from the momentum more than once. What's wrong? Can't hit me. I taunted him again as I ran in the opposite direction, leading Trigon away from the forest in the direction I hoped I would find a new scene. Is that all you can do? Run through the endless forest? Trigon demanded angrily, his steps faltering for a moment as if he was debating on whether or not to continue following me. Why not? I called back over my shoulder with a shrug. If I am to be stuck with you in my mind, I might as well enjoy the moment. I mean, our fight so far has been pretty boring, sleep-inducing even, so yeah. Damn you. Trigon roared, picking up speed as he chased after me. He's mad. Well, that was surprisingly easy to accomplish. I'm honestly starting to think he's actually just playing along with my games, but I won't focus on that now. I need to test the limits of this stage and see if a physical escape is possible. I will have time to contemplate Trigon's actions later. Running at full speed, I zigzagged through the trees, hearing Trigon's angry breaths as he followed close behind me. After a few minutes of leading Trigon on a merry chase, I found something odd, a large tree with a hollowed-out center. Lights came from the tree as if it was some sort of portal. This could be my way out. But what if it's a trap? Honestly, I didn't have time to think about that, and seeing I was stuck in a loop, perhaps it was best to simply act without thinking, which would fit what I was going for, which was to break out of my character. This was a long shot, and I had no guarantees following this path would work. However, I needed to test this theory out before he caught up to me. With a deep breath, I leaped into the tree, not knowing where I would end up. As I passed through the tree, I felt a sudden jolt of energy as I rolled out of the hollowed tree into the same old forest, but this time a scene was playing out in front of me. A teenager fighting a shadow, no. A demon. I quickly scrambled to my feet, my eyes wide as I stared at the scene in front of me. I knew who this teen was. It was me years ago, fighting one of Trigon's followers and my first demon. This was also the day Raven and I first fought together. I remember that now. But why am I seeing this? Before I could ponder on that thought, the scene changed, and I found myself in another part of the forest. This time it was daytime, and I was surrounded by what looked like small animals, bunnies, squirrels, and deers. They all seemed unafraid of me. In fact, they seemed to be intrigued by my presence. Still in the forest, but now it is daytime. I guess that's progress, I muttered, looking at the critters around me. Not only that, but Trigon is nowhere to be seen. Perhaps this was part of his machinations, though I highly doubted he would use cute animals in any shape and form. A hand touched my shoulder from behind, causing me to jump forward as I readied for battle. What are you doing here? A familiar voice asked as I turned to face Raven. You're not supposed to be here. Raven. I asked, relieved to see a friendly face but confused as to why she was here, to begin with. Perhaps she was an interactive memory of sorts. God, I really hated this dream narrative I was being forced to play. Nothing made sense. Raven. Raven tilted her head. So that's who you see when you see me. I honestly thought it would have been your sister. I frowned at that. If she wasn't Raven, then why was I seeing her as such? I know I don't remember much, but I would never forget Ray, not in a million years. Perhaps it was Trigon playing with my emotions by using his daughter's form. However, it felt off for his general character. In the short amount of time we have interacted, I have gotten a decent grasp of his personality, and he's an old kind of villain that enjoyed straightforward methods. Using Raven's form was one too many steps for him, and was without counting the beautiful setting I was in right now. The girl in front of me let out a sigh as she closed her eyes before opening them again. When she did, her entire appearance changed. She went from looking like Raven to a different person, one that, while it shared many similarities with Raven, it wasn't the same. Now, in front of me, stood a pale goth girl dressed in casual clothes, a black top, and an old pair of jeans. Around her neck, there was a silver ankh hanging on a silver chain, matching the eye of Horus around her right eye. I honestly got nothing, I said, looking at her. If you're Trigon, and your intention was to confuse me, it worked. I don't know what to do with this, at all. Trigon, am I really that ugly? The girl said with an amused chuckle. Okay, she's not Trigon. No, of course not, I shook my head. You're beautiful. The girl smiled at that before she sobered up, looking at me with a kind and calm expression. Beautiful. Careful there, Raven might get jealous. I blinked. Were Raven and I dating? Was that one of the memories I was missing? No, that wouldn't happen, or would it? She was my best friend, so perhaps at some point, we connected on a deeper level. Though I suppose it was to be expected on some level, seeing who you like and how I look, I guess you could say you have a type, the girl continued, interrupting my thoughts. Did she really say I have a thing for goth girls? I won't dignify that with an answer, I replied, crossing my arms. The girl smiled before her expression changed to one of a more serious demeanor. You have amnesia, don't you? Who are you? I asked. I'm just me. You could say I'm just like any human, I've got a job to do, and I do it. When the first living thing existed, I was there. Waiting, and when the last living thing dies, my job will be finished. That day I reckon I'll put the chairs on the tables, turn out the lights and lock the universe behind me when I leave, the girl replied with a serene smile. You're Death, I replied. Death smiled as she nodded. I am. A pleasure to meet you. Chapter 162, Chapter 154. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Did she say she was fucking Death? As in, I'm gonna harvest your soul, Death. Why are you here? I asked, keeping my tone as respectful as possible, looking around. Is this some sort of cosmic intervention because I made some bad life choices? Oh no, nothing like that, Death chuckled as she shook her head. If anything, you're the one that dropped unannounced, which I have to admit, is a first for me. This is my realm, my room if you wish. But, I was, in my mind a few moments ago, I asked, looking around. I mean, this place looks exactly like the one I was before, but prettier. A nightmare at the hands of Trigon, I suppose, Death replied, her lips forming a thin line. And as for the similarities between this place and your nightmare, well, sometimes woods tend to look similar, I suppose. I nodded. I guess that makes sense. As for Trigon. Well. Based on what I know, I'm stuck in a nightmare loop with him. That would explain why you lack a physical form right now, Death mused as she looked at me. Half of your soul is here, and the other is keeping Trigon at bay, it's rather remarkable. My soul was doing what? What do you mean by that? I asked with an awkward smile. Well, your other half is keeping Trigon trapped in the stage he created, stalling him for as long as possible, giving you time to remember who you are, Death replied, her expression turning serious. That, however, doesn't explain how you got here. Not even my siblings can come here without an invitation. Oh shit. I invaded Death's privacy. That's it, I'm fucking dead, I will die not even remembering why I don't remember most shit about myself. What a terrible ending. I'm sorry, I replied, hoping not to anger the literal embodiment of Death if I hadn't already. Perhaps I could appeal to her softer side. Don't be, Death replied with a smile. I know you didn't come here on purpose. Besides, I'm rather intrigued, to be honest. Like I said before, this is a first for me. Good, the embodiment of Death doesn't want to harvest my soul just yet. Good, that's good. I know this is a long shot, I mean, your title pretty much tells me you must remain impartial, but is there any chance you could help me remember? I asked. I mean, what did I lose by asking her for some help? That's a difficult question, Death replied, looking thoughtful. As you said, my station requires me to be as impartial as possible, especially with the living. If you were dead, I would have more liberties, but you aren't. You see, when it comes to the living, I can't or shouldn't pick sides, as it would unavoidably disturb the natural order of things, so for the most part, all I do is guide souls to their final rest. However, in your case, I may be able to do something. Really? I asked, barely able to contain my excitement. Yes, Death replied with a nod as she leaned forward with a smile. You see, between you and I, you're technically out of the natural order of things. I was out of the natural order of things. Was that good? Can it please be good? I really need a win today. I have enough shit with Trigon using my head as a low-rated Airbnb, or a budget horror film studio. How so? I asked, confusion evident in my voice. You're a ghost, Death replied matter-of-factly. I blinked. A ghost. Wait, am I dead then? I fucking knew it. I pissed her off by entering her room, and I died. No, it was just an expression, my apologies, though. I can see why you would take it the wrong way, Death replied with a shake of her head. What I meant to say was that your existence is out, well, the natural order of things. That answers nothing. But at least now I know I'm not dead yet. I'm sorry, but could you elaborate on that? I asked. Perhaps it was the fact she was on an entirely different level of existence compared to me, but I didn't understand her point very well, at least with her last comment. Well, it's hard to explain, but I'll try, Death replied with a smile. You see, everything in this vast multiverse, from the darkest corner of the creation to the brightest one, from the strongest being to the weakest, was born from the light and darkness of a single being, one that humans call God. And if I was out of the natural order of things, that meant everything but me, right? Death nodded. Correct. Will that anger God? I asked, seeing my problems escalate out of control. First, it was Trigon I was dealing with, then it was Death, and now it's God. I have no idea what I was doing before having to deal with Trigon, but whatever it was, it led me down a dangerous path. Death chuckled, her eyes closing as she shook her head. No, it won't. You see, for a being that has seen it all that has been or could have been, all that is being and could have been, and all that will ever be or could have been, you are a breath of fresh air. I won't lie. That's not exactly reassuring, I replied with a sigh. It isn't, Death replied with a smirk. I mean, that's not the real reason he won't wipe you out of existence. I'm getting a lot of mixed signals from her about my standing with God. The real reason why he won't hurt you is because the two of you share something that no other being has ever shared with him, and that's the mystery behind your creation and his, Death continued, a calm expression on her face. Wait, if God created everything, but something created God. Does that mean there's an even higher rank of power out there? Oh God, this is escalating out of control even more. But that's neither here nor there, Death said, waving her hand dismissively as she walked toward me. What really matters is that I can help you, as long as I want to, seeing you don't enter the natural order of things. I had a lot of questions about what she had said, but I could tell from a simple glance she was done talking about the mysteries of my existence. Thanks, you don't have to. But thanks. You're welcome, Death replied with a bright smile. Now, come. With that said, she extended her hand toward me, warmth expanding out of her body to mine, even without contact. Without hesitation, I took her hand, and as soon as our skin made contact, a bright light engulfed us, and I felt myself being pulled into the void. Chapter 163, Chapter 155. Enjoy. If we reach top 3 double release. Maybe triple if the corn gets some popcorn. David Lance POV. The moment I took Death's hand, the world around me changed, and in the blink of an eye, I was in a completely different place. It looked like a library, but it was empty and void of any color. The only light came from the bright full moon that shone through the windows of the place, a moon that appeared to be so close that I felt I could touch it if I extended my hand. What is this place? I asked, awestruck by the beauty of it. This is the place between existence, a limbo of sorts, Death replied calmly. It's also a place where you can find answers to any question you have, no matter how trivial or dangerous those questions might be. I took a step forward, my eyes scanning the area. Excuse my ignorance, but the room is empty. So, how does this work? It's simple, Death replied as she walked past me, taking a seat in a chair that conveniently appeared behind her. You just need to think of what you want to know, and the answer will appear before you. Careful though, the moment you ask the in-between a question, the knowledge will come to you instantly. What I'm trying to say is, too much knowledge and your soul could simply self-destruct. I see, like a supernatural Google. Okay then, I will ask only what I need to avoid destroying my soul and abusing Death's trust. Now, I had to be careful of how I worded my question, The last thing I wanted was to remember every waking moment of my life, from the moment I came to be to now. I wish to know what I have lost recently, I asked, phrasing it as best I could. And in an instant, just as death had advertised, a massive wave of information hit me like a ton of bricks. I remembered my powers. My fears. My pain. My happiness. My battle with Trigon in the mindscape. The hundreds of thousands of times I had faced him so far, in the loop he had forced my mind into. And how he had escaped the prison I had first made for him. And as I came to understand this, as I came to understand what I had lost, I remembered my anger, my wrath, the ever-consuming feeling of hatred that I had welcomed into my heart when Superman had taken Dinah from me. Not my Dinah. But it hurt all the same. That's a lot of pain for a soul so young, Death said, her voice laced with sorrow. I turned to look at her, my hands trembling as I struggled to form a reply using sign language. After a few moments of shock processing it all, I remembered I had no need to use my hands, for as I was now, my powers weren't active. Thanks for your help, Death, I said, my voice trembling between sorrow and unwavering anger. I appreciate it. You're welcome, Death replied, her voice soft and gentle. I know when a soul is suffering, they rarely listen to advice, but, if you truly want to thank me, don't let your anger consume you. He killed her, I replied, the words coming out as a snarl. I know, Death replied with a soft nod. But if you let your anger control you, then you're no better than him at the end of the day, are you? I wanted to retort, to say something that would shut her up, but I couldn't find the words. She was right, and as much as I hated to admit it. I don't care if I'm better than him. I just want him dead. You seem to be misunderstanding me, Death replied, her tone soft as her eyes turned serious. I'm not telling you that you shouldn't kill him, that's your call. What I'm telling you is that you shouldn't do it while you let your wrath control you. I frowned, processing her words. There's a fine line between justice and revenge, and more than not, that line blurs, Death replied as she looked at the moon outside through one of the windows. You know the saying that says revenge is a dish best served cold. I nodded, not sure when she was going. Well, I had an idea, but with her, who knew where things were going. Well, that saying was born from a passage of wisdom of old times, at least by human standards, and it goes like this. Between revenge and justice, I chose justice, for, in justice, I can temper my soul and serve the cold touch of judgment upon those who deserve it, Death continued, a faint smile on her face. In other words, calmness before fury. I know that, I replied. Do you really? Death asked, raising an eyebrow. What would your loved ones say of your recent actions, and I don't talk about your desire to kill Superman. No, I mean everything else. Would they understand? Of course, they would. Would they? I don't know, I finally replied, my voice barely above a whisper. Do you want to know the real difference between justice and revenge? Death asked, her voice gentle. I nodded after a moment. Well, as I said, there's a thin line between the two. However, there's one notable enough difference, those who follow the path of revenge usually abandon everything they used to stand for, Death replied, her eyes turning sad as she gazed at me. They become monsters in the pursuit of destroying the one who wronged them, and in turn, they end up hurting everyone else around them. Ironically enough, the Superman you hate is the best example of this. I stayed silent, not knowing how to reply to that. You have a difficult road ahead of you, Death continued after a moment, standing up from her chair. But I have faith that you'll make the right choice. Or, at the very least, a choice you won't come to regret. So now what? I asked her. Now, you should go back to teach Trigon a thing or thing, Death replied, moving towards the door. Oh, and one more thing. What? I asked. You should probably have some of Raven's favorite snacks with you from now on, just in case, Death said with a smirk as she opened the door. Once the door was opened, a bright light consumed everything around me. Chapter 164, Chapter 156. Enjoy. If we reach top 3 double release. Maybe triple if the corn gets some popcorn. David Lance POV. After Death opened the door, light engulfed me, and in a blink of an eye, I found myself back in the forest. Watching the very same scene I had seen before encountering her. In front of me, I saw the old me, fighting one of Trigon's demons, or sons, barely keeping with them. It was only a matter of time before Raven appeared to the rescue. I smiled fondly at the memory. I can't help but wonder if things would have been the same had Raven been by my side when I gave myself to my sorrow and hatred. I doubt it. My Ray would have found a way to stop that from happening. I miss her. I miss my home. I miss not being alone. Taking a deep breath, I shook my head. Right now, it was not the time to lament, I had a demon to subdue, and reminiscing about what I had lost would not help me with that. Time to beat Trigon once and for all. Taking another deep breath, I was about to take a step forward when I felt something tugging softly at my pants. I turned to see what it was and saw a small black cat with green eyes looking up at me. Marrow. A cat. It somehow reminds me of death. I don't know why, but I can't shake the feeling this cat is related to her in some way. As I pondered about that thought, the cat proceeded to start rubbing its head against my leg, purring contentedly. I couldn't help but smile as I reached down and started petting it. Well, hello there, little one. What are you doing out here all alone? Did death send you? The cat just meowed in response as it continued to enjoy the attention. I smiled at this, picking the strange cat up. I see, so you're here to guide me, are you? Well then, let's get going. We have a demon to take care of. The cat meowed in response as it settled down in my arms. What a strange thing, a cat inside my head. A spirit animal, perhaps. I guess whatever the case, I was grateful for the company. It felt good not to be alone in this dark place, it felt good not having to face Trigon alone. There you are. The unmistakable voice of Trigon boomed throughout the forest, causing the trees to shake. I have no idea how you managed to escape me or how you managed to shroud your presence for so long, but it is over. In a burst of flames, Trigon appeared before me, his red eyes glaring daggers. Aren't you bored of this? I asked as I continued to pet the cat in my arms without a care in the world. I mean, I honestly don't understand your fixation with me. By this point, I would reckon I'm not worth the trouble. Trigon just chuckled darkly in response. Tired of this? Why would I ever be tired of this? Your suffering, your hate, your resistance to the inevitable, it's all beyond delectable to me. I guess that's about what you can expect from someone like Trigon. Well, unlike you, I am tired of this game, so this ends now. See, I even got a new ally, I replied, holding up my feline friend for him to see. Trigon laughed at me, mocking my reply before his eyes widened in surprise. How? How is that possible? So, I guess I was right. The cat is special and not another figment of my imagination. At this, my feline friend proceeded to start hissing and growling at Trigon with all of his tiny might, bearing out its ferocious fangs. Trigon took a step back and then another, keeping his eyes glued to the cat. Mors signum. Ex nihilo nihil fit. Veni, vidi, vici. I knew that language. It was Latin. Trigon was speaking in Latin as he slowly retreated, and not only that, he seemed in some way to be scared of my feline friend, who, on the other hand, was not all afraid of Trigon. In fact, it seemed ready to lunge at the demon at any given moment. It's time to leave me alone, Trigon, I replied, feeling a sudden surge of confidence. Lest you want to face Kitty over here. Trigon just glared at me in rage, looking between the cat and me before turning tail and disappearing into a puff of smoke. Almost immediately after, I felt a massive weight leave my shoulders as the presence Trigon represented in my mind left, and the darkness of the nightmare started to dissipate. I smiled, petting my feline friend one last time before setting him down. I think we make a pretty good team, don't you? The cat just meowed in response as it rubbed its head against my leg, purring contentedly. Will you remain in my head? I asked the little cat as I scratched his chin. I honestly wouldn't mind having you around. The cat just meowed in response as it continued to purr contentedly, which I took as an affirmative answer to my question. I smiled, feeling the warm embrace of relief spread through my chest. Thank you, Death, for everything. With that said, the world around me started to dissipate as I slowly started to wake up from the dream. It was time to face reality, to face my wrath, my sorrow, and more, this time without Trigon's interference. This time, I would move forward without him whispering in my ear. I was ready. At least I felt ready. I didn't know for sure. But at the end of the day, what did it matter? I had much to accomplish. And I would see it all through. Chapter 165, Chapter 157. Enjoy. David Lance POV. With my nightmare being finally over, I opened my eyes and slowly sat up, trying to take in my surroundings. It was difficult to see in the darkness that surrounded me, but as my eyes adjusted back, I could make out a faint light in the distance. Cracking my stiff neck, I stood up and brushed the dirt off my clothes as I began to walk towards the light, using my power ring to light the way. As I walked, I noticed my anger not being the same. I still wanted to destroy Superman, but now, I had a much clearer view of actions thus far and what I was truly willing to sacrifice to bring the Kryptonian to his knees. I carefully made my way across the empty field, and so far, there were no signs of Wyaska to be seen. Perhaps she had left once I was out of commission. Within moments, I reached the light, finding it to be a small lamp sitting on top of a table. So you're finally awake? Wyaska said, her voice coming out of the darkness. I was beginning to think you were going to sleep forever. I won't lie, I had my doubts you would make it through your fight with Trigon. Hearing her voice, I turned to face her, finding her to be sitting in a chair behind some rocks I had failed to notice, a big smile on her face. Why did Darkseid send me here? I asked her, using my ring to speak. Darkseid's decision to send me here made no sense to me. I just couldn't wrap my head around it, no matter the angle I took to analyze it. Under Trigon's influence, Darkseid could have just manipulated me into doing something for him by playing around the demon's influence, yet, he decided to send me to someone that could help me. And sure, I knew that Trigon probably represented a threat Darkseid wanted gone, but why help me? He could have asked Wyaska to kill me. Oh, that. Wyaska asked. Well, that's easy enough to answer. Trigon's hold over you represented a threat to his plans. I know that. What I'm truly wondering is, why did he help me? I asked, a small frown forming on my face as I looked at her. He could have just asked you to kill me. Wyaska tilted her head to the side, a thoughtful expression on her face. Darkseid doesn't command me. I was the one that decided to help you if anything because I found it rather impressive the fact you resisted the demon for so long without knowing he had a hold on you. An event that shouldn't have happened. I shouldn't have needed her help. Nor Death's help, though both were welcomed. I never should have been in that situation. I have no idea how I allowed Trigon within my soul, but that's a matter I intend to rectify sooner than later. As for why Darkseid didn't kill you, well, Wyaska said, standing up from her chair and walking towards me. Killing you would have taken too much effort. He knew you were stronger than him, that his avatar didn't have enough power to eliminate you, and that because of that, he knew he would have needed to use most of his resources to compensate for the gap between the two of you. Ultimately killing you wasn't worth the effort, so he sent you here. He knew that I would either kill you or help you. I see. I didn't expect Darkseid, of all people, to admit he was outclassed. I wonder if I still have more power than him. I'm definitely weaker than before, a lot weaker, but not so much that I felt powerless. In any case, now wasn't the time to worry about that. I had more pressing matters at hand. Well, in any case, thank you, I bowed my head slightly before looking back at her. For everything. No need to thank me, Wyaska said, shrugging her shoulders. I didn't do it for you. I did it to spite Trigon and Darkseid a little bit because I'm sure he would have preferred if I had killed you. Be that as it may, I was still very thankful for her help. Without her, I would still be under Trigon's grasp, his influence eating away everything that made me who I am. I suppose you no longer have a reason to keep me here, right? I asked her, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. I had many things to do and preparations to make in order to face Superman. No, I don't, Wyaska said, shaking her head. You're free to go. Or to stay. I nodded, turning to walk away as I realized what she had said last. What do you mean by that? It almost sounded like an invitation. And while I wanted to kill Superman, more than anything, I was intrigued by Wyaska and the power she held. Even now, without anything sealing my powers, I felt I was no match for her. My danger sense was telling me not to engage her, and by telling me, I meant it was screaming at me not to do it. Wyaska smiled, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Nothing. Why? I frowned. She knew what I was asking, but it seemed like she wanted me to say it out loud. I can't read minds, you know, so if you want something. Ask for it, Wyaska said, her voice taking on a more serious tone. I paused for a moment before turning back to look at her. Every fiber of my being tells me you are stronger than me. Oh, Wyaska said, her eyes widening in surprise before she started laughing. You have quite a perceptive body, then. And you would be wise to listen to it because your body is absolutely correct, I am stronger than you. Humble much. Can you help me become stronger? I asked, clenching my fists as my eyes lit red in rage. There's much I need to accomplish, and in order to do so, I need more power. Wyaska's smile widened at my words before she started clapping her hands slowly, the sound echoing across the place. Bravo, she said, her voice filled with approval. I like your spirit. And, sure, I will help you. I have nothing better to do. That was easier than I expected. But I won't complain. 1 week, Wyaska said, her voice taking a harder edge. I'll train you for 1 week. 1 week. I could work with that. Killing Superman could wait a few more days. I had waited long enough already, and seeing I had lost some of my power, it was best to find a way to compensate for that loss, if anything, to ensure Superman had no chance when the time came. Chapter 166, Chapter 158. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Training begins. Soon after I had asked Wyaska to train me, and she had accepted, she proceeded to once again seal my powers because, in her words, her training required me to be at my weakest to be effective. Soon after that, the training started, and within moments I found myself standing in front of Wyaska, my clothes torn and my body covered in sweat and blood after a simple spar where I had failed to land a single hit on the old warrior. Your fighting skills leave much to be desired, Wyaska said, shaking her head as she looked at me with disappointment. You're too stiff, too slow, too green. But, credit where credit is due. Without Trigon's influence, you can actually be called a warrior, a bad one, but a warrior nonetheless. I grit my teeth in frustration. Perhaps I would do better if she allowed me to use the ring. Who am I kidding? With or without the ring, I would have lost. My frustration was nothing but the result of the anger inside of me growing with each passing second. Fueled by each hit she landed and the fact that no matter how much I tried or how hard I tried, I couldn't land a single blow on her. You equate your lack of power to your circumstances, Wyaska said, taking a step towards me as she looked at me with a piercing gaze. Let me show how stupid that is. Before I could give her words much thought, a few figures appeared in front of me, figures of people I knew, though only 3 of them froze me in shock. Dinah. Raven. Oliver. One of my gifts is that I can see a warrior's physical and psychological weakness, Wyaska said, her voice cold and emotionless. You want to be strong because of them. However, you fear becoming strong because of them. How ironic, isn't it? Deep within, you believe that if you access your full potential, you'll become something they won't accept, something they might come to despise. Without even realizing it, I tried to look away from the apparitions in front of me, but no matter where I looked, they would be there. Instead of ending your fights immediately by utilizing your power, you lower yourself to your enemy's level, and for what? For a false sense of humility, to make those you want to protect comfortable. Wyaska asked, her words like daggers that pierced through my head. You're not being humble, you're being a coward. I had to hold back. If I didn't, I would end up killing someone that I didn't want to kill. I have to restrain myself, my every move. Or at least that's how it used to do that. It's been a while since I think of the consequences behind my actions. Reaching your full potential and becoming a monster are 2 entirely different things, Wyaska said, almost as if reading my mind. I could have killed you at any moment had I wanted. But I didn't because I have control over my power, absolute control. I hurt you as much as I want to hurt you, I make you bleed as much as I want you to bleed. Without a warning, Wyaska moved, and with a single motion of her hand that blurred out of my sight, she slashed my chest horizontally, causing me to fall to my knees in pain. Then, without another word, she repeated the same movement, but this time aiming at the mountain behind her, cutting it in half with a single slash. That's control, Wyaska said, looking at me. That's what separates the monsters from warriors. I looked at the mountain falling behind her and then back at Wyaska, who was now standing in front of me, the tips of her claws still dripping with my blood. I smiled. Even though her every display of superiority over me infuriated me beyond measure, I was glad I had asked her to train me. I had no doubts that I would learn something valuable under her. Now get up, Wyaska said as she turned her back on me. We have much to do and little time to do it. I gave you a week of my time, and I intend to make you a warrior within that time frame. I won't have you sullying my reputation by being a weakling. Taking a deep breath, I pushed myself off the ground and followed Wyaska as she walked, determined to get stronger or as strong as I could get within a week. Oh, I forgot to tell you something. Unlike last time, I won't release the seal on your power, Wyaska said, not even bothering to look at me as she spoke. You will have to regain your power and more during this week or die trying. And in case that wasn't clear enough, allow me to clarify, you'll either get stronger, or I will kill you. Well, that is quite a way to motivate someone. Very effective, though, that much, I could admit. Because I adamantly refuse to die, not while Superman is still alive, I have come too far to fail now. Are we clear? Wyaska asked as she continued to walk. Crystal, I replied without hesitation. Good, you might be disgustingly weak, both of body and mind, but at least you have some resolve in you, Wyaska said, giving me a backhanded compliment. I wonder where the wise-looking Wyaska went. When I was possessed by Trigon, or rather under his influence, she behaved differently. Much differently. Now, it was almost as if she had done a 180 turn. It was almost as if she was trying to get a rise out of me. Which she hadn't achieved, only because even though my anger was prominent, thanks to the Red Lantern ring, I was no idiot. I knew very well she would beat the ever-living crap out of me, with or without the ring. If for a moment, even a single moment, I felt I could beat her, I was sure without a doubt that I would fully give in to my anger and try to kill her. However, the gap in our strength was so massive that even through my ever-growing rage, I could see it was best to avoid confrontation with her. Though, I had to admit, behind all my anger, I was excited to see what I could learn under her. If I could make just a fraction of her power mine, Superman would stand no chance. Chapter 167, Chapter 159. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Day 3. I was in the middle of my morning run around the fucking planet, trying to keep up with Wyaska, when I saw a blur flash by me. It was so fast that I couldn't even tell what it was, but I knew that it wasn't something human, not even remotely. I turned to look at where it had come from, and I saw a large figure standing on top of a hill, looking down at me. Whoever or whatever this individual was, it looked like some sort of anthropomorphic rhinoceros. Instinctively, my ring started to glow as I readied myself for battle, but I stopped myself when I saw Wyaska looking at me. Are you really so weak that you need the ring to defeat that insect? Wyaska asked, her voice dripping with disdain. I grit my teeth in frustration. I was honestly getting tired of her constantly putting me down. I've seen Kalibak best insects like this with a single hand, Wyaska said, walking past me. I guess I will have to beat McCorn with my bare hands. So you are the one I have to crush under my hooves, the rhino said in a voice that sounded like two rocks grinding against each other. Good, I've been waiting for you. Rejoice in the fact you will be the great Bakarara's 1000th kill. If his way of talking is anything to go by, this guy is a brawler. And the fault of all brawlers is that they rely heavily on their physical might, their whole style revolving around overpowering their enemy. Taking that into account and the fact that everything with Wyaska so far has been extremely difficult, I think it is safe to assume this beast is stronger than me. At least on the physical side of things. Come then, let us fight for glory. Bakarara said as he charged at me. I quickly dodged to the side, barely avoiding his charge. He was fast, very fast, but not as fast as I had seen move. During his introduction, he had shown a vastly superior level of speed. He was either holding back, be it out of his own accord or because Wyaska told him to. However, I honestly doubted Wyaska would tell him to hold back. After all, she had made it very clear on more than one occasion that her training would either make me stronger or kill me. Is that all you can do, little monkey? Bakarara said as he charged at me again. Once again, I dodged to the side, but this time he was ready for this course of action and changed his trajectory mid-charge to follow me with a dexterity that betrayed his looks. I am the great Bakarara. Bakarara roared as he finally caught up to me and swung his fist at me. I quickly ducked under his massive arm, delivering a swift uppercut to his chin. However, instead of my attack harming him, it was I the one that took damage, having one of my knuckles fractured after the hit. It felt like I had hit a wall of steel with all of my strength as a normal human. Realizing I had no chance to win this fight by taking him head-on, I jumped back, but before I could get away, he grabbed me by the throat and started to squeeze, slowly cutting off my air supply. I tried to pry his hand off of my throat using all the strength I could muster and more, but it was like trying to move a mountain. Are you really struggling with that insect? Wyaska said, her voice dripping with disappointment as she walked towards us. The great Bakarara is disappointed. He thought you were stronger, Bakarara said as he continued to choke me. My vision was starting to fade as the grip of Bakarara continued to tighten. I had to do something. It was clear Wyaska had no intention of intervening, and I refused to die at the hands of someone that speaks in the third person. Gritting my teeth as I felt my desperation grow with each passing second, I swung at him with all my might, refusing to die, refusing to lose. The impact was enough to make him release his grip on me and stagger back a few steps. Perhaps I can still make a warrior out of you, Wyaska said, looking at me with a small smile. I gulped down large breaths of air as I tried to catch my breath, my throat burning. I had managed to push him back. I had done no apparent damage, but I had pushed him back. I clenched my fists with newfound determination, realizing the fist I had used to attack Bakarara felt fine. I had fully expected to break my hand after that strike. After all, I had broken a knuckle with the first hit, but somehow, my fist was completely fine, a bit sore perhaps, but fine. Yes. Bakarara roared to the skies before cracking his neck as he got back into his fighting stance. The great Bakarara is pleased to see you still have some fight in you. Good. Excellent. An easy fight brings no glory, no honor, no satisfaction. I got into my fighting stance as well, bracing myself for our battle to restart. No matter the cost, I would win. Replicate the feeling you had with that last punch, and you might just defeat this insect, Wyaska said, her voice laced with a hint of amusement as she looked at Bakarara. Your power remains the same, yet what changed during that last attack? Ask yourself that. What changed, indeed? I had been close to biting the dust for a moment there. Hysterical strength, perhaps. It could be, hysterical strength is a display of extreme physical strength some creatures show, giving results beyond what is believed to be normal, an evolutionary method of self-preservation that normally occurs when people perceive themselves to be in life-and-death situations. This extra strength is commonly attributed to increased adrenaline production in the body. That would fit what happened right now. Bakarara had pushed me into a corner, and my body had reacted out of self-preservation. However, as much as this fit what had happened, my state of being right now showed no signs of a massive increase in adrenaline, meaning that whatever I had done to muster more strength wasn't a result of a boost thanks to hysterical strength. I guess I will have to find out what exactly was that I did differently that time. Trial and error. But with the risk of losing my life, how charming. Chapter 168, Chapter 160. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I stared at Bakarara, trying to think how to beat him before he charged at me once again. Lowering my body a bit, I got into a defensive stance, which allowed me a sliver of time to parry his first blow with my arm, breaking it. I dodged his follow-up, jumping a few steps back, where I took a brief second to look at my arm. Once again, he had managed to overpower me, but it wasn't because he was getting stronger. No, that wasn't the case here. He was just as strong as he had been all fight. I had broken a knuckle trying to hit him during my first attempt. This was just like that, but with him, being the one on the offensive this time. Come on. Fight. Baccarara shouted, slamming one of his hooves on the ground with enough strength to crack the ground. Bracing in on another stable defensive stance, I took a step forward and exhaled. I had no doubts I could beat this annoying insect with normal strength, without the use of the ring or my voice, but as it was right now, with my powers being severely limited, he was a challenge. One that I intended to win. It wasn't an impossible task. Some way somehow, I had managed to hurt him before. Not a lot, not even something worth mentioning, but I had managed to muster strength I didn't have to push him off me before he could kill me. I had to replicate that. I would replicate that. Failing was simply not an option. Taking a deep breath, I turned to Baccarara and got into position. My eyes telling him, come. As Baccarara watched me prepare to step back into battle, his mouth stretched into a broad smile, and with a joyful stomp of his hooves on the ground, he tipped his head toward the sky and roared. Arrgh. His roar, full of intent and desire for battle, shook the heavens and the earth with anticipation. I could die. He could die. This was a battle not between a fallen hero and a villain. This was a battle between two warriors. The shots signaling the start of the battle had been fired, and by the end of today, there would be only one of us standing. Closing the distance between us, Baccarara swung his massive fist at me with a broad smile on his face as I retreated, avoiding the hit before this one even started. As I continued to dodge, listening to my instincts, my danger sense to guide me through this battle, I realized more than ever that a single mistake would cost me dearly. Even the wind coming off from Baccarara's attacks had enough power to injure me if I didn't dodge correctly, which spoke to the obvious gap between our current strengths. Wyaska had said one of my main weaknesses was my ever-present hesitation. In that case, I would show no hesitation. Abandoning my sense of self-preservation, I took on the offensive, attacking him relentlessly with everything I had without a care for the possible injuries I could sustain during this, all while I continued to dodge his attacks, weaving my pace through the battlefield. Baccarara, seeing this, smiled, easily tanking each and every single attack I threw at him as he continued to push his advance on me harder and harder. To the point I could hear his fists screaming through the air like whistles of imminent death. But for me, at this very moment, none of that mattered. I refused to die. Not here. Not today. And it wasn't because I wanted to kill Superman that I didn't want to die. It was because I still had a lot to live for, and that was a fact that, even through my rage, I could clearly see. So, through the pain, I continued pushing forward with my assault, raining on Baccarara with a barrage of attacks, each set even stronger than the last, until eventually, my hits started to have an actual effect on him. Not bad, Wyaska said, nodding her head in approval as she watched our clash. I paid her words no heed, continuing with my assault like this fight was the only thing that mattered in the whole universe, my hits starting to overwhelm Baccarara, who, under my onslaught of attacks, had begun a slow retreat backward, finding no halt to the incoming blows. With each successful strike, I landed, my fists hurt, crying out in pain. But at the same time, they felt numb. I knew I was damaging my body with each strike I dared to throw, just like I knew that more than 80% of the blood flying around was mine, if not more than that. But I would not relent, even if I had to destroy my hands in the process. The beast would yield. Enough. Baccarara roared, slamming his hooves on the ground, but I didn't stop. Instead, I pummeled my fist against his face with all my might, pushing him into the ground with enough force to create a small crater around him. In shock, blood spurted out of his mouth as he groaned in pain. I smiled at him, my hands bleeding heavily, showing massive tears of my flesh and the broken bones of them protruding in a ghastly display of gore. I couldn't help but wonder in almost masochist delight if they were still even hands with how they looked. I didn't think I could make a fist with how broken they were. Not that it mattered. I would win this fight even if I had to destroy every part of my body. I would bite, kick, tear, and punch. I would do anything to bring him down permanently. Baccarara stared at me, almost as if he was looking for something, before eventually shaking his head and letting out a tired sigh. I yield, he said, slowly getting up from the crater as he looked at me with an unreadable expression. I stayed silent, blood running down my hands. I felt cheated. This was no victory. I was starting to win. This Zootopia wannabe side character was robbing me out of my victory. Already. Wyaska scoffed in what looked to be disappointment as she stared at Baccarara. I know when I'm beaten, and I was beaten, Baccarara said, bowing his head in a show of respect that I found both amusing and idiotic. I could have prolonged the fight a few moments, but why would I do that? You hired me to fight him, not to die at his hands, and I would have died had I not surrendered. I see, so that's why Rhino here came to kick my ass. Wyaska smiled. Very well then, in that case, your job here is done. You can go now. What about my fee? Baccarara asked, to which Wyaska simply waved her hand dismissively. You'll get it, Wyaska replied before turning her attention to me. Now, as for you. I stared at her silently, waiting for her to continue talking. I'm impressed, Wyaska said, a small smile on her face. You managed to overcome a clear struggle without using the ring and while having your powers sealed. I nodded before giving my hands a hesitant look. They would take some time to heal, even with my healing factor. Fuck, I just remembered she sealed my powers to the absolute minimum. Great, I might be a cripple now. Let's take care of that, shall we? Wyaska said, moving out of sight before reappearing in front of me, where she proceeded to look at my hands with a smile. I followed her gaze and saw that my hands had stopped bleeding, and the wounds I had received were starting to close up at an accelerated rate, one much faster than my own healing factor, with my wounds disappearing within seconds as if they were never there in the first place. I looked at her in surprise, flexing my fingers a few times to confirm that they were healed. Before Darkseid, I used to train new gods, and in order to do that effectively, I had to heal them. Daily, Wyaska said, almost as if reading my mind. You can't forge a warrior out of a broken body. The only thing you need to break is their spirit. That felt like a foreshadowing of some kind. Besides, I can't continue your training with your hands in a bad state, Wyaska chuckled as she patted my shoulders. I mean, you will sustain enough injuries these last coming days, there's no need to suffer more than necessary. What's next? I asked, using the ring to do the one thing she had allowed me to speak. I think your kind calls it chi, or is it ki? I haven't updated my human knowledge in a while, Wyaska said as she walked around me in a circle, hands behind her back. Ki. That shit was real. What is this dragon ba? I just realized how stupid it is to question the existence of that when in these last few months alone, I traveled to a different reality, and a transdimensional demon possessed me. I mean, why did I even question that? I'm alive, and I have no heart. And I didn't mean that in a sappy way. I literally have no heart, thanks to the ring. My blood and heart were replaced by something that looks like lava, but it was way hotter than that. Talking about which, if my hands were bleeding, why was the ground okay, and why was Baccarara okay? He was bathed in my blood at the end of the fight. He should have died. You are wondering why your blood didn't kill Baccarara, right? Wyaska asked, snapping me out of my train of thought. How the hell did she know I was thinking about that? Chi. I deadpanned at that. Of course, that's the answer. Chapter 169, Chapter 161. Enjoy. David Lance POV. The following day after my battle with Baccarara was one of the hardest I had ever faced in my entire life. The number of times I had been close to the gates of the cold beyond at the hands of Wyaska during that single day were simply too numerous to count, as were the amount of times I was dragged back into the living world by her power. At first, I couldn't grasp what she was trying to teach me during our training. She wasn't exactly the most talkative person I had had the pleasure of training with. Even then, something was very clear. She was certain I would learn what she was trying to teach me sooner or later, lest I wanted to die at her hands by the end of the week. On our first day, she put me through various situations. One more deadly than the other, all of them including a fight of some sort, be it against a warrior, a beast, or things I couldn't name, for the lack of words in my native language that could describe them accurately. In total, she made me face 3 challenges. And some others that weren't quite a challenge but were tasks that required a lot. The first was a very straightforward challenge. All I had to do was defeat a warrior of great renown on this planet, one who was strong enough to defeat Baccarara with a single finger. I lost. The moment the fight started, the warrior simply vanished out of sight, cutting me in half right around the waist before simply walking away. I hadn't even seen him move. One moment he was in front of me, and the next, I was falling to the ground without a chance to fight back. Wyaska healed my wounds soon after that, and for the next 2 hours, she had me fight this warrior. For the next 2 hours, I was cut down more times than I cared to admit. And each time, it would be the same thing, he would disappear and strike me down before I could even react. This continued until, eventually, I dodged. After more than 100 cuts, I had dodged. That, unfortunately, didn't last for very long because the next swing of his blade did what the first didn't do, cutting me down. However, after that first fateful dodge, my luck started to change. I started to dodge more and more often as time went by. At first, I would dodge once every few hundred cuts, then it was once every 50 or more, that number kept going down to the point I found myself dodging several attacks at once. I was finally able to see his attacks. My danger sense was finally able to sense his blade before it swung down on me. Here, what I didn't understand was the fact that even though I wasn't moving any faster than before, I was somehow keeping up with him. I couldn't help but wonder. What exactly had changed? She had said something about one's chi before the challenges started. However, she hadn't elaborated further than the fact she had chi and that she could use it. Perhaps that was what had changed. Chi. Perhaps the reason I was now keeping up with the warrior was that I was tapping into that power in some way, though I wasn't sure that was the case right now. After all, I felt no different. Pushing those thoughts aside, I continued fighting the warrior until, eventually, the tables turned completely. As my senses continued to sharpen under the ever-present threat of this blade, I noticed a glaring flaw in his style. After each swing, he would leave himself open for just about a split second. Without hesitation, I took that opening. I struck him with everything I had, hitting him so hard that he was sent flying several meters before crashing into a massive boulder, breaking it in the process. He didn't get up after that. The second challenge was against a beast. I soon found this one was considerably harder than the last challenge. The beast in question was a massive creature with 2 long tusks protruding from its jaws and spikes running down its back. This beast had no style, no focus. It was simply a body of wild destruction. Without hesitation, the beast attacked me the moment it saw me. I tried to dodge it, but even though I was able to see the beast coming at me, I was simply too slow to dodge it. So, instead, I tried to block it. That, however, did nothing as the beast blasted me out of the way before it started to trample me into the ground. The cycle started once again. I was healed by Wyaska and thrown into the fray. And so, I fought. Over and over again, I was thrown into the battle only to be trampled or tossed aside like a rag doll. But each time, I would get back up and continue fighting until, eventually, my masochistic tenacity began to pay off. I stopped the beast during one of its charges. Like before, I couldn't feel any change within me, yet I had been able to somehow stop the beast, the very same beast who had mere moments ago overpowered me with ease, breaking my defenses like a castle of cards. From that point on, I just continued fighting this mindless creature until, eventually, I claimed my victory by defeating the beast. The third challenge was against another animal/beast and it was a speedster. Not like the first challenger, who mostly relied on bursts of speed alongside his blade. No. This one was a real speedster. And, like the previous two, I knew this wasn't going to be easy. But no matter. Regardless of the challenge, this annoying creature would unavoidably represent, I would defeat it. It was only a simple matter of time before that happened. And who knows, seeing Wyaska said this creature was an animal, I might cook it, I mean, it might taste good. Chapter 170, Chapter 162. Enjoy. If we reach top I'll do mass release this Saturday or Sunday. David Lance POV. The challenge I was facing soon proved to be difficult in its own way. This creature was incredibly fast, so much so that I wasn't sure what exactly I was fighting, as this animal was nothing more than a blur as they circled around me at high speeds, pelting me with attacks from all directions. If there was any solace to this challenge, it was that the creature's attacks didn't hurt at all. At best, their attacks felt like an annoyance. However, being able to take their attacks head-on would not grant me the victory Wyaska so clearly demanded of me, so at every given moment, I tried to counterattack to the best of my abilities by predicting the creature's trajectory. This, sadly, didn't work. No matter the approach I took, the result would always be the same, being that I couldn't even lay a single finger on whatever was attacking me. It was infuriating beyond belief. It was even more infuriating than the first two challenges because, with them, I had at first been severely outclassed, but here, I knew I was stronger than this animal. I knew that all I needed was a single touch to end its life. So the fact something so much weaker than me was toying with me was maddening beyond belief. With each passing second, I didn't kill that thing, I could feel the ring beckoning me to use it. It would be so easy to simply use the ring and crush that thing. Oh, so very easy. Are you quite done letting that chicken attack you? Wyaska's voice rang out from the sidelines. Did she say a fucking chicken was the thing I had been struggling to kill? No. No. I fucking refuse to accept an alien nugget is pecking me into a berserk stage. She must be doing this to get a rise out of me. I really wanted to destroy her. For things like things, I could feel my rage demanding her head. But that was a laughable goal. After all, how could I even hope to land a hit on her if a fucking farm animal from another planet was toying with me? You won't be able to hit your target, not while you let your rage control part of your deep self. Calm down for a moment and focus. Wyaska added, her voice laced with amusement. I growled in frustration. It wasn't easy to calm down and focus with all this anger within me. It was like trying to swim against the current of a storm. But I said to hell with the current. No one said I can't be calm, focused, and angry. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes, and after an hour of meditation, 1 hour where I was being attacked by this creature without stopping, I allowed my anger to recede into the background, where it would remain, waiting for me to call upon its power once again. Then, I focused as Wyaska had instructed. I focused on every sensation. The attacks. The interval between each. My breathing. How the earth felt beneath my naked feet. The vibrations in the ground. I remained in place doing this for the next few hours until, eventually, something changed. At some point, I began to feel something new. An odd sensation, like a ball of light moving around me. At first, this sensation would come and go. But each time, it would last longer. From this point forward, it didn't take me long to figure out that what I was feeling moving around was the bird. A ball of light that moved around me in circles as it attacked me relentlessly. Chi sensing. Or life force sensing. If this was correct, it would mean I had tapped into this power during all of my challenges so far. However, unlike the last 2 times, this time, I was actually able to sense some sort of change, a sensorial one, but a change nonetheless. Reading the bird's movements through this newfound feeling, my hand shot toward my target at high speeds. And before I could know it, I had already caught my target, grabbing it by the neck before squeezing it tightly until I felt its body go limp in my grasp. To think I struggled the most with an alien ostrich. That which you felt right now was the chi that creature had, Wyaska said as she walked over to me. Chi is the life force that flows through all living creatures. By taking a better hold of your emotions, you were able to sense the Alluratis chi, allowing you to better anticipate its movements. So I had truly tapped into this power. However, it took you hours to sense the Alluratis chi, Wyaska continued, her voice carrying a heavy tone of disappointment. You must learn to sense it quicker if you want to stand a chance against your enemies. No enemy will give you 12 hours to familiarize yourself with their energy. Well, it wasn't like you were telling me what to do. I mean, this training so far has been nothing more than Wyaska throwing me at different enemies and then proceeding to see them break me apart for several hours before I can actually do something. Her only instructive words so far had been the ones she just spoke. Before that, all she had said was to defeat them. That's like telling a sick person to try and get better. Of course, I have to fucking defeat them. But for now, though, your progress it's nearly acceptable, Wyaska said as she looked down at the dead animal in my hand. Good job. I grunted before turning to the animal I had killed. Chickens on Earth are smaller. Well, to be fair, that's not quite a chicken, but it's the closest thing the natives here have, Wyaska replied without even looking at me. I see. I guess it's time to see if this thing tastes good. I would not eat if I were you. The Alluratis meat is one that decomposes at an alarming rate the moment its heart stops beating, Wyaska added as she started walking away. Alarming rate? How bad could that? It was here when I turned to see the Alluratis, seeing its flesh already full of maggots. It decomposed in the time I took to turn and look at Wyaska. Not so different from any organic store back on Earth. Chapter 171, Chapter 163. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I followed Wyaska into a cave, where she said the last part of my training would take place. What exactly would I do there? She didn't care to elaborate, but if the challenges she had made me do so far were anything to go by, I knew it would be difficult. As we walked further and further in, the cave became more treacherous, to the point I had to be careful not to slip on the slimy rocks or touch the eerie glowing fungi that lined the walls. Each step became more and more dangerous. Eventually, we came to a stop in front of a deep pool of water, where Wyaska motioned for me to jump in. I nodded. But before I could take a single step into the pool of water, she gave me a strong shove from behind, blasting me into the pool with massive force. In pain from her hit, I gasped as I hit the water. It was freezing cold and, at the same time, burning hot, a combination that made my lungs cry for air. I struggled to get to the surface. It was almost as if the water was holding me down by a force I couldn't see. Not only that, but I could also feel my strength draining and my vision starting to fade as the seconds went by. I didn't need to know more to know this water wasn't normal by any means. Growling under my breath, I pushed as hard as I could, trying to free myself from the grasp of this treacherous trap, but the more I tried to escape, the harder it became. I had no choice. I had to use the ring if I wanted to survive this. However, before I could even will myself to actually use the ring to escape this trap, Wyaska's face appeared in front of me, and with a quick movement of her right hand, she grabbed my arm, yanking me out of the pool. Out of the water, I gasped for air, coughing up water as I collapsed on the ground beside Wyaska, who simply stood there, looking at me with a satisfied smirk on her face. The greatest enemy any warrior can face is nature, Wyaska said coldly. That pool drains pure energy, no matter the shape this one takes. Be it chi or electricity, this water will drain the body dry. I looked at the water with a frown. A body of water that absorbed all forms of energy that was dangerous, too dangerous. Why are we here? I asked, not really expecting an answer. I mean, normally, she would simply ignore my questions or tell me I was supposed to figure that shit out by myself. But, it is like they say, you don't lose anything by asking. Well, that's simple, my young student, all you need to do is find a way to cross this water and reach the other side. Wyaska smiled, giving me a strange look before she turned around and started to walk away, leaving me alone in front of the pool of death. I stared at her, retreating back for a moment before I turned my attention back to the task at hand. How was I supposed to cross this water? Jumping across it was beyond my capabilities, thanks to the seals Wyaska had in place. Swimming across was also out of the question. I could probably build a raft if I found the right materials. But now that I think about it, I haven't seen a single tree in this world, only rocks. I suppose I could try and carve a boat out of rocks, but for that, I would need to calculate the weight of water I'm going to displace in order to ensure the result is greater than the weight of the boat going into the water, as well as making sure the center of gravity of said boat remains above the waterline. I could do that. However, without the proper tools, that would take me more than a day. And I don't think Wyaska would give me that much time. I could try to find a way to resist the water's power, but without any knowledge of this world, that would be a long shot. Taking a deep breath, I stared at the ceiling of the cave, trying to come up with a solution. But no matter how much I racked my brain, I couldn't think of anything. And it was here when it hit me, I could use the ceiling. The cave had plenty of rocks that could be used as handholds and footholds. Sure, most of them looked unstable, but I was careful. I was certain I could make it to the top and continue to the other side, bypassing the water altogether. It was a risky plan, needless to say, but it was the only one so far that felt viable. Let's do this, I muttered, my ring glowing red as it enunciated the words. And with that, I started to climb. From the get-go, the climb wasn't easy, the rocks were slippery, and more than once, I nearly fell into the water below. But through blood and pain, I pushed on, driven by the desire not to fail now that I had gotten so far. Eventually, after an hour of pain and sweat, I made it to the other side, and as soon as I was out of the water's reach, I collapsed on the ground, panting and exhausted. I was more exhausted than I expected. Perhaps even from afar, the water was dangerous. It would certainly explain why I felt like I run 200 marathons in less than a single minute. The qualities of this water were unlike anything I had seen before. If I could find a way to use it without affecting me. I can't even begin to imagine the possibilities. Before I could continue with that line of thought any further, Wyaska appeared in front of me then, a pleased smirk on her face. Chapter 172, Chapter 164. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Seeing Wyaska approach me, I looked at her. Her steps echoing in the cave, one after the other. Good job, Wyaska praised with a slow clap. You passed that little challenge with flying colors. I still didn't know exactly what she had tried to test me for, but based on the nature of the test, perhaps it was ingenuity. Wyaska smiled at my clear look of uncertainty. If you're still wondering what I was trying to teach you with this menial challenge, at least compared to the ones that came before this one. Allow me to explain. In your life, you will face challenges that will be impossible to take head-on, impossible to beat by simple prowess on the battlefield. In short, there are some fights that are simply not worth fighting. I stared at her with a frown. So, the purpose of this task was to show me that sometimes it is best to find other paths. Wyaska nodded, pausing for a moment before continuing. Yes, there will be times when the path you're currently on is not the correct one, and when that happens, you will need to find another way around your problems. You must always remember, strength, as alluring as it is, it's not all there is. The one you know as Batman is a great example of what a weak creature can accomplish without any power. Batman. I gritted my teeth, trying to push down the anger that bubbled up at the mention of that name. One Batman I considered a friend, the other I considered my enemy, one was to blame for Dinah's death, yet the other was my mentor. Wyaska glanced at me, her eyes narrowed. You don't seem too pleased at the mention of him. I looked at her in anger, my fists clenched so hard I was bleeding. That's because I'm not, I replied darkly. Wyaska continued to stare at me for a few moments before finally breaking the silence. You hate him, yet you don't hate him. Your chi swirls in a vibrant color of chaos full of conflicting emotions. What's next? I asked, my voice laced with venom. Wyaska chuckled, her eyes beaming with interest. Interesting. I can't believe I didn't notice this before. What? I asked, my brow furrowed in confusion. You're not from here, Wyaska replied, her voice full of awe. From this universe. I paused as the words left her mouth, my mind racing in confusion and shock, trying to come up with a way to answer that comment, trying to find the right words to reply. However, after a moment, I decided to simply accept her discovery with a straight answer. How did you figure it out? I asked. You're not the first multiversal traveler I have met, Wyaska replied, her voice full of mysterious amusement. When you live for as long as I have, even the unusual becomes ordinary. I suppose that makes sense. If Clarion sent me here, it was only fair to assume other entities of the same caliber or higher could have done the same to other beings. Clarion wasn't the strongest thing out there, not by a long shot, meaning this feat of his wasn't much in the great scheme of things. Do you know how to travel between universes? I asked, hoping she knew how to leave this accursed universe. More than anything, I didn't want to remain here. Once my mission was done, once Superman paid for his crimes at my hands, I wanted to leave. Wyaska's amusement faded, her face contorting in a thoughtful frown. I'm afraid I don't. As powerful as I am, I lack the necessary knowledge to breach other universes. My heart sank at her words, the hope that had bubbled up inside me fading away as quickly as it came. However, Wyaska continued, her voice gaining a dark edge. I'm not the strongest being, you know. Right. I paused, confused by her words. What do you mean? Don't play dumb with me, brat. I know you know of another who is far more powerful than I, Wyaska replied, her voice dripping with venom. One who could show you the way out. Death. She was talking about death. You knew? I asked, my voice laced with disbelief. Wyaska nodded, her face contorting in a smile. Of course. Sure, I have never personally met this entity, but I have felt its presence enough to know for certain that you came into contact with it. Considering how old new gods can be, and Wyaska being one of the oldest, it made sense what she was saying. Her life before retirement was one of war and carnage, meaning more than not, she was surrounded by those who had fallen, be it by her hands or the hands of those she trained. Knowing that it didn't sound far-fetched to think she at one point had felt death close to her, the embodiment of death. I see your point, Wyaska. And yes, I have met with the entity you refer of, at least in a manner of speaking. However, I have no way to contact said entity, I replied. Sure, in an ideal world, calling death would probably solve my problems. However, this was one of those situations that were easier said than done. I didn't even know if calling death was possible. Or if she would help. After all, she had already helped me more than enough. Wyaska's smile widened, her eyes gleaming with amusement. You could always die. I looked at her, unamused by her words. Excuse me. You heard me, Wyaska replied, her voice dripping with mirth. If you die, you'll meet death once again. It's the simplest way to contact the one who governs the realm of death. I won't humor your games any longer, Wyaska. I have no intention of dying, I replied, my voice laced with disgust and anger as my ring glowed brightly. Cease this nonsense at once. Wyaska's amusement faded, her face contorting in a dark scowl. And if don't? I looked at her, my face betraying no emotion. I know you are stronger than me. Be that as it may, I won't dance to your amusement. Wyaska's scowl deepened before she immediately started chuckling. What a wonderful development. A few days ago, you would have jumped at me, trying to kill me. Now, you keep your head cold even through anger. Your change is admirable. Flattery, I replied, looking at her with a frown. Should I be afraid of what remains of our training? Wyaska's chuckle slowly faded as she shook her head before replying. Not at all. But then again, who knows what I have in store for you, right? I looked at her, not bothering to hide the impatience in my voice as my ring spoke. Yes, well. I suppose we'll find out soon enough. Wyaska nodded. Now come, time is running short, and using it in futile conversations is not the wisest course of action. I nodded before following her as she turned around and started walking away. Chapter 173, Chapter 165. Enjoy. Unknown POV. In the middle of nowhere, a man in a suit stood watching over a beautiful garden full of roses of all imaginable colors. There, he waited patiently for someone to arrive. On the horizon, seemingly coming out of thin air, a woman appeared. One of fair skin and kind eyes. The woman's pale skin stood in stark contrast to the vibrant colors of the garden around her. The roses brushed against her as she walked, leaving a trail of petals in her wake as she made her way to the men. Without stopping, she continued walking across the garden until she came to a rosebush that was taller than the others. The bush was covered in sharp thorns, protecting each and every single rose. With a summer-like smile, the woman reached out and boldly took a rose from the bush, ignoring the prick of the thorns. As she lifted the rose to her nose, a smile came to her face, and she closed her eyes, inhaling its sweet fragrance. It was almost as if, for a moment, the woman had all but forgotten all about her worries and was enjoying the beauty of the garden around her. And how could she not? The entire garden was in full bloom, and the bees were lazily buzzing from one blossom to the next. At the horizon, the sun was just beginning to set, painting the sky in a spectrum of oranges and pinks. It was a peaceful scene, and the woman couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Taking another look at the rose in her hands, she turned to see the men she had come to see smiling at her from a few feet away. For a brief moment, the two shared a moment of silent companionship before one of them decided to break the silence. Long time no see, Death, the man said with a grin, his voice full of mirth. Death smiled back at him, her eyes twinkling with amusement. It has been a while, Samuel. How have you been? Ugh, please, if you have to call me something, pick anything but that name, the man said, making a face. It brings nothing but bad memories. Death chuckled at his response with good humor. Fine, what would you like me to call you then? Lucifer, or Lucy if you must, Lucifer replied with a playful smirk. Very well then, Lucifer it is, Death said, still smiling. How's the kid? Lucifer asked, fixing his tie as he spoke. Death's smile faltered for a fraction of a second before she quickly schooled her features back into a neutral expression. He's doing okay, I suppose. He has so much on his table for someone so young, and his life is barely just starting. Lucifer sighed, snapping his fingers to summon a cup of expensive whiskey. I suppose it is to be expected. At this, he took a sip of his drink before continuing. After all, the role he will fill needs a certain character, one that can only be forged through adversity. Death nodded, her expression thoughtful. That's one way to look at things. His destiny is out of reach for us to understand, and I can't help but worry about him. He's so alone, and I fear that one day he might lose himself. Lucifer said nothing, simply staring at his drink as he swirled it around in the glass. After a few moments of total silence, he put the drink down with a heavy sigh. I understand what you fear, and I can't blame you for wanting to do more. Out of all of your siblings, you're the most human, but we can't let our emotions cloud our judgment. I'm certain he's going to find his own path, Death. At this, Death smiled, albeit a little sadly, making a little pout. I know, but I can't help but want to help him a bit more. Lucifer chuckled, patting her shoulder in a comforting manner. I know, and we will help him in time. But not now, I mean, we can't ruin this for those seeing this from afar, right? Death sighed, her shoulders slumping. Will our laws affect him? Lucifer paused for a brief moment before shaking his head. No, he's different. He's not part of him like all of us are. Lucky him. So, even if we wanted to, I highly doubt such rules would apply to him. Death smiled. Good. Lucifer smirked at her as if reading between the lines. Oh, I see now. You little miscreant. Who would have thought Death would have such impure thoughts skipping around her head? What a delightful discovery. Death smiled at him, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Are you quite done? Lucifer chuckled, his smirk not fading in the slightest. Not in the slightest, I want details. Death rolled her eyes at him, her smile still in place. I think you've been spending too much time in the mortal realm, Lucy. Lucifer's smirk turned into a full-blown grin at her remark. And I think you've been spending too much time working, you only live once. I mean, one would think that you, of all people, would know that. Death couldn't help but laugh at his statement. Fair point, but no. It is not what you think at all. Then what is it? Lucifer pressed his grin still in place. Don't spare any details. Come on, don't put out the charm because I warn you, I am irresistible. Death rolled her eyes at him once again. I'm just glad our rules won't keep him from the girl. Lucifer smiled, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Oh, I see. You're shipping them. Death chuckled, her eyes widening in surprise. Like I said, too much time in the mortal world. Lucifer laughed, his head thrown back in amusement. Oh, this is going to be fun. Death shook her head at him, her own laughter bubbling up. You're incorrigible. I know, Lucifer said, still chuckling. But that's what makes me so fun. I won't humor your childlike behavior, Death replied, taking another rose from the garden. Lucifer chuckled, clearly amused by her reaction. Oh come on, you can't deny that you want them to end up together. Just admit it. That could be our thing, shipping mortals together. Just imagine. The possibilities for mischief are endless, pun intended. Chapter 174, Chapter 166. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I closed my eyes as I took a deep breath, my knuckles buzzing in pain as they dripped with blood, melting the ground beneath me. For 42 hours, I had sparred with Wyaska without stopping, making in our wake a trail of blood and destruction as the brutal battle went on. Not a single drop of blood was hers. Her unfathomable power drove me to the gates of beyond more times than I could count. Her power was without equal as far as I was concerned. She was formidable. A worthy opponent. One I had failed to conquer on the battlefield. Impressive, Wyaska complimented, her tone sincere, showing admiration for my progress. With a blood-tainted smile, I looked at her before surveying the scene around me. Mutilated pieces of my broken were strewn everywhere, some mangled beyond recognition, a true massacre of one man. The ground was slick with blood and gore, and the air was thick with the stench of death. Even for my current mindset, one fueled by rage and an unyielding desire for vengeance. The scene before me was truly gruesome. No matter where I looked, the picture would be the same, growing darker under the dim light of the night. Severed limbs and entrails piled high as my very own blood pooled on the ground, giving birth to a cloying perfume that made my gorge rise out of reflex. In fact, flies were already starting to gather, drawn by the sickly sweet scent of my own decomposing flesh. Without a doubt, this was a scene of utter carnage, one that I knew I would never forget for as long as I lived. Sure, Wyaska had healed me after every lethal injury, but the experience remained. The pain of each near-death experience, the suffering behind the futility, and the fear of the unavoidable would forever be there, etched into my mind like a brand. Impressive. I chuckled darkly. I didn't manage to make you bleed, not even once. True, Wyaska admitted, but you came closer than anyone else has in a long time. I snorted. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Wyaska shrugged. It is what it is. You should be proud of your accomplishment. To be proud of one's own failure, how utterly pathetic. I refused to accept such mediocrity. I didn't go through Wyaska's cruel training to accept this pitiful result. The reason I had accepted to be under her tutelage was to set my sights even higher than before. Failure was simply no longer an option. I respected her overwhelming strength, but my respect didn't equate to an acceptance of defeat. If anything, my understanding of her power made my resolve even stronger. Proud. I spat the word out like it was poison. I will never be proud of this result. Don't be so harsh on yourself, Wyaska replied calmly. You've improved by leaps and bounds. When we first started, you couldn't even touch me. Now, you can land more than a few hits. I knew her words to be true. Even with my powers sealed, I had shown results beyond what was expected of me. However, this truth did little to placate my desire for victory. The week ended, Wyaska, I said, breaking the silence as I turned to look at her. What will happen now? Nothing. I go back to my retirement, and you go back to your vengeance or whatever. I don't care, Wyaska replied plainly. I frowned. I recalled her saying I would have to endure a test of great difficulty at the end of the week. Had she forgotten about that? You passed my training, at least the first week of it, Wyaska answered. If you remember correctly, our agreement was for 1 week of training. That week has now ended. I grunted. It seemed like defeating her would have to wait for another time. So I passed your test, the one you said I would have to endure at the end of this week. Wyaska nodded. In a way, you did. Rachel Roth, Raven POV. Young Justice. I had finally done it. After months of research, I had finally found a clear path to my goal, bringing David back. It had been hard to unveil the threads of chaos, but one by one, I learned the arcane secrets behind them, their mystical meaning and purpose. Now, all that remained was to gather the ingredients. Some were common enough, but others were rare and unimaginably difficult to obtain. It would take time, but I was willing to do whatever it took. This was my chance to bring him back. The first ingredient was the most important and also the most difficult to find. It was a small black stone, no larger than a child's fist. But it was not the size that made it so difficult to find, it was the magical properties of the same. The stone was incredibly dense, heavier than anything else on Earth, yet at the same time, it was lighter than air itself. A physical paradox of arcane origin. This stone was known as the remains of the in-between. According to some speculation on Fate's part, this stone was the physical embodiment of the space between creation and nothingness. Something that should not exist in this world, yet against all odds, it did. That ingredient would take me some time to find. The second ingredient was a drop of rain from the tears of a god. Compared to the last one, this one would be easier to acquire, not only because there were many gods in the world but because I had someone who could help me with this task. Diana of Themyscira. Now, as for the third and final ingredient, I needed to acquire the blood of a familiar. Preferably one whose master was powerful in the arcane. Needless to say, I already knew who I would use to get this ingredient. Clarion and his cat would serve this purpose well. After all, it was only fitting for that pathetic chaotic scum to aid in David's retrieval. Chapter 175, Chapter 167. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Having completed my training with Wyaska, learning a lot, yet not so much at the same time, I took flight to Apocalypse at full speed. My head was heavy with thoughts and questions about what course of action I should take before taking to Earth. At a core, my intentions hadn't changed. I wanted to kill Superman. However, now that I was clear of Trigon's hold, the path I wanted to take wasn't the same. Without Trigon whispering in my ear, I was able to think things more thoroughly, more calmly, or rather as calmly as my rage allowed me to. I wanted to kill Superman. Even without Trigon in my head, my every thought was that, killing the man that had taken Dinah from this universe, I wanted to make him suffer, I wanted to make him scream before sending him to hell. That was my only desire. Well, that and going back home. But one thing at a time. Right now, my whole focus was Superman, after taking care of my business with him. I would invest my time in finding a way to go back to my universe. I sighed. I suppose now the real question was, why was I going to Apocalypse instead of Earth? Wyaska had been very clear about Darkseid's intentions regarding me. With ease, he had seen right through Trigon's tricks and had decided in a tactful manner that it was best to avoid confrontation, as my power at the time was quite possibly too great to be worth the effort or the resources that it would have taken to take me down. Now, however, I wasn't that strong. Sure, in a way, I was stronger thanks to Wyaska's training, but the strength I had right now didn't compare to the one I used to have under Trigon's hold. Meaning that Darkseid could now easily consider the task of killing me worth the effort. Then again, I also had to consider a minor yet important detail about the ruler of Apocalypse, which was the fact that Darkseid wasn't one to lie, for it was beneath him to do so, meaning the fact I was returning from Wyaska's, having completed the quest he himself had given me, could very well open the door to a Shaky Alliance. Of course, this was all speculation on my part. For all I knew, Darkseid was a skillful liar and could very well attack me on sight upon arriving at Apocalypse. A part of me was telling me to go back, to change my course. But if I did that, I would be betraying Dex, who, although I had no emotional connection to, had trusted me, offering me his help on this quest of mine in exchange for my own help with his quest. Betraying him was something I wasn't too keen on doing, even under all of this rage that pushed me forward. Taking a deep breath, I continued to fly through the emptiness of space, surrounded by the cold darkness. As I made my way, I couldn't help but smile a little. Space was truly beautiful and terrifying, an infinite void of beauty and terror. A place with no sound, no light, and no life for the most part. A vacuum of nothingness with a chillingly dark reputation. As I continued to admire the wonders of space around me, I reached Apocalypse within short moments, which made me come to a halt in front of the planet. The dark planet loomed in front of me, its atmosphere swirling with smoke and ash. Even from afar, I could feel the extraordinary heat emanating from the planet's surface, which was beyond surprising considering where I stood. Time to meet Darkseid again. Without wasting any more time, I descended into the planet, for the first time noticing the place I had previously come for help. It was like stepping into hell. The sky was red and black, the land was black, and the air was filled with the screams of what I assumed were Darkseid's enemies, tainting the place in a symphony filled with pain and suffering. It was almost enough to deter me. Almost, but not enough. Within short moments, I landed on the planet's surface, my boots touching the scorched ground with a soft thud as I stared at the structure in front of me. Darkseid's castle. The castle loomed large and foreboding, its imposing walls seeming to mock those who would dare approach. At the castle's door, there were two armored creatures. The creatures were large, at least 8 feet tall, with hide that was black as night. Their eyes burned red, and they had sharp horns that curled back from their forehead. In their hands, they carried deadly-looking spears as they stood so very still that they might as well have been made of stone. I paid them no heed, calmly walking to the castle's door, only to be stopped. "On your knees," one of the guards ordered loudly, tapping his weapon on the ground. Needless to say, I paid his absurd request no importance as I continued walking towards the door they guarded. "For your foolishness, you will pay in blood." For Darkseid. With a roar, the guard slowly brought his spear back, readying himself for the attack. I smiled at this little display, staring at the creature with a sense of amusement. Seeing this, the guard took a step back, almost as if a predatory beast had suddenly arrived, taking my place. However, there was no one else around but me. Stopping in front of the guards, both now seemingly petrified in fear, I grabbed the one that had reeled his spear back with an outstretched arm and lifted him up with no trouble by the neck, flying a bit to compensate for the height difference. It's said that all creatures have a natural intuition, an animal instinct that becomes dull when sentience gets in the way, but even dulled, when pressured enough, all creatures are able to perceive with clarity when there's an unmistakable gap. And to put matters in a simple way, the difference between me and these two was the difference between absolute strength and absolute weakness. "No need to panic," I said, using the ring as I patted the guard on the shoulder. "I just came here to talk with Darkseid. Nothing more, and nothing less." Almost as if snapping out of his fear-induced trance, the guard gripped his spear tightly before moving it forward, trying to pierce me with all of his strength, an action the other guard sadly repeated. However, both weapons broke upon contact with me without delivering any damage. At this, my grip strengthened, and the guard suddenly found that it was more difficult to breathe. "You. I honestly have no idea why you thought that was a good idea," I said, almost genuinely curious. "But I guess it really doesn't matter now, does it?" Their fates had been sealed the moment they had hesitated to attack, I knew that much. After all, Darkseid demanded absolute devotion, and hesitation was simply not accepted under any circumstances. The best I could do for them now was to offer them a quick and painless death. "Goodbye," I said, as with a flick of my wrist, I broke the guard's neck, killing him before casually tossing him to the side, where he fell with a thud. The other followed soon after, breathing his last breath before I erased him out of existence with a point-blank beam of my ring. With that done, I turned my head upwards to greet my audience. Darkseid, who had been watching all of this from above. I completed your task, Darkseid, I said, looking at him. Now, let's talk about my reward, shall we? Darkseid smiled for a brief second, giving me a sickening, twisted grin that made it clear that he was not to be trifled with. Of course. Come, let us discuss this inside the castle. Chapter 176, Chapter 168. Enjoy. David Lance POV. As I walked behind Darkseid, I could feel his presence looming over me. His massive frame casting a foreboding shadow that seemed to suck the light out of the room. It was rather impressive, that much I had to admit. And it wasn't the fact that his mere presence was trying to subjugate me through sheer pressure. But the fact that even though I knew with certainty that I could take him if push came to shove, my body was telling me not to act. In a dark, twisted way, I couldn't help but admire him. His presence was worthy of his reputation. His black armor was unmarked and unyielding, his red eyes burned with an unnatural fire, and with his every step, I could feel immense power emanating from him, making the entire experience both exhilarating and terrifying. I wasn't afraid, not in the slightest. However, through his very presence, a part of me wanted to be afraid. I have to admit. It was an interesting development that you survived, Wyaska, Darkseid said in a deep and gravelly voice. There was an unsettling silence that followed his words before he continued. You proved worthier than I had given you credit. That's an interesting way to say you send me to Wyaska to die, I replied, not missing a beat. Darkseid chuckled, but his laughter had no trace of mirth in it. Your demise at Wyaska's hands was a possibility I had accounted for, a welcome possibility. Trigon's hold made you a liability, and Wyaska was simply the easiest way to dispose of said liability. However, in the end, you proved yourself more resourceful than I had thought. I suppose that response was to be expected, considering the individual I was dealing with. I see, I replied calmly, taking a small pause before continuing. I have to admit I had my doubts about coming here for a second time. After I discovered your intentions of getting rid of me permanently, I was uncertain you would keep your end of the deal. Darkseid's gaze shifted as he came to a stop in front of me, his eyes staring into me intently. Darkseid always keeps his end of the deal. As for eliminating you, don't confuse my words, child, all I wanted was for Trigon to be gone. Whether you lived or not after that wasn't my concern at all. Humph, that almost felt insulting. Fair enough, I replied with a nod. With our conversation done for the moment, we continued walking until we arrived at a room. This room, unlike the one I had seen before, was different. As I entered the room, the first thing I noticed was the blood-red walls and the fact that almost every inch of the walls was covered in grotesque works of art of what could only be described as abominations and tortured souls. The floor in this room, unlike the one I had seen, was made of cracked black marble. In the center of the room, there was a large throne made of bone and something that looked like iron. On either side of said throne, there were two massive torches, their flames casting an eerie glow over the room. Table, Darkseid said, his voice echoing in the room. And immediately after, a table appeared in front of us, almost as if the room had been expecting Darkseid's command. On the table he had summoned, there was a book and a small box, both made of what appeared to be pure obsidian. Take a seat, Darkseid said in a commanding tone, pointing at one of the chairs around the table. Calmly, I took a seat and waited for him to do the same. Once he had taken his place on the table, I tilted my head slightly to the side and said, "Let us talk business, Darkseid." Darkseid nodded, his face betraying no emotion. I never would have imagined this ever happening. Having an affable conversation with Darkseid, well, as affable as it can be. This, Darkseid said as he pointed at the book, it's your reward for your triumph. I raised an eyebrow looking at the book. Wondering how a book, of all things, would help me take Superman down. What is it? I asked, my curiosity getting the better of me. At this, Darkseid lifted the book and opened it. A detailed inventory of the troops I have prepared for your quest, Darkseid said as he flipped through the book revealing various illustrations of creatures that I had never seen before. Soldiers loyal to you, and only you. Trained by Granny Goodness herself. I looked at the book and smiled. You want me to believe Granny Goodness trained them to be loyal to me? I apologize, but do I look that stupid? A smirk tugged at the corner of Darkseid's lips. It seems without Trigon, you truly have some sense in that head of yours. I do, I replied, crossing my arms. Which is why I have my concerns. I hope you understand. Darkseid leaned back in his chair, folding his hands against the table. Your fears and concerns are not without basis. Granny Goodness' loyalty to me knows no bounds, which is why I made sure to let her know what I wanted from her. A most comforting fact, without a doubt, I replied with an amiable smile. But, again, you will have to apologize me for my paranoia, but the thing is, I don't trust Granny Goodness to follow your every word. Darkseid looked at me, his eyes carrying a dark edge. You would question her loyalty to me. At this, I smiled, shaking my head. No, I would never. How to question the unquestionable? Her loyalty to you truly knows no bounds, as you described earlier. However, because of that loyalty, I can see her breaking your orders if that ensures your undisputed rule. Even if doing that means her death. Darkseid nodded slowly, his brows furrowing. A fair concern. But one that has no place between us. My word is law, and I ensure all of my subjects learn that thoroughly. Even then, I understand your point, as betrayal is always to be expected, even in my position. However, when it comes to Granny Goodness, I have ensured she gives me nothing but absolute obedience. Honeyed words, I thought to myself. There was no way I could simply trust his word, there was only so much I could trust him, and that line had already been crossed when I came here against my better judgment. Be that as it may, I also knew there was no reason for Darkseid to lie at this point. I mean, if he truly wanted to kill me, there were certainly easier ways to do so, and most of them didn't include him giving me an army. Very well, I replied, nodding in agreement. I will trust your judgment. A wise choice, Darkseid said, his voice scratching on my ears like a low growl. So, in that case, I suppose that is all? I asked, giving him an inquisitive look. Darkseid shook his head. Not quite. At this, he took the small box that had been lying on the table and pushed it toward me. Open it. I raised an eyebrow at this, my curiosity piqued. And so, without much apprehension, I opened the box, only to find a small medallion resting inside it. I suppose this has a use other than being nice jewelry, right? Yes, Darkseid said as he pointed to the metal sigil on the medallion. With that medallion, you can command your soldiers, and they will obey without question. No matter the order. I looked at the medallion for a moment before I slowly nodded. A useful tool, thanks. Darkseid nodded, his crimson eyes glinting in the flames of his throne. I have instructed Granny Goodness to give you a thorough rundown of your troops and how to utilize them best. She awaits for you in the barracks. I nodded, slipping the medallion into one of my pockets. I will go and see her then. One last thing, Darkseid said, his voice low and menacing. If you succeed in this quest of yours, I will give you any reward you desire, within measure. I will keep that in mind, I replied before leaving the room. Chapter 177, Chapter 169. Enjoy. David Lance POV. The door to Darkseid's throne room hissed closed behind me as I walked to the barracks, my mind reeling about multiple things at once. My desire to destroy Superman, the fact I was getting closer and closer to accomplishing said desire, and the moral dilemma all of this represented, and I didn't mean my intentions when it came to Superman, I didn't care about morality with that one, I meant using Darkseid's help to do so. Deep in thought, I walked through the empty halls of Darkseid's castle, my boots echoing on the floor as I made my way to the barracks. Eventually, after a minute or two of walking, I arrived at the place where I saw Granny Goodness waiting for me. Her eyes were cold and hard, and her mouth was set in a cruel line. Oh dear, Granny was starting to think you wouldn't show up, she said after a moment, her voice as sharp as a knife. I'm glad to disappoint, I said with a cold tone, my eyes daring her to try me. Truly heartbreaking, seeing a child in need of discipline and not being able to provide said discipline, Goodness said, crossing her arms across her chest. Oh well, sometimes a granny can't do it all, so let's get down to business. She gestured towards the door of the barracks. Shall we? Ignoring her antics, I stepped past her and into the barracks, taking in the sight of thousands of obedient monsters Darkseid had commissioned for me, marching in formation. In a twisted way, I couldn't help but smirk at the sight of it all, feeling a sense of satisfaction knowing that soon I'd be able to complete my mission. But with that satisfaction came a deep sense of regret, for I knew that if anyone I cared about ever found out about this, their eyes would never look at me the same. A most dreadful risk, one I was willing to take. For million soldiers, Granny Goodness said, her voice cutting through the silence as she stepped up beside me. All loyal to you, and only you, all willing to do your every bidding. For million soldiers. Looking at the creatures, I found myself without a word as I nodded silently. Granny Goodness smiled at me, her face lighting up with a sick joy. You should be proud. This, all of this, every single being down there, is a gift to you, a gift for having exceeded Darkseid's expectations. I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine at that comment, but I kept it off my face as I nodded again. Wyaska sends her regards. At this, Granny Goodness tensed up, her face showing the slightest signs of fear. Oh my, that's a name Granny hasn't heard in a very long time. I hope she's doing okay, Granny wishes her only the best. I smiled at that. You fool no one Granny Goodness, I can almost taste the fear around you, and that's not even my emotional spectrum right now. I'm sure you do, I replied, turning my gaze back to the army. Now, let's get back to business. Granny Goodness nodded, her face returning to its usual expression of cruel glee. Of course, follow me. I nodded as I followed her down into the barracks, marching terrain. How strong are these creatures? I asked, my eyes scanning the monsters as they marched. Strong enough to fight your average Green Lantern, Granny Goodness answered without missing a beat. They are loyal, obedient, and will fight for you until death. I see, I replied, my expression showing nothing but grim determination. I knew that there was no turning back now. I had taken the first steps on this dark path, this quest to destroy Superman no matter the cost. From here on out, there would be no mercy given, no room for failure, only victory would do. It was a hard task to make them in only 6 months, Granny Goodness said, her voice almost reverent. But Darkseid's orders were clear, and his words are law, so here we are. I froze. My head going over her words carefully, over and over again. Had Granny Goodness truly said 6 months? But that couldn't possibly be, I only spent a week at Wyaska's. Granny Goodness, how long has it been since we last saw each other? I asked, looking at her. The old woman's face remained cold and twisted as she replied with cold indifference. 6 months, dearie. Having said that, she turned to face me, her eyes holding mine in an unspoken challenge. Granny is very worried, sweetie. Do you want dear ol me to take you to the infirmary? Keep the act, and you will be the one going there, I replied coldly, turning away from her. Asking my ring to confirm this finding. Time irregularity on user's log detected. The planet of Unknown, where the new god known as Wyaska resides, shows multiple anomalies in the atmosphere, which combined seem to have created spatial mutual, one that allows the planet to compress the flow of temporal energy, stacking the currents into multiple layers, creating inside the planet a pocket dimension of extremely high density of time. Inside this subspace dimension of increased density of time, time flows differently than that of the outside dimension. Further data is required for a more thorough report. 6 months. I wasted 6 months. Raging at this revelation, my ring started to glow with rage. Oh, dearie, don't be angry now, Granny Goodness said, her voice dripping with fake sweetness. At the end of the day, you got what you wanted, didn't you? I mean, what are a few extra days here and there if you can see your enemies dropping to their knees? I glared at her, suppressing the urge to lash out. Where's Dexter? Granny Goodness paused for a moment as if calculating what she was going to say. He's resting. Without a word, my hand shot forward, grabbing her throat before slamming her against the ground, pinning her with such strength that moving was impossible for her. I will ask the same question again, and I will advise you to answer to the best of your ability, if you want to continue servicing Darkseid, that is. Where is Dexter? I said, my voice low and deadly. Unable to move, Granny Goodness smiled at me before answering, her voice barely a whisper. Such cruelty, such power, you make Granny proud, very proud. He's in his room, resting. You can check for yourself and see Granny isn't lying, sweetie. Using my ring, I expanded my energy until I reached another signal similar to mine, one from another Red Lantern ring, the ring of Dexter, confirming his whereabouts and the truth behind Granny Goodness' words. I released my grip on the old woman before getting back on my feet. I assure you, darling, he was treated with the utmost respect, the kind only Darkseid himself can demand, Granny Goodness said before standing up, brushing off her clothes, the marks of my hand clear on her neck. I nodded once in acknowledgement, my gaze cold as I spoke. I will go and check on Dexter. Once that's done, I'll be back, so you can tell me what these monsters can do and how to best use them. Granny Goodness smiled, her eyes beaming with twisted joy. Of course, dearie. Granny will be here ready for you. Chapter 178, Chapter 170. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Within moments of leaving Granny Goodness, I reached the room where Dexter was supposed to be resting. Inside, the room was small and sparsely furnished. A single bed sat in one corner, and a small table and chair were tucked into another. Against one wall was a small dresser, its surface bare except for a single candle. Why on earth a cat would need a dresser was beyond me. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward, searching for Dexter in the room. However, there seemed to be no signs of Dexter anywhere around, and that was until my eyes caught sight of a box beside the bed. It was a small, unassuming cardboard box, but a part of me knew what it contained. It couldn't be, could it? I mean, sure, Dexter was a cat, but he wasn't a normal cat by any means. He was a cat given a higher level of sentience through his rage, and therefore such things had to be beneath him, right? Taking a deep breath, I approached the cardboard box, half expecting it to be empty. But when I peered inside, I found the one I was looking for, curled up and fast asleep. It seemed no matter the level of sentience he had, Dexter was a cat at his core. I sighed, the little monster looked so peaceful inside that box that I couldn't help but smile, and without knowing, I found myself reaching inside to pet the cat-shaped murder machine gently. This, in turn, woke Dexter up, who, in shock or perhaps surprise, simply stared at me as I petted him. "What, doing?" Dexter asked through his ring. "Petting you," I replied as if that answered everything. I guess at the time, it seemed like the right thing to do. Dexter stared at me for a moment, almost as if finding this interaction alien to him, unknown, strange beyond measure. After a few moments of awkward stares between us, Dexter leaned forward, sniffing my hand a few times in trepidation before nuzzling against my palm. And then, as if he had made up his mind, he closed his eyes and started to purr. I smiled again, happily stroking his fur as he leaned into my hand. With each brush of my hand, I could feel Dexter's soft fur and the steady rumble of its purr. I had to admit, it was a comforting sound, so much so that for a moment, I forgot about all my troubles. Perhaps it had a lot to do with the fact Dexter looked a lot like the cat that scared Trigon away, or the fact that this has been one of the few positive things I had gone through in this accursed universe I found myself trapped in. "Well, we have work to do, don't we?" I said, getting up and patting Dexter on the head. Dexter yowled in response as his body glowed red, remembering what our mission was. "A good kitty, I waited for you, a good kitty." "Good kitty indeed," I replied with a small nod. "Now, let's get started." I was glad Dexter was okay. For a moment there, I had thought they had killed him, or worse. But he was okay. It seemed that Granny Goodness was simply playing with me for the sake of her own amusement. I would make her regret that later. With Dexter at my side, I arrived back at the barracks, finding Granny Goodness right where I had left her. It took her a few brief moments to acknowledge our presence, but when she finally did, she smiled at us, her eyes filled with deception. "Do my old eyes deceive me, or is that the companion you were looking for, sweetie?" Granny Goodness asked mockingly. At this, Dexter hissed at her, his fur standing on end as he tried to appear bigger than what he was. I had to admit, it was a bit amusing, and perhaps even adorable, if you didn't count the ring he wielded, but now wasn't the time for such things. "Save your act for someone that cares to see it," I said coldly, my voice oozing with contempt. "I know what you are trying to do, and I won't stand for it. Not anymore, so get on with your explanation about my army and begone." Granny Goodness simply stared at me as if she was assessing me before finally breaking into a wide smile. "Oh well, you can't blame an old woman for trying to have some fun, sweetheart. But I can see you're getting tired of dear old Granny, so I won't waste your time senselessly. Granny knows what her babies need, so I shall explain the details of your army and their capabilities." "Get to the point," I said impatiently. Granny Goodness responded with a brief chuckle before waving her hand, making a holographic map appear in the center of the room. "As you already know, sweetie, your army is composed of 4 million genetically engineered soldiers, 2 million of them are considered brawlers, 1,500,000 are air combat specialists, and the remaining 500,000 are terraformers." Granny Goodness then motioned for me to look around the room. Every wall of the barracks was filled with weapons, guns specifically designed for each individual soldier. Each soldier is equipped with special weaponry that fits their individual style, making them capable of taking down even the most bothersome enemies. I stared at the soldiers the monster's dark side had offered me, and the weapons they wielded, using my ring to skin them to see whether or not Darkseid had given me second-grade weapons, or not. Much to my surprise, however, it seemed the weapons were of top-notch quality. Now my questions leaned toward the categories Granny Goodness was using. Brawlers, flyers, and terraformers. Are all of them able to fly? The descriptions you used for them didn't clarify much about that regard, I asked her, staring at her. In fact, it explained nothing about them at all besides a very general point. "Don't worry, sweetie, Granny will answer all of your questions," Granny Goodness said with a smirk, one that made me want to tear her head right off her shoulders. "To answer your question, yes, they all have flying capabilities, but each one shines in a different area. Brawlers are the ones that use brute force to get things done, and believe me, of brute force, they have plenty to spare. They can be best used for close-quarters combat, ambushes, and direct assaults." That one, I could assume that much. The ones I wanted to know more about were the terraformers. Flyers are the ones that handle air combat and reconnaissance. They excel at, how do humans call it? Dogfight. They excel at dogfighting, scouting missions, and things around those lines, Granny Goodness continued, as a dark smile formed on her face. And finally, we have the terraformers, soldiers with long-range capabilities that specialize in the engineering feats of modifying the atmosphere, the temperature, the surface topography or ecology of a planet, moon, or other planetary body to a terra preset installed in their little heads. That sounded incredibly dangerous and powerful. They felt like a glass cannon, so to speak. What presets do they have? I asked in order to decide whether I would use them for their designed purpose or throw them as sacrificial meat in the upcoming fight. They can terraform any planet, given enough time to a few presets, Granny Goodness responded. You can order them to make a planet's atmosphere suitable for human life, or in the opposite corner, sweetie, you could make a second apocalypse. There are a few other presets, but none are worth mentioning or feel worth mentioning. Well, then again, maybe one is worth mentioning now that I think about it. The red sun preset, with it, you could have the terraformers change the atmosphere on Earth to one similar to that of a planet under a red sun. A red sun atmosphere. That would depower Superman, putting his head on a silver platter. Wouldn't that affect the Kryptonian? Granny Goodness asked with a malicious grin across her face. At this, my thoughts came to a halt. Something about this seemed like Granny Goodness wanted me to use this preset, and for more than obvious reasons, that didn't settle well for me at all. It would, I replied coldly, turning away from Granny Goodness and towards the soldiers. I would find her true intentions sooner or later. For now, I had much to plan. Chapter 179, Chapter 171. Enjoy. If we reach top 5 I will post another chapter. David Lance POV. After Granny Goodness had finished her explanation about my army and its capabilities, I proceeded to inspect every soldier I had been given, using my power ring to do so, examining every monster in my ranks as thoroughly as possible. Making sure to the best of my ability that the old hag wasn't trying to trick me in any way. Be that as it may, I knew that inspecting them wouldn't do much from a realistic point of view, as there were many things my ring couldn't possibly detect, but while that was true, scrutinizing them wasn't a waste of time. At the very least, it would discard some scenarios from my table. Once my inspection was done, I started planning. My head running over 1,000 scenarios at once. Having an army didn't mean I had this war won. If Kalibak's invasion of Earth had proved anything, it was that Superman could deal with armies, even superpowered ones, with extreme ease. This meant I had to plan my approach carefully in order to succeed, but at the same time, I had to do it quickly in order to minimize the chance of losing the element of surprise. A very hard task on its own. I had led people before, for a brief time, but nothing even close to this scale. I knew I wasn't born a general, just as I knew I wasn't trained to be one. However, that didn't mean I did not know how to lead an army into battle. Through the ring in my own life, I had seen enough deaths and battles to amount to a level of experience many would kill to have. This world had hardened me enough to wage war efficiently. I wasn't the same kid that had come to this universe against his will at the hands of a monster. In my time here, I had killed more than enough individuals to give even the likes of the Joker a run for his money. The bodies I had piling up behind me could fill entire graveyards. Like the Joker always loves to say, one bad day. That's all it takes to change a man beyond repair, beyond morals, and it sickened me without measure that someone so vile and loath-worthy like the Joker had proven to be right. It was almost funny. It really was. I could almost laugh at the irony of the situation. I had never been a violent man. I was raised to believe, no. Trained to believe that killing was never the answer, no matter what the question might be. But then I made a mistake, I lowered my guard, and because of that mistake, I was sent to this world. Here, I quickly learned how wrong I had been. No matter what you stand for, some lives are simply not worth saving. Not worth the effort. Ha. Perhaps all of this was nothing but thoughts of a man who had openly embraced his rage, and through that rage, through the tiny lens of the spectrum, through that filter, was seeing the world differently. Perhaps without the ring, I would feel disgusted at the man I have become. I honestly didn't know. All I knew with certainty was that no matter the answer to that question, I would simply have to wait to find out. Are you quite done planning your little invasion, sweetie? Granny Goodness asked me from the corner of her room, jolting me back to reality. If you need help, Granny is here for you. I glared at her for a moment before replying with a cold tone. Bring a mother box to open the boom tubes. I didn't have a masterful strategy or a sure way to ensure the best development of things. But I had enough to start this. Granny Goodness smiled in a twisted yet condescending manner before giving me a quick nod, vanishing out of my sight in the barracks, leaving me alone with my thoughts and Dexter, as I waited for her to start. I had finally done it. I had nothing else to do. Nothing to delay me any further. It was finally time to do what I had set out to do. Let's do this, I growled with hunger, my hands balling into fights as Dexter yelled in approval from the back, his anger and body language showing clearly that he was excited with the war I was about to unleash upon the regime. It was time to show Superman that no matter how powerful he is or how untouchable he thinks he is, retribution always comes. Sooner or later. Ready? Granny Goodness asked as she came back into the barracks, a mother box by her side. Yes, I replied with a bloodthirsty grin, ready to march into battle. I had waited for this moment for so very long. Ever since he had killed Dinah, and now, after so much, the time had come. I would make him suffer as he had made me suffer. He would know the full extent of my wrath. There would be no escape for him this time. I would have my revenge. I would have my justice. I will open the boom tubes near your solar system in order to avoid unnecessary attention to us, Granny Goodness said before the mother box and opened the tubes with a loud pulse of energy. It should take you no time to reach Earth from where I opened the portal. Good luck, sweetie, Granny wishes you the best. Without a word, I walked past her as I used my ring to scan every single tube and the locations each one led to in order to confirm whether or not Granny Goodness was being truthful. Better safe than sorry, as they say. After confirming the locations behind all of the tubes and seeing all of them lead to the same coordinates, which matched with what Granny Goodness had said, I ordered my army to go through them. Until eventually, there was no one left around but me, Dexstar, and Granny Goodness in the barracks. For a brief moment, I simply looked at the tubes without moving, feeling within me a whirlwind of emotions, of things I couldn't quite explain. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and imagined Superman at my feet, fallen, broken, finally defeated. With his demise, I would be free. Without him, there would be no more suffering, no more pain. Only peace. Exhaling loudly, I opened my eyes with determination and conviction, and with Dexstar on my side, I walked through the tubes, leaving Apocalypse behind. Chapter 180, Chapter 172. Marvel, Gamer Path is back. Getting updates. If you want to read ahead for either one, be sure to check my sexy Patreon. David Lance POV. Leading my army through space, I reached Earth's solar system within moments, finding Sinestro and Hell waiting for me alongside several hundred yellow lanterns. It seemed someone had told them I was coming. And if I had to take a guess, I would say without hesitation Granny Goodness had been involved in this less than favorable development. No matter, I had already accounted for this kind of scenario beforehand, I will simply push forward and adapt as I go. We seek to talk, Hell spoke first, his gold aura emanating bright. I stopped, halting my army with one hand as Dexstar hissed at the yellow lanterns, earning a glare from Sinestro, who seemed ready to use his ring at a moment's notice, probably should I reject their terms. Talk. Oh no, we are beyond that, I replied, my tone dripping with malice. There's nothing to talk about, and your leader knows that. Do not be stupid, kid. You can't win this war, Sinestro spat, his voice full of contempt. And if you think otherwise, you are even dumber than I had imagined. And believe me, that's a lot. I smiled at the insult, finding it rather amusing that he thought so lowly of me. Especially considering how weak he was compared to me, it was poetic in a way. Then why talk? Destroy me, and claim victory for your master Sinestro, I replied, looking him dead in the eye. Don't let my army deter you. They won't interfere should you decide to take me on, in fact, I will even allow Hal to help you. At this, the atmosphere shifted to one of unease as the space around us seemed to crackle with tension, rage evident in Sinestro's eyes. It seemed my words had struck a nerve with the Yellow Lantern's leader. We don't have to do this, Hal replied, his voice calm and steady. Yeah, we don't, I smiled, my voice cold and unwavering. In an ideal world, you would simply let me fight Superman and Superman alone. But you won't do that, none of you will, so here we are. Superman is not the monster you think he is, Hal replied, his gaze determined. The only reason we meet you like this, looking for peace instead of simply attacking you, is because he knows what you're feeling right now, he knows better than anyone the kind of pain you are enduring. I snorted at that. There was devotion, and then there was stupid naivety, and it didn't take the loss of a loved one to know Superman needed to die. How could so many former heroes not see that was simply beyond me? If you value your life over complete annihilation, listen well, brat. Superman is offering you an easy way out of this. Not out of fear for your pitiful army, no, why would he fear them? Sinestro said, his voice dripping with contempt. He leads a force, an army so massive, so powerful that not even all creatures in the universe could oppose him should he decide to subjugate them all. I snorted, taking this time to give my army some commands in order to prepare. I had lost the element of surprise, but this talk they were offering me was giving me time to recalculate my approach. I even dare say my plans were even better now than before. You would be wise to accept his mercy, Sinestro added, anger clear in his eyes. You should really brush your teeth more often, or at the very least use better dental products. I mean, even from here, in the void of space, I can smell him inside your throat, Sinestro. I replied, not even attempting to hide the contempt in my voice. The two men looked at each other before Sinestro growled, taking a step forward in a rage only to be stopped by Hal. What a shame, so close to making him throw his life away. Superman wants to come to a compromise. He understands your loss and is willing to compensate you for it. All he requires is a token of your goodwill, a token of your submission, Hal replied, holding Sinestro back for a moment until the former calmed down. Submission. Was Superman really trying to 300 his way out of war, Xerxes style? Submission. I chuckled, finding his offer so preposterous, so laughable, so insulting on more than one level that I could feel my skin crawl in anger and bewilderment. Well, that's not gonna happen. Then you will die, Sinestro replied, his eyes like cold steel as he stared menacingly at me. And who's gonna kill me? I asked, tilting my head as I approached the duo slowly, my mouth forming a thin line. You too. Ha ha ha. Certainly not. Last time, I almost killed Hal, and I was at my weakest, meaning you must mean Superman will kill me, which also means you two won't live long enough to see that happen. It almost feels like your great leader sacrificed the two of you. How cruel of him. Without another word, I continued approaching the two. And once I was around 40 feet away from them, Sinestro lashed out in anger, or perhaps fear, throwing a few fear-based constructs at me, but with a single hand, I slapped his constructs away effortlessly, shattering them one by one without breaking my pace toward them. Hal, realizing there was no turning back, started aiding his ally, hurling with him construct after construct at me, but again and again, I continued shattering their efforts, tearing through their combined attacks with ease, keeping my pace slow and steady to show them they had no chance of winning. What are you all doing? Attack! Sinestro screamed at his troops from the top of his lungs. However, before they could follow his commands, I gave my first order, and my army moved forward without hesitation, intercepting them. Asking your soldiers to attack me so soon. Where is the bravado you had a few moments ago? I asked, breaking through Hal's and Sinestro's combined effort with ease as both grunted with effort. I won't be insulted by a child. Sinestro roared, darting at me at full speed with a construct at his ring hand, a sword. However, just as he was about to reach me, I lunged forward with terrifying speed, thrusting my left hand straight through his chest. Remember when I said you two wouldn't live long enough to see Superman kill me? I muttered, slowly pulling my arm out of his chest. Sinestro, trembling in shock, stares down at the hole in his chest in disbelief as blood pumps out of the hole, pouring down like a river in the void before he topples down, the once bright yellow aura that surrounded him gone. That was, honestly, very disappointing, I said, turning my gaze to meet Hal's before vaporizing Sinestro's corpse in his ring with a crimson beam without breaking eye contact. But I suppose it will do as a warm-up before I get to fight Superman. Do me a favor, though, and believe I know it's a difficult request, but try to last longer than Sinestro did. I need to get in the zone, so to speak. Hal said nothing. His eyes were wide, and his face was pale in shock. He looked at me with a mix of horror and disbelief, and without even realizing it, he found himself taking a step back from me, one that was soon followed by another and another until he simply found no other option but to cave to his instincts, blasting out of at full speed, in a pathetic attempt to escape. So that's your decision, I chuckled, cracking my neck from side to side. Can't say I blame you for it. Watching in glee as Hal flew away and my troops overwhelmed the lanterns he had left behind, I could feel my heart racing in excitement. Just as well as I could feel the fear in him as he ran from me, trying his hardest to escape me, to escape his death. It was almost commendable if it wasn't for the fact he had no way to escape me. Which is why I was allowing him to get a good head start before I started to close the distance between us. So, as my army tore through the lanterns, I waited in place, patiently, watching as my prey kept going forward, watching him fly with all his might in a desperate attempt to escape. And with each second I gave him, my rage and my heart raced in anticipation, the thrill growing more and more as I waited for the perfect moment to strike. Finally, when the time was right, and he was far enough, I smiled, taking off after him with overwhelming speed. Reaching him in a matter of seconds, stopping right in front of him, cutting his path. Seeing his shock, I couldn't help but remember our first fight before everything happened. I couldn't help but remember his involvement in stopping me from helping Dinah in his attempt to save Superman. With each memory, I could feel the anger bubbling up inside of me, and before he could move another muscle, my hand shot forward, grabbing him by the throat. Using all of his strength, he struggled under my grasp as I squeezed his throat as hard as I could, relishing in the feel of his windpipe slowly crushing under my fingers. He tried to attack me, in desperation, trying with all his might to break my hold. But it proved futile, which only made his fear and despair grow larger. I paid his desperation no heed, continuing to squeeze his throat, as his eyes bulged, and his face turned red, as all I could think when I saw him was the pain he had caused me. He kicked and thrashed, blood coming out of his eyes, mouth, and ears, but no matter what he did, I didn't let go. I simply continued to squeeze harder and harder until his body went completely limp under my hand and he stopped moving. By the time that had happened, my army had already eliminated the lanterns they had brought. Chapter 181, Chapter 173. Marvel, Gamer Path is back. Getting updates. If you want to read ahead for either one, be sure to check my sexy Patreon. Wonder Woman, Injustice POV. I walked down the hall of the regime's base to meet with Clark, my boots echoing on the hard floor with each step I took. As I walked, I couldn't help but wonder deep down why Clark had decided to offer that man, no. That monster a mercy. By his own words, this unknown had proven to be a threat bigger than anything he had ever faced, and yet, despite that acknowledgement, he had decided to approach this beast and his army, which were a clear call for war, with peace. No matter how much time I spent analyzing this, it just didn't make sense to me. Perhaps Clark was starting to falter in his resolve. Perhaps my involuntary absence had opened room for weakness within him, and because of that, he was beginning to doubt whether or not this war was worth fighting. Or maybe he was just getting too soft. Either way, I still couldn't fathom what had led him to make such a rash decision, especially without confiding in me first. Regardless of his state of mind right now, this had been a terrible move in more than one way. If Hal failed, our enemy would undoubtedly take his life, meaning we would lose valuable allies, and that was something we couldn't afford to pay right now, not when war was brewing in the air. At this point, I could only hope that Hal would make it out alive, even though I knew the odds were stacked against him. With the limited number of soldiers Clark had given him, there was simply no way Hal would be able to defeat a beast of such terrifying power and strength, no matter how valiantly he fought. This was out of my hands already. I hadn't been consulted about this decision, and by now, even if I wanted to help Hal, I would be too late to do so. At this point, the best I could possibly do is prepare for war, like Clark should have done the moment we received notice of this monster coming back. Diana, the unmistakable and insufferable voice of Lex Luthor, the snake amongst our ranks, interrupted my thoughts as he walked out of a room that connected with the hallway. "What is it that you want, Luthor?" I said without turning to face him. If I had my way, I would have ripped his head off, but for reasons I had yet to understand, Clark had decided to spare him. And make it quick. Unlike Clark, I have no tolerance for you. Unfazed by my comment and unspoken threat, Luthor stood next to me. And with his eyes drawn to a point in the distance, he spoke. "Your concerns about the threat coming to Earth were correct, Diana. Hal died. In a pretty gruesome way." I felt my heart sink for a moment at the loss of our friend. Never before had I wished so hard to be wrong at something, but alas, I had been right. Hal was gone, and it was all because of a terrible decision on Clark's part. Clark had failed to stand against this monster that threatened our world and the people we cared about the way he should have. Instead, he had offered up Hal as a sacrificial lamb in an attempt at peace, only to have his own efforts backfire like I knew they would. Luthor smiled as if enjoying my reaction. It seems this time Clark's vision for peace was rather misguided. Taking a deep breath, he continued. "We better prepare for what is to come. No matter how much we try to avoid it, war is inevitable now." Raven, Rachel Roth POV. Young Justice. As I walked into my room, I could feel the magic begin to stir. The air was thick with tension and power as the shadows seemed to lengthen in anticipation. After months of hardships and more, I was finally almost done collecting the ingredients I required to rescue David. There was simply one thing left I required, the blood of a powerful familiar. Clarion's familiar. Those two had taken David from this world, and if I could just get the blood of that accursed cat, then I was sure without a doubt I would have more than enough power to open the gateway I needed to reach David. I just needed to forcibly summon Clarion, and the rest would fall into place alone. Today I bring you back, I promise," I muttered under my breath, as all of a sudden, I heard a knock on my door. From the magical signature alone, it was easy to tell it was Calder, the one behind my door. Knowing what he was doing here, I opened the door with a wave of my hand. "I know why you're here, and as I have told you before, I am not interested in going back to the team nor in talking about my problems," I said coldly as Calder entered the room. "Raven, I know you have been through a lot, and we all understand why you don't want to talk with us about your problems," Calder replied with a concerned look in his eyes, his tone soft. "We all miss him, but it's been more than a year." I glared at him in anger. "And because of that, you want me to give up?" My voice echoed in the room as my magic intensified. Calder stood his ground, unflinching, even though he could clearly feel the power emanating from me. "I didn't say that," he said calmly. "I would never say that. He's our friend, and he will always be, just like you are. But doing this alone, it won't end well for you. Their friend, they knew nothing about him, they didn't know him as I did, no one did. They only knew the men he wanted them to know, not who he really was. I knew his fears, his hopes, his strength, and his weaknesses." Taking a deep breath, I looked away, tears threatening to start streaming down. "Goodbye, Calder." With that said, I opened a portal and walked through it, leaving Calder standing alone in my room. Today, I would bring David back. No matter the cost. I would do it. Calder AHM POV. Young Justice. I watched as Raven stepped through the portal that she had opened, and all I could feel was a heavy sense of dread on my shoulders. I knew what she planned to do, and I also knew it was foolish. She had no idea what she was getting herself into, and even her magic, as vast as it was, wouldn't be enough to protect her. No one should ever attempt a magical ritual like this alone, it was too dangerous. Especially considering she had to face Clarion to achieve her goals. What Raven didn't seem to understand, though, was how much we cared about her, about Black Bolt, and that, just like her, we were willing to put our lives on the line for him if necessary to bring him back. "I told you she would react like this," Robin murmured as he stepped beside me. "She blames herself for what happened to Bolt, and because of that, she feels she has to do this alone." Believe me, I would know. Swallowing down my apprehension, I nodded, knowing he was right. "With her powers, we have no way of following her," I said, and Robin shook his head. we don't. But maybe there's someone who can, Robin suggested, and almost immediately, I understood what he was proposing. Dr. Kent Nelson, I concluded, and he nodded in response. That's not a bad idea. As we are right now, we lack the tools to follow her effectively, but Mr. Kent doesn't. If anyone has the magical dexterity to aid us in this, it's him. Exactly, Robin said with a determined expression. Call the rest of the team, I said firmly. We'll need all hands on deck if we want to succeed. Chapter 182, Chapter 174. Marvel, Gamer Path is back. Getting updates. If you want to read ahead for either one, be sure to check my sexy Patreon. Raven, Rachel Roth POV. Young Justice. The forest was eerily quiet, and the air cold and heavy. I could feel the magic inside me, swirling and growing stronger with each step I took, preparing in anticipation for what was to come. After so long, this was it. This was the moment I had been waiting for. I reached the spot I had previously handpicked for this ritual, an opening in the trees that seemed to bask in the darkness of the forest, and with a deep breath, I stepped through. There, I started to chant, my voice echoing in the silence as the magic circle that would summon Clarion started to form. Once the summoning circle was complete, Clarion appeared in the center, his face twisted in a sneer. What, where am I? You. What do you want, little girl? He asked scornfully, and I could feel the anger radiating off him. I want what you took from me, I spoke calmly, my rage flowing out of me like venom. Clarion laughed mockingly and shook his head. Aw, poor little swirl. You know there's no way you can do that on your own. Meow, his familiar meowed. Girl. She knows I meant girl, Clarion replied back in an insulted manner. I know I can't do this alone, which is why you're gonna help me, I said, my voice strong and unwavering. Clarion stopped laughing and stared at me for a moment before starting to laugh even harder. Oh, did you hear that, Tickle? I can't believe it. She actually thinks she can take me. I don't need to take you, I replied coldly as he continued to laugh. I just need your familiar. Clarion looked taken aback but still managed a smirk. You would dare to hurt an innocent kitty. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. All right then, little girl, let's humor your tantrum, shall we? Let's see if you have what it takes to get what you want. With that said, he extended his hand out toward me with a glint in his eyes that promised a world of pain. I held my ground, not faltering in the slightest as I readied myself for battle. I knew that no matter how prepared I thought I was, I would not come out this unscathed. Clarion was stronger than me, older than me, and more experienced than me. However, at this point, I just didn't care. All that mattered was seeing this through. Azarath Metrian Zinthos. I shouted, gathering my magic and launching a powerful blast of energy at him. Unfazed by my attack, Clarion blocked the blast with ease, using a single hand as he retaliated with an even more powerful blast using his other hand, one that I only barely managed to dodge, by teleporting away. You really think that will be enough to defeat? Clarion asked, his smirk growing larger. It will, I replied, gathering more magical energy as I prepared for the next attack. Well then, let's see it. Clarion laughed mockingly before launching another blast at me. Let's see that power you're so proud of. Demon girl. Using all of my power, tapping into the demonic waves of my father's power, I started clashing with Clarion in a magical struggle between chaos and darkness. Right now, I was standing my ground, keeping up with the Chaos Lord in what could be described as a stalemate. However, I knew very well that I couldn't keep this up forever. Sooner or later, one of his attacks would overwhelm me and connect, and then it would be all over. Not only that, I couldn't use my demonic powers for too much time, lest I wanted my father to corrupt me. I had to end this quickly. Ha ha ha, yes. Yes. Clarion laughed in sadistic glee as he continued to barrage me with blasts of power. Let's have some fun. Demon girl. Blocking his attacks with a few of my own, I readied myself to attack once more. However, I was stopped when a portal opened in front of me, one I knew all too well. The portal of fate, one made by Dr. Kent. You really thought we were going to let you fight this battle alone? Calder's voice echoed from the portal. Not cool, Raven, Kid Flash added, sticking his head out of the portal as the rest of the team stepped out of the portal. Clarion looked disappointed for a brief moment before bursting out laughing again. Would you look at the Tickle, the canopy of forks? Meow. Cavalry of dorks. They know I meant cavalry of dorks. Clarion roared at his familiar. You don't have to do this alone, Miss Martian said as she stepped forward, her voice firm and resolute. We're here for you, Raven. Besides, were you really gonna hoard all the fun? Artemis asked, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Tell us what you need, and we'll help, Superboy added, cracking his knuckles as he glared at Clarion. Oh well, I guess that's more toys ready for the breaking, Clarion said, still smiling. Let's have a little fun. I hadn't called them, I had no need for them. I wanted to do this on my own, I had to do this on my own, for him, I owe him that much, yet they had shown up, using Dr. Kent to reach me. I wanted to tell them to go away, but perhaps the help would serve me well. I was in no position to turn down help. Clarion laughed maniacally as he saw the team step forward. Show me what you got. And make it doable. Meow. Double. They know I meant double. Clarion shouted at his familiar before cackling again. Taking a deep breath, I looked at the team and telepathically told them. I need the cat, a few drops of its blood, and I'll bring David back. Got it, Superboy said before charging towards Tikal at full speed. Today, David, today I will bring you back, no matter what. Chapter 183, Chapter 175. Marvel, Gamer Path is back. Getting updates. If you want to read ahead for either one, be sure to check my sexy Patreon. If we reach a rank between the top 3, I will post double release, triple if. You add memes to that. But they have to make me laugh. David Lance POV. I arrived on Earth, on the North Pole, with a few thousand of my soldiers to back me up alongside Dexstar, as I ordered the remaining rest to spread across the globe and to only attack those serving the regime if possible. As expected, I was greeted by Superman, Wonder Woman, and a few thousand regime soldiers upon my arrival. What made this even better was that Superman was back to his normal self, no yellow ring. Long time no see, Superman, I said, my every word fueled by unfathomable rage. The mere sight of him made my blood boil, made my non-existing heart pump vial out of the abhor I felt for him. I wanted to kill him, to tear him apart, to end him. I offered you peace, and you spat on my face, Superman replied, clenching his jaw. Of course I did, I sneered, the glow of my ring intensifying. I want nothing from you except your head. The only one that will lose its head here is you, monster, Wonder Woman answered, getting into a Spartan-like stance, sword and shield ready. Having had enough of this waste of time, I raised my arm and beckoned to my troops behind me, who, in unison, slowly advanced toward the regime soldiers as I shouted using my ring. Kill them all. Seeing this, Dexstar let out a loud and menacing roar, his fur standing on end as he charged forward with the soldiers, claws drawn and ready to tear through anyone that was foolish enough to stand in his way. Soon after, both armies were clashing together, and without a word, I followed their suit, and just like that, the battle I had been dreaming of for so very long had begun, and this time, nothing would stop me. My soul and body were ablaze with pure unadulterated rage as I darted toward Superman, ready to unleash all my hate on him. Unknown POV. The two armies had barely started to clash when the two commanders had started their very own clash, with Superman blocking the Red Lantern's first blow with his left forearm as the attack itself pushed him backward. The Kryptonian blocked the next few attacks with visible struggle before attempting to counter with a fast uppercut, which failed when the Red Lantern grabbed his arm and, with a powerful tug, sent him flying into a mountain a few miles away. Bracing in another stable defensive stance, the Kryptonian exhaled. And before he knew it, his opponent quickly continued the assault, delivering a series of blasts with his ring that the Kryptonian had no choice but to block with his block, tensing his muscles to minimize the damage. Enough. The Kryptonian roared, blasting through the Red Lantern's attacks with his powerful heat vision. The sudden attack threw the lantern off balance for a moment, and taking this chance, the Kryptonian pushed forward, fully intending to press his advantage. However, much to his surprise, the Kryptonian was taken aback by the speed with which his opponent recovered his balance, taking back the lead in the fight. With unrelenting fury, the Red Lantern was back on him instantly with a barrage of powerful attacks, each attack even stronger and skillful than the last. Showing that even in rage, the Lantern's attacks seemed like those of a master. Under this pressure of raw strength and skill, the Kryptonian was quickly becoming overwhelmed and had begun a slow retreat backward, seeing no other way to avoid the onslaught of incoming blows. I almost pity you. Without the ring, you are nothing but a shell of the men that defeated me, the Lantern said, bringing Superman to his knees with a blow to the head. This almost feels empty. Who am I kidding? I'm enjoying this a lot. But alas, like Wyaska says, why extend what's already over, the Lantern added, going in for the final blow. However, before the Red Lantern could deliver the final blow, a cry of rage cut through the battlefield like the clap of thunder. Leave him alone. Wonder Woman shouted, charging toward the Lantern with her sword in hand. And with one powerful swing of her blood-stained blade, she managed to knock the Red Lantern away from the Kryptonian. Cracking his neck, the Red Lantern brushed his arm, the one Wonder Woman had attacked, showing he was unscathed, and with a sadistic smirk on his face, he said, glaring at them. Well, well. If it isn't the Princess of Themyscira coming to save the day. Quite noble of you to throw your life away for, well, nothing. I will vanquish that smile off your face, Wonder Woman responded with a glare of her own as she readied her sword for battle. Ready for round 2, Superman slowly got up to his feet, with Wonder Woman standing beside him in protection. Looking at each other without saying a word, they both shared a brief moment of understanding, both accepting the fact that the enemy in front of them was simply too strong for them to beat alone. This enemy might have had the upper hand before, but the battle had just begun. And like always, the demigod and the Kryptonian would stand side by side together, and no matter what happened, they would never give up. Come. Superman roared, pointing his fist toward the Red Lantern. And take my life if you dare. The Red Lantern laughed before charging at them with a feral blood-thirsted smile. Very well. If you insist. Dr. Fate POV. Injustice. The skies above the battlefield turned dark, signaling Black Bolt's arrival and the rage within his heart. From afar, I watched this battle unfold from a magical vantage point, readying myself to intervene to help Black Bolt escape his rage. He was no longer in Trigon's control. But through Trigon, his rage had sunk too deep for him to escape. We need to help him and stop him, Dinah said, worry clear in her tone. If this war continues, he will kill millions. He seems to have ordered his soldiers not to attack civilians, CHP, the Blue Lantern I had rescued from dying in outer space, said. That alone shows remarkable control, to a certain extent. Indeed, it shows there's still hope for him, I replied, my tone hopeful. Are you certain your ring's power will save his life if we take his ring off? CHP nodded, taking a deep breath. Yes. It will be hard to do so, and it will take all of my energy, but if we manage to take his ring off, it's all a matter of healing him with my power. Chapter 184, Chapter 176. Marvel, Gamer Path is back. Getting updates. If you want to read ahead for either one, be sure to check my sexy Patreon. If we reach a rank between the top 3, I will post double release, triple if. You add memes to that. But they have to make me laugh. David Lance POV. In front of me stood Superman and Wonder Woman, side by side, their shoulders almost touching, both ready to take me on. It was almost poetic, seeing the supposedly all-powerful Superman having no other option but to team up with the Greek demigoddess to have even the slightest of chances to take me down. Many in this situation would feel intimidated. But I wasn't like the rest, unlike others, I welcomed their challenge. I had been trained for this moment. It was almost as if all my life had led to this very moment. When I came here, to Earth, planning to end you, I didn't expect to fight you first, I said, my eyes never leaving them. I fully expected to fight your goons, one by one, until you finally decided to come. Or to have to put in motion a complicated strategy to draw you out. Alas, I was wrong, you came right to me without so much of an invitation. Earth doesn't shy away from the enemy, Wonder Woman spat, her voice steady and cold. That's funny coming from the two of you, I said, taking a step closer. You're nothing but a piece of clay Zeus decided to plant his seed on, and as we have seen in Greek mythology, that's nothing special. As for your partner over there, well, he's an alien. Get to the point. Superman warned, his voice like thunder. Jumpy, are we? I replied, a sly smile on my face. The point is you two don't represent the Earth. You two are as alien as anyone can be. If I had to pick, I would say Batman represents humanity better, the madness behind his actions, the inability to change, the sheer hypocrisy behind every calamity, that's humanity at its core. The atmosphere thickened as both Superman and Wonder Woman tensed up. Then again, if you look at us really close, we all embody humanity's essence, I sighed, taking a few more steps forward. I didn't get it until, just now, but rage, hatred, revenge, greed, lust, that's what humanity is all about. Wonder Woman gripped her sword tighter at my words, her knuckles turning white as she looked at me with an uncertain tone. We do what we must for the sake of humanity. And that's something you will never comprehend. I smiled, my voice low and dark. Are you, though? Are you really doing all this for humanity's sake? Or is this all a cry of revenge for your wife and unborn child? Superman stepped forward, his voice loud and clear. One more word out of your mouth, and I'll rip your tongue out. I met his gaze as I cracked an even bigger smile at him. That's it. That's what I was talking about. Hatred, revenge, grief. Whenever someone lets those feelings take over, it's when they are at their most human. After all, humanity's truest form is evil. Having said all there was to say, I cracked my neck as I walked towards them, one step at a time. Seeing me approach, Wonder Woman drew her sword from her slowly, the blade made a hissing whisper as it was removed from the sheath. All the while, Superman stood firmer, hands balled into fists. 2 against 1. Humph, word of advice. Don't hold back, or this will end rather quickly, I snarled at them. Before any of us could take another step, Dexter appeared, bathed in blood. It seemed like he had come to aid me. Appreciated but unnecessary, I was going to take these two down on my own. Dexter, these two are mine, I said, giving the cat a single look that said, leave now. Go have fun. I good kitty, I kill soldiers, Dexstar replied before blasting off back into the battlefield. With that done, I turned my attention back to the duo in front of me. Now, where were we? And with a quick flick of my hand, as if to say, "Come on." The battle started. With a battle cry worth of an Amazonian warrior, Wonder Woman rushed at me, with Superman following her close behind. Once the distance between us was no longer there, the demigoddess slashed downwards with her sword as Superman tried to punch me in the back of the head. Taking a step forward, I dodged Superman's attack before blasting him off into the distance with a kick, all while I parried Wonder Woman's attack with my right hand covered in red energy, which clashed against her sword with a shriek that sent sparks flying into the air. Impressive. Any normal sword would have broken by now. Leaving no room for thinking, Wonder Woman reeled back and readied herself for another attack, trying to slash me across the chest as Superman flew towards me, trying to tackle me. However, seeing this, I sidestepped to the right just enough to avoid both attacks, with the blade passing a hair's breadth from my chest. Then, before they could recover from this failed attack, I kicked Superman with an axe kick to the middle of his spine, sending him miles deep into the ground, before swiftly punching Wonder Woman in the solar plexus, knocking the wind out of her and stunning him for a brief moment. Disoriented and still open for a few other attacks, I decided to be a gentleman and oblige her, putting another strong hit on her solar plexus, followed by another, before delivering a rising uppercut at her stomach, doubling her over. Patting her head a few times with a smile on my face, I followed my last chain of attacks with an axe kick, kicking her head up before bringing it down in a fast motion, digging her head under my foot with earth-shattering earth. And all of that, just in time to welcome Superman back from his trip to the Earth's deeper crust. I do have to say, Superman, I smiled, digging my boot into Wonder Woman's neck harder so she wouldn't get up, using my ring's energy to subdue her even further. I am profoundly unimpressed by your performances so far. In fact, it is somehow easier to fight you both together. Release her, now. Superman demanded, taking a step forward. Seeing his anger rise, I smiled in response. He wanted me to release her. Very well, then. He never specified how, though. So, with one swift movement, I took my boot off her neck before bringing it back on her neck even harder, using all of my strength in order to crush her neck in a single motion. Taking my boot out and releasing her, she gasped for air, but it only came out in a gurgle as the blood flowed freely from her new wound, coating the white ground in the very same layer of sticky red now adorning one of my boots. I watched dispassionately as she struggled to breathe, shakily extending one of her hands towards Superman, as her body convulsed and fought for air that would never come. Finally, after a few silent moments, she went still, dropping to the ground, her eyes glassy and empty. There, all yours, I said, kicking her body toward him as if it was trash. I have to say, dating you is, quite honestly, the biggest red flag one could ever have. Don't worry, though, I'm sure you'll meet the one in hell. Chapter 185, Author Note. Just taking today off. I'm kind of sick, but don't worry, updates restart tomorrow. Chapter 186, Chapter 177. Marvel, Gamer Path is back. Getting updates. If you want to read ahead for either one, be sure to check my sexy Patreon. Raven, Rachel Roth POV. Young Justice. The team had come to aid me, even though I hadn't called for them. Very well. This wasn't part of my plans, but I would adapt to this, I had no time to waste. I had already made David wait long enough. I need the cat, I told Superboy under my breath as I stared at Clarion. Cracking his knuckles, Superboy nodded before jumping at Clarion with a loud roar. Clarion cackled at this in a maniacal manner, snapping his fingers with impish delight, creating a fiery explosion of red in front of Superboy, sending him flying backward. Do you really think numbers will make any difference? Clarion asked, his face displaying a smug grin. You can't defeat me, you're nothing but ants, flies trying to eat the sun, he added haughtily, looking around at all of us with delighted contempt. The anger bubbled up within me at his words, and I clenched my fists tightly. Shut up, Artemis growled, shooting an arrow at Clarion. Clarion snorted, an evil glint in his eyes as he conjured up a force field that deflected the arrow without even moving. An arrow? Really? The fact you think that can defeat me is insulting. Artemis grinned, her eyes narrowing. Oh, I'm just getting started, she said before releasing a barrage of arrows at Clarion. Arrows I coated in magic. Clarion's eyes widened in surprise. Your stupidity knows no end, how delightful, he said gleefully, his hands moving quickly as he formed a ball of bright red energy and released it at us. The projectile flew towards us, but Superboy was quick to move, tanking the attack and protecting us from the full brunt of it. Clarion's laughter echoed through the air, and the smoke, taunting us as we stood there, feeling powerless to stop him. Superboy, are you okay? Miss Martian asked, worry obvious in her voice as she approached him. Superboy nodded, pain written all over his face as he rose from the ground. Yeah, he said with a weak smile. That move played out better in my head. Hey, Rave, any idea how to defeat this guy? Artemis asked, turning to me. I narrowed my eyes at Clarion before nodding slowly. Yeah. Miss Martian, link us, Aqualad said, his voice calm and even. Miss Martian complied, her power forming a link between us all to facilitate communication. What's the plan, Raven? Aqualad asked, his mental voice echoing through my head. Chaos can't be defeated, only halted. We need to distract him and get his cat. If we kill his familiar, we win. The cat is his anchor to the living world, I replied, turning my attention to Miss Martian and Aqualad. I can distract him alongside Aqualad and Miss Martian. The rest should go for the familiar. So, who's next? Clarion said, drawing our attention back to him. I had enough. Superboy said through gritted teeth before leaping forward and attacking Clarion. Clarion, seeing this, simply swatted Superboy aside with a flick of his hand. Well, that was fun. Next. Azarath Metrian Zinthos. I shouted, sending a wave of spiritual energy at Clarion, who was forced to use both hands to defend himself. Aqualad and Miss Martian then used this opportunity to launch their own attacks, adding to my own attacks in order to keep Clarion occupied while Superboy, Artemis, Robin, and Kid Flash went for his familiar. This is getting boring. Is that all you guys have? Clarion asked, his voice growing tired as he continued to block our attacks with ease, one after the other. Oh well. Tikal, go and have some fun with the rats sneaking behind me. At this, his familiar transformed into a saber-toothed tiger of massive proportions and charged toward the others, who, in shock at this sudden transformation, were barely able to dodge it. Now, where was I? Clarion said, index finger pressed upon his lips as his attention finally turned back to us. Ah yes, I was about to play hospital with you guys. I call dibs on being the doctor, he added, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister grin. Feeling the sudden and terrifying change in mana around me, I rushed to create a shield of darkness to protect us from Clarion's impending attack. Blocking what would have been a fatal attack in the nick of time. Not bad, Clarion said, clapping slowly. I guess now the game is, seeing how long you can keep this up. Just enough to distract you, I replied with a small grin. Clarion's expression turned dark as he realized what had happened. However, before he could do anything about it, there was a loud yowl as Superboy broke Tikal's neck. Tikal. Clarion shouted, his voice carrying what appeared to be a pain, as he turned his attention away from us, looking around frantically for his familiar. But it was too late, Superboy already had her in his arms. Death. No fair. No fair. No. 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 Clarion shrieked in rage before his physical form dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind only a cloud of red smoke. Now it was time to collect the blood of the familiar, the last ingredient I needed to bring back, David. Now what? Artemis asked, breaking the silence. Without saying a word, I levitated Tikal's body out of the ground toward me, pulling a few syringes out of my cloak before using my telekinesis to collect a few samples of her blood. With that done, I tossed Tikal's body to the side before storing the blood in my astral form. Now all that was left was finding David. Raven, we are here for you, Miss Martian said, interrupting my thoughts as she approached me. Let us help you, Aqualad added, coming to stand beside her. I smiled at their offer in a cynical manner. You already did. Now the rest is up to me. Okay, I head up to here. With your attitude. Artemis said, exasperated. I can't say I understand your pain completely. Out of all of us, you were the one that cared for him the most. But I'm beyond tired of this solo act you are trying to pull without a reason. We care for you. When you will accept that? And when will you all accept that I don't care about you all? I replied, my tone cold and detached, before I opened a portal in front of me, only to be stopped by another portal that appeared beside me. That's not a nice thing to say to your friends, the unmistakable voice of Dr. Kent came through the portal as the old man stepped through, tapping his cane on the ground to close the portal behind him. What are you doing here, Dr. Kent? I asked, keeping my tone calm. He was the reason the team had interfered. As long as he remained, I would be plagued by the team. I'm here to try and reason with you, young woman. The spell you are about to use is a dangerous one that could tear the very fabric of reality, Dr. Kent replied calmly, his tone carrying a sense of wisdom. I know you want to save your friend, but at what cost? That's only if I do this wrong, I replied. Yes, I suppose that's true, Dr. Kent said slowly, still looking at me with an unwavering gaze. If you succeed, everything will go well. If not, well, who will save your friend then? There won't be another try if you fail this one. Are you willing to bet his life on a single shot? I understand your desperation. But please consider this carefully before you act. At this, he paused for a second, letting his words sink in. I knew he was right. To a certain extent, his words carried nothing but the truth. However. Very well, I muttered, a tear rolling down my cheek. Seeing this, Dr. Kent approached me, opening his arms to give me a comforting hug. "I know it hurts, child, but don't worry, we will save him no matter how long it takes," Dr. Kent said in a soft, reassuring tone. "I'm sorry," I muttered, tapping Dr. Kent on the head, putting him to sleep with a powerful spell. "But as long as you remain, you represent an obstacle too big to ignore. Rest well. Dr. Kent." Kid Flash shouted as I gently laid Dr. Kent's body down. "What is wrong with you?" he shouted, looking at me. Giving them no reaction, I raised my hands in the air and summoned a dark portal, quickly stepping through before anyone could even react. I would wait no longer to save David, I had already waited long enough. No more. Chapter 187, Chapter 178. Marvel, Gamer Path is back. Getting updates. If you want to read ahead for either one, be sure to check my sexy Patreon. David Lance POV. With the war on Earth against the regime going in full throttle and Wonder Woman dead, I continued my battle with Superman one-on-one without further delay. As the fight raged on across the snowy terrain, I could see that wrath I had evoked after killing his friend had made him stronger, making his attacks heavier and faster. Alas, it was still not enough to give him an edge in this battle. "Is this all?" I asked, dodging one of his attacks before punching the Kryptonian in his chest with enough force to double him over in pain. "No wonder everyone you love dies. This is pathetic." At this, Superman growled in blinding rage, his eyes nearly alight with fire as he lunged forward, fist raised and ready to strike, but I was quick to move, easily deflecting his blow before kicking him into the ground. "You can't beat me," I said, walking toward him. At this point, it was all a matter of ending the fight at any given moment. I had the strength to, and after so many hits, he was weak enough to ensure such a task was easy to accomplish. However, there was something I had to admit, a little sin of mine. I was enjoying this a lot. I knew I was probably making a mistake. After all, Wyaska had taught me it was best to end things quickly, but the thing is, I was having far too much fun beating him up. I wanted to savor this a little bit longer. "I won't let you win." Superman screamed in a mix of rage and determination, darting toward me with newfound speed and power, catching me by surprise as he landed his first successful blow in a while, blasting me out of sight. I had to admit this was an unexpected development. Although downed and grievously battered, here he was, the Man of Steel retaliating against me, going above and beyond to try and beat me. "I won't." Superman roared, blasting me with his heat vision, with a beam big enough to completely engulf my entire body. Covered under the red of his beam that burned through my skin, I grinned before flying through his beam, grabbing him by the head, and hurling him into the ground with devastating force. "Now that's better," I said, with a wicked grin in place, giddy at the fact Superman was making things more interesting. However, he needed to up his game a few more times if he wanted to level the playing field. But unfortunately, not nearly enough. "I will defeat you," Superman said, his body shaking in pain as he tried to crawl back up. However, before he could do that, a portal opened before him. A portal in the form of an Ankh symbol. "Dr. Fate." "That's enough, Black Bolt," Batman said, stepping out of the portal. "He's already defeated." Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I don't know whether to admire Batman for saying that or rage at the fact he said that. This was so brazen of him that I honestly didn't know how to react at all. "You don't have to do this," Dr. Fate said, being the second one to walk through the open portal. "I don't," I replied, tilting my head as my anger grew in power. "He killed her, and that's enough for me. So step aside, or die with him." "Your call." "Shouldn't that be my call?" I froze in place as those words came through the portal, revealing Dinah, safe and sound, alive. But that couldn't be, I saw her die. "I know you want to avenge me, but you need to stop. You took the regime down, without Superman, without Wonder Woman, they have no ground to stand," Dinah said, looking at me with worry in her eyes. "I'm alive, Dr. Fate saved me, he revived me. You don't have to do this. Let us take things from here." As Dinah spoke, I found myself without words, unable to form a single sentence, simply staring at her as I battled a turmoil of emotions within me. "You will regret this." Superman spat, glaring at me, before turning his attention to Batman and the rest. His voice snaps me out of my trance, bringing my eyes to his. No. He didn't deserve to live. No, after all, he had done. No more holding back. He's a monster that needs to be put down, he's dash, Superman growled, looking at the group. However, before anyone could react, I moved forward, interrupting his speech, appearing behind Superman before ripping off his left arm with a loud crunch as Batman, Dr. Fate, Dinah, and someone else watched in horror. "I am a monster," I said, tossing Superman's arm to the side. "One you created, now is time to reap what you sowed." "That's enough," Batman shouted, running toward me. I ignored him, flashing past him and taking his utility belt right off his hips. Ah, there it is, I said, plucking the item I was looking for from his belt, a shard of kryptonite. You can have this back. Having gotten what I wanted from the utility belt, I hurled back at Batman just as Dinah reached me, standing in front of me, a few inches away, seemingly having no intentions to fight me or let me kill Superman. Don't make me fight you, Dinah begged, her voice trembling. I know you're my brother. Which means you're the last thing I have in this world, alongside my son. Please, just stop this, don't make me fight you. Very well, I replied, knocking her out without hurting her in a motion so fast that no one around but Superman was able to perceive fully. There, you won't have to fight me if you can't fight. Seeing this, Dr. Fate snapped out of his trance, and using his magic, he started to attack me. I dodged his attacks, closing the distance between us in the blink of an eye before grabbing his head and hurling him with all my strength into the distance. Magic or not, the guy inside the helmet was still human, and by the time he recovered or managed to process what had happened and acted, it would be already too late. With that done, I turned around to face Superman, seeing him on the ground, bleeding. Ah! Superman gasped in pain, as his body convulsed in agony. Time to end this. Charging my attack to finish things once and for all, I moved forward to strike Superman, only to be blasted by a blue beam of energy, its power harming me more than it should have had. That's enough. That voice. CHP, I remember him. One of the two blue lanterns that had tried to help me a long time ago. To think someone so weak like him would be the one to hurt me the most. That attack just now was, without a doubt, weaker than anything Superman had thrown at me during this fight. And yet, it had brought me down to my knees momentarily. Stand down. We just want to help you, CHP ordered, aiming his ring at me as the former glowed blue. Very well, I yield, but you better save the guy, or all of this will be for naught, I replied, pointing at Superman, who was currently bleeding out. CHP turned to see Superman, and taking that opening, I moved forward, blurring past the squirrel. I didn't want to do this. CHP shouted, turning around and aiming at me with his fist, just now realizing his fist was naked and that he no longer had the Blue Lantern uniform. I can't believe he felt for that one. I will be taking this for the time being, I replied, holding the hope ring in my hands, as I turned to face Superman once more, this time without any obstacles in my way. Black Bolt, if you do this, there's no turning back, Batman began with the same shit. However, before the hypocritical Dark Knight can finish his speech, I move forward, ripping through Superman's body in an instant, while using the kryptonite I had taken earlier to empower my attack, as everyone watched in shock as Superman fell to the ground, bleeding out from his abdomen profusely. Chapter 188, Chapter 179. Marvel, Gamer Path is back. Getting updates. If you want to read ahead for either one, be sure to check my sexy Patreon. David Lance POV. Finally, after so long, I had done it. Superman was no longer. I had finally killed him. No more would his presence haunt my every thought, at least that much I dared to hope. You gave in. Batman spoke, breaking through the silence. You could have defeated him without killing him, but you decided to take the easy way out. And why are we supposed to take the hard path? Out of masochism. I replied, my voice full of disinterest. Spare me your words, and go evangelize someone else. I did what you should have done the moment he started killing everyone, one life, for the many. Before Batman could reply, Dr. Fate arrived at the scene, seeing Superman's corpse on the ground, and though no words were spoken as he descended to the ground, I knew he was displeased with my actions. Was it worth it? Dr. Fate asked in a cold and somber tone. I looked up to the sky, snowflakes falling on my face as I pondered over the answer to that question. It was. Not everyone deserves a second chance. Not everyone deserves the gift of life. Some people are better off not existing, and he was one of them. That wasn't your call to make. Batman spat, his anger palpable in the air. Perhaps not, I said simply. But someone had to make it. If you are expecting a higher power to make those decisions for you, then I'm afraid you will die waiting. Taking a deep breath and leaving Batman in silence, I ordered my soldiers to stop, giving them a new order to wait outside Earth for further instructions. I can't stop you, Dr. Fate said in a low voice. But if I must, I will die trying. He paused, glancing at Superman's body one last time before he continued. So tell me, is your crusade over, or do I have to fight you to my dying breath? It's almost over, I replied quietly. My mission was complete, but now it was time to do what I had promised Dexter I would, but don't worry, I don't have another target. Not in the way you think, just someone I wish to meet, and if you help me, it will take no time. Don't do it, Fate, Batman warned. You can't trust him. If I help you, you swear not to harm anyone else? Dr. Fate asked, his gaze piercing through my soul. I simply smiled and nodded in response, and it was honestly nothing but the truth. After all, I wasn't the one who would hurt this one, I simply wanted to talk with him or her and introduce them to Dexter. Nothing more. Nothing less. Reluctantly, Dr. Fate nodded. Very well, he said. It's against my better judgment, but I will help you. If anything, to stop this madness. I smiled, pulling a tattered scarf from my suit. The only item Dexter had of his former owner and the one he had given me to track was the one who had taken everything from him. I want you to track the one who killed the owner of this scarf, I said, handing it to Dr. Fate. I wish to ask them why they did it. Batman was about to protest, probably realizing I was manipulating Dr. Fate into something. However, Dr. Fate stopped him with a shook his head. How can I trust you won't harm this person? Thinking for a bit, an idea came to mind. The lasso of truth. Wait here for a moment. Having said that, I walked past Batman, CHP, and Dinah's unconscious body, before extending my ring arm and using its power to grab the lasso of truth from Wonder Woman's corpse. Once the lasso was in my hands, I turned to Dr. Fate, handing it to him. Use this on me. Then you'll know my intentions are true. Hesitating for a bit, Dr. Fate nodded, and soon enough, the lasso began to wrap around my arm body as the power of truth filled my body. Do you wish to harm the person you want me to seek? No, I replied, the truth residing in my voice. I only wish to ask them why they killed a certain person, that's all. The thing about the lasso of Hestia was that unless you asked the right question, you could still be deceived. Dr. Fate paused for a moment before removing the lasso from my body and handing it back to me. He then gave me a curt nod. Very well, I will help you. Good, I smiled. And with that, I gave Dr. Fate the scarf. His eyes glowing in a gold hue, Dr. Fate started chanting in an unknown language, and before long, a scrying window opened in front of him, revealing a man working in a construction factory. He is the man you seek. I watched the man for a brief moment, my eyes going to the tattoo on his right arm, one that matched perfectly with what Dexter had described to the best of his abilities. Bring him here, I said, giving the man one final look. Fate, he's playing you. Don't do it. Batman shouted, trying to reason with Fate. However, the latter refused to listen. Bring him here so that I might ask my question, I said, giving Dr. Fate a look. Dr. Fate nodded, and with a wave of his hands, the man was transported from the factory to us in the blink of an eye. Startled, the man looked around, confused, before noticing us. Where am I? I will send you back to your home after you answer a few questions, Dr. Fate said, his voice low and serious. The man nodded in silence. He obviously was scared and, therefore, willing to do whatever it took to return home. Taking a deep breath, I walked towards him, my gaze focused on his arm tattoo. Years ago, you killed a black woman. She was around her 40s and lived in a bad neighborhood. She had a black cat who tried his best to fight you, scratching your arm, before you tossed him out of the window. The man's eyes widened, and his face grew pale. Tell me, does anything so far rings a bell? I asked, my tone calm but firm. The man shook his head slowly. No. I have never killed anybody. Try that again, I said, my voice suddenly becoming colder as my eyes glowed red. Making Dr. Fate, CHP, and Batman tense. The man gulped, his eyes darting around in fear. Now that I think about it, yes, I killed her. It was a long time ago, and I was a different man back then. I got clean and even got a decent job in a small town in Missouri. Without a word, I scrutinized the man and his words, using my ring to detect and confirm everything. He was telling the truth in everything. He had both killed Dexter's owner and had changed for the better. Oh well, time to give Dexter what he desired most. Taking a deep breath, I called Dexter through my ring, sending him the information I had, informing him the one who had wronged him was in front of me, ready for him. Is that all? Dr. Fate asked, standing beside me. I shook my head. On my part, yes, but now he has to answer to someone else. Dr. Fate froze, finally realizing I had played with him. I will dash. You will do nothing, I replied in a cold tone, turning my gaze to him. Go back to your tower, this is a matter between Dexter and him. Interfere, and you will see just how low I have truly fallen. If push came to shove, I would rip that helmet off his face and shatter it into a million pieces. That was the unspoken threat I had thrown at him, one Dr. Fate had understood. And while it was true I was weak to magical users, I was considerably faster than Dr. Fate, his human part at least, which was the one controlling the power right now, meaning I could end a fight between us before he could even muster a single thought. As I was now, I moved faster than thought. And he had no way to defeat if he couldn't cast a single spell. Your call, Dr. Fate, I said, giving him one final look. Dr. Fate remained silent, unsure of what to do. If he won't fight you, I will, Batman said, stepping forward. Sure, why not? I shrugged without even glancing at Batman. Batman wasn't a threat. Right now, the only possible obstacle was Dr. Fate, so I had to keep an eye on him, for if I saw him twitch a single muscle in the wrong way, I would attack without hesitation. As the tension grew between all of us, Dexter arrived, yowling and hissing in unwavering hatred, approaching the one he had been looking for, one paw at a time. His claws unsheathed and his fur bristling, he was more than ready to make the one who had wronged him pay. Chapter 189, Note. Updates restart tomorrow. Chapter 190, Chapter 180. Marvel, Gamer Path is back. Getting updates. If you want to read ahead for either one, be sure to check my sexy Patreon. David Lance POV. Consumed by fury, Dexter began to tear the object of his hate piece by piece while I kept Batman and Dr. Fate locked in place. The men tried to scream, to run, but Dexter's claws were around his throat, keeping him in place, choking off any sound. The man's eyes bulged in pain as the cat sunk its teeth into his flesh, tearing chunks of meat from his body. This was his revenge, his justice. By the time Dexter had decided to stop defiling the men had long since stopped screaming, having died a few minutes prior. His enemy finally gone, Dexter remained in place, standing above the unrecognizable remains of his victim, repeating over and over again that he was a good kitty, his fur matted with blood and chunks of meat. Taking a deep breath, I approached the cat and, with my ring, removed the remains that tainted his black fur. Time to go. Dexter said nothing. Instead, he simply moved out of the scene, flying to my side in an almost catatonic state. Well, as I promised, I will leave now, I said, giving the heroes a look, who, having no power to intervene, had been forced to watch the entire scene in horrified silence. If you ever come back to Earth, I will take you down, Batman said, his voice strained but full of anger. I nodded, giving Dinah, who still lay on the ground unconscious, one last look. I no longer had a reason to remain here. My new mission was to find a way home. Goodbye, I said, preparing to fly away when all of a sudden beam of light hit me, blinding me. This development had caught me completely off guard because it hadn't alerted any of my senses at all. I had only reacted because I had seen it the moment before it had stricken me, otherwise, I would have realized about the attack before it had stricken me. Eventually, the light died down, however, by the time this happened, I found myself in a strange place, trapped in some sort of cage that appeared to be made out of glass. My first reaction to this was to try and blast my way out of it, but much to my shock, the cage seemed to absorb my attack. Seeing that hadn't worked, I gritted my teeth, deciding to take a different approach to my situation by inspecting the area. I was trapped, but I could see beyond my cage thanks to the translucent nature of the same. Outside my prison, the walls were lined with wires and strange pieces of equipment, all of which looked very advanced. Around the room, I could hear a faint humming sound that I was almost certain was due to static electricity. Beyond that, I couldn't see more. Meaning my information was heavily limited. Clenching my fists, I walked to the edge of my cage, touching the glass-looking walls. They felt malleable and fragile, yet they somehow had managed to fully absorb my attack without receiving any damage. Perhaps it was an energy field of some sort, and energy-based attacks were not the way to go. Deciding to test that theory, I reeled back my right fist and punched the wall with all my might, but just like before, my attack did nothing. Absolutely nothing. I growled, frustrated with my situation. If physical attacks and energy attacks weren't the answer, my last resort was my voice. Break! I shouted, my voice filling the air, making the cage vibrate, but just like before, when the silence came, I realized that nothing had happened. The cage remained intact, if anything, I had been the one that had taken some damage. I took a step back, shocked. This wasn't possible, or was it? My voice could destroy planets, solar systems. So how was it that this cage was able to remain without any damage after a fully powered scream? Could it be that this prison was made specifically for me? If so, who was the one behind all of this? As if ready to answer my unspoken questions, I heard footsteps approaching as a voice spoke from the distance. Welcome, Anomaly. At this, I turned my attention toward the voice, watching as a green-skinned alien entered the room. One I knew as one of the greatest threats in the DC universe, Brainiac. His eyes were cold and calculating, and he regarded me like a scientist would a lab rat. You might be wondering, why are you here? Brainiac spoke, taking a few steps closer. Screw this. Taking a step back, I charged my ring with all the power I could muster before slamming my fist on the wall with a scream, mixing all of my arsenal in a single strike. Why do you continue to struggle when there is clearly no hope? Brainiac inquired, standing in front of my cage, which still remained intact. I find your actions highly illogical. I gritted my teeth in frustration and anger as I slammed my fist against the walls of my prison once more. I will find a way out of this cage, and when I do, I will dismantle you fucking toaster. An empty threat and a most futile endeavor, Brainiac replied in an emotionless tone. I have studied your capabilities carefully from afar, making the necessary calculations to make a prison from which you cannot escape. That explains why none of my attacks do anything. Energy manipulation based on the emotional spectrum, high-level physical capabilities, heightened senses, and a unique organic mutation located in your brain that allows you to generate a yet-to-be-classified particle that interacts with the electrons around you in order to create the phenomena you experience as your scream, Brainiac explained, his tone cold and detached. There is no escape. This prison was made specifically to contain you, making your powers useless. Maybe not now. But I will find a way out. Why am I here? I asked, my voice filled with rage. Knowledge, Brainiac replied. You are an anomaly, a being from another reality, which makes you a most unique resource. One that I will use to further my understanding of the universe. And the universe is beyond the cosmic veil. He knows I'm not from around here. That complicates things and makes my escape an even higher priority. This was bad, very fucking bad. I'm not sure if he can use me to open a gate back to my world, but I would rather avoid the chance of that happening. Initiating biological research on Subject 1XR/999TR, designation, anomaly, Brainiac said as he stepped away from the cage. Immediately after he did this, I was electrocuted by some unknown means with enough power to bring me to my knees as tubes protruded from my cage, piercing my skin. This bastard better enjoy this, because when I get out of this, I will destroy him. I will not be defeated by an overrated microwave. Chapter 191, Chapter 181. Marvel, Gamer Path is back. Getting updates. If you want to read ahead for either one, be sure to check my sexy Patreon. Raven/Rachel Roth, POV. Young Justice. After leaving Dr. Kent and the others behind, I went to collect the other ingredients I had left in my room before starting to prepare them for the spell. Once I had all the ingredients in my possession, I opened a portal to a desolate area where I would have the room and peace of mind to prepare everything correctly. What I was about to do wasn't easy. It would be, without a doubt, the hardest spell I had ever attempted to use in all my life. It needed careful preparation and perfection at every turn, as I had to draw symbols and runes in the blood of Tikal, all while chanting in ancient long-forgotten tongues. But even if it felt impossible, I would not fail him, not again. Using my magic, I began to draw the symbols around the area, chanting the long-forgotten arcane words in the order it was required. Once I was done with the sigils and the runes, I channeled my mana into the spell, lighting the runes and sigils in a dark red tone. Now, all I had to do was keep channeling my mana into the symbols until the portal opens. A rather crude method of traveling, but I suppose it will do, a voice said, coming from behind me. An enemy? A friend? It didn't matter, either way, if I moved, everything I had done, every step I had taken until now would be for nothing. If I stopped now, no. No. Relax, I honestly mean no harm, the unknown man chuckled before walking into view. The name is Lucifer Morningstar, and yes, the pleasure is all yours. Lucifer Morningstar. He was the devil. Right, you can't speak or move while you make your portal, Lucifer said, walking around the place like a curious child. Let's fix that, shall we, he added, snapping his fingers, and completing my spell. He created a transdimensional portal with a snap of his fingers, no runes, no spell, he just willed the portal into existence, and it did. This man was dangerous, more so than even my father. What? Lucifer said, a smirk curling his lips as he took a seat on a chair that hadn't been there before. I mean, I can't have a pleasant conversation if you can't speak, so. I took the liberty to make your portal. You're welcome. Why are you helping me? I asked, unsure of his true intentions. Lucifer chuckled before rising from the chair and walking towards me with a confident stride, stopping in front of me with a smirk still on his lips. Juicy gossip, that's why. What? I'm sorry, but what? I asked, confused. A friend of mine and I have a few bets on who will confess to who first, Lucifer explained, tucking his hands in his pocket and looking away with a sly smirk. I personally think you will be the one to tell your depressed little crush that you like him more than just a friend, but my friend seems to think he will be the one to confess first. What is going on? So, Lucifer said, looking back at me with a knowing smirk. What do you think? Who will confess first? You or him? I have no idea what games you're playing. All I want is to save him, nothing more, I said, my voice firm and unwavering. Lucifer deadpanned, giving me a look that said. No one believes that. The denial is strong in this one. He then smirked, placing a hand on my shoulder. Now, there is no need to fight it. You can tell me your heart's deepest desires. I want to see David again, more than anything in the world. He was my home, the part of me I thought to be non-existent. And there it is. Lucifer said, clapping his hands in delight. Now that you have been honest with yourself, it's time to stop dallying. We have a future boyfriend to recover. What did I just say? Did he just bewitch me? Now let's talk first date arrangements, Lucifer said, index finger pressed upon his lips. Let's see. It would be your first date, so, something overtly cliché. Chocolate-covered strawberries and a romantic stroll down the river. Or maybe a night out on the town. What's your budget? I stared at Lucifer in disbelief. Before deciding, it would be best to simply ignore him, even if he could will me out of existence. Thanks for the help, but I need to bring David back, and I can't waste my time with you. A low budget, you say? Lucifer said, ignoring my words and continuing with his own agenda as he followed me through the portal. Worry not, I have plenty of money, and I'm overly invested in this, so no limits. Could we change the subject? I asked as calmly as possible. Like lingerie arrangements? Lucifer asked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. No. I almost shouted. My magic going out of control for a brief moment as I lost hold of my emotions. I assure you, I am an expert in lingerie, Lucifer said, his face now more serious, looking almost insulted at my reaction. I can make sure without an ounce of doubt that your future boyfriend is titillated by whatever you choose as your outfit. I stared at him, my eyebrow twitching in disbelief. How did I even get into this mess? But I suppose we can change the subject to something else, Lucifer continued, a small smirk forming on his lips. Thanks, I muttered with a sigh. Waxing arrangements. Lucifer suggested nonchalantly. We haven't even gone on our first date yet. I exclaimed exasperatedly, my voice echoing throughout the portal. Oh, so that means there will be a first date, Lucifer said, a satisfied smirk on his face. I suppose I should start looking for that lingerie now, then. Better be prepared for any development. I want to die. Chapter 192, Chapter 182. Marvel, Gamer Path is back. Getting updates. If you want to read ahead for either one, be sure to check my sexy Patreon. David Lance POV. It had been 2 months since Brainiac had captured me, and things hadn't been exactly the best for me. Every day, he would torture me, experiment on me, trying to unveil the secrets of my existence, as he himself described them. My almost every hour within his grasp was painful beyond belief. And sadly for me, his knowledge and creativity in the arts of torture and experimentation knew no bounds. Nevertheless, I remained composed and dignified as if it were simply a minor inconvenience through it all. Despite the physical and mental anguish he would impose on me, I would never fail to carry myself with an air of supreme confidence. It was as though I was genuinely untouchable. He would say that he could see through my tough act. But I knew that despite that statement, my defiance was starting to annoy him. And that was all the fuel I needed to continue playing his game. This wasn't to say I wasn't trying to escape, I was. Every moment of rest he gave me, be it because he had other things to do or something, I would try to break out of my cage. I had yet to make any progress. Nevertheless, I was determined to succeed. Call it pride or arrogance, but I would not let an overly glorified toaster be the one to end my story, no matter how powerful he was. No matter how many times you fail, you still try, Brainiac said in a cold, calculative tone. Why? Do you even care? I retorted. Why else would I inquire? Brainiac replied. Inquiry in the ultimate path of evolution, to understand everything there is to understand. By understanding why you still try, despite the futility of it all, I might find a way to cure your ailment. I try because I still have things to do, like tearing your synthetic S apart, piece by piece, I replied, leaning against one of the walls of my prison. Brainiac merely looked at me for a moment before saying, You think you can escape me? Do you even know what I am capable of? Yes, and I don't care, I replied. It seems you are suffering from thought disorder, Brainiac replied, staring at me unblinkingly. Otherwise, there is no explaining why you make such statements without any data backing them up. Your entire self seems to act through pure illogical impulses. Don't you have better things to do? I replied, taking a deep breath. Like, I don't know, dividing by 0. Or something. You seem to forget you're under my control, and I can do whatever I want, Brainiac said with a hint of annoyance in his voice. Then, in that case, go ahead and torture me. I insist, honestly, the less time I spend hearing your voice, the better, I replied, crossing my arms. Brainiac stared at me for a second without moving an inch or even replying until, eventually, after a moment or two, he turned away and made his way toward the door. Finally, alone, I returned to what I was doing, trying to break out of my cage. I had tried everything, brute force, energy attacks, focused attacks in a singular spot, random attacks to random spots, and so far, nothing. I had even peed the walls to see if that worked. Not my best effort, I admit, but I was running out of options. A prison made specifically for me, I muttered, touching the walls with a sigh. I had tried everything and more, what else was there to do? Unless. Brainiac said this prison was made to contain me perfectly, a cage without escape based on the data he had collected of me through my stay in this universe, meaning everything I had so far, everything I had learned, acquired, and more, was something this accursed room was equipped to deal with. Meaning that the obvious solution to my current dilemma was to do something out of Brainiac's data, therefore breaking his preparation. Easier said than done, of course. All of my powers, abilities, and skills were something Brainiac had prepared for, and sadly, it wasn't like I could just spontaneously create a new power. However, not everything was lost. I still had the Blue Lantern's ring in my possession. Although a long shot, seeing Brainiac had already prepared for a power ring, meaning there was a big chance he had prepared for them all, I still had the ring in my possession. Making this the only possible variable out of Brainiac's preparation. Well, that or the unlikely event I develop a new power, but seeing I hadn't so far, I might well give the blue ring a try, even though I wasn't all that excited to do so. There was a reason I had purposely ignored this option so far. Well, a few reasons. 1. I had no idea how to use the ring. I mean, sure, I had mastered the Red Lantern ring, but chances were my skills with one ring didn't translate to the other. 2. The painful metamorphosis. As I was right now, I had no organs within me, for the most part, at least, because the Red Lantern ring had melted them away, making me puke most of them, replacing their space with plasma. So, if I put on the Blue Lantern ring, those organs would come back, and well, that plasma would come out, making the entire process rather painful. I was okay with the pain. I didn't like it, sure, but I knew I could take it. The problem was the time during the pain. Brainiac had the entire place under heavy surveillance, and that was putting it lightly. The room I was in had hundreds of cameras, robots, and other things that were always looking at me from outside my cage. Meaning the moment I started to show even the slightest semblance of change, Brainiac would intervene, which brings me to my third point as to why I hadn't used the blue ring. The absurdly short window of action all of this gave me. To summarize, I had to put the ring on and start blasting right away, not a second later, not half a second later, but immediately after, which made this a very hard thing to pull off. I was confident in my skills, in my ability to adapt and learn from my mistakes, but even I knew having less than a second to act made my possible escape impossible. Now that I think about it, there's maybe a way to make this escape attempt more feasible. What takes the most time of all I had thought so far was the metamorphic stage of it all. I mean, even with the power of the rings, regrowing organs wasn't exactly an easy feat, but what if I could skip that step by using both rings? I wasn't sure if using 2 power rings at the same time was even possible, but if it was, which I honestly hoped it was, I should be able to stop the blue ring from regenerating my organs by exerting control of that stage through my red ring. It was a long shot, but it was worth a try. Well, fuck it, I muttered, pulling the ring out of my clothes and on my finger. As things were now, I had nothing to lose, so fuck it all, and let's try dumb shit. Chapter 193, Author Note. Updates return tomorrow, going to a funeral today. Hope you can all understand. Chapter 194, Chapter 183. Updates will remain, but I will be off the comment section for a bit. Thanks for your understanding. David Lance POV. Well, here goes nothing, I muttered, pulling the ring out of my clothes and on my finger. As things were now, I had nothing to lose, so why not bet it all? As soon as I put the blue ring on, a wave of calmness rushed through me. It was so strange, so foreign, something I hadn't felt in a long time. I felt safe. I was still angry, but it was different now. It was refreshing. The next second, the metamorphosis started as time seemed to freeze around me. The environment turned into something else entirely as I focused both power rings on myself and exerted control over every single cell within my body, forcing the regeneration to stop. I could tell right away my control over the ring's power was limited, very limited. Not only was I not a Blue Lantern, but this ring already had an owner, meaning I was shackled to the very basics the blue ring could offer. But that would have to do. So, without wasting any more time and hoping Brainiac hadn't prepared for this outcome, I combined the energy of both rings into one before shooting at the walls of my prison in a singular beam. At first, the crystal-like walls of my cage resisted the attack, fighting against my attempt like they had done before, but just as I was about to stop, with my energy running low, I heard a crack, and before long, my beam was pushing through, melting the walls away like butter. It seems I have underestimated you, Brainiac spoke through some sort of speakers, his detached voice echoing through the place in a haunting manner. I assure you, that's a mistake I won't repeat again. You won't be alive to have that opportunity again, I replied with a growl. Having said that, it was time to test if his entire ship was David-proof. So, taking a deep breath of relief at the fact my plan had worked, I took a step forward, and unchained I screamed. Goodbye. What followed after that was a scene of utter destruction. One moment, everything was normal. The next, a massive explosion ripped through Brainiac's ship, leveling everything in its path and reducing it all to dust. The blast of my voice was so powerful that through both rings, I knew it could feel light years away, shaking planets outside my immediate reach. When the dust finally settled, there was nothing left but the vast emptiness of space around me. It was as though my attack had erased all traces of Brainiac's existence. If only that was that easy. Just as nothing had been around me after my scream, in the blink of an eye, that void was filled, and I was now surrounded. By hundreds, no. Thousands of ships all identical to the one I had just destroyed, and in front of each ship, a Brainiac stood, his face expressionless. Resistance is futile, all the Brainiacs said in unison. Give up, and accept your purpose. How to kill something without a body. A real body. This wasn't looking good for me, not at all. I had never seen so many ships before, or Brainiacs for that matter, thousands of him. They were everywhere, an army of never-tiring machines controlled by a single mind. I was rather confident I could fight him off for a long while, keeping the upper hand against his numbers and everything, perhaps not as long as I would be able to fight him in top conditions, but that wasn't the question right now. No, the real question was, would I tire before his resources ran out? Or would his resources run out before I tired? No matter how I looked at my situation, my only option right was to escape, if anything, in order to fight another day. So, with a scream to act as a distraction, I collected the remaining energy from both of my rings before blasting out of sight at full speed. My destination, Apocalypse. Darkseid owed me a gift, one he had promised if I succeeded in killing Superman, and right now, that was an offer I intended to collect. I was in no room to be picky. Besides, of all the beings in this universe, Darkseid was quite possibly the only one with enough resources to match Brainiac's. I had the raw power, and of that, I had no doubt. I just didn't have the numbers to make this an easy challenge. There was such a thing as too many enemies. Hostile ships approaching you at high velocity. Collision imminent in 10 seconds. I heard the robotic voices of my rings alerting me, one in a calm, soft tone, the other fueled by rage. This wasn't good, not at all. The fact Brainiac was already on my tail and would reach me in 10 seconds meant his ships flew faster than me. How to escape an enemy when said enemy is faster than you? And has unquantifiable clones of itself to chase you down? Grinding my teeth, I pondered over my situation, trying to formulate a plan to escape Brainiac before the former reached me, forcing me to engage in a battle I knew I had no hopes of winning right now when all of a sudden, a boom tube opened in front of me, a millimeter away from my face, sucking me in. The entire scene had happened so fast and so suddenly that I didn't have time to question it or realize what was happening. I was simply whisked away to who knows where. Passing through the boom tube at full speed, I crashed against a planet, almost reaching the core of the same before managing to come to a stop. Looking at the hole I had created, thanks to my inability to stop my momentum at this sudden change of scene, I sighed. Besides almost destroying a planet by flying right through it, it seemed like I had been saved by someone, but by whom? There were a few beings in the universe capable of using the boom tubes: Cyborg, Darkseid, and the new gods of New Genesis. I doubted Cyborg had any intentions of saving me, and the new gods of New Genesis probably considered me an enemy thanks to my dealings with Darkseid, and if they didn't consider me an enemy, well, they had no reason to help me anyway. Which left only one option: Darkseid. But why? It just didn't fit in his character at all to save me. In fact, from a purely strategic point of view, he would gain more by just letting me die. Shaking my head, I decided to leave those questions for later. Right now, what I actually needed was to recover my energies, and in order to do that, I needed to find a safe place to do so. Rings, where am I? I asked, looking around me. You are on planet X7892546837, Sector 1487. This planet is currently inhabited by nothing more than microorganisms. According to the data, this planet hasn't been named because it will inevitably die along its sun in 1617.6 years. Leaving no room for sentient life to evolve or form. Taking note of that information, I started to fly out of the hole while looking through the rings and their respective databases for a safe place to recover before going to Apocalypse. However, once I was out of the hole, those plans came to an abrupt end as I was met by no other than Granny Goodness herself and a few of her Furies. It seems Granny was just in time to save you. Granny Goodness smiled in a sinister manner as she slowly walked towards me. You have to take better care of yourself, if not for you, for Granny. After all, it would have made Granny very, very sad if you died, sweetie. Rolling my eyes and clenching my fists, I snorted. Why did you save me? Granny Goodness raised an eyebrow as if she was surprised I asked that question. For the same reason, I do anything to make sure Darkseid's will is done. Well, I suppose I won't have time to recover before meeting with Darkseid. I could easily defeat Granny and her Furies, but I didn't want to risk getting on Darkseid's bad side, especially now I already had an enemy with a seemingly endless army to face. I didn't want to add another to that. Chapter 195, Author Note. Getting back from the funeral, updates will return tomorrow. This time, uninterrupted. Thanks for your comprehension. Chapter 196, Update. Updates restart tomorrow. Seeing the voting poll restarts tomorrow, I thought it would be best to post tomorrow and rest today. As for how I'm doing fine. Mostly helping my mom deal with this, a bit tired more than anything. Love you all. Corn. Chapter 197, Chapter 184. If we reach top 3, I will post an extra chapter. David Lance POV. As I arrived at Apocalypse through the boom tube, Granny Goodness had opened. I could feel the weight of Darkseid's presence bearing down on me. He was waiting for me, lurking in the shadows of his throne room. Following the Furies and their trainer, I walked through Apocalypse as we made our way to the castle at an almost leisure-like pace. Just as I remembered, the planet was a dark, nightmarish place filled with endless suffering and despair. The air was thick with the stench of death, and the ground was littered with the bones of those who had dared to challenge Darkseid. No matter how many times I visited Apocalypse, it would still unsettle me. Eventually, as we continued to walk, we finally reached the throne room, where Darkseid was seated on his throne like a king of old. His eyes burned with hatred for even the Furies and their trainer. He glared down at us with contempt and malice, so much so that it felt like an icy chill was entering my spine, and it wasn't out of fear. "Your will has been done," Granny Goodness reported, kneeling down alongside her Furies in a show of adoration. Darkseid simply nodded and responded, "You may leave." Once the Furies and Granny Goodness were gone, I was left alone in the throne room with Darkseid, where I could feel his gaze bearing down on me as if judging every fiber of my being. If I had to describe what it felt under his gaze, I would say it was like being stared at by a force of nature that could not be controlled or reasoned with. I guess that was to be expected, considering the character. After all, Darkseid was negativity incarnated, the being who embodied evil and hatred to its very core. "It's been a while, Darkseid," I said, my voice steady and without a trace of fear. Darkseid simply stared at me for what felt like an eternity, but eventually, he spoke. "You are brave," he said in a low, deep voice. "Braver than most." "Coming from you, that's a compliment I will take to heart," I replied with a faint smile, the tension in the air slowly dissipating. "Reports say the Kryptonian is no more," Darkseid said, his eyes glowing ever so lightly. "And those reports would be correct," I confirmed. "Unless they revive him somehow, he's dead." Darkseid nodded and stood up from his throne, slowly walking toward me. He stopped mere inches away from my face and glared at me intently before saying, "You have done well." "I didn't do it for your praise," I replied, matching his gaze. "I did it because, more than anything, I wanted to kill him." Darkseid looked at me and nodded. Though his face remained emotionless, I could tell he almost seemed impressed. "As I promised before, anything you desire will be yours, within measure." I paused. First, he saves me, and now he still offers what he offered last time. Not to sound ungrateful, but why? I asked. "First, you saved me, which by the way, I still don't understand why, and now you offer me a wish. Please do excuse me if I sound crazy, but it just doesn't add up. On my way here, I had rationalized you had saved me just to clean any outstanding arrangements between the two of us, any debts or promises. Alas, it doesn't seem like that was your intention." Darkseid nodded, his eyes burning like fire as he spoke. "You are correct. Had no one intervened, I would have let you die, for it was your weakness that led you to be captured. Nevertheless, I owed Wyaska a favor for last time, a favor she used on you. So it was Wyaska the reason why Darkseid had saved me. Somehow that feels even harder to believe than Darkseid just saving for no reason." "I see. That explains that, then," I replied, still rather stunned at the fact I had been saved by Wyaska. "Now, what will you do?" Darkseid asked, his arms crossed behind his back. I paused and thought for a moment about how to word out what I wanted to say before replying. "Well, like before, we have an enemy in common, though, unlike Superman, this one is more of a business enemy." "Brainiac," Darkseid replied. His tone and body language showing this wasn't news to him at all. I have been aware of him and his puny ambitions for decades. He represents no threat to Darkseid. In other words, he has no intention of destroying Brainiac. I don't doubt that. Nevertheless, Brainiac is a pest that needs to be erased, one that happens to be very difficult to fully eliminate, given the complexity of his tech and the vastness of his resources, and while now he's not a threat, who says he won't be one in the future, I replied, trying to guide the tyrant's head to my same space of thinking. Darkseid walked past me, arms still behind his back. "Don't think I don't see what you're trying to accomplish. You want my help, but manipulation won't work on me," he said simply, his voice devoid of any emotion. "I guess there goes my chance to have him on my side for this particular enemy." "And if I used my wish within measure?" I asked. "No," Darkseid replied bluntly. "I have no interest in being part of this pathetic conflict, it serves Darkseid no purpose." At this, he paused for a moment as he turned to look at me before continuing, "If you need resources, I will grant some, but you will have to win this war by yourself." Not the result I had been looking for, but still acceptable. Sure, it would have been easier to fight Brainiac with Darkseid as a temporary ally, but not everything in life comes the way you want. I was the living proof of that piece of wisdom. Very well, I nodded, accepting this offer. You may rest in the same quarters you used last time. By the time you wake up, you will have what you need to wage war, Darkseid said as he started to depart from the room, when all of a sudden, a voice echoed through the halls of the castle. Inhabitants of Apocalypse, my name is Brainiac. And I have come for the individual known as Black Bolt. Surrender him, and you will be spared. For facing me is a fatal error. For an artificial intelligence that boasts of being the superior being in all of creation, that was pretty dumb. I turned to look at Darkseid, who simply remained silent and still, like a storm building in the distance. You dare. Darkseid muttered in a deep low tone, the ground around him shaking as his eyes burned with fury and hatred aimed at one who had dared to challenge him in his own kingdom, promising to show them the full extent of his wrath. You dare. Don't make a foolish mistake by overestimating your chances, Darkseid. I have studied your every move and action from the beginning of your reign to now. Your power cannot touch me. The only logical thing to do is give me what I want. Darkseid clenched his fists in anger. Do not concern yourself with what I have done, machine, rather, tremble at the thought of what I am about to do to you. Chapter 198, Chapter 185. If we reach top 3 I will post an extra chapter. Rachel Roth, Raven/POV. Injustice World. I stepped through the portal with Lucifer, finding myself in an unfamiliar place. The walls were lined with rich mahogany paneling, and the air carried the scents of expensive perfumes with a hint of something else underneath it all. It didn't take me long to realize the place I found myself in was a bar of some kind. Welcome to Lux, or a version of it anyways, Lucifer said, gesturing to the room. Specifically to the wall behind the bar, one that was lined with bottles of expensive-looking liquor. Before I could ask him what I was doing here, I heard a voice call out from the shadows. Who's this brat? Lucifer chuckled and stepped forward, introducing me. This is Raven, this is Mazikeen. The figure who had spoken stepped into the light, revealing a young, beautiful woman with flawless, medium-dark skin, a slim but sexy, model-like build, and gorgeous long dark hair. Or that would say anyone who couldn't see behind her facade, for the real her was a mutilated demon disfigured beyond recognition. And if her expression was anything to go by, she knew I could see her true form. Just as I knew, she knew by just looking at me that I wasn't completely human. Mazikeen smiled, and her eyes seemed to sparkle. I like you, she said as she opened a beer behind the bar. I nodded before turning to Lucifer. Where are we? Where's David? The portal was supposed to bring me to him. Lucifer smirked in a playful manner. And it did. You are currently in the same universe as him. Taking his word, I focused my energy on reaching out to David, trying to find him, but no matter how much I tried, I felt nothing. Refusing to give up, I tried again, and a few more times after that, until eventually, I felt something blocking me, something dark and evil. It almost felt like Trigon. But colder. What's going on? I asked, my voice shaking. Just imagining that David was within the grasp of someone like Trigon was painful beyond comprehension. At this, Lucifer smiled as he stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. Don't worry, he's fine. He's with, what's his name? Dark. Something, Dark Vader. Voldemort. No. Darkseid. He's with Darkseid. So edgy, you could cut tomatoes with that name. I glared at Lucifer. Is this all a game to you? Lucifer tilted his head before replying. Yes, I would say yes. But rest assured that when I say something is nothing but the truth, meaning he's okay, safe, and sound. I felt a slight bit of relief wash over me. One that didn't last long because whoever this Darkseid was, his presence was as terrifying as Trigon's, no. Worse than his. Meaning it was only a matter of time before David wasn't safe anymore. I can't get his location, whoever this Darkseid is, his mere presence is disrupting my senses, I replied, clenching my hands. After coming so far, I was still nowhere near rescuing David. So, I ask you, can you help me? Lucifer nodded, his grin growing wider. Of course, I can help you. Alas, helping you is not fair at all for everyone involved, so to make things fair and fun for me, I will keep my power limited to your level. My eyes widened at his words. He truly considered all of this a game, a mere event for his entertainment. In any other case, I would not indulge him, but as things were, I had little to no option, and this wasn't the time to be picky when it came to my allies. Even I can see that's plain evil, Lucifer, Mazikeen said, her voice filled with a hint of disappointment and amusement. Lucifer merely shrugged. Evil. Maybe, maybe not. It's the most entertaining way to make sure things stay fair, though. I mean, poor Tomato Cutter hasn't done anything to me. Besides, the kid is in no danger, so where is the rush? So, where do we start? I asked Lucifer. Well, we could give his sister a visit. Well, you know, this universe version of her anyway, Lucifer replied, taking the drink Mazikeen was bringing him. I'm sure she'll have some useful information for us, and then we can move on from there. Another Dinah. I had a bad feeling about this. I didn't know why, but I felt something was very wrong with this. I could feel my bones chilling at the very thought. With a lock of her hair, we should be able to cast a spell powerful enough to locate him, Lucifer continued with a childlike smile. After that, is all a matter of finding your boyfriend. I nodded. A lock of hair from Dinah should work to find David's location, as it would connect on a spiritual level with him through their familiar connection. Then, what are we waiting for? We'll leave in a few. Just let me finish my drink, Lucifer said with a wink. I sighed, knowing that I had no other option but to wait until he was done with his drink. For even though he considered my mission nothing but a game for his amusement, he was still a very valuable ally and the strongest being I have ever come across. If anything, his presence would serve to deter others from trying to attack us. Don't worry, girl, Lucifer might be a big child, but he always fulfills his part of the deal, Mazikeen said reassuringly. In the meantime, want something to drink? I shook my head. I don't drink. Blasphemy. Lucifer gasped dramatically. Alcohol is the only good thing humans have done. That and torture, Mazikeen added with a smirk. I said nothing, deciding to meditate while I waited for Lucifer to finish his drink. Soon, I would see David again, and when that happened, all of this would be over. I wonder why it feels like a lie when I think that now. Chapter 199, Chapter 186. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I watched from a distance as Darkseid's emotions burst forth from within him like a raging inferno at Brainiac's threat. His rage was so strong that it radiated across the room like a miasma of malice and violence, making me wonder what Brainiac was truly planning because so far, this was a pretty bad move on his part. Darkseid's face revealed little of what he was feeling, but in his icy black eyes, I could see a deep, burning anger that seemed to consume him. At that moment, I became painfully aware of just how much of a threat Darkseid truly was. His wrath was giving me an entirely new perspective of him, like a looming thundercloud before a storm. Granny goodness, Darkseid said in a low menacing growl, summoning her to the room. Prepare the troops for war. Granny bowed obediently and nodded her head, with fear, excitement, and respect evident in her eyes. Darkseid then turned to me, his face still emanating with a fiery rage that seemed impossible to quench. I will collect my troops on Earth, I said, wondering if they were still in place like I had ordered. Once that's done, we'll join forces, and see how to take Brainiac down. Make no mistake, I do not require your help, Darkseid said, his voice dripping with contempt, one that didn't seem aimed at me. But, seeing this machine wronged you first, I won't deny you the pleasure of aiding in its destruction. Having said that, Darkseid turned his back and walked away, as I watched him silently disappear into one of the halls of his castle, and even though he was now far away, I could still feel his presence burning with malicious intent and desire for destruction. I truly wonder what Brainiac is truly planning. I refuse to believe this move was made without thinking, without any forethought. Because if that's the case, I have severely overestimated Brainiac. Unknown POV. Brainiac's mind flew across different processes, running simulation after simulation about the upcoming war with Darkseid. The AI knew without a shred of doubt that the stakes had never been higher before for him and that a single miscalculation in his plans would mean his unavoidable end, so, he surveyed every possible scenario, making countermeasures for every possible outcome. He had insulted Darkseid for one reason only, to get his attention, because he knew the so-called god underestimated him, deeming him nothing more than a second-grade machine, so knowing that, Brainiac had decided to play on his ego, pretending to be the one that underestimated him, pretending to be arrogant. His plan had succeeded. The god was angry, angrier than ever. Now it was all a matter of planning his moves carefully. Darkseid was a formidable adversary, the greatest threat in this universe by a long shot according to Brainiac's calculations, but no matter his power, the AI had no intention of yielding to him. He knew for a fact that his powerful intellect gave him an edge in this struggle. Losing was not an option in Brainiac's mind, for him, there could be only victory. Especially now that he had been made aware of universes beyond this one, of knowledge waiting to be collected. No, he couldn't lose, not with that on the line. Rachel Roth, Raven/POV. Injustice World. After Lucifer was done with his drink, we made our way to Dinah's location. The Tower of Fate. As we neared the place, a strange feeling washed over me as my feet carried me down the path toward the tower. Through my own turmoil, all I could feel was Lucifer's presence beside me, his heavy silence drumming up a sense of foreboding in the air. I had no idea what kind of revelations I'd find within those walls, but I knew it wouldn't be anything trivial. Nervously, I kept my head down, each beat of my heart inching me closer and closer to the door. Go on, knock, Lucifer said, pushing me forward with his usual cocky smile. My hand shook as I knocked on the door, my pulse quickening as it opened to reveal Dr. Fate and an older version of Zatanna inside. At first, they both seemed confused by my presence, shocked even. However, once they noticed Lucifer waving at them, they ushered us inside. "Long time no see, Nabu, how's the old helmet treating you?" Lucifer said, making his way in. Dr. Fate tensed. "Nabu is not in control right now." Lucifer smiled, knocking on Dr. Fate's helmet 2 times. "Oh, I see. Well, do me a favor, and tell the old grouch I say hi." Dr. Fate nodded, as we continued walking inside the tower, eventually reaching the living room, or what appeared to be the living room. "What brings you two here?" Zatanna asked as we took a seat in the living room. "We are looking for Dinah Lance," I said, going straight to the point. Zatanna and Dr. Fate exchanged a knowing glance as if debating whether or not to help us, before Dr. Fate opened a door on the wall, from where Dinah and Batman came out. "Raven," Batman said, narrowing his eyes at me. "She's not the same Raven," Zatanna sighed. "This pretty much confirms our once discarded theory that Black Bolt is not from our universe." Lucifer chuckled, clapping his hands. "Bravo, brilliant deduction. Are you sure Batman is the best detective? Because if so, he has some competition on the table." Batman turned his glare on Lucifer. "Who are you?" "Lucifer Morningstar," Lucifer grinned. "The pleasure is all yours." "Lucifer Morningstar, like the devil?" Batman asked, his tone unreadable. "The one and only," Lucifer said with a small bow. "He's telling the truth," Zatanna confirmed. "I see," Batman said, before turning his attention back to me. "Now the question is, what are you doing here?" "We are looking for Black Bolt," I replied, without missing a beat. "My goal is to bring him home." Batman paused for a moment, his hands clenching alongside his emotions. He was angry, both with himself and with David. "Are you too aware of what he has done? Of what he truly is?" "No, but I'm sure you will tell us anyway," Lucifer muttered, before summoning a glass of whiskey to his hand. Batman ignored Lucifer, his gaze fixed on me. "The individual known as Black Bolt invaded Earth with an army of extraterrestrial beings, killing millions, including but not limited to Superman, Wonder Woman, Hal Jordan, and others." The moment those words left his mouth, my head started spinning, and my heart started to beat 1,000,000 times per minute. It had to be a mistake. That couldn't be, David would never do that, not my David. His deep brown eyes and kind smile were the pillars of his being. There had to be an explanation for why he did this if he truly had done it. Even then, the notion that David could be capable of such an act seemed unthinkable. The man I had grown to trust and love, regardless of his flaws, would never take it so far. Would he? "Playing the politician, are we?" Lucifer replied, his eyes fixed on Batman. "There's a lot of information you're not sharing with us there. Like the fact Superman was a dictator, or that he killed Dinah over here. Or that the only ones that died were soldiers working under Superman's regime. The point remains the same, he's a killer," Batman said, his voice colder than ever before. "It wasn't his call to end those lives. Nor is yours to judge him, human," Lucifer replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of his drink. Chapter 200, Chapter 187. Enjoy. Rachel Roth, Raven/POV. Injustice World. Even after being shown undeniable proof of what he had done, I couldn't believe the accusations against David. The one I remembered was always so gentle and kind, it seemed beyond impossible that he could have done such a thing. Even then, even if all of this was the truth, I would never stop caring for him, no matter his guilt or innocence. I wouldn't desert him in his time of need. My faith in him was resolute, regardless of what he had done or not, my loyalty towards him was unwavering. He had always been there for me in my darkest moments, I owed him the same. I knew very well what Batman was trying to do, but unfortunately for him, I wasn't easy to fool. I could see his intentions from miles away. He thinks he was fooling me by just showing me the bad side of David's actions. But I knew he was trying to turn me against David, manipulating me with honey-coated platitudes and biased facts in an effort to blind me. If all of this wasn't true, I didn't support David's path, but I wasn't going to aid one that clearly wanted to hurt him. Nevertheless, for the sake of keeping an eye on Batman, I'd allow him to believe I was on his side, in order to deceive him with false securities. And when the time came, I'd reveal my true intentions and show them why trying to manipulate me was a mistake. For now, though, I would bide my time, until I could reach David once again. "I know you care about him, I can see it in your eyes, and because of that, you need to help him," Batman said, his tone low and serious. I looked up at him, my gaze piercing through the darkness of the room, before nodding, something that evoked a sly smirk on Lucifer's lips. "I will help you, but I won't let any of you hurt him." "Hurting him is not our intention, just stopping him," Batman said, his expression unwavering. Bruce Wayne, Batman/POV. Injustice World. I could tell with ease that this Raven, was playing both sides, and it was to be expected. After all, her love for Black Bolt was too big for her to be objective about him, meaning it was just a matter of time before she revealed her true intentions. Nevertheless, I needed her for now, as her presence would be the key to taking Black Bolt down. Until then I would pretend to believe her fragile show of allegiance. Black Bolt had crossed a line no one should have had, and if left unchecked he could very well become an even bigger threat than Superman had ever been or could have been. Unlike Superman, Black Bolt lacked real weaknesses, and that in combination with his staggeringly dangerous powers made his power unchallenged and unquestioned. During his battle with Superman, it became clear that the only way to quell such a threat was by outsmarting him. He proved he was far beyond our reach, far beyond Superman's reach, meaning brute force alone would do nothing against him. By all accounts, he seemed invincible, at least from a head-on approach, so I had to plan his defeat carefully. I knew I would only had one chance. If I failed, then all hope would be lost. Perhaps it would be best to let them take him to their universe, Dr. Fate said, interrupting my thoughts. I looked over at him, his visage illuminating the empty hall we were taking. And risk him coming back. No, we need to ensure he won't hurt anyone else, again. As much as I agree, the way he dealt with the regime was brutal, Dinah said, pausing for a second. I feel we are making a mistake by doing this. As of now, he isn't our enemy, at least not actively, and if we follow through with this, we are making him a threat he isn't right now. I looked at her, her blue eyes burning with doubt. We are not making him a threat, he already is one, I said, my voice firm and resolute. I can't help but agree with Dinah, Dr. Fate sighed. Perhaps, this is a situation best left to others. We can't let him roam free, not after what he did, I replied, my voice unyielding. No matter what, he must be stopped. Even if that's the case, we don't have the power to accomplish that, Dr. Fate replied. Naba doesn't want to help, meaning my power is very limited as it is, and even if Naba wanted to help us, we have no guarantee Lucifer wouldn't help him, making all of our efforts pointless. Exactly, the voice of Lucifer echoed through the hall. If you want my personal opinion, I say you are in way over your heads. Following his voice, I looked up to see him standing on the other side of the hall, leaning against the wall, his face illuminated by a faint light that seemed to surround him like a halo, but at the same time seemed to burn him like flames. You will stop us? I asked. Lucifer smiled, his expression almost mocking. If I wish to, yes, he said, nodding slowly. But I don't want that, at least not now. Why is the devil so interested in him? I asked, narrowing my eyes. Lucifer walked towards us, his eyes burning with amusement. Well, you see, he said, pausing for a second. That's none of your business. Don't antagonize him, Bruce, Dr. Fate said, his voice almost a whisper. Lucifer is not someone you wish to have as your enemy. He's far beyond what we comprehend. He's a primordial force, a fundamental being older than creation itself, one that can do as he pleases. His power is so that even the lords of chaos and order fear him and bow to him. No plan, no amount of research will ever work against him, his power is beyond all. Chapter 201, Day Off. I'm taking the day off. Well, kind of, I'm writing and restocking my chapters. But I won't be posting today. Chapter 202, Chapter 188. Enjoy. Unknown POV. Lucifer strolled into Darkseid's castle with a wide, mischievous smile on his face. His confident steps oozed with arrogance as he inspected the castle with a devious glint in his eyes, and for some reason, no one seemed to notice him. Then upon reaching David's quarters, he opened the door like it was his home, and with a sly grin across his face as he dropped down into a chair in front of the confused David. Who are you? David asked, his voice showing just how confused he was. Lucifer couldn't help but chuckle at David's question. He slowly leaned forward, and in a low, playful tone, proclaimed, I am the one and only, Lucifer Morningstar. David blinked, before hastily collecting himself. Like, the devil, he questioned cautiously. Indeed, Lucifer winked. David remained silent for a moment, studying the men in front of him that claimed to be Lucifer with a scrutinizing look. After a few moments, where Lucifer remained smiling in his trademark confident smile, he seemed to come to a conclusion, and with a sigh, he asked in a hesitant manner. What do you want with me then, if I might ask? Nothing really, Lucifer began with a smooth voice. I just came here to tell you, Raven is here, your Raven. Having said that, Lucifer watched David's eyes widen in terror as he continued, she knows everything you have done in this world. David closed his eyes, unable to contain his emotions. And where does she stand on it all, he whispered in a broken voice, the ring showcasing how fragile he felt right now. Lucifer couldn't help but chuckle as he placed a hand on David's shoulder. If you're asking whether or not she hates you, don't worry, she still loves you. David remained silent for a moment, before asking with a sigh. How did she come here? Oh well, she opened a portal and stuff. Well, she almost opened the portal, but then I interrupted her, and well, ended up opening the portal myself, Lucifer replied, recounting the events leading to Raven reaching this universe. Is that all? David asked, his gaze on Lucifer. His eyes looked tired, but at the same time, they seemed to burn with determination. I find it hard to believe you would come here out of the goodness of your heart. So, what's your angle? Lucifer gave a wide grin before he rose from his seat and said, Sir, you insult me with those accusations. But yes, I'm mostly doing this to kill my boredom. Nevertheless, I assure you, my good sir, that my intentions are nothing but pure. Mostly pure, somewhat pure. They aren't evil. David stared at him for a few moments before nodding in an almost defeated manner. Not like I can stop you, so I will take your word for it. Lucifer chuckled. That's one way to see it. Anywho, if you need to talk, just say my name 3 times, and like a terrible scripted horror movie, I will appear. With that said, Lucifer vanished into thin air just as easily as he had come, leaving no traces of his visit, but the memories on David's head, and the concerns his news had brought to David's heart. David Lance POV. Raven was here. She knew what I had done. And yet, despite it all, she still cared about me. I didn't deserve her. But that was a matter for another day. Right now, I had to decide whether or not I still wanted to fight this war. With Raven here, I had a way back home, a way out of this accursed universe, a way out of all of this. But, leaving now would ensure Earth's, no, the universe's demise. My actions so far had ensured an uphill battle for this universe, and while these were actions that I didn't regret, I wasn't so blind as to not see they had had consequences, as it was more than clear that I had taken some of the strongest defenses this universe had to offer against threats like Darkseid and Brainiac. I had upset the balance. If I left now, it was only a matter of time before either Brainiac or Darkseid destroyed everything. In a way, my presence at the table right now worked as a nuclear deterrent, keeping both sides in check, or the closest thing possible. Kitty, help? Dexstar asked, tilting his head in confusion. Don't worry, Dexstar, I'll find a way to solve this, I replied, petting my strange companion, who purred in satisfaction. Rachel Roth, Raven/POV. Injustice World. I turned to see Lucifer walking into my room at the Tower of Fate as if he owned it. With each step, he made sure to cast his presence with an air of confidence and power one could only have if nothing could hurt you. He was annoying. Like a big kid who doesn't miss a chance to brag about his toys. What are you doing here? I asked calmly. Just wanted to tell you, your boy is safe and sound. I went to visit him, and he was A-okay, Lucifer replied, and for a moment I almost choked on pure air. You visited him? I asked, unable to keep the surprise from my voice. Yup, sure did, Lucifer said with a wide grin, and I must say he's quite the catch. On a scale of 1 to Lucifer, I would say he's a 10, which is nowhere near the Lucifer rank but is still good. Ignoring his antics, I asked in exasperation. Why didn't you bring him with you? We could have left this place right away. Lucifer hummed for a moment, before replying. Well, because he's still thinking about whether or not he should leave. Which is understandable seeing how if he leaves, this universe goes bye-bye. What do you mean? I asked. Well, he kind of killed some of the strongest warriors the universe had to offer, leaving just, well, the most fragile ones, Lucifer explained, before giving me a pointed look. So yeah, if he leaves, there's nothing stopping the 2 overly generic evildoers from turning this universe into, well, nothing. Chapter 203, Chapter 189. Enjoy. David Lance POV. As Darkseid prepared his army to destroy Brainiac, I was left alone to plan how to deal with the entire situation, and by that, I truly meant how to kill them both. Both Brainiac and Darkseid were threats of immeasurable strength, threats that this universe wasn't ready to face, not by a long shot. Especially not after my war with Superman, that while short-lived, had removed many of the big guns this universe had to offer. The point was that both Brainiac and Darkseid had the universe in their grasp. Darkseid specifically. Brainiac was a threat, sure. But Darkseid, well, he was a different story altogether. His power, the real length of his reach went beyond simple words. He couldn't be killed. Not permanently, at least. Brainiac could, you just need the right tools and a good plan. In Darkseid's case, what made him dangerous was that you weren't fighting the real him, but an avatar with but a fraction of his power. In a battle of might alone against his avatar, I wasn't entirely sure what the outcome would be. Darkseid's avatar was strong, very strong. Not only he had superhuman strength and stamina relatively similar to mine, but on top of that, he had a regeneration factor stronger than mine, according to scans I have done with my rings, so, combined with his nigh invulnerability, well, it all makes him practically immortal. That still didn't mean I was outmatched, just that going against him as I did against Superman wouldn't be the wisest of ideas. In fact, if I could have it my way, I would honestly prefer it if I could avoid direct confrontation with him. Not all fights had to be dealt with personally or directly. But, regardless of my preferences, I had to prepare. Just like I had to prepare against Brainiac. I had two problems, two enemies, each one requiring a different approach. Kitty, help. Dexter asked, hovering next to me. His black tail swished from side to side. I smiled before extending my hand to pet him, eliciting a purr on his part. Don't worry, Kitty will help when the time comes. I honestly had no idea how to approach my situation. It was hard to think of a reasonable solution as both problems seemed out of my reach. Perhaps I wasn't giving it enough thought. It was hard to think of anything right now. I suppose the fact that Raven was here was to blame for how troubled I was. That, and the fact that Lucifer was somehow invested in all of this, someone who I had no hope of defeating or getting rid of. My best bet was to bore him. Though to be fair, Lucifer barely occupied any space in my mind. It was Raven who bewitched my every thought, her presence always there, like knowledge refusing to be forgotten. And how could she not invade my every thought? Now that I knew she was here, I wanted to talk to her, and tell her how sorry I was for everything, even though I considered what I did to be right. I wanted to hug her. To feel at home for the first time, in a long time. But, I begrudgingly admit I was afraid to face her, to discover her eyes didn't look at me the same. I was afraid to see if my time here had changed our friendship. I honestly didn't understand my own feelings right now. I wholeheartedly believed that what I had done was right, yet, I was ashamed to face her. It made no sense. Friend anxious? Dexter asked, tilting his head to the right as his ears lay flat on his head. That's very accurate, I replied with a nod. Any advice? Dexter purred, rubbing against my hand before sitting on my lap. No need to worry, friend, not alone. Good kitty help you. I smiled at his answer and nodded my head in agreement as I extended my hand to scratch behind his ears. In that case, I can't be anxious, can I? Dexter purred even louder as he closed his eyes in contentment. I help, I purr. I suppose there was no other way to deal with this than the old-fashioned way, ripping the band-aid off and seeing what's what. I had to face Raven eventually, and delaying our meeting would solve nothing. I just hope what Lucifer said was right, otherwise. I shook my head to drive away those dark thoughts and stood up from my chair. Let's go to Earth, Dexter. Without any delay, I took the course to Earth at full speed, with Dexter following close by my side. My heart was heavy, and my emotions were a mess. I didn't want to go back to Earth, not fully at least. I was afraid of, losing Raven, but regardless of how I felt, I had to deal with this, now. For better or for worse, I had to see where I stood. I sighed, closing my eyes. No sense in giving all of this too much thought. Without another thought, I continued flying through the abyss that was space, each second bringing my destination closer. The planets around me shone in the darkness, beautiful and distant like a forbidden dream. Immune to the vastness and magnitude of that which surrounded me, I silently streaked towards my goal, unfazed by what lay ahead. Within moments, the earthly atmosphere began to embrace me and I readied for my arrival with no time for hesitation. With a deep breath, I steeled myself as I descended toward Earth. Friend is okay, Dexter said, his voice comforting and reassuring. Good kitty here, good kitty help. His innocent words relieved my anxiety somewhat and allowed me to keep going despite the emotions that threatened to consume me in their unforgiving embrace. With a newfound sense of courage and determination, I continued my descent until I was near enough to put my feet on the ground. Well, time to find Raven. However, before I could take a single step, the air switched around me. And without any time to react, I was taken aback as a very familiar portal opened right in front of me, shimmering in the early morning sun. Watching the portal open felt like an eternity, my heart pounding in anticipation of what lay beyond that hazy opening. Through it, the one I was looking for came Raven, her violet blue hair cascading around her face like a river of stars, glowing brighter than the sun that I had seen moments before. Her presence alone froze me in place, as I found myself unable to react in any way. My heart hammered against my chest in a turmoil of emotions. I was scared, so very scared, and excited all at once. More than anything, I wanted to run up to her and hug her tightly. But would she return my hug? I could hardly process any rational thoughts as I remained completely paralyzed in place until without a warning the warmth of her embrace slowly lulled me into a state of peacefulness. I could hardly believe my eyes without realizing it. She had pulled me into a warm embrace. Her touch felt like the warmth of the sun after a long, unforgiving winter. Why did it take you so long to get here? Raven muttered between breaths, her face buried in my chest as she held me tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks into my body. I said nothing, simply hugging her back and gently stroking her hair, my own eyes filled with tears I hadn't even noticed were there until they started dropping on her head. You really thought I would hate you? Raven asked, stepping back to look me in the eye. I nodded weakly, unable to reply in any other form as I tried to swallow a lump of emotions that had been stuck in my throat. Good to know you're still stupid, Raven replied, her voice still trembling between the tears but with a hint of laughter in it. I'm afraid to inform you that I could never hate you. Good to know, I signed with a weak smile on my face. Now let me burn my sappy feelings away in silence, Raven said, wiping her tears before embracing once more. Chapter 204, Chapter 190. Enjoy. David Lance POV. After what felt like an hour and a minute at the same time, our embrace came to an end as I slowly unclasped my hands from around Raven's waist, allowing her to wipe a few stray tears from her cheeks. What's on your mind? Raven asked softly. Nothing you should worry about, I replied. We are a team, no matter what, Raven said with a small smirk, playfully nudging me to the side. Don't worry about it, really, I replied with a strained smile, not wanting to burden her with my current situation. If anything not involving her would give me peace of mind. Raven stared at me, her violet blue eyes intense and searching, before letting out a sigh. Not telling me won't change the fact I will do my best to help you. I don't know what this world has made you believe, but you're not alone, not when I'm around. Friend not alone, friend has good kitty, Dexter interjected, twirling his tail around my legs. Who's the cat? Raven asked, her brows furrowed in confusion. This is Dexter, I replied, petting the cat's head. He's a friend of mine. He came to Earth with me. He did. Raven muttered. I didn't even notice his presence. Friend of kitty, Dexter said looking at Raven, purring as I ruffled his fur. Raven smiled, reaching out to pet Dexter and scratching behind his ears. In that case, it's nice to meet you. Ray. I know you want to help me, but believe me, when I say, this situation is well out of your range, I signed, taking a deep breath as I met her eyes. You've been gone for a year, David, Raven said, her voice heavy with sadness. I'm not gonna let you do this alone, not without putting up a fight. You don't know what I'm up against, I signed, looking away as tears started to form in my eyes. I was so happy. So happy nothing had changed. She still cared for me. I was so happy. But in order to protect that happiness, I had to keep her away from this. Raven nodded, placing a gentle hand on my shoulder. I don't, but I will, with or without your consent. I won't change my mind, David, so you either let me fight this battle alongside you or I will fight it for you to the best of my ability. My heart sank and swelled at her words, and before I knew it my lips curved into a smile, despite the tears running down my cheeks, and with a heavy sigh, I nodded. I guess you're still stubborn as a mule. Not the animal I would use to describe, but yes, Raven said, her voice lightening up as she smiled. I lost you once, David, I failed to protect you, and you were forced to change. I won't let that happen again. From now on, no matter what the situation might be, we'll take it together and we'll try to make the best out of whatever comes our way. Now, kiss, Lucifer said, appearing from out of nowhere. If I could kill him, I would, Raven muttered, her face turning red. Maybe from rage, I could relate, Lucifer seemed infuriating. What are you doing here, Lucifer? I asked. What am I doing here? I thought it was pretty obvious. I came to watch you two smooch, kiss, and peck at each other, Lucifer replied with an arrogant smirk before winking at Raven. What? I shook my head. Ain't happening, so you can leave. Are you sure? Isn't that what your heart truly desires? Lucifer replied, his tone sounding somewhat different than before. It was almost hypnotizing. From the moment I laid eyes on him, I felt a strange pull, my heart skipped a beat, and soon rational thought was replaced by an intense desire to say something. There's nothing I want more. Without realizing it, I found myself responding to his query without consciously willing it. Something in his voice had bewitched me, wrapping around my soul and reaching into the deepest recesses of my heart. I can't believe I just said that. God, if you're up there, kill me, and while you're at it, kill Lucifer. Preferably first, so that I can see him die. Ah, young love, Lucifer said with a chuckle. Well, with that confession out of the way, I'll take my leave and let you two be, he added before vanishing into thin air. So, where were we? Right. I'm helping you, Raven said, her voice a little shaky. Yeah, I nodded, unable to look at her, and how could I? I mean. My heart was beating so fast, I thought it might burst out of my ribcage. If it makes you feel any better, he did the same thing to me, Raven whispered, coughing awkwardly. Good to know, I nodded. And my reaction was pretty much the same, Raven added, her voice still shaking. Awesome, good to know, lovely discovery, but we should probably get going, I said, trying to change the subject in order to avoid further embarrassment. I mean, I didn't even know I had a thing for her, for fuck's sake those desires were a secret to me as well. And now that I said what I said, I can't stop thinking about it. Raven nodded, a small smile appearing on her lips. Let's go then. With that said, she grabbed my hand in hers and softly pulled me into a portal she was opening. The grabbing of hands is not helping at all. At fucking all. Friend okay? Dexter asked, standing on my right shoulder. Never better, I replied. I have no idea how, but Lucifer will pay for this. Lucifer Morningstar POV. The one and only. The sexiest. The Eresis, you get the gist of it. The poor thing thought I was going to pay for what I did. Spoiler alert, I won't. I won't pay for anything. Save their first date. I can barely contain my excitement. You had to do that? Death asked, disappointment clear in her voice. I regret nothing, I replied, crossing my arms. Those two are as awkward as they come, they need a friendly push, with 2 gigatons of force. Had I let them move at their own pace, they would have held hands in a decade. Lucifer, Death sighed. What? It's true. That's what happens when 2 shut-ins like each other, is like watching grass grow, unbearably boring. I had to intervene, if not for our amusement, for the viewers. For the poor viewers, who more than anything, crave this, and things that will most likely put their soul in my care, I replied, with a nod. I had done good, I had done very good, now it was time to see how things grew from here. Chapter 205, Chapter 191. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I sighed and nervously looked at Raven, my apprehension growing in the presence of her unwavering gaze. I wanted to keep her out of this, but that wasn't an option anymore. I knew I had to tell her about the situation, but I was unsure how. It seemed to me that every time I wanted to tell her something, my hands would fail me as if my mind was too overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. Especially now that she was here, because with her here, I had everything on the line. Raven. I signed, but a short sigh from Raven stopped me. Gazing at her, I noticed Raven smile ever so slightly at me, a small comforting gesture that seemed to ease my struggling mind. Her violet blue eyes were full of understanding and compassion, and without a warning, she placed her hand on my cheek, and as if magic, it felt like the weight of the world was lifted off my shoulders just for that moment. You're not alone, David, not anymore, Raven spoke, her voice a gentle whisper. Locking my eyes with hers, our hands intertwined, and with a deep breath, I allowed myself to be comforted by her presence, by the welcoming warmth of her very being. Then, with a deep exhale, I pushed through the doubts that were circulating within my mind. In my quest for vengeance, I allowed the universe to be left open and undefended, I signed, my mind flashing with images of Darkseid and Brainiac. Raven opened her mouth but closed it again as if reconsidering what she wanted to say. I won't lie and say I regret what I did, because I don't, I sighed, taking a step back from Raven and looking away in shame. But that doesn't make all of this any less my responsibility. Then, why don't we prepare the universe to fight? Instead of fighting this yourself alone? Raven asked. I smiled ever so slightly at her reply, slowly raising my eyes to meet hers. I guess I never thought of that. If we take that path, we would need to restore the balance of power Superman, and I broke. Meaning, the Lanterns need to return, Shazam needs to return, and last but not least, the Justice League needs to return. If we take this path, how much time do we have? Raven asked calmly. A month at best, a week if we are realistic, I replied. Then let's get started, Raven said. I good kitty, I help, Dexstar, who had been quiet all this time, made his presence clear, affirming that he would help as well. I smiled at Dexstar before reaching down to pet him, which in turn made the powerful mighty cat purr in contentment. Then, as my four-legged companion purred away, I turned to Raven, nodding my head in agreement. First of all, we should contact Batman. There's no one better than him to reform the Justice League. Raven tensed for a moment, then let out a small sigh, as if she had made up her mind about something. It seems I might have to look into Batman's behavior if Raven's reaction was anything to go by. I can open a portal to where he is right now, Raven said. I nodded, giving Raven all she needed to proceed. Immediately after this, the air around me seemed to shift and ripple, as if it was being pulled towards Raven's fingertips, which were slowly starting to glow with a bluish-purple hue. A few seconds later, a portal opened up in front of us, revealing an ancient-looking tower and the silhouette of a man waiting. The Tower of Fate. Here goes nothing. At the Tower of Fate. Wasting no time, I stepped through the portal with Raven and Dexstar by my side, feeling a strange sensation as I crossed through it. Calmly, I glanced around, taking in the old stone walls and intricate details that adorned them. This tower was different from the one I knew, that much I could tell. I felt off in this place. Perhaps it was because I had walked into a literal lion's den, giving Batman and Dr. Fate the territorial advantage. Pushing those thoughts aside, I followed Raven, who guided me through the place, until eventually, we reached the center of the tower, where a figure clad in a golden robe stood with his arms crossed. You brought him here? Dr. Fate asked in a cold tone. I did, Raven replied. Lucifer isn't here to protect him, Dr. Fate said dangerously. Nor do I need him to, I am more than perfectly capable of defending myself. You strike me as a wise person, Dr. Fate, don't prove me wrong, Raven replied calmly. I have nothing more to say to you, Raven, Dr. Fate said quietly. Not to break your conversation, but I'm here to socialize. I'm here to warn you all about an imminent threat, one that forces me to seek mutual collaboration, I said abruptly. So, let's save ourselves some valuable time and start talking about it, shall we? Dr. Fate's eyes narrowed as he looked at me skeptically. Very well. Now, where's Batman? As much as I enjoy your golden glow, he's the one I need to talk to, I said, looking around for the caped crusader. As you wish, Dr. Fate replied, turning towards the side and gesturing for someone to come forth. And just like that, Batman appeared from the shadows. Give me one reason why I shouldn't cage you right now, Batman said in a low, menacing tone. You can't, I replied, crossing my arms. That aside, let's talk business, shall we? Batman stared at me for a few seconds, seemingly trying to make up his mind about something. Then, after a few moments of silence, he nodded. Very well, let's hear it. A universal war is about to break in, and whoever wins will destroy it all, I began, going straight to the point. Unfortunately, this means we all need to team up if we want to avoid certain doom and save everything. The room fell silent, with not even a drop of noise filling it. I assume Darkseid is part of this war you speak of, Batman said eventually, breaking the silence. I nodded. Batman narrowed his eyes. And what happened? Weren't you friends with him? Or is it perhaps that the Conqueror doesn't you anymore? Well, if you must know, Batsy, my allegiance with Darkseid was purely one out of business. We both wanted Superman dead, so we worked on a deal that suited that particular interest. Now that's out of the table, I have no reason not to try and stop him, I replied. It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the entire truth either. As of now, Darkseid wasn't my enemy, but he would soon be. Batman was silent for a few more moments. Who's the other? Brainiac, an AI whose entire objective is to absorb all knowledge, and then destroy it, I replied. Look, I'll get to the point, I don't care how much you hate me, but I need you to do something. Batman's eyes narrowed again. And what would that be? He asked in a suspicious tone. I need you to reform the Justice League, Earth needs to be ready to face what is to come, I replied. Batman paused, seemingly taken back by what I had said, however, he eventually nodded in a begrudging manner. Very well. Chapter 206, Chapter 192. Enjoy. David Lance POV. With an unsteady alliance set with Batman, I began to play my next steps to deal with the situation I had created. Even though Batman had given me his word, I had no assurance things would play out the way I wanted them to, meaning I had to tread lightly and watch my every step. Beyond that, there was still much to do, much to resolve, and little time to do. In fact, there was so little time in my table that it was impossible to deal with the situation by myself. I had the lanterns to recruit, or what was left of them, and the Shazam situation. Ideally, if I had the time I would invest myself in dealing with each situation, but that wasn't the case, meaning I had no choice but to break this task with Raven. I would deal with the lanterns, and she would deal with the Shazam situation. While I honestly didn't want to break my path from Raven so soon, I knew it was the only way to solve this situation as quickly and efficiently as possible. As much as I hated it, I needed to be pragmatic. Now more than ever, I had to stay focused and in control of my emotions, especially the ones that wanted me to just be by her side. I knew very well that any misstep could mean disaster for not just myself, but everyone involved. I owed this universe that much. And in order for me to pay that debt, I had to stay one step ahead of everything. This was the path ahead of me, however perilous it may be. Raven, as much as I don't want to say this, we need to split up, I signed, my hands weaving through it all as I sighed. With how little time we have no choice but to do this. Raven snorted, rolling her eyes as she nodded before tackling me into a hug. As much as I don't want to say this. Look who became a softie, she whispered into my ear before pulling away. You've been back in my life for 2 hours, and you're already trying to bully me, I asked with a playful smile. Someone has to keep you on your toes, Raven said with a smirk before turning away for some reason. So, what's my part of this? Deciding not to push into whatever was happening, I began to explain. Seeing you're better suited to deal with the Shazam situation because, well, you're a magic user yourself, you are to find the wizard and convince him to appoint a new Shazam. At this, Raven turned. That means you're left to deal with the lanterns, correct? I nodded, patting her on the head. Smart girl, want a cookie? I will bite you, Raven threatened. Kinky, the unmistakable voice of Lucifer startled us both, as we both jumped to our feet. I leave you guys be for 1 hour and 52 minutes, and you're already this kinky. I'm starting to think I didn't need to intervene at all. It's friendly conversation, nothing more, Raven said calmly, or as calmly as she could pretend to be. Yeah, no, let's quote yourself, shall we? Lucifer smirked, summoning a book named, The Quotes of a Lovely Raven. Oh dear David, someone has to keep you up your toes, curled toes. Wink wink. I never said that. Raven barked at him, blasting at the all-powerful being known as Lucifer with a beam of pure magic. And shooting at me sure says you didn't, a very American approach, Lucifer chuckled, closing the book before dusting himself off from Raven's attack. On another note, do you have any idea how hard it is to clean an Armani suit from magical residue? Next time throw me a meteor or something less magical. Taking a deep breath, I took a step forward and asked. What are you doing here, Lucifer? Well, I'm here to help of course. Lucifer winked at us, snapping his fingers in order to summon a name tag to his suit, one that had his name. So, what's my mission, Captain? Oh God, he's being serious. I don't have a choice, do I? I asked. Smart boy, want a cookie? Lucifer smirked. If I ever meet God, I will ask for the power to bitch slap Lucifer. Fine, if you want to help Raven solve the Shazam situation, I said, giving Lucifer a tired look. Nope, I thought I could use that phrase but it sounds wrong, Lucifer chuckled before turning his gaze back on me. Don't worry, I will see it through or my name isn't Lucifer Morningstar. I suppose that's reassuring, after, he doesn't lie. Thanks, I nodded, only to notice Raven stare at me with a piercing look. What? Oh. I had sent Lucifer with her. I feel I will come to regret this at a later date, but that's a problem for future me. Present me does not give enough fucks to deal with Lucifer for more than it absolutely required. I read your thoughts right now, and I must say, I am deeply offended and horny. The last one is completely unrelated to your thoughts. That's just me being a little rascal, Lucifer said, summoning a drink to his hand. You will pay for this, Raven muttered. Future me will, not present me. Anywho, let's get moving. Windows 30 and Dark Tomato Cutter are threats we need to take care of, and time is of the essence. Lucifer said, grabbing Raven by the arm. Besides, Raven, we need to start talking about your lingerie arrangements. You really don't want your boyfriend seeing your everyday underwear unless he's into depression, and then again, maybe he is, but that's a topic for another time. David, I will kill you for THI-, and before Raven could finish her sentence, Lucifer teleported away with her, leaving me to wonder how much future me would suffer for this little mistake. Oh well, no time to ponder. I have a mission to complete. Chapter 207, Author Note. I won't be home all day today, so I won't post. I will however compensate chapter tomorrow, as to why I'm not home. I'm helping my aunt deal with some post-funeral things. Chapter 208, Chapter 193. Enjoy. I will post 2 chapters this coming Sunday. David Lance POV. Goal in mind, I used my rings to try and locate all the lanterns in the known universe, but as hard as I tried, nothing came. Meaning I was either being blocked from getting that information, or there were no lanterns left. The latter of the two seemed very unlikely, so that only left option A, the lanterns were hiding from me. Which was a very reasonable decision on their part, considering that the last time we ever saw each other I had no qualms about tearing them apart. In any case, this complicated things a little bit. After all, if I couldn't find the lanterns, then how in hell would I recruit them for this? It's not like I had a way to locate them without the rings. I didn't, but I knew someone who did. Wyaska. Her ability to sense ki meant she could locate individuals with ease across the universe. I guess I'm recruiting Wyaska into this. I have a feeling this won't be fun for me, at all. I foresee a lot of pain in my very near future. 1 hour later. Within an hour of flying or so, I arrived at Wyaska's planet, and just as I had foreseen, pain was on my table. See, the moment I arrived at the planet, Wyaska launched an all-out assault on me, sending blows raining down on top of me like a calamitous storm. I tried my best to fight her off, or at the very least defend myself. Alas, she once again proved how outclassed I was, meaning I was like before left defenseless. Trying to endure, I took on a defensive stance, but even then, every hit she landed, which was every hit she threw, felt like a jolt of painful electricity going through my body as the fight dragged on mercilessly. I am deeply disappointed. I expected more from you, Wyaska said, finally coming to a stop. Maybe I ought to train you again, this time until you can defeat me. I missed you too, I replied, making no attempt to disguise my sarcastic tone. Why are you here, David? Wyaska inquired, leaning forward. I need your help, I replied, feeling my sore body cry for help. Thankfully I had the blue lantern ring, meaning I could heal myself. Narrow it down more, I'm very skillful, so that doesn't answer a thing, Wyaska said, taking a seat on the ground, her legs crossed. I'll get to the point. I'm preparing to fight Darkseid and Brainiac. Unfortunately for me, I can't fight them both alone, at least not with their vast army supporting them, so I need you in order to find some people that are hiding from me, I explained. Wyaska thought for a few moments before giving me her answer. I see, so you came for my help, seeing I can sense others, not a bad reasoning. Very well, I'll help you, but I won't do it for free. Never expected her to, even so. I can't imagine what her price will be. I mean, no matter how much I try, I can't think of a thing she could want that she couldn't get herself. A fight, Wyaska said, still smiling. A fight? I asked. Yes, when the time is right, that's what I want, a fight. You and I, one-on-one until one of us dies, Wyaska said. That will be my price for helping you. I'm sorry, but I can't see your angle here. I can't defeat you or even offer you a decent fight, I said, and then it hit me. When the time is right, she wanted me to come if I ever reached her level to fight her. So, do we have a deal? Wyaska asked, not missing a beat. Yes, I nodded. Can I ask you something? Why a fight to the death? That's something you'll have to figure out on your own, and believe me, you will figure it out, eventually, Wyaska said, giving me a comforting smile. Now, let's get started. I had no idea what she meant by that, but I had no time to question her motives or goals. I had a war to win and little time to make with. Raven/Rachel Roth, POV. Lucifer had transported us to a place within a mountain, and upon entering, it was almost overwhelming how much mana lay in front of me. It was different than anything I had ever felt. Runes were inscribed into the walls, reflecting an archaic language. Enchantments seemed to sparkle in the air, flooding the atmosphere with life. What brings you two here? A voice spoke, getting my attention. Obviously not the decor, Lucifer replied. Ignoring Lucifer, I turned to the one who had spoken. It was an old man, weathered by time but with a glint in his eyes that revealed a knowledge far beyond what I could perceive. Instinctively, I knew he was not native to this realm. His attunement to the arcane was impossible to achieve as a mortal. This strange being sat upon a chair as if he were holding court amongst us. Behind him were two statues made of stone that appeared to fiercely guard him. Whether they were real or just illusions I couldn't tell. Are you the wizard Shazam? I asked. No, he's just an ordinary old man living inside of a cave without an entrance, or an exit. Of course he is Shazam, Lucifer sighed, rolling his eyes a bit as he took a step forward. The name is Lucifer Morningstar, the pleasure is all yours. The old man chuckled. Excuse this old man, but aren't you a bit too qualified for whatever is happening? Thank you for noticing, it's nice to be acknowledged, seeing as someone can't accept my lingerie expertise help. Lucifer replied, giving me a side look. Okay, so, what brings you here, young lady? Shazam asked, seeming a bit confused now. The world needs Shazam, now more than ever, I replied. Chapter 209, Chapter 194. Enjoy. I will post 2 chapters this coming Sunday. David Lance POV. Having successfully recruited Wyaska to aid in my mission, I followed her lead, and within short moments we managed to locate the last remaining guardian of the universe. Sed was one of the few female guardians of the Order of OA, a powerful guardian that shared the same views as Ganthet, but perhaps was a bit more gentle than the latter. What do you seek with me? Sed asked, her eyes burning with an emotion I quite couldn't understand. It wasn't hate what her eyes spoke, but it sure wasn't something good, that much I could tell. You know very well why I'm here, but if you want me to say it, I will. The fate of the universe hangs in a thin thread, and I need your help to save it, I replied. At my words, Sed's tiny figure stood tall, her blue skin reflecting the light of stars across the empty sky of the planet she had been hiding at, her eyes burning into mine. Tell me one thing, human, why should I trust you? I remember well what you've done, I remember well the pain and suffering you've caused to thousands of innocent souls simply because of your hate, Sed said calmly. You killed thousands of innocents that had been there to aid your planet in the first place, and all because you were too blind to see anything but the object of your hate. At her words, I looked away for a moment, searching for words that wouldn't come out. I knew well, very well that the accusations she was throwing at me were true, as much as they pained me. I didn't regret killing Superman, but I regret the path I took to achieve my goal. I can't deny what I have done, and all the pain that has come from it, I said slowly. I deserve your hate, your ire, I deserve it all 1,000 times. But don't make the same mistake I made, don't let your hate for me stop you from seeing the bigger picture. Sed looked at me for a while, her eyes searching for an answer that perhaps wasn't there. You have changed a lot. I merely gained a new perspective of things, I replied, remembering the reason I had been sent to this universe in the first place. Perspective. Without the aid of the lanterns, all the lanterns, this universe will succumb to Darkseid or Brainiac, Wyaska interjected, taking a step forward. Does he deserve your trust? No, but ask yourself, are his words true? You don't have to believe him if you know the truth yourself. So, what are you going to do, Guardian? Are you gonna protect this universe, or let it rot like many before have? Sed looked at Wyaska, then at me. She didn't answer right away, which I supposed was a good sign. Instead, she sighed and spoke her words carefully. We share a common enemy, and a common goal it seems, Sed said slowly. I don't have much of a choice, so I will help you. However, know that once the universe is saved, I will see that you answer to your crimes. I nodded solemnly, understanding that was the best I could get from her. Of course. One last thing, said, her voice stern and icy. What? I asked. You say you seek to save the universe. Well, I want to see if you have the will to do so, said, her eyes fixed on mine. Then, after a moment or two, slowly opened the palm of her hand, revealing a Green Lantern ring. This is the first Green Lantern ring I made. I forged it eons ago in order to protect this universe. Prove you have the will to use it. I looked at the ring in Sed's hand and asked. Why are you offering me a weapon? If you don't trust me, this isn't the best way to approach it. You're just giving me more power. Sed smiled, her eyes softening for the first time since she appeared. You're right, I don't trust you and I never will. So don't mistake this test I'm giving you for a lapse in my judgment. This power I'm offering you is only yours for as long as I will it so. Fair enough. As you wish, I said, as I slowly and carefully took the ring from Sed's hand. Defeat me and my warriors using only the power within that ring, and the Green Lanterns will stand by your side, Sed said, her eyes burning into mine. Show me the strength of your will. As I put on the ring, multiple lanterns began to appear, one by one standing behind Sed, their eyes fixed on me. Some with hate, others with anger. Do remember what I taught you, and end this quickly, Wyaska said, her voice low. Having said that, she walked away with Dexter, leaving me to face the lanterns and the last guardian. Remember, you can only use the ring I gave you for this fight, Sed said, her eyes glowing green. I nodded and focused on the ring, feeling the power coursing through me as I focused on turning the other rings off or as inactive as possible. Having done that, I took a deep breath and willed the Green Lantern ring into action. Seeing my aura change colors, Sed rushed to the attack with a massive torrent of pure willpower, which I deflected to the side with the back of my hand remaining in place. This power was easier to use than I imagined. At least easier than using hope. Attack, Sed ordered her warriors. Taking Wyaska's advice to end this quickly to heart, I zoomed past Sed, defeating 2 of her warriors with 1 blow each. Seeing this, one of the warriors moves forward and with all her power tries to attack me. However, as her attacks were about to connect with me, I weaved through them all at the last moment, dodging her every strike before smashing her into the ground headfirst, and out of the fight. Enough. One of the remaining lanterns shouts as the power of his ring envelopes me in chains. Looking at the chains around my body, and how incredibly fragile they felt, I simply turned around as if the chains weren't even there to begin with, and delivered a powerful blast at the lantern, taking him out of the fight, much to Sed's surprise. I had already taken most of her warriors, there was just one remaining. One that was currently sneaking behind me, ready to launch an ambush. So I waited, my eyes burning into Sed's, and when the attack came, I spun around, grabbing the remaining warrior by the throat before throwing him against the ground, knocking him out. So it seems you have the will to use our ring, Sed said, her voice low. Is the test over? I asked. It is, Sed nodded. That took far too long, Wyaska said, her eyes fixed on me. You should have taken them all out before they had the chance to realize their mistake. I defeated them in less than a minute. I'm proud of that time, I didn't waste time. The Green Lanterns will stand by you in this war, Sed said, interrupting my thoughts. Remember my words, human, once the war ends, our alliance ends. I nodded. Chapter 210, Chapter 195. Enjoy. I will post 2 chapters this coming Sunday. Raven/Rachel Roth, POV. Just as soon the words had come out of my mouth, the wizard had agreed to help. However, there was one condition to do so. He would only help if I defeated the spirit of an old witch, proving my heart and will to see this through. All I had to do to get his help was defeat the Phantom of Morgana. It's been a long time since you last summoned me, old man, said Morgana, looking around. And when her eyes met mine, she breathed in delight. Ah, I see. How delightful. Even from her phantom, I could feel how rotten this person was, or had been when alive. It was startling. So, I've been summoned to test this girl. You must have a lot of faith in her abilities, Morgana chuckled, before raising her hands and sending a jet of green light at me, a powerful curse meant to strike me down as painfully as possible. However, before the curse could reach me, I entered my astral form, and with a quick teletransportation spell reappeared behind the phantom, blasting her away. Azarath Metrian Zinthos. I muttered, sending another blast behind the phantom. Laughing, the phantom turned around, and seeing my blast about to reach her, she was forced to conjure a magic shield out of thin air to deflect it. Not bad, girl, but is that all? Called Morgana from within her shield, her scarlet eyes narrowed at me. So much for being the daughter of a demon, so far this has been utterly disappointing. I don't care about your opinion, so do yourself a favor and save it, I said calmly. Cocky little brat, snarled Morgana. Very well, let me show you why I was feared in my time. Your time. You must have been pretty mediocre. I haven't heard of you at all, Miss Nobody, I replied, my eyes glowing white. I had come too far to fail David. I would do my part, no matter the cost. I will enjoy tearing you apart, Morgana spat, sending another curse at me, and then another. However, I had already seen her spell, and the essence behind them, so with each curse she threw at me, I met head-on, with a spell of my own. Not bad, but is that all? I taunted. I had enough. Morgana shouted, her eyes glowing green as she charged her most powerful curse yet. Seeing this, I quickly raised my hands, ready to defend myself against Morgana's curse. I could feel the power of her spell and knew that it was powerful enough to tear me apart if I didn't dodge it or block it correctly. Azarath Metrian Zinthos. I shouted loudly, conjuring a powerful shield of energy around me. Then, Morgana shot her curse, and the green light of Morgana's curse collided with my shield, causing sparks to fly in all directions. I could feel the immense pressure of her spell pushing against my barrier, but it held steady. Seeing this, Morgana stared at me in disbelief and anger as she realized that her best attack had failed. She roared in fury and sent another blast at me, but once again I blocked it with my shield. Give up, you can't win, I declared as the air around us seemed to shimmer. I won't be bested by a child, Morgana hissed, and without any more words, her ghostly form began to expand until she became a giant spectral figure looming over me. Here, I realized what she was doing. She was summoning all her power for one last attack. Clenching my fists tightly, I focused all my energy on her essence, the center of her soul, as I readied myself for one final spell, one I had learned in the Tower of Fate. Sumerian Valari. A blinding white light erupted from my hands and engulfed Morgana's ghostly form, purifying her core and banishing her back to the darkness from whence she came. The room fell silent as the last echoes of my spell faded away. Well, that was wonderful, Lucifer said, finally breaking the silence. I recorded the entire thing for David. You passed the test, Shazam said, walking off his throne-like chair towards me. What was the point of all that? I asked, still confused as to why he had made me fight Morgana. You reminded me of Morgana, Shazam said softly. So I wanted to see if you were different from her, and you are. How so? I asked. Well, Morgana was darkness within the light, Shazam replied, his eyes fixed on mine. You are light within the darkness, now I know that. I see. A test to see if I would end up like her. Also there's the fact there's another Raven in this world, and, well, she's just like Morgana. She wasn't like that before, but she is now, Shazam said sadly. I wanted to see if I would turn like her, or be different. Another me. If I had to take any guesses, I would say the me of here had allowed Trigon to corrupt us. But, why? Why would any version of me allow that monster anything? How did that fight give you all those answers? I asked. It didn't, but it allowed me to see you were fighting for something other than yourself, Shazam replied. This is why I don't invite wizards to parties, always with their tests, Lucifer said, walking into the scene with a smile. So, are we done here, or? We are, now it's just a matter of finding the next Shazam, Shazam answered with a small chuckle. I just realized, you name your champions after yourself, that's quite egotistic, Lucifer muttered. It is. But I won't insult the wizard I was asked to recruit. Let him be, I said, looking at Lucifer. Just making a comment, Lucifer raised his hands. So, any suggestions? After the last one I haven't really looked for a replacement, Shazam admitted with a sad tone.